Chapter 1: The Cannibal Nightmare. On a rainy night, Leah and I stood at the foot of the mountain, drenched to the bone and shivering from the cold. Leah clutched her phone, rapidly typing messages. Leah, from Dalian Mountain to City A, how much? Delivery driver, what are you shipping? Seeing the driver reply instantly, Leah relaxed and even flashed me a reassuring smile. Then she sent another message, Leah, delivering 2 idiots. Old Joe opened the back door of the van. Apart from the driver's seat and the passenger seat, all the other seats had been removed, leaving the interior both spacious and filthy. He turned sideways to let Leah and me get into the car. Once we settled in, he raised his phone toward us with a half smile and said, just following procedure, need to take a photo for upload. Leah blushed crimson and raised her hand to cover herself. Shortly after, Old Joe closed the car door, walked around to the driver's seat, and started the engine. The engine emitted a dull roar, the dashboard lights illuminating his dark face. He said, if you're traveling, why didn't you plan your time better? It's already past 1 in the morning. These days, who dares to take orders from remote corners in the dead of night? Only me, you're lucky to have found me. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and squinted at us through the rearview mirror with his triangular eyes. The rain-soaked thin clothes turned translucent, clinging tightly to our young, curvaceous bodies. Her legs beneath the shorts were long and pale, completely hairless. Leah pulled a sun-protective jacket from her hiking bag and wrapped it around her upper body, intending to cover up her exposed skin. Yet the half-concealed effect only played right into Old Joe's desires. Are you college students? Which school do you go to? Old Joe asked, glancing at the rearview mirror. His eyes flickered with suspicion when he noticed the bulging hiking backpacks, probably wondering why 2 people needed 4 of them. Leah didn't answer but changed the subject, saying, turn on the radio, will you? Tune it to the authoritative channel, just for some background noise. Old Joe complied, cranking the volume to maximum. A cannibalistic nightmare disciple has been discovered in Tianma Garden of City A, resulting in 58 deaths and 13 severe injuries. The residential area is now sealed off and will reopen in 3 days. Hearing this news, I frowned. Nightmare disciples. Years ago, crimson hailstones fell from the sky, autonomously merging with human bodies, granting them extraordinary and bizarre abilities far beyond ordinary humans. Only a rare few could retain their rationality and human emotions. Most became utterly inhuman, taking pleasure in killing, cannibalism, and tormenting people. They wore human skin, increasing their ghost power through mass slaughter, evolving supernatural abilities to enhance their strength. Those with rationality are called chosen ones, the most powerful weapons of the human faction. The cold-blooded and cruel ones are nightmares, standing on the opposite side of humanity. Old Joe suddenly hissed, glancing back, and asked, the address you entered for the ride was also Tianma Garden, right? Yes. Leah nudged me awake from my doze, her expression grave as she said, something's happened in our neighborhood. I lazily stretched and yawned, my almond-shaped eyes half-closed as I said, if something happens, let's book a hotel then, my treat. Deal. Leah pulled out her phone. As a rich second generation, this small expense meant nothing to me. Old Joe caught a whiff of lily fragrance while shaking his head with a chuckle. He pinched out his cigarette but inflicted out the window, casually resting his left arm on the door. My casual glance instantly banished all drowsiness. There was Old Joe, his right hand dangling limply on the gearshift, yet the steering wheel kept turning by itself now and then. I was drenched in sweat but maintained a calm facade while secretly groping for my phone. I sensed he wasn't human, he was a nightmare disciple. My slender fingers flew across the screen as I messaged the security department managed by the chosen ones under the guise of an ordinary team member, then pulled a smooth crystal sphere from my hiking bag. This thing couldn't kill a nightmare disciple, but it could trap him for 2 hours. The method was simple, just smash it against Lao Zhou's body, and the energy within the crystal would instantly envelop and immobilize him. The problem was, the van was speeding down the road. The freezing crystal's effect would cover the steering wheel, dashboard, pedals. Neither Leah nor I knew how to drive. Our only option was to jump out the window. A broken bone doesn't matter much, but what terrifies me is encountering a nightmare disciple hunting for food while we wait. If that happens, we won't even be able to run away. My forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Should we just do nothing and wait for the security department to rescue us? But that's only if the driver behaves himself. I decided to strike first. Just as I was about to throw the crystal stone, Old Joe stared at the rearview mirror, licked his dark lips with his tongue, and grinned eerily. You two have such long legs. You must be able to run very fast. Without hesitation, I decisively hurled the crystal stone. At the same moment, Old Joe swiftly smashed through the door and burst out. The minivan skidded a long distance before crashing heavily into the mountain wall. Leah fainted instantly, blood covering half her face. Xiao ya! I called out dazedly, panting heavily as I pulled out a second crystal stone from my hiking backpack. Wiping blood from my stinging eyes, I dragged myself out through the flung-open rear door and threw the stone with all my might at the blurred, twisting shadow. Old Joe staggered. Crack! The crystal shattered into pieces on the muddy ground, frost spreading rapidly. Despair filled my eyes as I watched Old Joe draw nearer. Such long, tender legs, old Joe kept marveling, his 3 hands seizing Leah's body first and lifting her before me, propping her legs over his shoulders. He removed her soggy sneakers and began gnawing from her toes upward. Let her go. My eyes burned crimson. Run, don't waste time. I eat very quickly. Old Joe's lips split into a grin, blood dripping from his chin in a steady patter, his smile brimming with cruel amusement. Filled with humiliation and rage, I had no choice but to seize this slim chance for survival, crawling forward with muffled sobs as my nails clawed into the cracked asphalt road. Suddenly, Leah's agonized, piercing scream tore through the air. No! No! Ah! My tears streamed down instantly, not daring to look back as I desperately scrambled faster. Whoosh! A severed calf landed right before me, its ragged edges of skin trembling faintly like torn cloth. Leah was still wailing in agony. I clenched my lower lip tightly, tears streaming down like rain. Wiping the blood and tears from my face, I trembled as I continued crawling forward. Splat! Another length of steaming, coiled intestines landed nearby. Ugh! My lips pressed into a thin line, my face pale. Every passing moment was pure torment and suffering. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone had appeared beside me. The figure bent down and grabbed my wrist. My heart lurched as I fumbled for the useless knife at my waist and slashed blindly. Don't touch me! Hiss. The boy was completely naked, barefoot, and without an umbrella. He stared down at the wound I'd inflicted, the cut gaping open like a mouth, blood welling up. It hurts so much. The pain was so intense he seemed ready to kowtow and beg, Mom, hit me again. Seeing the knife wound showed no signs of healing, I immediately released the handle. He's human. With all my strength, I pushed him away. Run. The sudden appearance of civilians reignited my courage. As a security team member, protecting civilian lives is my foremost duty. Without hesitation, I turned and lunged at old Joe, desperate to buy the boy even a sliver of chance to survive. In an instant, a cluster of substantial metal nails arrived faster than I could react. The young man raised his right hand, crossing his index and middle fingers while curling the other 3. Break! Boom! A bolt of lightning struck old Joe squarely on the head along with half of Leah's body before they collapsed in a smoking heap, motionless. Stunned, I stood frozen in place. After a long pause, I turned to look at the youth retrieving the nails. He was gaunt, with sunken eyes. Supernatural powers? A chosen one? Then he needs to be taken to Security HQ. I'm not a chosen one. The young man cut me off, clutching his still bleeding chest as he walked toward the van. Without a word, he took out 4 hiking backpacks and opened them. Inside were piles of skincare products, medical supplies, spare clothes, pots and pans, a camping tarp, flashlights, leftover food, and some crystals. He only wanted the food. Swiftly organizing the items, he grabbed the food bag and bolted. I'll take you to the hospital, I shouted, but the young man didn't stop for a second. I withdrew my gaze, looking at Leah with dim eyes as I bent down to drag her under the armpits into the van before speeding away. On the road, I dialed the number of an acquaintance in the security department. I am Chi-Su, or more accurately, I used to be called Chi-Shi. The story begins with that phone call. Mu Pingyang called someone to retrieve surveillance footage around Dalian Mountain to find a man described as about 1.8 meters tall, around 18 years old, skinny and shirtless, with strikingly handsome features. He even awkwardly emphasized that a certain part of him was very large. The way he hesitated yet had to say it was quite amusing. After the heavy rain, the sun blazed mercilessly. There was a young man named Sandow, who lifted his faded green short-sleeve shirt, revealing clearly visible ribs so thin there wasn't an ounce of extra flesh on him. He picked at the dried mud on his chest. The knife wound from earlier had already stopped bleeding. The name 3 Knives came from him being an orphan who got caught breaking into someone's home and was slashed 3 times as punishment. He wandered between cars parked along the road, inspecting license plates, convinced that plates with lots of CXS and 8s must belong to wealthy people. Before long, his eyes landed on a black Bugatti. The dazzling string of number 8s made his vision blur. This was the one. Without hesitation, he jammed a steel spike into the tire, then used a public payphone to call the police. When the traffic police arrived, he acted like an award-winning actor, pretending to be flustered as he explained that a friend had punctured the tires and then run off, even offering to pay for the damages. The traffic officer looked him up and down: green shirt, gray pants, unnaturally pale skin, a severe hunchback, and a backpack that made him look like a student. The officer praised him for being honest, saying the car owner wouldn't make him pay, and advised him to stay away from bad company. About half an hour later, I arrived. The officer greeted me with a smile. I glanced at the tires but didn't think much of it and let Sandow go. But this kid was eyeing me with ulterior motives, probably thinking that if his squatting scheme got exposed, I wouldn't rough him up and throw him out, might even take pity and give him some money, so he wanted to move into my place. Putting on an extremely sincere act, he claimed to have no phone and asked for my home address to repay me. Squinting, I told him to forget the money and leave. He walked away with lingering steps, while I chatted briefly with the traffic officer before heading back to teach at St. Lee University. Who'd have thought the kid would double back? He returned clutching his bag and lay waiting beneath my car. I returned to the freshman classroom of Class 101 to continue teaching. While writing on the blackboard, several noticeable patches of baldness on the back of my head became visible. I told the students that nightmares lack human emotions and everything they say is false, they must never be deceived. St. Lee University is a special institution with a wide age range among students. Most come from families that have suffered tragedies, and after graduation, they will work in the security department. A student asked me, if a nightmare pretends not to eat humans, is it still a nightmare or a chosen one? I told them that those who can suppress their cannibalistic urges and maintain the act for a long time are the chosen ones. Another student asked me how I improved my abilities, and I jokingly said by eating nightmares, pointing to my patchy hair as a side effect. I explained that after losing all my hair, other issues would arise because my body's foundation was too weak to handle such immense power. I told the students about the blood hail, void remains, from 20 years ago, how the government collected and sealed away the parts that weren't fused with humans. Now, even young people have a chance to become the chosen. I took out an awakening stone and explained that those who actively consume void remains at B rank or above become candidates for the chosen. What kind of person they ultimately become depends on their rating. I also mentioned that 3 years ago, I tested at B rank and awakened X-ray vision. Now at 21, the students didn't believe me, so I showed them my ID as proof. I told them that C-levels should act as regular team members, following assignments to investigate criminal cases and finding the chosen ones scattered among the populace to invite them to join the security department. A girl asked if testing as an S-level meant she wouldn't have to eat hailstones. I snorted and said, test first, then we'll talk. By the end of the class, half the students were C-level and the other half D-level. I had expected this. Packing up the awakening stone, I left the deathly silent classroom, my mood even gloomier than the students. Right now, the chosen ones in the security department are in poor health, and there's no fresh blood to replenish our ranks. I can barely suppress the evil force within me anymore. The side effects of consuming nightwalkers are accelerating my aging. I can feel my growing desire to devour every teacher and student in the school. All I can do is perform more good deeds to remind myself that I'm still human. I ran into Mu Pingyang distributing portraits everywhere along the shaded path. I greeted her, and she forced a smile. We were in the same graduating class. After testing as a B rank, I went to fight nightmares, but now I'd become a teacher due to health reasons. I asked what she was doing. Looking at that abstract painting, I thought it was a monkey at first. She said she was searching for the person who killed a B rank nightmare and asked for my help. I agreed, folded the portrait, and said I'd head home. Her eyes followed me, filled with pity and sorrow. The 3 knives lying under my car grew impatient and crawled up to the front to peer down, just meeting my ashen eyes. I couldn't help but burst into unrestrained laughter. I retracted my X-ray vision ability and opened the car door, helping the fallen 3 knives to his feet. Don't be afraid, I'm the chosen one. From the moment I first laid eyes on the boy, I had guessed he was a parasite. Look at his hunched back, pale complexion, and scrawny frame, clear signs of prolonged poor posture, malnutrition, and a life hidden from the light. Their families were destroyed by the nightmares, leaving them parentless, without financial support or the ability to care for themselves. To survive, they had no choice but to secretly lodge in others' homes and steal food to fill their stomachs. I wanted to do good deeds, but I didn't want to waste kindness on parasites. Look at this teenager, he's already grown up with his own unique worldview. He wouldn't change just because of a few words from others. I probed cautiously, let me ask you, is it right to secretly live in someone else's home and steal their food? Sandow nodded without hesitation. I have no money. I said, then let me tell you, you have hands and feet, you can work to earn money. Your behavior is wrong, shameless. Nobody likes parasites. You need to change. Sandow replied, I won't change unless you provide food and shelter. Then I'd have no reason to do what you think is wrong. I shook my head helplessly, convinced this kid was hopeless. Pulling out my wallet, I handed him a stack of red bills. Take this and go. Stop following me. Sandow pocketed both the money and the wallet, eyeing my bulging pocket greedily. Truly, the kind are bullied. I covered the awakening stone and said sternly, you can't take this. Without a word, Sandow lunged to snatch it. Having lost the chance to live in a luxury villa, he was determined to go all the way. This haul had to be worth his time. I groaned in frustration. It's not valuable, just a stone, not gold. Let me show you, okay? Don't snatch it, or I'll get serious with you. Don't snatch it. At these words, Sandow quieted down and said, you can't beat me. He couldn't believe someone would allow others to trample over them when they clearly had the power to resist, thinking my special eyes were probably only good for seeing and couldn't shoot lasers or anything. As for him knowing I was the chosen one yet still daring to act up, that was just, the greater the storm, the higher the fish's price. As long as he didn't sense killing intent, he would keep pushing his luck to the end. I took out the snow-white awakening stone and lectured, I just don't want to bully people. Only scumbags take advantage of the weak. You want to put your hand on it and feel for yourself? The entire class being rated C and D filled me with utter despair, making humanity's future seem nearly hopeless. I wanted to test him. Sandow curiously tapped it with his index finger. The awakening stone showed no reaction, it didn't bite. He then placed his entire palm on it, yet the awakening stone remained unresponsive. Frowning deeply, I couldn't help but grab the stone and shake it, muttering to myself, what the hell? Did it crash? No way, no way. Are you human? I couldn't help but ask. Sandow shot back, can't you tell? Frowning, I scratched my head and scanned him repeatedly with my gray eyes. No ghost power level displayed above his head, and his physical structure showed no abnormalities. He's definitely human, but why doesn't it show? I randomly grabbed a passerby to test, displayed as D rank. No problem there. Completely baffled, I simply shoved Sandow into the car to take him home for further study. What's your name? Sandow. Ha, the surname San? Does such a surname exist? Being well-read and knowledgeable, I pondered for a moment before realizing it was similar to nicknames like Dog Egg, Dog Leftover, Second Dog, or Gourd Baby, and couldn't really be considered a proper name. After a long contemplation, as if having resolved myself to a certain decision, I enunciated slowly, word by word, from now on, your name will be Chi-Su. Su signifies the beginning or origin of things. He was the first person undetectable by the awakening stone. Su also symbolizes continuity and hope. When we arrived at the Grand Villa, Chi-Su was stunned by the 5-story mansion. He had thought I was wealthy, but never imagined I was this rich. The word slipped out before he could stop himself. Dad. I took a deep breath and smiled. Call me Big Brother. I'm 21 this year. How about you? How old are you? Chi-Su shook his head blankly. Then let's say 18. I entered the password and stepped into my home. The interior was dazzlingly golden but completely devoid of human presence. Only I lived here, afraid that one day I might lose control and harm others. Rolling up my sleeves to prepare dinner, I heated the oil in the wok and asked, how much do you know about nightmares? Turning around, I noticed Chi-Su's pockets were already stuffed with expensive trinkets, and he was now openly looting items into his oversized hiking backpack. I sighed helplessly. This is your home. After ransacking your own place, where exactly are you planning to move to? Chi-Su froze in astonishment. My home? Me, home? Yes, our home. Just means an extra pair of chopsticks at the table. I'm willing to take you in. This was the honest truth. For some reason, I felt that if I accidentally killed Chi-Su, I wouldn't carry any psychological burden at all. The little bastard was just so unlikable. But I'd also been lonely for too long, needing someone to accompany me through what little time I had left. I pressed on. How much do you know about Nightmare Disciples? Just what's shown on TV. Chi-Su lazily slumped into the sofa, hugging his fully packed hiking bag as he asked, since you're a chosen one, you must have ghost power points, right? How many? 1241 points, that's my upper limit. I washed the tomatoes clean and diced them, simmering them into a paste. Anyone with ghost power exceeding 1,000 points possesses special abilities, without exception. What's the highest in the security department? Several faces flashed through my mind as I replied slowly, over 10,000 points. I tossed the awakening stone to Chi-Su. This was created using one of their abilities. It's also the tool to distinguish between humans and nightmare disciples. Humans display letter grades, while nightmare disciples show numerical ghost power values. That top expert shares the same auxiliary type ability as me, but her limit is higher than mine. She's devoured countless nightmare disciples, yet even after breaking 10,000 ghost power points, she's never suffered backlash. Unlike me. Now that's what you call a true chosen one. I touched the patch of baldness on the back of my head, sighed, and focused on making tomato egg noodles. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside, signaling another impending downpour. Chi-Su swiftly stripped off his clothes and headed out. Where are you going? To bathe. I couldn't help but laugh as I turned off the stove and pushed Chi-Su into the bathroom, teaching him how to use the bathtub and explaining the purpose of each bottle. This is shampoo, body wash, scrub, moisturizer. Wait. Chi-Su frowned at the identical-looking bottles. I can't read. I decisively took out the soap, wash from head to toe. Oh. I stepped out of the bathroom and sighed deeply. There was so much to teach, but I didn't find it bothersome. If I could mold Chi-Su into a gentleman, it would be quite an achievement. First, I needed to correct his hunched posture. I rummaged through the waist trainers and posture correctors my mother had bought when she was alive and placed them on the couch before continuing to prepare dinner. While waiting for the noodles to cook, I contacted the Awakening Stone artisan. Hello, it's me. The Awakening Stone isn't detecting anything. What's going on? The other end replied crisply. There are two reasons. First, the void remains was originally a single entity. After shattering, it became Crimson Hail, and its immense power dispersed, thus giving rise to Nightwalkers and the Chosen. The scattered power varies in strength, and the most formidable of all is the heart of the void remains. The heart isn't shaped like hail but rather a diamond 8 in total. Our boss, who's broken the 100,000 point ghost power threshold, is one of those who wield the heart's power, making him unquestionably the strongest combatant in the security department. My expression turned horrified. You're saying this person might also be a heart? That's true, but the probability is too small. It's been 20 years, and the only heart we've found so far belongs to the boss. So I lean more toward the second possibility, that person is about to die. The crisp voice suddenly turned grave. She, to the nightmare disciples, the chosen ones are traitors. Now that you live alone, you must be extra careful. I lowered my eyes, the rims already red. Living alone now, but it wasn't always this way. Once, the villa was filled with laughter and lively voices. I lived in 8 alongside my 11 subordinates. Though they weren't chosen ones, each was highly experienced, more than a match for the nightmare disciples, with an impressive record of achievements. In one mission, we were nearly wiped out. We were searching for a nightwalker hiding in an abandoned tunnel. 12 of us went in, but only one came out. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the nightwalker, and all my teammates vanished without a trace. All I knew was that the opponent's ghost power must have exceeded 1,000, granting them supernatural abilities, though what those abilities were, I had no idea. This incident left a knot in my heart that I could never untie, making me feel utterly worthless. Seeing the other end hang up, I silently put away my phone. Gazing up at the ceiling, tears welled in my eyes. It took a long time to suppress the anguish before I could finally focus on the matter at hand. I knew I was dying, but I never considered the possibility of a heart issue. Just looking at Chisu's physical condition told me his situation was different from mine. Though he suffered from malnutrition and abnormal bone development, these were treatable. I had plenty of money. Without realizing it, the name Chisu had become my lifeline, the existence that sustained my life and beliefs. I was determined to save him. Just then, the bathroom door opened. I grabbed the body shaper and without a word, slipped it onto Chisu. I noticed him straightening his chest. He was actually half a head taller than me. Damn, must be at least 6 feet. Chisu said, I don't feel well. I replied, eat. Just pretend you're not wearing anything. He shot back, can't do that. I cut straight to the offer, 500. He pocketed the cash and immediately headed to the dining table, obediently slurping noodles. Money makes the mare go. Smugly pulling out a chair, I looked at my newly acquired little brother and said, after dinner, we're going to the hospital for a checkup, helps with digestion too. Chisu turned his head to gaze at the golden glowing television without speaking. I raised my offer, 1,000. He replied, deal. Noticing my reddened eyes, he casually asked, what's wrong with you? At this question, I couldn't hold back anymore and poured out the whole story about my teammate's bizarre disappearance. I didn't see anything. It was pitch black at the time. By the time I saw light and walked out, a whole month had already passed. Later, the head of security went to investigate but said they couldn't find a single body. They just vanished like that. Chisu raised an eyebrow. You were trapped in that abandoned tunnel for a month? What did you eat to survive? Rats. I suddenly covered my mouth as if about to vomit. He grew even more confused. Rats only exist where there's food, competing with humans for meals. Was there food in that abandoned tunnel? My body stiffened, my pupils trembled, as memories I'd deliberately ignored came flooding back. At first, our team had entered the abandoned tunnel carrying lunchboxes, chatting casually about making me treat everyone to lamb skewers after we exited the other side. The atmosphere was relaxed. After all, this was just routine work for us, especially since our team included one of the nation's top 22 chosen ones. I, as the ace and backbone, was striving to protect every member's safety. Later, when the lighting equipment failed and the tunnel plunged into complete darkness, everyone remained composed, having weathered countless storms before, refusing to be ruled by fear. But gradually, the idle chatter dwindled. At first, I thought the team had fallen silent to avoid alerting potential threats. By the time I realized something was wrong, I stood utterly alone. Only abandoned backpacks littered the path, weapons and supplies intact, but every soul had vanished. While searching for my teammates, I relied on the little food I had to find a way out, until hunger became unbearable and I had to catch mice by sound to survive. The thought of mice made me lose control. My stomach churned violently, and I vomited all over the table. Yet Chisu remained expressionless. He finished his noodles, stood up, turned on the TV, and switched to his favorite anime channel. Mimicking the characters, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Sword, come forth." That booming shout shattered my suicidal thoughts. Lifting my pallid face, I stared straight at him. With just a few words, he spotted the issue, a promising talent. Kid, do you want to study? At Sacred Light University, I rasped, my voice hoarse and dry. The agony in my chest threatened to overwhelm me. The Nightwalker's mockery and cruelty battered my mental defenses, yet Chisu remained my sole reason to keep living. I wouldn't just teach him social etiquette and basic knowledge, I'd pass on all my 3 years of frontline combat experience to him. I believed he could become an outstanding investigator, perhaps even a team leader. Though his abilities might never match the chosen ones, with such sharp perception, at least he'd never get his teammates killed by his own hand. But he was so engrossed in the TV that he didn't hear me at all, or perhaps silently refused to respond. I turned off the TV show, and he immediately clicked his tongue in annoyance, his face full of irritation. Grabbing his hiking backpack, he made to leave, but I quickly took a few steps and reached out to grab him. Listen, a nightmare disciple with ghost power below 500 is Class C. Between 500 and 1000 is Class B. Their bodies mutate. You'll see 3 heads and 6 arms, or faces covered in eyeballs. Easy to recognize. Above 1000 points is Class A. They awaken supernatural abilities and can choose to maintain human form or become monsters depending on their mood. These nightmare disciples blend into urban life, and you can only confirm them when they use their powers. Of course, you'd most likely be dead by then. But before you die, you must report it to the security department. Once again, I tempted him with the power of money. As long as you go to school and join the security department after graduation, all my savings will be yours. He slapped my hand away fiercely and said sternly, I know what St. Lee University teaches. The TV said those students have deep-seated blood feuds with nightmares, but I don't. Ever since I left the orphanage, I've been living a carefree and easy life. If I ever come across a pretty sister in distress and all the conditions are right, I'll help her out. If even one thing's missing and I can't save her, then so be it. I'm no chosen one. My abilities are limited. If you go to St. Lee University, you might as well stick your head right into a nightwalker's mouth. Even suicide isn't this reckless. He was dead set. I'm just a kid, only 18, still young, you know how it is. I ground my teeth. You can't stay 18 forever. If I die, I'll be 18 forever. He mustered all his strength to shove me over and bolted. With 2 distinct click sounds, the villa's front door locked shut, and no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. He turned to climb through a window, but it was locked too, with bulletproof glass, no less. He pulled out the golden trophy from his hiking bag and smashed it against the glass with all his might, but to no avail. He let out a frustrated grunt, tossed the trophy aside, and curled up in the armchair to sleep. I slipped the controller into my pocket, keeping it close. I had originally planned to take him to the hospital for a checkup, but now I didn't dare, afraid he might escape. Judging by the force with which he smashed the window, he probably wasn't terminally ill yet and could hold on for quite some time. I nudged him, go sleep in your room. With a cold expression, he grabbed his bag, randomly pushed open a door, and slammed it shut hard to show his displeasure. For several days in a row, I droned on like chanting scriptures by his ear, forcibly cramming knowledge into his head. My former captain once embraced an A-class nightmare apostle with a bomb to save an entire school of students. He blew himself up with it. In the end, he was blown to pieces, while the nightmare disciple remained unscathed. I tried to inspire his courage with heroic deeds, hoping he'd impulsively agree to go to school. You have supernatural abilities, yet you let him die right in front of you, he replied sarcastically. I forced a bitter laugh and explained, I'm support class. Support class means hiding behind defensive teammates and buffing the attackers. I don't have any offensive skills myself. I was a rookie back then, the only one on the team with supernatural abilities, but my physical strength was worse than regular members. I truly couldn't do anything to save him. He replied with an "Oh." Probably thought my ability was useless. These past few days, he tried every trick to escape, even stripping to pretend he was gay. I pinned him down and beat him senseless, nearly making him piss himself. He regretted it deeply, hating himself for misjudging me. I continued that Nightwalker's ability was Golden Bell Shield, a defensive type. We spent 3 days and nights wearing it down before finding its fatal weakness. As I spoke, I pointed at my crotch. He instinctively clamped his legs together. Then I pulled out my phone and showed him the screen. The text message read, "Package left at the door. If you have any questions, please call." The phone number was 10 digits, not 11. He only recognized numbers and remained silent for a long time. Remembering that I couldn't read, I asked Shishi to relay the message to me. I subtly took a step toward the door, planning to bolt out as soon as it opened. I suspected Shishi was deliberately humiliating me. I wanted to get as far away as possible. I asked him what he had bought, but he said he hadn't bought anything. Then he deleted the message and stood there motionless. Then he told me he was certain the sender was a Class A Nightwalker, belonging to the curse-type supernatural ability, just like in the movie Ju-on, where everyone who enters the haunted house dies. He also mentioned that some supernatural abilities require adherence to rules. If understood thoroughly, even ordinary people stand a slim chance of survival. After saying this, he swapped his phone SIM card for a new one and explained that having someone dial a 10-digit number was a necessary condition. As long as we ignored it, the nightmare disciple couldn't stir up trouble. Then he snapped the old card in half. Watching me brazenly pick the lock, he smashed objects in frustration while calmly stating that the chosen one was a thorn in the nightmare disciple's side. They'd keep devising new ways to kill him. He added that since we lived together, the nightmare disciples saw us as grasshoppers tied to the same string. Even if I left, I wouldn't enjoy peace for long. They'd kill anyone connected to him. I was welcome to test that theory if I didn't believe him. After saying that, he took out the controller to deactivate the villa's security system, rolled up his sleeves, and went to make lunch. With a resentful look in my eyes, I threw down the pillow and plopped onto the chair. At this point, there was nothing I could do. I muttered under my breath, saying something about him calling me a thorn in his side. How narcissistic. His hand paused, and I lifted my face to argue logically. If I were a nightmare disciple and wanted to trick him, I'd disguise myself as a pretty female student or teacher from school and invite him to meet at night. When he went to the hotel and found no one, he'd definitely call back. And once his hormones took over, he wouldn't even notice if the phone number was missing a digit. His face flushed crimson, and he rubbed his patchy bald spot awkwardly, saying that as a teacher, he'd never do anything with a student and who'd even look twice at someone like him anyway. I didn't let him finish before interrupting, saying that since the nightmare disciple was using a courier's identity, it meant it planned mass slaughter. When people receive delivery notifications but find nothing at their doorsteps, who would carefully check the numbers in their panic? It wasn't targeting him specifically, it was targeting everyone. His face paled as realization dawned, the flush gradually draining away. In today's digital age, leaked phone numbers and personal information are commonplace. The nightmare disciple exploited this to collect numbers for mass messaging. Someone was bound to take the bait. The phone number input forms a 3.4.4 arrangement pattern. The missing digit should be obvious at a glance, but nowadays some less intelligent people might notice something's off yet assume it's a new initiative by the telecom operator. He hurriedly reported this message to the security department, his fingertips trembling. This cursed nightmare disciple had an insatiable appetite, wanting to evolve into an S rank in one go. A nightmare disciple with over 10,000 ghost power points would be more terrifying than a nuclear explosion. He recalled how 10 years ago, H-City turned into a ghost town overnight, with investigation teams never returning, a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. After sending the text, his expression grew solemn as he speculated about the cursed nightmare disciple's identity, suggesting it could either be a hacker or someone working in logistics, real estate, or sales. He turned to ask what I thought, and I confidently said it was someone collecting recyclables. He asked why, and I looked at him like he was an idiot, explaining that after reporting to security, they'd thoroughly investigate through websites, logistics, and real estate records. With a narrow scope, the Nightwalker would be easily caught. But trash pickers digging through neighborhood bins is perfectly normal, there'd be no way to identify who did it. He shook his head in denial, saying the number on the cardboard box was virtual, and even if real, only the last 4 digits would be visible. I snorted dismissively. His tone turned sharp as he asked if he was wrong. I firmly said yes, the sender's real phone number was there. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the cursed demon working in the loan industry was caught. At noon, she came rushing home with pastries, gleefully mocking me for being wrong. The demon was actually a loan shark. While poking his waist and abdomen with my index and middle fingers together, I snatched at the pastries, practically drooling. He laughed and handed them to me. Though I guessed wrong, it proved from another angle that the cursed demon wasn't as smart as me. If it had really been an unemployed drifter collecting scrap, wandering all over the country, it would have been hard to catch. Breaking 10,000 ghost power points was just around the corner. He watched me eating the pastry with a smile and once again suggested I go to school, saying that since I couldn't cut ties with him anyway, learning some survival skills there would put his mind at ease. During our time together, we'd argue every other day and fight every 3 days, growing much closer, more like brothers than actual brothers. He felt guilty toward me, first forcing me to attend school, now not wanting me to walk this dangerous path. But personal feelings meant little in the face of greater matters. He told me to listen to him, saying he couldn't protect me forever. I agreed without hesitation. Things hadn't been peaceful at home lately, with grade B and C nightmares breaking in one after another. While he taught at the school, I was left alone to deal with them. Though we had frozen crystals at home, it'd be far less trouble to attend Holy Light University, where the chosen ones offered protection. He pushed his luck by asking me to go to school with him tomorrow, wait while he took a shower, and then go to the hospital for a checkup. I deliberately opposed him, saying I wouldn't go, and even demanded he buy me the hottest gaming console. He immediately agreed, saying as long as I was willing to go to school, skipping the hospital was fine, and I'd go on my own when I felt unwell. When the topic turned to health checkups, I squinted at him and asked if he'd been to the hospital. He dodged the question. I teased him about having reversed aging. Shocked, he trotted off to grab a mirror and indeed looked radiant, fewer wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and his hair wasn't falling out anymore. After some thought, he figured out the reason. His mood had improved, his emotions were stable, and his energy was different. In the past, he could only suppress his frustration with mischievous students, but now he had me, a human punching bag at home, to vent on without guilt. He asked if I had memorized the multiplication table up to 9 by 9, and I said I knew it inside out, could even recite it backward, telling him to test me freely, and if I got any wrong, he could hit me. He quizzed me on 1 by 9, and I answered 9, then 2 by 9, and I answered 18. Next, he asked what 9 times 99 times 9 times 99 times 99 times 9 times 99 equaled, giving me only 3 seconds. I pressed my lips together and cursed inwardly, fuck your ancestors. Chapter 7, Heavy-Handed Strike. St. Lee University, classroom for batch 104 freshmen. Chisu lay sprawled across his desk, gazing absent-mindedly out the window while his elder brother's oft-repeated lectures buzzed in his ears like a persistent fly. My supernatural ability is X-ray vision, categorized under auxiliary support. X-ray vision? An untimely voice interrupted. Chisu turned his head to look. The buzzcut man appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in gaudy clothes with a small silver bull ring glinting on his nose. Classmate, do you have any questions? Chisu asked gently. X-ray vision, the bull ring guy muttered as he stood up warily, his eyes scanning the female classmates like a threat detector. You have X-ray vision? Doesn't that mean you can see right through everything? She was startled. He had just demonstrated his supernatural ability with the intention of helping students understand it better, not to peek at anything inappropriate. I'm a teacher with professional ethics. How could I harbor such vulgar thoughts about students? You're all just children in my eyes. Ha! The nose-ringed girl looked utterly contemptuous, as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke. What child? Aren't you 21? I'm 2 years older than you, where would I have a child? He turned to the person beside him and said, if we're talking about which superpower is the coolest, it's gotta be X-ray vision. Even beats the hell out of invisibility. Wrapped in a teacher's skin, looking all righteous, who knows how many times he's fantasized in that head of his? Chosen one, my ass. A nightmare apostle is still a nightmare apostle. I can't believe what the government was thinking, daring to use these monsters who'd turn traitor at the drop of a hat. Hearing this, the freshmen's hearts wavered to varying degrees. After all, nightmare disciples and the chosen ones are branches from the same root. She was a stranger to them, a dangerous stranger. Who could unconditionally trust the self-control of a stranger? Classmate, I understand. She removed his glasses and loosened his tie, covering his reddened eyes completely, his voice bitter. Is this acceptable? Look at this. Nose ring snorted mockingly. Even though you're the one with X-ray vision, what's the point of covering up with cloth? Covering up makes it even harder for others to see if you're peeping. Retreating to advance. What a brilliant move. He sensed a gaze and turned to look at Chisu, his mouth still chattering non-stop. In my opinion, there shouldn't be any chosen ones. Humans are humans, monsters are monsters. And now what? They've picked a few good actors who can pretend, straight up rolling out the red carpet for the enemy. Is the population too large? Or is the world not chaotic enough? Chisu smiled faintly. Suddenly flipping the table, he lunged at Ox Nosering, thrusting a fountain pen deep into his cheek. He didn't know what was wrong with himself, only feeling uncomfortable inside and wanting to hit someone. The classroom was in complete chaos, with screams coming one after another. In desperation, Shi activated his supernatural ability and rushed forward, grabbing Chisu with all his strength to pull him away. Stop! Stop! See? I told you that rag was useless. The nose-ringed man screamed hysterically in pain. He pulled the pen from his face, his entire body trembling violently. I'll report you. I'll report you to the security department. And you little bastard. Upon hearing this, Chisu violently broke free from restraint and lunged at Nilbi Huan, attempting to gouge out his eyes with bare hands. Stop! Shi urgently called for several strong students to help pull them apart, finally managing to separate the two after much difficulty. Seeing Chisu finally securely restrained, he let out a long sigh of relief and pulled out a small metal box from his pocket, retrieving a precious red pill from within. This is the special ability of a support-type chosen one, healing, made with blood, extremely rare. Take it, use it when your life hangs by a thread. Stop trying to win me over. The nose-ringed man angrily slapped the pill away, glaring fiercely at Chisu. I'm reporting this. All of you will face punishment. Shi picked up the pill with a pained expression, carefully brushing off the dust that had settled on it, his heart a turmoil of mixed emotions. He didn't mind being punished himself, but he feared Chisu might be expelled. No one likes parasites, no one. Because parasites are similar to nightmare disciples, devoid of human emotions, ungrateful wolves that can never be warmed or tamed. Everything they do is for their own benefit. Shi used to think the same way, but now things were different. He knew exactly why Chisu had thrown those punches. Shi carefully pocketed the pills and fixed his gaze on the buzzcut man. Better to curry favor with someone more influential than waste effort on this one. It's just money, and he happens to have plenty of it. Class begins. Shi arranged Chisu beside the lectern and took out the awakening stone. After explaining briefly, he said bluntly, line up properly, no messing around. Nyobi Huan had originally planned to go to the infirmary, but upon hearing about the test for potential chosen ones, he immediately rushed onto the stage and stretched out his hand. In truth, he wasn't afraid of the monsters, he was jealous of those who had transformed into them. Turning his hand to summon clouds and flipping it to bring rain, literally, capable of anything from soaring the heavens to plunging into the earth. His jealousy gnawed at him like an itch he couldn't scratch. His family hadn't suffered any sudden misfortune. He came to Holy Prophet University simply to test his potential, then eat hailstones and become an awesome chosen one. Whether there was a chance or not, it all came down to this move. Nose Ring gripped the stone with determined eyes. Only a moment passed. B grade. The nose ring cast aside its pain, shouting excitedly, I'm B grade, I'm B grade. Chi furrowed his brows. Chi was about to charge at him again. I'm B rank, how dare you lay hands on me? The nose-ringed man, now emboldened, roared with deafening volume. Chi slapped him without hesitation. Alright, enough. Chi pretended to intervene a few times, barely holding back his laughter. So satisfying, absolutely satisfying, my handsome little brother. At that very moment, an earth-shattering scream erupted from the next classroom. S rank, it's actually S rank. Oh my god, an S rank talent. WTF, S rank. Who? Chi was dumbfounded, grabbing Chi as they ran towards the next room. Stepping into the classroom, his gaze immediately landed on a face as radiant as peach blossoms, skin as smooth as congealed fat, a beauty that could topple cities, as fresh and lovely as a lotus rising from water. Man! Chi-Chi's lips instantly drooped, his expression turning blank. He walked toward the visibly excited female teacher and asked in a low voice, is it him? The S rank. Yes, S class. What's the name? Hua Linglong. Hua. Chi-Chi vigorously rubbed his forehead. Is that really a surname? How peculiar. Seeing Chi-Chi's puzzled expression, the female teacher smiled and explained, yes, it originates from ethnic minorities who changed their surnames. His entire family of 6 was killed by nightmare disciples. He survived only because he was a boarding student at school. Now he's transferred here to study, wanting to learn real skills to find and take revenge on the killers, and he actually tested at S rank. The female teacher clapped her hands with admiration, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Hua Linglong as if beholding a priceless treasure. She casually asked, what about your class? With such a gem already presented, Chi felt somewhat embarrassed to speak and stammered hesitantly. There's a B. The female teacher furrowed her willow leaf eyebrows. Teacher Chi, how could you swear at someone? No, that's not it, Chi explained from beginning to end, his face clouded with worry. If that brat acts so terribly without supernatural abilities, just imagine if he had them. Suddenly. Hey, you there, do you remember me? News of the S-level incident spread like wildfire, drawing crowds of upperclassmen who packed the classrooms and hallways until they were completely jammed. Senior Mu Pingyang was no exception. She followed her classmates to see the commotion, never expecting to find the very person who had saved her life. You killed that B-level nightmare disciple in the rain to save me. Me, Mu Pingyang. Mu Pingyang tucked her sleek black hair behind her ears, revealing her strikingly handsome features so Chi could get a clearer look. Remember now? At some point, the scene had fallen silent. No matter how exceptional an S-rank student might be, right now they're just ordinary people, likely never having spilled a Nightwalker's blood before. Faced with one, they'd probably piss their pants in terror. But those who've killed Nightwalkers? That's a different story entirely. This is the real deal. Chi felt extremely uncomfortable under the scorching gazes fixed upon him. He jumped down from the desk with a sullen expression and wiped away the shoe prints with his sleeve. Mu Pingyang, seeing that Chi didn't respond, thought he might have forgotten her, and felt somewhat dejected. I remember. Great! Mu Pingyang laughed cheerfully. He's the monkey you drew. Shisha exclaimed in shock. What monkey? He's my savior. Shisha grabbed Chishu with one hand while pushing Mu Pingyang out of the classroom with the other. Finding a secluded spot, he asked sternly, what did you use to kill it? Chisu pulled out a handful of steel nails, while Mu Pingyang pointed upward. Shishi understood, his gaze turning profoundly complicated. Good seedling. He'd grown tired of saying these 3 words, but just when luck wasn't on our side. What irony, the promising seedlings turned out mediocre, while the trash showed extraordinary talent. Teacher Chi, the female teacher, called out loudly. Security headquarters will be coming to pick them up soon. Please take the B-class students to the principal's office to wait. Got it, right away. She hurried back to the classroom. That guy B was still jumping around excitedly. He completely ignored it, making the most of his time to test all the students. As for Chi-Su, since he had already been tested before, he didn't plan to test him again, the result would only upset him. Chapter 8 You're coming too. Chi-Chi's expression shifted slightly. Someone from security headquarters was coming. An S-class incident meant the visitor would undoubtedly hold a high-ranking position, a show of utmost importance. This is an opportunity, a chance for Chi-Su to show his face. Follow me. Chi patted the bull's nose ring, then called Chi-Su to join him. The reason Mu Pingyang wasn't called was that she'd already been pre-selected by one of the investigation team captains. The captain was a big shot with ghost power exceeding 10,000 points, also one of the chosen few capable of crafting frozen crystals. As the saying goes, the slow need to start early. This is a commendatory term, affirming diligence and effort. Although Pingyang wasn't naturally gifted, he frequently went hiking to build his stamina, surpassing ordinary people in physical fitness and ranking at the top of his class. Being chosen was only natural. With the protection of a powerful patron, wealth and prosperity were inevitable, and his status rose steadily. More importantly, his life was guaranteed. Shishi reached up to touch Chisu's head and said softly, when we meet them later, sweeten your words a bit, okay? Can you do that? If not, I'll teach you, just repeat after me. Chisu, Dad, Mom. Shishi's veins bulged. That's not what I meant by sweet talk. Forget it. Just keep your mouth shut and behave. Oh, Chisu pulled the tie from Shishi's eyes and clumsily tied it around his own neck. The TV shows said this makes you look cool. Shishi laughed exasperatedly as he undid and retied it properly, giving Chisu's shoulder a firm pat. He walked to the principal's office door and raised his knuckles to knock. Come in. The air inside was crisp and chilly, forming an extreme temperature contrast with the scorching sun outside. Shishi's exhaled breath turned into faint mist that lingered in the air. The woman sitting on the sofa was middle-aged but still attractive, her features as rigid as an ice sculpture. This person is Mu Pingyang's team leader, the creator of the frozen crystal, Bai Bing. Ghost power value, 11,263. Sister Bai. Shishi didn't dare to breathe heavily in his nervousness. Who's the S rank? Her beautiful eyes swept back and forth between Chisu and the nose ring man. Neither. Shishi pointed at the nose ring guy, B grade. Then he pulled Chisu forward, bending down with a smile and said, my younger brother, Chisu. He's killed a B-grade Nightwalker before. Don't let his skinny appearance fool you, he's actually incredibly strong. Hey, the nose ring guy complained. Your favoritism is way too obvious. The beauty wasn't even paying attention to you. Why are you showing off? I haven't even reported you yet. Shut up. The nose ring immediately fell silent. Not because he wanted to, but because his mouth had frozen shut. Bai Bing didn't even glance at Chisu as she said to Chishi, your entire squad was wiped out, all thanks to your brilliant leadership and impeccable command as captain. Chishi instantly wiped the smile from his face. You're so stupid and incompetent, how can I trust someone you recommend to handle important tasks, just because they're strong? Chisu, Shishi hurriedly covered his mouth, not knowing what his younger brother was about to say, but certain it would be vulgar. Knock, knock, knock. Hua Linglong walked into the room, his entire body covered in scribbled S ranks, a unique blessing from his classmates. Bai Bing finally saw the person she had been waiting for. Her icy expression melted away, revealing a faint smile, and her tone softened considerably. In 3 days, you and that buzzcut guy will head to Q City to carry out your first mission with Investigation Team 311. When can we eat the hailstones? Hua Linglong asked with slight impatience. Now. Bai Bing spread his hand, revealing 2 blood-red circular ice cubes in his palm. These are called void bones. The teacher probably never taught you about them. He did. Chisu pulled Chishi's hand away and said quickly, it was taught in the very first lesson. He wasn't paying attention. Don't make excuses for him, you old pervert. Bai Bing frowned slightly. Shishi was laughing and crying at the same time, muttering sorry, as he grabbed Chisu and tried to pull him away. Wait. Shishi froze in his tracks, his head hanging heavily. Bai Bing's lips were still curled upward, but his eyes were wide as saucers, his eyebrows raised so high they seemed to have migrated to his forehead, an utterly unsettling sight. Chisu, you're coming too. 3 days later, Shishi packed Chisu's luggage with a weathered face, his vitality completely drained, eyes bloodshot. That day he'd thrown tantrums and made unreasonable demands, but Bai Bing remained adamant that Chisu must go. She even said, consider this a test. If he comes back alive, I'll accept him as an errand boy for Team Ice. If I had known this would happen, I should have glued Chisu's mouth shut. Making Bai Bing happy was simple, just compliment her beauty, which was also the truth. Who would have thought Chisu, who usually couldn't stop calling her pretty sister, would suddenly change his tune? Shishi knew his younger brother had real skills, but couldn't help feeling somewhat worried. He didn't know what Mission Team 311 was assigned to carry out. It was classified information that couldn't be uncovered even through connections. Judging by the team composition alone, with the addition of 3 newcomers, Chisu, Hua Linglong, and Zhang Gang, the investigation team totaled 15 members, 2 of whom had supernatural abilities. Quite an impressive lineup. But those with supernatural abilities were the newcomers. Newbies who don't pay attention in class. Just hope they don't hold my little brother back, relying on their supernatural abilities to stir up trouble. Before he knew it, Shishi had already packed 2 boxes of frozen crystals, but still felt it wasn't enough, so he stuffed in another box. The 4th and 5th suitcases were for food and drinks, while the 6th held clothes, toiletries, and money. If things go wrong, find a safe place to hide and wait for the second team's backup. Shishi instructed, as long as it's not an S-class nightmare disciple, the security department won't leave it unchecked. They'll keep sending teams to handle it, just hide patiently. Chisu, I can choose not to go. Shishi, you don't have a choice. If Bai Bing wants you dead, no one can protect you. He'd dig you out even from the deepest corner. Chisu pursed his lips, struggling to step out of the house with 3 suitcase handles threaded through one arm. Eat more. You'll need strength to run for your life. Chisu didn't respond. So I can get nice and plump before being devoured by a nightmare disciple? Stupid big brother. Chapter 9, Double Standards. Outside the villa, stars filled the sky as the moonlight cast a hazy glow. An off-road vehicle parked at the entrance, carrying Hua Linglong, nose ring Zhang Gang, and an unfamiliar driver. The man had a square face, wore a blue shirt and black pants, with sharp eyes. "Everyone's waiting for you. Hurry up. Who are you?" Chi Su asked. "Su Gur, member of the 311 investigation team, here to take you to Q City." The man pulled out his identification. Chi Su didn't take it, because the ID wasn't paper, but a square piece of yellowed human skin. Its jagged edges curled inward, hanging limply from the man's finger bones. Suddenly, the human skin moved, gradually straightening its jagged edges as if someone had awakened, stretching lazily until the wrinkled hide smoothed out, revealing Su Gur's identity details and a black and white photo. Chi Su's lips twitched. "What rotten luck. Feels like touching it would curse you with vengeful spirits." "This was made by a chosen one with the perception ability," Su Gur said in a peculiar tone. "If a human touches it, the skin turns yellow. But if it's a nightmare disciple or a chosen one, the skin instantly turns blood red. I'm human, little brother. Get in the car." Su Gur silently cursed to himself. What kind of coward doesn't even dare to take the ID? How dare Chi Shi recommend this guy to boss by? But that's understandable, Chi Shi himself is a bit of a dimwit. Anyone slightly smarter than him seems like a prodigy in his eyes, and he treats every Tom, Dick, and Harry like a treasure. Great, now he's stuck babysitting this useless connection hire. If that fool dares to mess up, he'll beat him to death. Shisu noticed the disdain directed at him and silently opened the car door to load the luggage. The numerous suitcases inevitably bumped into others. Zhang Gang patted the wheel marks on his coat but surprisingly didn't lose his temper. Instead, he moved next to Hua Linglong in the second row, looking utterly dejected. "What's wrong with you?" Shisu, concerned for his own safety, pressed on relentlessly. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, he decisively pulled out a frozen crystal, ready to freeze everything solid. Hey! Su Gur instantly lost his composure and urgently said, "The prerequisite for awakening supernatural abilities is reaching 1,000 ghost power points." He absorbed massive amounts of blood energy and instantly broke through the 1,000-point threshold. His abilities are unstable and his consciousness isn't clear. He needs to be observed for 3 days. If he fails after 3 days and becomes a nightmare disciple, then you can freeze him. Don't act impulsively now. Zhang Gang shuddered. To put it bluntly, it meant disposal. They were going to kill him. Oh, Chisu settled in after loading the luggage, holding on securely. Zhang Gang casually closed the car door and said listlessly, "Let's go." The off-road vehicle turned on its headlights and sped like the wind down the deserted road. Chisu asked Zhang Gang curiously, "What's your special ability?" This question made Zhang Gang straighten his back with effort, like a proud rooster. He spread his right hand flat, and several golden particles appeared out of thin air, quickly gathering and solidifying into an axe. Assault type, Berserker. Berserker, Chisu recalled the top lane character class from the game. The lower the health bar, the faster the attack speed and the stronger the power, making it easy to turn the tables with a sliver of health left. He wasn't sure if real people worked the same way, stand still and output damage point blank? Zhang Gang retracted his ability. "No, I'm the bottom lane ADC, throwing axes from range with perfect accuracy." "Not bad." Chisu stared at Hua Linglong. "What about you?" "Creation department, replicates inanimate objects." "Whoa!" Chisu leaned forward over the chair back, brimming with excitement. "Then we just need to kill one nightmare disciple and replicate it infinitely. Absorb its blood essence, and we'll have unlimited experience packs. This would be absolutely overpowered." The hot breath sprayed against his face, making Hua Linglong slightly uncomfortable. He turned his head away without responding, his aloofness evident. "Don't sit so close to him, move back." Su Gur glanced at the rearview mirror with displeasure. This is an S-rank student. As ghost power increases, both the range and intensity of supernatural abilities will improve, potentially even developing a second ability that complements the first. Currently, only the leader of the Chosen Ones possesses dual abilities. Although Hua Linglong isn't the heart, he's highly likely to become the second one. The favored son of heaven was clearly displeased at the moment, so naturally, he had to help drag away this wild monkey. Shisu continued chatting casually with his peers, trying to blend into the group. "Have you watched Painting Jianghu? What about Digimon? Have you seen Digimon? Sit back down." Su Gur warned in a low voice. Shisu, seeing Hua Linglong unwilling to engage with him, obediently returned to the back seat. "Linglong, the leader of the Chosen Ones thinks highly of you. After this mission is over, you should take the initiative to visit and thank him for his appreciation." Su Gur's attitude did a complete 180, offering a gentle reminder. Hua Linglong responded indifferently, "All right." Su Gur then got straight to the point, revealing the inside story of the mission. 1 month ago, Team 308 went to Rain Village to investigate the mysterious disappearances of villagers. Once they entered the village, they never came out again. According to their reports, this is a spatial type nightmare disciple. Yutsuan village has over 10,000 people, but the disciple isn't rushing to kill them all. Instead, it's patiently waiting. People beget people, people beget people, people beget people. It's purposeful breeding. Nightmare disciples live much longer than humans. This strategy is truly cunning. Sugor lit a cigarette and said slowly, later, Team 308 lost all contact. The security department dispatched Teams 309 and 310, but they still couldn't gather any concrete information about the spatial-type nightmare disciple. The investigation teams only reported that the villagers were on the verge of mental collapse. Some had already gone insane. They requested headquarters to send chosen ones, but then vanished just like Team 308. Hey, Yilinglan, do you mind? He suddenly remembered that some people couldn't stand the smell of smoke and made a move to stub it out. Don't mind it. Good. Sugor let out a long sigh and said, the spatial system Nightwalker has set up a barrier, like a pisho. It only lets things in but not out, trapping people inside as winter provisions. Our mission is to enter Rain Village, locate the frozen Nightwalker, and wait for the chosen one to arrive and eliminate it. Linglong, Zhang Gang, remember this, killing isn't the goal. With your ghost power just over 1,000, you might not be a match for the Nightmare Disciple. Just focus on freezing it by any means necessary. Don't be afraid either. Team 311 is experienced, and your safety is our top priority. No matter what happens, we'll get you both home safely. Zhang Gang, thanks, boss. Hua Linglong, understood. Chi Su. He lowered his head and opened his phone browser to search how to cause accidental deaths for both the driver and 2 passengers while the car is moving. Chi Su, we won't let anything happen to you either, Sugor added. They're just kids, in the prime of their youth, what a waste to die. Chi Su snorted through his nose, folded his arms, turned off his phone, and went to sleep. Chapter 10, I'll make a scene. They arrived at Rain Village at dawn, with rolling mountains shrouded in mist. Rows of stone-tiled houses stood in staggered formation, with occasional sallow-faced villagers seen taking leisurely strolls. Sugur parked the off-road vehicle at the village entrance. Gazing at the 3 sleeping students, he gently shook Hua Linglong awake, casually patted Zhang Gang's face, and shouted, "We're here." Chi Su jolted awake, his body shuddering involuntarily. Without betraying any emotion, he unloaded all the luggage, then produced 2 crystalline stones and hurled them at the car with a full-arm swing. Fuck! Sugor clutched his hair tightly, his eyes wide with fury. The ice visibly encased the vehicle at an alarming rate, while ethereal cold mist rapidly infiltrated the SUV's interior, destroying every component. Sugor slumped weakly to the ground, his face blank with shock. 700,000, gone in an instant. And the instigator tossed 2 game coins before walking away nonchalantly. Stop right there. Sugor was furious to the point of madness. Little ears, what's all the racket about? As the words fell, several burly men emerged from the stone house. The leading man appeared to be around 40, unshaven and unkempt. His white tank top strained against his bulging muscles, with a sword-wielding guangong tattooed on his left arm and a closed iguanin on his right, the unmistakable markings of a gang leader. He was none other than Captain Gao Cheeping of Team 311. It's just a car, security will cover it. It's not even 5 yet, most villagers are still asleep. Keep it down. Sugur glared at Chi Su and strode off without another word. Chi Su paid no attention, turning instead to gaze back the way they'd come. 2 rows of lush, verdant trees flanked a gravel path. Dragging his suitcase behind him, he walked in a straight line, determined to leave the village behind. Gao Cheeping didn't stop them, just quietly observed while checking his watch. Half an hour later, Chi Su met the motionless Gao Cheeping, staring at each other in a standoff. Student, you're walking in a straight line, right? Straight line. You can't get out, can you? You can't get out. Chi Su answered honestly, thinking they'd truly encountered something supernatural. He had been walking continuously earlier, only to somehow end up back at the village entrance. Even if you turn around, you won't get out. We'll still run into each other, it's just a matter of time. Gao Cheeping slightly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. At this moment, Hua Linglong asked, are we staying at a villager's house? A whole bunch of us crammed into one room? Gao Cheeping snorted, what, you want me to find you a hotel? A single room just for you? Hua Linglong's face instantly flushed crimson as he trudged toward the stone house with his head down. Gao Cheeping turned his gaze to Zhang Gang, who was brandishing his axe to show off, and said, beyond 3 paces, the gun is faster. Within 3 paces, the axe is faster. Zhang Gang interjected, the gun's still faster. Get inside. Gao Cheeping snapped irritably. You know there are nightmare disciples here, yet you still dare to show off? Afraid you'll live too long, you idiot. He raised his hand to stop Chi Su, who wanted to keep exploring. Let me show you around. Just leave the suitcase in the room, no one will steal it. Of the 3 newcomers, only this one is worth looking at, brave and quick to act. Chi Su shook his head in refusal. He'd only feel at ease with the supplies in his hands. Gao Cheeping had no choice but to relent. Suit yourself if you don't mind the exhaustion. With his hands clasped behind his back, he showed no intention of helping as he trudged deeper into the village along the muddy path. I arrived earlier than you got here yesterday. First, I tried locating the missing investigation team. Chi-Su, did you find them? No, not a single person was found. Gao Qiping's expression was grave. Those people were most likely devoured clean by the nightmare disciples, just like the vanished villagers, not even bone fragments remained. What about the supplies and crystals? Chi-Su pointed at the suitcase. The villagers divided them up for self-defense. Gao Qiping had seen them on some villagers. He couldn't retrieve it, leaving the entire village in a state of panic where even the slightest rustle would send people screaming. Collecting crystal stones was almost like taking their lives. Chi-Su watched the villagers passing by him. An old man supported an old woman, both thinner than the other, their pallid skin clinging tightly to their bones. Their eyes were bloodshot red, their lips pale, like starving old rabbits on the verge of death. Gao Qiping found his path blocked by the two, who stretched out their hands begging for food. I didn't bring any. Go get some from that house over there. Ugh. After the old rabbits left, Chi-Su asked, no grain in the village? Impossible, right? TV shows depict how every rural household owns a plot of land with a cellar for storing grain. Even if they couldn't go out, they shouldn't have starved to this extent. Gao Qiping explained patiently, with urbanization now, rural populations are concentrating in cities. To fill their stomachs, everyone goes to urban areas to earn wages. Who still farms these days? Look over there. Following the pointed finger, Chi-Su saw an endless stretch of green land overgrown with weeds. They've all stopped farming, getting all their food and drink from the city. Gao Qiping walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, showing Chi-Su around the village. The villagers still had some leftover grain before, but after being sealed in by the barrier for a month, it's all gone now. As he spoke, he tapped his forehead with a finger and grinned smugly. I thought of that before coming, brought 10 cartloads of supplies. The whole village can last another half-month without problems. Chi-Su felt something wasn't quite right. Not a single person farming. Over 10,000 people, and not one of them farms? Is there not a single diligent soul among them? He pondered for a moment. So in Yutsuan village, the elderly stay behind while the young go out to work. Pretty much. That's how it is in rural areas, Gao Qiping replied casually. In that case, with Yutsuan village being sealed off for a month and the security department still failing to resolve the situation, those working outside should be worried about their families inside. Ha, what's wrong? Gao Qiping didn't understand what Chi-Su meant by this question. If worried, they would gather nearby. Even if just catching a distant glimpse, or bravely stepping into the barrier with supplies to deliver food, they would never let their relatives starve to death. But where are the people? Surely they can't all be unfilial descendants. Chi-Su spread his hands and looked at Gao Qiping, blinking his eyes. Gao Qiping's body stiffened. Yeah, where the hell is his mom? Gao Qiping frowned and smoothed his hair. Maybe, she thought the investigation team would deliver it, so... Did anyone go ask at the security division? Chi-Su fired off the soul-crushing question. Ask if you guys delivered anything, if it actually reached their hands. Or chew you out for being inefficient, that it's taken this long and you still haven't rescued anyone. I'd definitely make a scene if it were me. I really would. I'd go make trouble every single day. Gao Qiping frowned more and more deeply, the creases between his eyebrows forming a deep 3 character. Strangely enough, no family members ever came to the branch office to cause trouble. Could it be they're all unfilial descendants? Blood is thicker than water. How could you just abandon it like that? Chapter 11, Spatial System. Having listened to Chi-Shi's teachings day and night, Chi-Su could recite them effortlessly. Humans are emotional creatures, especially those bound by blood ties. Of course there might be a few families with deep-seated estrangement, leading to relatives turning a blind eye. But in a village of over 10,000 people, not a single filial child, such cold-bloodedness, is that normal? And this land, not a single plot growing grain, is that normal? Unless what? Gao Qiping already had the answer in his heart but couldn't bring himself to believe it. Unless the entire Yutsuan village is made up of nightmares. Nightmares don't eat grains. Those trapped inside are unfortunate, those outside pretend not to see. Big beasts breed little beasts, and when disaster strikes, each flees for themselves. Chi-Su immediately dragged 6 suitcases, trying to find a place to hide, calling Chi-Shi for help, using the connections supernatural ability. Gao Qiping grabbed Chi-Su and lowered his voice. There are 2 chosen ones in the team. You'll be in greater danger alone, don't wander off. Chi-Su struggled violently to shake free. I'm more endangered staying with you. A group of over 10 people is too conspicuous, we'd be surrounded like dumplings in a pot with no chance to escape. And those 2 chosen ones, Zhang Gang's condition is unstable, he's on the verge of becoming a nightmare apostle. In this situation, I'd rather be alone. Don't stop me from surviving. Gao Qiping's fingers dug in with desperate strength, refusing to release Chi-Su's arm. With his other hand, he grabbed the suitcases, effortlessly snatched 2 of them, and then walked toward the stone house of the residential survey team. You're Chi-Su, right? Su, don't scare yourself like that. We stayed here last night and nothing happened. If the whole village were starving nightmare disciples, they would have eaten us already. How do you explain that? Chi-Su froze for a moment. He lowered his head, lost in thought, when suddenly, enlightenment struck. A spatial system Nightwalker isn't a Nightwalker at all. Jisoo's eyes lit up. She is the chosen one, a chosen one living among the people. The dead villagers were the real Nightwalkers. She secretly protected your lives. The barrier trapping you village proved everything. The other party wanted to starve those bastards to death. That doesn't make sense. Gao Qiping dragged Jisoo effortlessly. Why only protect Investigation Team 311 and not the first 3 teams? Maybe they were protected, placed in some dimensional space. Maybe those 3 teams were as stupid as you, dragging others to their deaths. Couldn't be stopped even if you tried. Even if there were space system chosen protecting them, Jisoo still didn't want to return to the stone house. What would be the point of going back? To be isolated? Gao Qiping stopped teasing and said seriously, Sir, I believe in you. Even if the whole village is Nightwalkers, you must believe me when I say there's no way out if you're left alone. You saw those 2 old Nightwalkers just now, no signs of B-grade mutation, most likely A-grade, with unknown abilities. Do you think finding you would be difficult for them? Hearing this, Jisoo pressed his lips together and stopped struggling. Gao Qiping quickly returned to the stone house, where everything was in chaos, everyone crowding around the desperate pretty boy. He cleared his throat forcefully, shoved Jisoo into the room, locked the wooden door behind them, and relayed everything. The group's faces turned ashen with horror. Gao Qiping squared his shoulders, his voice dropping low. Mission parameters are now updated. Locate the spatial type chosen one, report to security division for elite reinforcements. No more sending investigation teams to their deaths. Yes. Someone then asked, Boss, where the hell are we supposed to find a spatial type chosen one? Do you even need to ask? We're trapped here now. Whoever eats human food in this village is the one. Gao Qiping scanned the area, noticed 2 people missing, and frowned. Where are they? They went to help their grandparents deliver food. The elderly couldn't carry the rice and flour. Gao Qiping, they really went to deliver supplies. From now on, without my orders, no one is allowed to step half a foot outside this door. Q City Security Division. Ding-a-ling. The front desk answered the phone. This is the security division, please go ahead. The other end of the line crackled with static, the voice fading in and out. This is Captain Gao Qiping of Team 311. The villagers are on the verge of mental collapse. Some have already gone insane, requesting headquarters to dispatch the chosen ones, to eliminate. Eliminate what? Eliminate, spatial type, Nightmare Disciple. Received. Chapter 12, Distrust. The sun was already high when cicadas kept chirping outside the stone house. The interior was bustling with excitement, the atmosphere electric. Linglong, make a copy of this money for me. Don't listen to that bastard, it's illegal. Come here, copy my new phone instead. When we get out, I'll treat you to a restaurant. Screw you. He's S-rank as if he'd miss your lousy meal. Su Gur pushed aside the burly men surrounding Hua Linglong and handed over the human skin document with a smile, explaining its origin. Copy this, it's good stuff. One touch tells you whether someone's human or ghost. Upon hearing this, Jisoo, who had been discussing with Gao Qiping how to lure out the spatial system individual, scowled in fury. Little ears, are you trying to get yourself killed? Openly telling people to forge documents? That's even more serious than counterfeiting money, don't you know that? Su Gur chuckled slyly as he draped an arm over Hua Linglong's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This kid is S-class, 1 in a million. We absolutely can't let anything happen to him. Wouldn't it be better to let him carry some protection? Even if the higher-ups find out, they surely wouldn't blame us. And if they do blame anyone, it's entirely my fault, has nothing to do with him. I forced him to make the copies. Su Gur struck the pose of a righteous big brother, ready to shoulder all responsibility alone. Then she took out a self-heating hot pot and eagerly prepared lunch for Hua Linglong, dumping in vacuum-packed beef as if it were free. And another thing, Captain, saying the whole village is full of Nightwalkers is too exaggerated. Jisoo might not be right either. I think we should at least catch a villager to test. Test? Gao Qiping suddenly raised his voice. Those human skin IDs are basically useless. If you ask a villager to take the test and they refuse, you panic. If they take it and it turns red, you're dead, no chance to escape. What's the damn point of testing? Are you really willing to bet your life that they're human? The human skin credentials are to make the reporting citizens believe that the investigation team isn't disguised by nightmare disciples, but are genuine humans, not to test anything. Gao Qiping, the message has been reported. Let's just stay put here and wait for the big shots to save us. Instead of being bootlickers, why don't you all brainstorm how to lure out the space-type chosen one and recruit them for the security department? That would be a major achievement. Don't fucking. Gao Qiping heard the sound of someone swallowing hard, glanced at Jisoo, and forcibly swallowed the rest of his curse. I spent the whole morning chatting with Jisoo, and he figured out one thing. This person's mind works quickly, sharp and clever. Yet in certain aspects, there's a kind of clarity, naivety, innocence, even downright foolishness. It reminded Gao Qiping of a particular group. Big brother, What does it say on it? Chisu asked, holding Chi-Shu's premium handmade cake. Gao Qiping pressed his lips together, his face tightening into extremely rigid lines. After a long pause, cake. Oh, then how do we open it? Chi-Su didn't want to force the can open violently, afraid of ruining its appearance. Gao Qiping stared at the conspicuous pull tab on the can, silently took it, and helped pry it open. Stupid, ill-mannered, incapable of self-care, utterly disgusting, cold-blooded and selfish, parasite. He sighed and sat cross-legged beside Chi-Su. The previous clues made it easy for him to quickly accept this reality. Seeing all the team members looking over due to Chi-Su's foolishness, Gao Qiping waved his hand dismissively. A parasite is just a parasite. Since Chi-Shi took him in, he should be able to mold him into a morally upright person. Chi-Su was like a blank sheet of paper. He couldn't just curse freely, or he'd pick up bad habits by imitation. If he went home and repeated those words to Chi-Shi, starting with your mother's and ending with damn it all, Chi-Shi would surely grab a knife and rush over from City A to kill him. Gao Qiping got back to the point. Sewer, my boy, I think using food to lure a spatial-type practitioner isn't very effective. What if the other person isn't a foodie? Not even tempted by top-tier delicacies? Chi-Su was puzzled. Gao Qiping gave a hollow smile. Fine, let's give it a try. Chi-Su's provisions were indeed all high-end goods. Perhaps spatial mages just had a taste for the finer things. He picked out some absurdly expensive snacks from his suitcase and walked slowly over to Hua Linglong, pausing before speaking. Thanks, Hua Linglong uttered mechanically, accepting them and preparing to dig in. The kindness and flattery of strangers were things he'd long grown accustomed to, but he could never reciprocate such feelings. He feared that after becoming entangled in friendship or love, reality would deal him a crushing blow. Dead, dead, dead. The way to stop feeling sad was to avoid it, to keep his distance. Now that he had become the chosen one, he was even less likely to form emotional bonds with anyone, lest the nightmares target those close to him. Gao Qiping was infuriated by Hua Linglong's indifferent demeanor. What a damn poser. This isn't for you to eat. I told you to duplicate it. Can't you control your greedy mouth? Hua Linglong's fingers froze mid-pry on the can lid, his face flushing with embarrassment. He silently used his special ability to comply, duplicating a large quantity before taking the luxurious mini hotpot handed to him by Su Gur. He then squatted in the corner and buried himself in his meal. The pitiful sight tugged at Su Gur's heartstrings, making her feel indignant on his behalf. Captain, why are you being so harsh? Gao Qiping glared. Who's being harsh? He swept his arm to gather the snacks into his embrace, opened the door, and placed them at the entrance, muttering under his breath. Coming here and demanding a single room, who does he think he is, some young master? I can't stand this type, utterly lacking in masculinity. Hua Linglong's head drooped even lower, his face flushed like a ripe tomato. He didn't want a single room, but he didn't trust anyone, including the villagers who reported the case. Before the matter was clarified, he feared something unexpected might happen if they casually stayed in the villagers' stone houses, perhaps some kind of trap. If there were traps and a whole group crowded into one house, they'd all be doomed together. Hua Linglong wanted to split up their accommodations to avoid being wiped out in one fell swoop. He equally distrusted the capabilities of Investigation Team 311, doubted Zhang Gang's self-control, and had no faith in that mysterious unknown spatial ability, except for that lanky fellow who suspected the entire village consisted of nightmare disciples. Hua Linglong forcibly suppressed the urge to ask Chi-Su to move out together with him. That man was too enthusiastic. He feared getting emotionally involved if they kept talking. Ordinary people have limited abilities. Although Chi-Su has killed a B-class nightmare disciple, if he encounters an A-class, he won't stand a chance. Absolutely not. No way. Better to nip this in the bud and cut ties completely. If Chi-Su were to meet an unfortunate fate someday, he wouldn't feel much of a stir either. At that moment, Su Gur, his rear spewing toxic fumes, hastily tore a few sheets of paper and rushed out. Stop! Gao Qiping shouted, just do it inside the house. Ah, most of the village had outdoor latrines. Where would there be a toilet inside the house? What's the awe for? We're all men here. Who's gonna look at you? Captain, people are still eating. Life or dignity? Dignity, Su Gur said resolutely. Gao Qiping tore off the patterned curtain and draped it over the square wooden table, sealing it tightly on all sides. You squat under here to do your business, or get out. Even the king of hell won't stop a fool rushing to his death. I won't lift a finger to help you. I should also remind you that neither old 7 nor old 8 has returned yet. Upon hearing this, Su Gur could only sigh helplessly. He gave Hua Linglong an apologetic smile, then grinned at Zhang Gang before lifting the curtain and crawling under the table. Chi-Su sensed something amiss and turned to look at Zhang Gang, who remained silent. Given how sociable and talkative he usually is, he'd have already befriended the investigation team by now, calling them brothers. Yet at this moment, he remained eerily quiet, his eyes hollow as he stared blankly into space. Chapter 13, Let Him Go. Chi-Su moved closer with the frozen crystal in hand. What are you looking at? Zhang Gang mysteriously raised his index finger to his lips, emitting a faint hissing sound from his throat. Shoo, someone's talking. What are they saying? A rustling sound. I can't quite make it out. Zhang Gang stared fixedly at Chisu, flaring his nostrils vigorously. Can you smell it? So fragrant, so fragrant. Chisu frowned slightly. That definitely wasn't a fart. He glanced around at the burly men stripped to the waist in the heat, each one stout and muscular with well-developed muscles. To the nightmare disciple, this was nothing less than a feast of premium delicacies. Chisu stood up and quietly crept behind Zhang Gang, raising his arm to hurl the frozen crystal. Hey! Gao Qiping exclaimed in alarm, swiftly reaching out to stop him. He had noticed long ago that Zhang Gang was acting strangely, no longer showing off. But strangeness was normal. Stay calm, stay calm. His current state is a battle between human emotions and the Nightwalker's instincts for control of the brain. A B-grade talent, just barely passing the threshold. Gao Qiping whispered reassuringly, with B-grade talent, he should gradually increase his ghost power and build a solid foundation. But currently there aren't many chosen ones to begin with. Excluding the support types and those with health issues, there are barely enough healthy ones nationwide to count on two hands. Zhang Gang is an assault type, fresh blood pushed to the front lines. Don't act rashly until the final results come in. If you smash it now, you'll really be done for. It might just turn dark right before your eyes. Oh, when will the big shots arrive? Chi Su asked. Gao Qiping confiscated Chi Su's crystal. Hard to say. The big shots are all very busy, running around dealing with incidents everywhere. Maybe 10 days to half a month, or perhaps even longer. Don't worry, we've discovered a spatial type chosen one here, and I've already reported it. The big shots will definitely prioritize Yutsuan, they might even fly over this afternoon. Shisu pondered for a long time before shaking his head. Precisely because of that, they won't prioritize Yutsuan. He counted on his fingers, a spatial type, an assault type, and a creation type. 3 chosen ones are gathered here. If you were a big shot, would you come? 3 chosen ones with ghost power exceeding 1,000 points, can't they handle 1 Yutsuan? Also, Yutsuan village has a Class A nightmare disciple with unknown abilities. It's unclear whether your message was accurately relayed to the branch office. Gao Qiping was stunned. So, no one is coming to save us. Shi Su gave a slight nod. In fact, he suspected this mission was specifically designed by the security department as a test for Hua Linglong and Zhang Gang. 2 chosen ones teaming up for a mission, that's more than enough. The support type Big Brother originally went solo. Zhang Gang's role was clearly defined, to assist Hua Linglong. If these 2 couldn't even handle Yutsuan village, then Shisu couldn't guess the outcome and might end up being isolated by the chosen one's team. Creak. Gao Qiping and Shisu turned to look at the sound. Through the window, 5 people emerged from the stone house opposite. They were so thin they were just skin and bones, staring here with eager, longing eyes. Gao Qiping felt his hair stand on end. The pupils of those nightmare disciples looked like they'd been pierced thousands of times with needles, their surfaces riddled with dense clusters of tiny holes utterly resembling 2 enormous fly eyes embedded in their sockets. They approached slowly together, grinning with their mouths wide open. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, slowed their movements, and reached for the frozen crystals. Copy. As the words fell, 2 curtains were grasped in Hua Linglong's hands. Stepping onto a wooden chair to hang the curtains over the windows, he casually voiced the thoughts in his mind. The nightmares can't get in. But I don't know how much longer that spatial type can hold out. Maintaining a barrier constantly drains stamina, I suggest. Hua Linglong took out paper and a pen from the backpack he carried with him and wrote down a few lines. This is no place to linger. Split up and hide, each relying on luck to survive until help arrives. Pass the truth to the next team, so those who come after us stay alert. Shisu frowned. What the hell is this gibberish? Transfer me 500. Having his warm advances met with cold rejection had made him extremely displeased, and his attitude toward Hua Linglong consequently grew impatient. Gao Qiping had no time to correct Shisu's choice of words, quietly translating the meaning within Chinese. Sur just said reinforcements won't arrive in time. He felt it made sense too. With 3 chosen ones here, how could they fail to handle a mere rain village? Bullshit. Gao Qiping spoke to Hua Linglong. I disagree with what you're proposing. He firmly believed scattering was wrong. True brothers live and die together. What kind of bullshit separation is this? Gambling on fucking luck. Hua Linglong's suggestions amounted to nothing but abandoning this team, ditching the so-called deadweight of Squad 311. If anyone stood a chance of surviving through sheer luck, aside from spatial ability users, it would be him, the S-Class. Damn it! Gao Qiping was seething inside, but could only suppress his anger and say politely, Young Master Hua, if you're dead set on leaving, I can't stop you. But there's one thing I can't figure out. What? Aren't you S-rank? Gao Qiping's eyes gleamed with mockery. Without even putting up a fight, all you think about is running away. This S-rank of yours. He spoke while shaking his head and chuckling, his aggression dialed up to the max. Hua Linglong clenched his fists, ready to slam the door and storm out. The team members turned pale with shock and hurried to stop him. It's dangerous out there, too dangerous. If anything happens to you, how are we supposed to explain it to the higher-ups? Calm down, that's just the captain's temper. He means no harm, really no harm. He just doesn't want you taking risks, worries about your safety, he's just terrible at expressing it. A group of burly men coaxed in low voices, their rough tones laced with a hint of pleading. They weren't afraid that Hua Linglong, their top combatant, would abandon them. To put it bluntly, in a life or death situation, they'd protect him even at the cost of their own lives. Their concern was genuine, they truly feared something might happen to Hua Linglong. Captain, just swallow your pride. Swallow your grandmother's pride. Let him go. He's got S-tier talent, he won't die. Captain, get lost. Hua Linglong suddenly exploded in anger. Everyone involuntarily loosened their grip. Hua Linglong flung open the door and froze instantly. Outside the door, the snack Scout Cheaping had placed earlier had completely vanished, replaced by several large denomination bills hand-drawn with ballpoint pens. Chapter 14, Bad Blood. Gone. They're gone. Gao Cheaping cried ecstatically, vigorously rubbing Chi Su's head. You were right about everything. Yutsuan was inhabited by nightmares. Space-based abilities make the chosen one. And we even lured it out with food. This kid's got potential, Captain Material. Ha! Gao Cheaping looked around in confusion. Where's Little Ears? With all this commotion, even sticking your ass out should warrant a look. Especially since he values S-Class the most, why is he staying silent now? Gao Cheaping lifted the curtain covering the table. There was no one underneath. He's gone. Chi Su, taken by spatial displacement. Are you sure? Gao Cheaping asked urgently. Despite their usual bickering, they were ultimately brothers who'd been through thick and thin together. Losing even one of them would leave him tossing and turning all night. Chi Su nodded emphatically. Earlier, didn't he take out that human skin ID for Hua Linglong to copy? He also explained its origin and purpose. The Space Department confirmed he was human, so they took him away. As for the Space Department's abilities, he understood most of them. Shi had privately tutored him on the side. The Space Department's initial tier ability is Spatial Seal, which was used to trap U Village. As ghost power increases, the enhanced skill becomes Spatial Tear, opening a short-lived passageway to achieve teleportation effects capable of transporting people along with food and drink. The third stage is the Eye of Space, which allows observation of everything occurring within a spatial seal. Globally awakened supernatural abilities sometimes have identical counterparts. This data was obtained from a nightmare disciple, though regrettably, only this much could be uncovered. Using the known information, Chi Su calculated the ghost power value of the space system chosen one with a quick finger counting method. Over 6,000 points. Every 2,000 points strengthen a skill. Simple arithmetic compared to Big Brother's beastly problem. 9 times 99 times 9 times 99 times 99 times 9 times 99. Team members cast approving glances his way. They'd all graduated from Saintly University, studied it all, but too much, really. Endless lectures on supernatural abilities left their memories patchy at best. They spoke with such clarity that for a moment, it felt as though they were seeing their homeroom teacher's shadow. Gao Cheaping, seeing his sycophantic teammates like this, laughed and wrapped an arm around Chi Su's neck, an inexplicable sense of pride swelling in his chest. See that, everyone? This is my buddy. The captain truly has an eye for talent. Don't just praise the captain. I knew this kid had something special from the first glance. Go on, get out. Gao Cheaping curled his lip. A few words would suffice. The tactic of excessive praise mustn't be used. It could ruin a person. Nothing must tarnish his pure-hearted brother. At that moment, Hua Linglong was pressed into a chair as the unervingly textured human skin credentials were shoved toward him. Linglong, the spatial department is watching us. The burly man chuckled awkwardly. Sorry to trouble you, but make 3 copies, one for each of you students, so the spatial master will let their guard down and whisk us away to somewhere safe. He had no idea when the master would activate their spatial eye, but having everyone hold a copy at all times couldn't hurt. Hua Linglong silently complied, his spirits low. So the chosen spatial master's ghost power level actually exceeded 6,000 points. Suddenly, he tightly grasped the copied documents, and the human skin instantly turned to dust. Hey, you! The burly man was astonished, then bent down with a foolish grin. Just now, us brothers were wrong, we pulled too hard and hurt you. Our captain was also at fault, shouldn't have yelled at you. Please don't hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as me. Once we get out of here, you can vent all you want. Hua Linglong ignored the remark and instead fixed Chi Su with a serious gaze. Can you confirm that the spatial type is truly a chosen one, and not a nightmare disciple preying on their own kind? But that person already took the snacks. Did you see the spatial type eat them with your own eyes? Hua Linglong pressed aggressively. Nightmares love to toy with humans, first giving hope before delivering despair. The spatial types appear to protect us, but in truth they want to monopolize us. They don't want us livestock being snatched by other nightmares. Hua Linglong spoke with unwavering conviction, his words ringing with absolute certainty. The team members exchanged glances, all sinking into bewilderment. That makes sense. On one side, there's an S-rank saying space manipulators are nightmares. On the other side, there's a parasite saying space manipulators are the chosen ones. Who should I believe? That's definitely S-class. Chisu felt speechless at Hua Linglong, crossing his arms as he stared. What are you trying to do? Hua Linglong picked up the frozen crystal. The Yutsuan nightmares are numerous, but they're all in a weakened state right now. I'll duplicate numerous stone houses in mountain terrain, altering the landscape. We'll use guerrilla tactics. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we harass. When the enemy tires, we strike. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Freeze all nightmares, and the space-type nightmares will surely appear to interfere, killing two birds with one stone. Whether it's cheap or not, whether it's killing two birds or not, Shisu found it all rather vulgar. He snorted disdainfully. You go by yourself. Clearly the nightmare fiend is starving to death, yet insists on playing guerrilla tactics, ignoring reality and forcing strategies, just to show off how cultured they are. Enemy advances, we retreat, but can we retreat intact? Enemy camps, we harass, in simpler terms, courting death. The enemy tires, we strike, though even exhausted. A nightmare disciple is 100 times stronger than ordinary folk. The enemy retreats, we pursue. Ha, ha, ha. Enough games. Time to go home. Shisu immediately began packing his bags. Brother Gao, lend me your human skin ID for a squeeze. If he refuses to make a copy, so be it. As long as the spatial system chosen ones know I'm human, that's enough. He deliberately emphasized the words chosen one and shot Hua Linglong a disdainful glance. Brother. Seeing the two of them locking horns, Gao Qiping quickly stepped in as a peacemaker. As the saying goes, better to argue with the wise than to debate with fools. Don't take it seriously with that blockhead. He feared that if a real fight broke out, Shisu would be no match for Hua Linglong and end up getting pummeled. What a colossal humiliation that would be. Who are you calling an idiot? Hua Linglong's brows furrowed with anger. I'm calling you an idiot. Shisu refused to back down. Ha, like this. Gao Qiping pointed at the silent Zhang Gang and whispered, our focus should be on him first. We need to make sure he's not a threat. Otherwise, whether we're fighting guerrilla warfare or seeking shelter from spatial anomalies, he'll always be a liability. Hua Linglong enunciated each word deliberately. The Space Department is Nightwalkers. Who exactly are you seeking protection from? Alright, let's say you're right. Gao Qiping didn't want to argue with him. Anyway, I'm the captain. Everyone follows orders. We'll discuss matters after Zhang Gang stabilizes. Guarding Zhang Gang remains our top priority. Yes. Chapter 15, The First Heart. Night fell. Gao Qiping assigned 2 people to keep watch over Zhang Gang while the others drifted into sleep. No one knew how much time had passed. Rustle. The monotonous, piercing scraping sound made one's entire body uncomfortable. Scrape, like bones rubbing against sheet metal. Shisu's eyes snapped open. In the darkness, his pupils instantly locked onto that stiff, blurry figure ahead. Zhang Gang. He stood with his back turned, hunched over, mechanically repeating the same motion. Sharpening an axe. Shisu quietly reached out and nudged Gao Qiping lying beside him. Wake up. There's something wrong with Zhang Gang. Come to think of it, why were all the guards watching him asleep? How careless. But strangely, Gao Qiping showed no response. Quiet as death. Shisu's body stiffened as he hastily checked for breath. A faint, hurried current of air brushed against his knuckles. He exhaled slightly in relief. But a new problem emerged. Gao Qiping wasn't right either. His weathered face was twisted into knots, drenched in sweat, as if trapped in some nightmare. A nightmare of sheer terror. Suddenly, Gao Qiping violently threw his head back, his neck bulging with twisted, ferocious veins. He clutched his own throat desperately, fingernails scraping bloody marks across it, his lips gradually turning purple. Shisu decisively swung his hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Brother Gao, wake up! It must have been some nightmare creature using its supernatural ability to slip into dreams and kill. Wake up! You'll be fine once you're awake. Under Chisu's relentless slapping, Gao Qiping suddenly gasped and bolted upright. His eyes bulged wide as he scrambled toward his teammate, pushing frantically. Goozy! A vertical gash instantly appeared on the burly man's exposed chest, splattering Gao Qiping's face with warm blood. The bronze skin slowly peeled apart to both sides, revealing pale white ribs and bloody, mangled internal organs. Gao Qiping's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing this one was gone, he turned to push another. Beard! Wake up! Beard! Open your damn eyes now! Let me! I'm stronger! Shisu rolled up his sleeves. Whack! Huzi woke up with a start, gasping for breath. He panicked. Quick! Hua Linglong! Save him first! His ability has failed. Gao Qiping didn't hesitate to push Shisu forward. Though they didn't know why Shisu was unharmed, now wasn't the time to question it. Shisu didn't hold back either, landing a solid slap right across the pretty boy's face. Crack! Just as he was about to deliver a second slap, Hua Linglong woke up, his furious eyes practically sparking with tiny flames. Shisu turned and walked away, doling out slaps one by one. He slapped until he felt refreshed and clear-headed, as if he'd unblocked his meridians, his entire being felt elevated. I felt this sensation before, on my elder brother. I thought I was a masochist, but turns out I'm a sadist. Hitting people really is more satisfying. Shisu grew more exhilarated with each strike, until soon only one opponent remained. He raised his index finger and forcefully jabbed it into the still unhealed pen hole on Zhang Gang's cheek. Ow! Zhang Gang cried out in pain, his fierce gaze instantly clearing. He clutched his face. What are you doing? I didn't even provoke you. Shisu wiped the blood from his fingertip. What were you planning to do with that sharpened axe? I was sharpening the axe? Zhang Gang looked down and his fingers trembled slightly. He quickly withdrew his hand. Let me explain. I just wanted to cook you 2 dishes. I'm fine now. Completely fine from now on. Believe me. Enough. Shut up. Gao Qiping was annoyed by the noise. He stared at Shisu with a complicated gaze. Stay alert, don't fall asleep. You, come here. Gao Qiping secretly grasped the frozen crystal behind his back while the other wasn't paying attention. His nerves were stretched taut. As Shisu approached, he kept swallowing nervously, so tense he nearly forgot to breathe. Who exactly are you? What kind of question is that? Shisu didn't understand. Gao Qiping's expression was grave. Everyone except Zhang Gang had fallen into the same nightmare, fleeing from a monster covered in tentacles. Only Shisu remained unaffected. He even suspected that Shisu might be the human form of the nightmare fiend. You're a nightmare disciple, aren't you? Gao Qiping's voice was hoarse. At the mention of those 2 words, everyone reacted as if facing a formidable enemy, quickly grabbing their weapons. No! Shisu panicked too. I'm not a nightmare disciple. Heaven and earth bear witness he was a bona fide model citizen. Good person, good heart, good skills. Seeing everyone looking at him with hatred, waiting for the right moment to strike, Shisu directly threw the dirty water onto Gao Qiping's head. It was you, wasn't it? Earlier when I asked you for the human skin certificate, you spouted a bunch of nonsense about wise men and fools, but never gave me the document. And now you're turning the tables on me. Gao Qiping didn't hesitate, pulling out his credentials and clutching them in his hand. The human skin didn't change color. He then threw the credentials to Shisu, his gaze exceptionally sharp, gleaming with a chilling cold light. Shisu had a clear conscience and immediately picked up the human skin. In an instant, the human skin turned blood red. Ghost power value, 11, supernatural ability, light system, dual skills, purification/plunder, talent, hollow heart 1 of 8. Shisu frowned, the abrupt words in his head leaving him utterly confused about the situation. The human skin was unmistakably turning red. How could this be? Suddenly, a chill crept up my spine. Shisu practically scrambled away on all fours. The spot where he'd just been standing was now covered in a thick layer of ice. Hua Linglong's ambush had failed. Without hesitation, he replicated several freezing crystals, stacking them around himself as defensive barriers. Gao Qiping saw that the S-rank only cared about saving his own skin, his expression growing even more grim. He suddenly lunged at Shisu, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist, screaming hysterically, "Run! Don't worry about me, Captain! Run! Don't run!" Shisu was nearly strangled to the point of vomiting blood. Big brother, there must be some mistake. I'm human, really. If I were a nightmare disciple, Shishi would have noticed long ago and wouldn't have taken me in. The human skin credentials must have been tampered with. They must have. Gao Qiping didn't let his guard down in the slightest. You're human, so why are you unharmed? I wasn't sleeping, I was playing with my phone. Shisu told a white lie to protect himself. Gao Qiping remained silent. Was this believable? Probably. After all, the investigation team had survived this long entirely thanks to Shisu. If he hadn't deduced early on that the entire village consisted of nightmares, they would have waited for Little Ear to return with the S-class before distributing food house by house, a surefire way to get everyone killed. Gao Qiping slowly released his grip, decided to trust Shisu. He forced out a smile uglier than crying. "Sewer, you scared me to death." Shisu let out 2 dry chuckles. He was the one who got scared. Alright. I woke up to find the sky had fallen, and everyone around me had gone mad. At least I'd made myself clear. But while Gao Qiping believed me, others didn't. Hua Linglong walked toward the door with his backpack. The path ahead was quickly blocked by the team members. Don't get separated. Listen and go back. Hua Linglong's eyes were icy. Get lost, don't make me do this. Let him go. Gao Qiping lowered his gaze, his eyes dim as he stared at the dog that had died protecting Hua Linglong, repeating in a grave voice. Let him go. If anything happens to him, I'll take responsibility. Captain, this isn't about whether you take responsibility or not. He has an S-class talent, his life is more precious than gold. Go! Gao Qiping roared. The team members had no choice but to step aside. Hua Linglong strode away, disappearing into the night. Zhang Gang decisively picked up his bag and followed in Hua Linglong's footsteps. The atmosphere inside the house was oppressive, the stench of blood lingering in the air. Suddenly, Gao Qiping violently kicked over the table, his eyes bloodshot. They say nightmare disciples are cruel and heartless, yet they forget how callous human hearts can be. With both fighters gone, Gao Qiping couldn't help but feel despair. In just an instant, he suppressed his cowardice and fear, steadied himself, and calmly addressed the team members. So what if they left? Just a couple of brats who aren't even fully grown yet, their skills don't compare to ours. Don't be afraid, we still have a space system expert. That person is definitely a chosen one. Gao Qiping pulled out a coin drawn with a ballpoint pen. Though obviously fake at first glance, it was meticulously detailed. This is ironclad proof. Hand-drawing counterfeit money takes time and effort. A nightmare disciple wouldn't have the leisure or patience for that. Don't listen to Hua Linglong's bullshit. Let's keep using food as bait. Little Ears has already been fished out, so he'll probably spread the word for us. We just need to wait patiently. The team members exchanged glances and laughed, their tension easing. Gao Qiping grabbed a few packets of coffee and squatted down beside Shisu. He chewed the coffee grounds dryly and whispered, "I'm really sorry for suspecting you earlier. I can't overlook any anomalies, so many brothers trust me, and I have to take responsibility." Gao Qiping was the first to lower his head and offer an olive branch, which actually made Shisu, who had been slinging mud, feel embarrassed. Shisu turned his face away in response. Moments later, he dipped his finger in mineral water and very slowly wrote 3 characters on the concrete floor, asking, "How do you pronounce this?" Gao Qiping looked over. The lines were crooked and irregular, yet perfectly legible. He flexed his solid biceps, the character for strength. Then pointed skyward, the character for sky. His rough palm slapped heavily against his chest, the character heart in heartbeat. Shisu silently mouthed the words and nodded, saying, "I've memorized it." These 3 characters were selected from a suddenly appearing message, the simplest to write. He buried his head in practice. "You're writing the stroke order wrong. It should be done like this," Gao Qiping said gently as he taught, then asked, "Do you have any family?" "Yes, she, my elder brother. Besides him." Shisu shook his head. "I sprang from a stone, I have no family." Gao Qiping thought Shisu was just joking and curled his lips into a smile. "Then you must be the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong." "Sun Wukong? He's incredibly powerful, fought against 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, utterly unstoppable. And mind you, those 100,000 celestial troops were all elite, not a single weakling among them." Gao Qiping opened the floodgates of conversation, speaking animatedly to Shisu. A sleepless night. Chapter 16, Some rejoice, some grieve. The sun was already high in the sky. Hua Linglong and Zhang Gang employed the tactic of harassing the enemy while they camp, only to be relentlessly pursued by countless nightmares. The former tripped and fell headlong, his flailing shadow seemingly no longer his own, dragging Hua Linglong toward the nightmares. In desperation, Zhang Gang, use your powers. He couldn't die. He had to live to avenge his family. Zhang Gang turned to face the densely packed monsters, gritted his teeth, and swung his axe with all his might. The axe flew with tremendous force, soaring high and far like a gleaming meteor streaking through the cold night sky. Upon its descent, the nightmare disciple effortlessly dodged it. "Weren't you supposed to have 100% accuracy?" Hua Linglong was fuming with rage. I was just bullshitting." "Throw it again." Zhang Gang frantically hurled it, along with the crystal. "Duplicate." In an instant, countless axes and frozen crystals blotted out the sky. The C-class nightmares scattered in panic, while the B and A-class ones deftly dodged the crystals, unfazed by the axe's blows. They yanked out the axes embedded in their bodies, their wounds gradually healing, then hurled them back with vicious force, the sharp blades whistling through the air. Zhang Gang's scalp prickled with terror. He forgot he could recall these axes, screaming with his eyes shut in terror. "Faa Linglong, save me." The shadow control technique dissipated due to the earlier counterattack. Faa Linglong climbed to his feet, his gaze locking onto the small hill behind him as he raised his right arm. "Copy." As his arm moved, he glared coldly at the charging nightmare disciple, snorted disdainfully, and spat out, "Die." In an instant, an identical small mountain materialized before him, blocking all attacks. The stone house and the nightmare disciple were crushed into debris, with a mist of blood spreading. Hua Linglong immediately absorbed the blood energy. Ghost power plus 50. Ghost power plus 100. Ghost power plus 50. Zhang Gang secretly absorbed a bit, immediately feeling an icy, bone-chilling gaze. He lowered his head resentfully, silently cursing inside. "Selfish bastard." Hua Linglong saw the mountain begin to tremble abnormally and immediately ran with his bag, already formulating a plan in his mind. "Duplicate." Another mountain appeared out of thin air. "Duplicate." One mountain pressed upon another, crushing the nightmare creatures that sought to fly over the peaks. "Copy." The stacked mountains resembled a twisted, monstrous behemoth, exuding overwhelming oppression. On the other end, a stone house. The investigation team 311, including Shisu, totaled 9 members. Everyone was staring at the food by the door, filled with anticipation. Suddenly, an eerie commotion and ghostly wails grew louder and closer, as if something extraordinary had occurred. The team members cautiously peeked outside the door and turned pale with horror. The tree-covered hills drew nearer as if copied and pasted, piling higher and higher. Gao Qiping was furious. Damn it! The first rule of the Chosen. No severe destruction of existing terrain, buildings, mountains, rivers, or lakes. Supernatural abilities must not endanger the lives of civilians. During those 3 days of training, Hua Linglong didn't absorb a single thing into his brain. Gao Qiping grabbed the supply bag. What are you standing around for? Want to get crushed under the mountain like the Monkey King? Run! Run! Run where? The team members were nearly in tears. They were trapped in a spatial seal, mountains ahead and nightmare disciples behind. Judging by the situation, Hua Linglong seems intent on burying the entire rain village under a mountain. There was absolutely no escape for them. Crack! Crack! 2 crystal stones exploded into frost blossoms against the mottled walls, their chilling mist swirling through the air. Chisu opened the suitcase and frantically hurled out the crystals, his arms swinging so fast they became a blur. Gao Qiping instantly understood Chisu's intention. He was going to create an indestructible ice shelter to withstand the crushing weight of the mountain. This might actually work, but can people withstand the freezing temperature inside? This was meant to deal with nightmares. Forget it. Better than being crushed into paste. Might as well fight back. Gao Qiping saw another peak forming and shouted, "Help!" As if waking from a dream, everyone worked together to smash out the crystals, moving as fast as humanly possible. Almost there. Get in. The door was sealed with ice to keep the Nightwalker out, causing the temperature inside to plummet. In the brief span of a single exhale, a layer of frost formed on their cheeks. XXX sewer. Gao Qiping's teeth chattered uncontrollably from the cold as he handed the thin curtain to Chisu. Put this on. I have some. Chisu violently pried open the icy suitcase, pulling out the summer clothes Chi had prepared and layering them on himself threefold. He was cold, but it remained within bearable limits. Out of the corner of his eye, Gao Qiping still hadn't withdrawn his outstretched arm. Chisu reached out to push it away, saying, "I'm not cold, you wear." Before he could finish speaking, he fell silent. Gao Qiping's skin held not a trace of warmth, his very flesh frozen stiff, rigid as stone. Chisu furrowed his brows, carefully kneading Gao Qiping's hand before freezing in stunned silence. With desperate hope, he called out, "Brother Gao?" No response. Chisu's legs gave way as he collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at his surroundings. Time seemed to freeze eternally in that moment, with everyone maintaining the same posture. The posture of attempting to hand him clothes. Not a single movement. Chisu's pupils trembled slightly as his lips parted, yet no sound escaped. At that moment, the verdant mountain rapidly closed in on the ice house. His vision plunged into darkness in an instant, his heart sinking to the depths. Ha 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 ha. Hua Linglong felt the surging power and laughed heartily towards the sky. Ghost power value, 3571. Supernatural ability, creation system, skill, replicate inanimate objects, replicate abilities, use others' abilities, time limit, 5 minutes. Talent, Phantom Husk S-Class, copying ability. Hua Linglong stared at Zhang Gang, who was utterly useless, and immediately dismissed the thought of trying it out. Copying B-Class? A complete waste of energy. He looked up at the clear sky and shouted loudly, "Space system, don't be a coward. Come out and fight fair and square." Soon, a gigantic single eye with long, curled lashes and pitch-black pupils hovered overhead. It seemed to have just woken up, still tinged with drowsiness. It gazed down at the endless stretch of mountains, sensing that there was no more blood energy left to absorb, a hint of disappointment flashing in its eyes before it vanished into the sky in the next instant. "Don't run!" Hua Linglong shouted before lowering his head. The blazing sun had suddenly become unbearably harsh, and the temperature noticeably rose. After pondering for a moment, Hua Linglong said calmly, "The barrier has disappeared. The mission is complete. Contact Sister Bing to pick us up." Though treated like an underling, Zhang Gang dared not voice his anger. He took out his phone and made the call. 2 hours later, a helicopter hovered overhead. Bai Bing stood aloft in her golden phoenix-patterned cheongsam, holding a feathered fan. She gazed at the endless mountain range without a trace of expression on her face. Hua Linglong picked up his bag, his spine ramrod straight. He disliked receiving compliments, but when they came from crystal artisans, it was undoubtedly a form of recognition and honor. "Ice Sister," Hua Linglong said respectfully, "I've eliminated over 10,000 nightmares in Yutsuan village. My ghost power is about to break 4,000 points. Bai Bing remained silent, staring at Hua Linglong for a long while with an inscrutable expression. After what seemed like ages, she finally spoke. "Where's Chisu?" Hua Linglong replied, "No idea. We encountered a spatial-type nightmare with estimated ghost power exceeding 6,000 points. It's extremely cunning. The investigation team sought its protection, and now they should all be in the Nightwalker's belly." Bai Bing's voice was icy. "You mean, apart from you two, everyone else is dead? I warned them, but..." "No need to say more." Bai Bing didn't want to hear it. "Starting tomorrow, you two will return to school." Hearing this, Hua Linglong replied somewhat impatiently. I'm S rank. Attending classes is just a waste of time. I want to join the investigation team on missions. Bai Bing abruptly snapped her feathered fan shut and slapped it hard against her palm, barely restraining herself from cursing aloud. Considering he was S rank, still young, and at that age when pride runs particularly strong. Don't lose your temper. Don't lose your temper. Getting angry causes wrinkles. She said expressionlessly, what I say goes. When suitable tasks become available later, I'll assign them to you. Remember, study diligently at school. With that, she vanished from Hua Linglong's sight. The helicopter's rope ladder descended, and Zhang Gang wasted not a second, scrambling up hand over foot. Hua Linglong followed silently behind. Chapter 17, Poaching Talent. Late at night, a private helicopter slowly descended at the foot of the mountain. She rushed down from the aircraft. At this moment, the bizarre mountain range had been mostly blasted apart, with workers from the logistics department swarming all around. Under the blinding glare of searchlights, they were hauling blood-stained rubble to various locations. Shishi's heart clenched at the sight of those bloody chunks, and he roared hoarsely in fury. Who told you to blast it? Didn't I say to wait for me? I told the logistics department early this morning to wait. Wait until he finds Chishu before cleaning up. Who knew they couldn't wait a single moment? If Chishu was still alive, wouldn't this explosion finish him off completely? Faced with unwarranted accusations, the head of the logistics department looked displeased. Taking off his safety helmet and wiping away sweat, he retorted bluntly, we're just following orders. If you have complaints, take them up with headquarters instead of throwing a tantrum here. It's scorching hot, and you're not hurrying to dispose of all these corpses? Keeping them around to breed maggots? The person you're looking for isn't some chosen one. How could we waste time for just one person? Shishi's face darkened. The fierce wind scattered his sparse, withered hair, revealing his ashen, emaciated face. He stood stiffly like a zombie, sending chills down one's spine. The supervisor swallowed hard and softened his stance slightly, randomly pointing toward an unexploded mountain. There's no time to deal with that yet. Go take a look if you want. I'm busy. Gotta go now. Shishi immediately piloted the helicopter toward the indicated direction. As they were about to arrive, he said to his former colleague beside him, take over for me. Shishi moved to the cabin door, fully activated his special ability, and expanded his clairvoyance to maximum range. Countless gray-white eyeballs instantly appeared on the face, neck, and arms, all simultaneously activating night vision. In just moments, they found the ice house embedded at the base of the mountain. Shishi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, only to crease again the next second. Inside the ice house, everyone had turned into ice sculptures. The younger brother huddled in the corner, arms wrapped around his legs, motionless. Shishi urgently directed, over there. Oh, there's actually a whole corpse? The man exclaimed in surprise, piloting the helicopter closer and slowly landing on the mountain peak. Then he transformed into a pangolin, swiftly digging a tunnel leading to the mountain's base with rapid movements. Before long, the stiffened man was brought forward. Shishi hastily took him over. The younger brother's body had completely stiffened, his limbs already unable to stretch out even when laid flat. He remained curled in a fetal position, but he was still alive. A faint breath fogged up his glasses, forming a small patch of mist. And right above Chisu's head, an impossible ghost power value suddenly appeared. 11 o'clock. Shishi froze for a long moment, his gaze profoundly complicated. What's wrong? The man asked in confusion. Shishi quickly lowered his head and said calmly, it's nothing, you've worked hard. I'll transfer the 5 million to you tomorrow. Got it. The man bent down and poked Shisu, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. During the previous Nightmare Disciples' invasion of the villa, he had assisted in handling the situation several times and had met Shisu. His abilities were indeed impressive. If it weren't for Hua Linglong, perhaps he would have had a chance at survival. The entire investigation team might have had a chance. A pity, but there's nothing to be done. Even if Hua Linglong made a mistake, he's in S rank, they're merely insignificant specks among the masses, incomparable to him. Shishi, don't tell anyone about the ice house at the mountain's base, it would damage Hua Linglong's reputation. I'll inform the logistics department, no need to send me home. The man spread his bird-like wings and prepared to fly away. I saw how the 311 investigation team handled it. There were 8 people. The man paused mid-step. Shishi warmed Shisu with his body and said coldly, the bodies are intact. They should be sent to their families. Intact. The man's lips curled into a smile as he turned to look at Shishi. It would be problematic if the investigation team members died completely unharmed. Their families would inevitably investigate thoroughly. How would you explain that? Are we supposed to say that because an S-rank rookie lost control, they were forced to create an ice house in desperation, leading to this tragedy? The exterior of the frozen crystal was wrapped in a special material to prevent frostbite, giving the investigation team the illusion that humans could withstand it. But what these people didn't know was that Bai Bing's ability was absolute zero. The temperature inside the crystal drops as low as -113 degrees Celsius. As the ghost power value increases, this temperature will only keep decreasing until it reaches true absolute zero, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. The only ones who can withstand it are the nightmares and the chosen ones. Shishi, I know you're furious inside, but the investigation team's corpses simply can't be delivered. They can only be destroyed privately, with families being told they were eaten by nightmares or went missing. Otherwise, here's another idea: we could roast the corpse a bit, dismember the limbs, make it look like it was ravaged by a nightmare fiend, then hand it over to the family. Is that even human speech you're spouting? Shishi's veins bulged, his eyes blazing with fury. Is it so hard to have Hua Linglong come forward and apologize to the family? Why must you desecrate the dead like this? It's not that I want to desecrate anyone, the man replied, his tone heavy with resignation. According to Hua Linglong's report, a spatial-type nightmare fiend appeared here, with a ghostly power level reaching 6,000 points. It disguised itself as friendly to gain trust. The investigation team and your younger brother believed it wholeheartedly. They thought it was a chosen one and begged for protection. Hua Linglong had no choice but to leave the group. Even if they didn't freeze to death, they'd have been devoured by the spatial-type nightmare fiend. The outcome would have been the same either way. Hua Linglong did nothing wrong. You're making Hua Linglong apologize to the family and endure their accusations and abuse. Put yourself in his shoes. Wouldn't you feel wronged? This is completely unreasonable. These words instantly escalated Shishi's fury to unprecedented heights. Such remarks had brutally exposed the buried truth. The 311 investigation team could have all been alive and well. In this village full of nightmares, we could have survived. Yet in the end, we all died at the hands of our foolish allies. Just because Hua Linglong says they're nightmares, that makes it true? My brother was a chosen one. Shishi was furious, tears rolling down her cheeks in large drops, crying from sheer rage. The investigation team believed it, so why don't you? Why won't you believe it? Believe Hua Linglong. The man remained calm. Anyway, the truth doesn't matter anymore. The mission is over, so stop making trouble and just take Chisu back to bury him. Shishi vigorously rubbed his face, said nothing more, glared daggers at the man, then hoisted Chisu onto his shoulder and boarded the helicopter. His younger brother suddenly gained ghost power, probably because some special nightmare disciple had taken over his body. But it didn't matter. Security departments treating this S-class like some precious treasure. The world is truly doomed. He'd rather be devoured by a nightmare disciple wearing Chisu's skin. Chapter 18, The Bewildered Egg. Returned to the villa. Shishi entered the bathroom and turned on the warm water, gently placing Chisu, whose limbs were no longer stiff, under the showerhead, carefully examining him with his supernatural ability. What he saw startled him. It had increased. The ghost power value had increased. It was just 11 earlier, but now it had skyrocketed to 285. Chisu slowly opened his eyes, weakly asking, "Who are you?" "I'm your big brother. My brother isn't some pretty boy." She suddenly looked into the mirror. Before him stood a young man who looked strikingly like Daniel Wu, even surpassing the original in handsomeness. If only that ratty, unevenly chopped hair didn't ruin the whole aesthetic. He immediately took out the electric clippers and shaved it all off, then leaned close to the mirror to admire his long-lost peerless beauty. "Big bro, I want some hot water. The shower's running, just open your mouth." Chisu felt a bit of strength returning and slowly shuffled toward the kitchen. She stared intently at the mirror with piercing eyes. This transformation from middle-aged to youthful must be connected to this nightmare disciple. But its ghost power is only 285, with no special abilities available. How could it achieve this? Could it possibly have a passive skill, just like the boss? When someone hits him, it automatically reflects basic attack damage. After breaking 1000 points, the skill is also, reflect, slightly different from the passive. A small hit on him can reflect 99999 plus critical damage. Scary as hell. What passive does this nightmare disciple have? Perhaps not. The 200 plus ghost power value was just a smokescreen, concealing the true figure. Shishi pondered and pondered, until his soul was captivated by the handsome features reflected in the mirror. Handsome, truly handsome. Who knows how many hearts he'll break at school tomorrow. Shishi racked his brains but never imagined that Chisu had inadvertently and instinctively purified the negative state of his body while absorbing the evil power for himself. Had Shishi checked his ghost power value, he would have discovered he was missing 274 points. "Big brother, I'm hungry." Chisu leaned dejectedly against the door, his mind completely occupied by thoughts of the investigation team. It felt as if a wad of cotton had been stuffed into his chest, leaving him suffocated and uneasy. He thought eating something might help wash down the cotton-like feeling into his stomach, perhaps then he'd feel better. Shishi stared unblinkingly. "There's raw meat in the freezer. Make do with that. I don't want it raw. Fry it for me, no sauce, just chili and cumin. And heat up a pizza too." Shishi showed a look of curiosity, reluctantly tearing his gaze away as he headed to the kitchen to heat the oil. Interesting, acting just like the master's younger brother, flawless in every way. Big brother, did Brother Gao and the others make it back safely? Chisu felt that if he could thaw out surely others could too, clinging to a sliver of hope in his heart. She remained silent. Seeing this, Jisoo let out a frustrated snort, an inexplicable anger flaring up within him. Where's the security headquarters? Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Jisoo couldn't hold back anymore and spilled everything. I'm going to beat Hua Linglong to death. Hurry up and talk. Then go beat him up at school tomorrow, She said casually. He had already received Bai Bing's text message, telling him to teach Hua Linglong and Zhang Gang a proper lesson. At first we only knew they created a mountain range, but learning the truth made me absolutely furious. You can fight, but on one condition. She looked at his nightmare disciple brother who had been lost and found again, his stance already hopelessly biased. You're going to Sacred Light University, don't use supernatural abilities, or I won't be able to protect you. Minor scuffles could still be suppressed, but if supernatural powers got involved, things would escalate dramatically. Jisoo was puzzled. I know it's Shengli University, you're the one who forced me to go. Supernatural abilities? What abilities? Do I have them? How come I don't know? As he spoke, he stared straight at Shi, utterly bewildered. You've suddenly gotten much younger. You should get checked at the hospital, something feels off. Shi smiled eerily without saying a word. Keep pretending. Do you really think suddenly becoming younger makes sense? Jisoo felt chills running down his spine. Why is this so strange? Big brother seems to have been replaced by a nightmare disciple. He decisively called the security department. Shi hurriedly reached out to snatch it. Don't. There's really no need to act this far. If the big boss comes, won't it be the one suffering in the end? The nightmare disciple is wrapped in Jisoo's skin. It absolutely must not come to harm. Behave yourself. Jisoo couldn't overpower Shi and had his phone snatched away, then immediately bolted toward the main gate. The familiar clicking sound rang out twice. Jisoo failed to stop in time, smashing headfirst into the door. Stars exploded before his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up for quite some time. TSK. Shi clicked his tongue disapprovingly before calmly putting away the controller. What an actor. Might as well give it a little Oscar later. Come eat. Shi arranged the steaks and took his seat. Jisoo got up with a cold expression. It's definitely him, not a nightmare disciple. No nightmare disciple could be this punchable. Locking doors at every turn, what's your game? Trying to force things? Plunking himself onto the chair, he mimicked Shi's steak-cutting motions before asking in a muffled voice, how much did Hua Linglong compensate the investigation team? Compensation? Silly boy, what are you thinking about? Shi casually chatted with the imposter before him as if it were the real deal. He said you fell victim to a spatial-type nightmare disciple, and the outcome was death for all, so what did he do wrong? Don't even mention money, not even an apology unless a spatial type chosen one steps forward to clear their name and prove him wrong. Even so, the security headquarters would cover it up. I don't understand, Jisoo said, confused. Why is it that when someone makes a mistake and gets 8 people killed, there's always a crowd ready to clean up the mess? Yet when he merely stayed temporarily at someone else's place without any ill intent, they slashed him 3 times, practically wishing him dead. The difference between people is just too vast. Simply because he possesses an S-grade talent, 1 in a million, a phoenix among men, Shi said with a half-smile. He must be indulged, pampered, lest he stands against humanity as a homelander. He won't become a homelander, Jisoo said earnestly. I'll kill him first. People are most vulnerable when squatting on the toilet, completely defenseless, perfect for his underhanded tricks. Shi abruptly stood up to clear the dishes, paying no heed to whether Jisoo had finished eating, and said coolly, go rest. A nightmare disciple brazenly declaring its intent to kill the chosen one right in front of him, how could he possibly keep a pleasant expression? Still hungry and craving more conversation, Jisoo felt a lingering gloom. Big brother, go back to your room. Seeing that Shi wasn't yielding to gentle persuasion, Jisoo immediately overturned the table and stormed off. The ceramic ornaments on the table crashed to the floor in a cacophony of shattering, leaving a scene of utter chaos. Shi wanted to reprimand him, but ultimately swallowed his anger and crouched down to carefully pick up the fragments. The next day, Shi put on a wig, sprayed on cologne, threw away all his outdated business shirts, and changed into this year's trendiest outfits, transforming into a dashing and wealthy young heir. He glanced at Jisoo, who stood waiting at the door with impeccable posture, nodded in satisfaction, picked up the car keys, and said, let's go. Jisoo, who hadn't slept all night, stepped into the passenger seat with bloodshot eyes. I'll emphasize this one more time. Shi started the convertible sports car, its cool engine roar rising in waves. If you want to fight, use fists only, no supernatural abilities. Otherwise, if security gets involved, you're dead. Jisoo replied impatiently. What supernatural abilities? I don't have any. If I did, I'd have reached the pinnacle of life already. And you couldn't keep me locked up either. Yeah, you're right. Shi let it go in one ear and out the other. During the wait at the traffic light, spotting a beautiful woman taking photos, he raised his index finger to press between the bridge of his nose and the corner of his eye, pretending to be profound. Buzz, buzz. She put on his Bluetooth earpiece. By Jia. On the other end, the voice brimming with anger was barely contained, practically forced through clenched teeth. Su-gur brought back a person who enrolled today, a space system chosen one. You take over. Also, I heard Chi-Su was dug up. My condolences. I'm not sad, she said calmly. Chi-Su had a twin brother. I found him that very night, identical in looks and personality. Wonderful, absolutely perfect. By Bing, if they're truly identical, I might consider it. Ha! She gave two strange laughs and said nothing more. Hearing the sarcastic tone, Bai Bing knew she was in the wrong but couldn't be bothered to argue. She promptly hung up the phone. She stared at Hua Linglong, who was burying his head in breakfast. His face looked as if it had been boiled, his every movement radiating panic and confusion. Seeing this, Bai Bing could only swallow her reprimand and kept hypnotizing herself. S rank. Originally intended to have Hua Linglong study for 4 years, but we're truly short-handed. 1 week, after 1 week, we'll try assigning another task. Chapter 19 The Newcomer of the Space Department. The classroom for Batch 104 freshmen was packed with students who had come out of admiration, straining on tiptoe, craning their necks, and twisting their heads to catch a glimpse of the 3 chosen ones seated in the front row. Chi-Su, equally curious about the Space Department, had his elder brother squat down so he could climb onto his shoulders for a better view inside. The sunlight dyed the woman's skin a rich wheat color, her cheeks flushed with healthy vigor. Her thick, jet-black hair wasn't meticulously styled but casually gathered into a ponytail at the nape of her neck. It reminded Chi-Su of the time he had picked ripe wild berries in the mountains. The woman noticed his gaze and turned her head. Her eyes were clear and limpid, brimming with a watery sheen, as if unaccustomed to such grand occasions. Nervously clutching the loose floral hem of her clothes, she glanced at Chi-Su before quickly averting her gaze. Anyone not from this class, get out. She squeezed through the classroom door with difficulty, sweating from the short walk in the heat. He set Chi-Su down and arranged for him to sit beside the Space Department student as deskmates. Mommy, Chi-Su called out to the woman. She suddenly drew in a sharp breath. Freak! Just as he was about to separate them, a faint murmur sounded. Daddy! She widened his eyes in shock. 2 freaks! He wouldn't know. Mom, Dad, in their understanding, these terms encompassed all the finest qualities of both genders, purely words of praise, simply complimentary. She wore an expression too complex for words and began the lesson. Beneath the lectern, Chi-Su held the woman's slightly rough hand and whispered, My name is Chi-Su. And you? Guling. Xiaoling, where's your hometown? Yu Village. Guling thought for a moment, then added, Former Yu Village. Chi-Su understood. According to population records, Yutsuan village had over 10,000 people, 10,000 humans, to be precise. Later, the village was seized by the Nightmare Disciples and subjected to a large-scale massacre. Only one spatial-type survivor remained in the entire village. Moreover, the Nightmare Disciples had occupied the village for a long time. Judging by Guling's demeanor, completely untouched by the taint of knowledge, it was clear the massacre had occurred when she was very young. She had survived alone in the Nightmare Disciples' lair for over a decade. Only after gaining sufficient strength did she finally seal the village away. Have you seen the previous investigation team? Chi-Su asked. Guling nodded slightly, her tone tinged with grievance. I told them the village wasn't safe, but they made me touch a human skin. When it changed color, they threw stones at me, so cruel. I didn't want to deal with them anymore, but you're different. She secretly pointed at Hua Linglong. This person touched it and it changed color too, but Su-gur didn't get angry, so I brought him here to ask. I see. It seems the first 3 teams were completely wiped out. Chi-Su accidentally caught his elder brother's sharp glare and immediately ducked his head, stopping his whispered conversation. Students, I'll present a few simple case studies for discussion. Your responses will affect your academic credits. Top performers will have the opportunity to join teams led by the chosen ones. Now, listen carefully to the question. She cleared his throat and raised his voice to address the hundreds of students. A deaf-mute person enters a pet store to buy a parrot. 3 days after bringing it home, the parrot speaks, eating grapes without spitting out the skins, not eating grapes but spitting out the skins. Tell me, is there a Nightwalker in this case? Hua Linglong raised his hand. Yes. Reason. Hua Linglong said meaningfully, deaf-mutes can't speak, so who taught the parrot? Therefore, the parrot is most likely a Nightmare Disciple in disguise. Either the deaf-mute is a Nightmare Disciple who can actually speak but fears saying too much and making mistakes, which might lead to being reported by the crowd and attracting the security department, hence pretending to be mute, or the talking parrot is evidence of this. Hua Linglong had covered both possibilities himself, so the other students silently lowered their raised hands. She flipped open the student roster, picked up a pen, and wrote something, no one knew what. Zhang Gang nudged Hua Linglong with his elbow and whispered, You got extra points. How much do you think they added? Doesn't matter. Hua Linglong shifted away to maintain distance, yet his eyes remained fixed on the roster, trying to peer through the pages to glimpse the added points. The space department was for the chosen ones. He was wrong. Sister Bai was angry, he could feel it. Hua Linglong didn't want to flaunt his intelligence in front of a crowd, but he had no choice but to earn credits quickly to prove himself. Guling saw Hua Linglong approaching her and disdainfully scooted closer to Chi Su. How annoying that he dared to steal her food and still had the nerve to act friendly. What infuriated her most was that their names actually shared a character. Her name wasn't unique anymore. So frustrating. She raised his eyes. Does anyone else have a different opinion? Me. Chi Su declared confidently. There's no nightmare disciple in this case. She remained expressionless. Reason. If the deaf-mute were a nightmare disciple, buying a parrot as a pet would be too abstract. Their first choice for pets would always be humans. And if the parrot were a transformed nightmare disciple, that's even more impossible. As you just said, after 3 days, logically the fake parrot would have killed the deaf-mute on the very first day it was brought home. Both possibilities have been ruled out, so I believe there are no nightwalkers. She slightly curled the corners of his mouth, his gaze gentle. So similar, just like my younger brother. If it can resist eating humans, then it must be the chosen one. She lowered his head and quickly wrote down the score. Second question. Wait a minute. Hua Linglong slightly tilted his neck to peek at the roster. Between him and me, who has the correct answer? She initially didn't want to say. The answer to such questions wasn't actually important, it was meant to train the students' thinking abilities. Once the answer was revealed, it would solidify their thought patterns, causing them to rigidly apply it to future tasks and potentially lead to wrongful judgments. But since it was Hua Linglong asking, she said with a tone of venting personal resentment, Chi Su is the correct answer. There are no nightmare disciples. Back then, the deaf-mute's neighbor thought the matter was quite suspicious, just like you, and reported it only for it to turn out to be a misunderstanding. That catchy rhyme was taught by the pet shop owner. Every parrot in the shop can say it. Not only that, they can even recite 800 crack troops charge towards the northern slope. Artillerymen run north side by side. Are you going to claim that every talking parrot in pet shops, every talking parrot in the world, is actually a nightwalker in disguise? With that, Shisha said indifferently, I forgot to mention earlier, correct answers earn points, wrong answers lose them. Ignoring Hua Linglong's displeased expression, he addressed the students. Nightwalkers are indeed terrifying, but there's no need to let paranoia get the better of you. You must remain vigilant at all times, approaching every case with rationality and objectivity, never allowing personal emotions to interfere. She paused. Second question. The security department received a report of severe disturbance in a singles apartment. The investigation team identified a specific unit, forced entry, and found 5 high school students inside. One of them was severely beaten, with a fractured shin bone. According to the beaten student, the other 4 were named Jia Bai, Li Buyu, Yu Yui, and Guizhe. The question is there a nightmare disciple involved in this case? Zheng Gang raised his voice. No, obvious bullying. Hua Linglong thought the same but kept silent, afraid there might be another twist that would make him a laughingstock. Chi Su felt a tug at his sleeve as Gu Ling whispered, what's bullying? Probably someone born in the 80s. Born in the 80s, that means they must be quite old now, probably in their 40s or 50s. Gu Ling knew high school students were only 17 or 18 years old. She raised her hand decisively. There are nightmares, all 4 of them are. That old man is pretending to be a high school student to commit murder. Chi opened his mouth as if to speak, then hesitated, and fell silent. Did I get it right? Gu Ling blinked her bright eyes and asked. Chi Su, do you think she answered correctly? She tossed the question to his fake younger brother. Chi Su nodded like pounding garlic. Yeah. Reason. Jia Bai, Li Buyu, Yu Yui, Guizhe. Chi Su gestured emphatically as he repeated the names. Jia Bai, Li Buyu, Yu Yui, Guizhe, these 4. There are ghosts in the house. Hua Linglong blurted out. The surnames of each name connected together spell out there's a ghost in the house. This answer caused an uproar, leaving the students exchanging bewildered glances. This problem seems simple yet tricky, it's both easy and difficult. It all depends on whether the investigation team can immediately detect the victim's distress signals. Chapter 20, listen to the question. She made a few marks on the roster. Zhang Gang, -2 points. Chi Su, +2 points. Gu Ling, the process was completely wrong but the result was completely right. However, you can't rely on luck every time. -1 point. Hua Linglong. She couldn't help but glance over. Chi Su merely mentioned the name, the answer was something I came up with myself. Hua Linglong maintained a calm expression, his face unflushed and heart untroubled, for this was simply the truth. Teacher Chi, you just said we should view all matters rationally and objectively, avoiding personal emotions. I hope you can also be fair and impartial. Missions are missions, classrooms are classrooms. Otherwise, I'll have to discuss your conduct with Sister Bai. Before he could finish, Chi Su pounced violently, pinning Hua Linglong down. His fist struck flesh without mercy, and soon blood streamed from the latter's nose. What are you standing there for? Pull them apart. The students seemed to have gone mad, each looking like a ferocious demon as they swarmed towards Jisoo. He's an S rank. How dare you hit him? Hua Linglong wiped the blood from his mouth, fury burning in his heart. Duplicate. 2 chairs instantly appeared in his hands. Taking advantage of Jisoo being pinned down by several classmates, he hurled them with full force. Space tear. In an instant, the 2 chairs vanished without a trace. The next second, it was grasped in Gu Ling's palm once more. Seeing supernatural abilities being used, Zhang Gang couldn't resist showing off too. Not to be outdone, he raised his axe. Hua Linglong, quick, copy it. Let them witness our combined technique. Don't! Chi shouted urgently, his voice hoarse with panic. Nobody act rashly. He frantically pulled Jisoo behind him, shielding him. Everyone sit back down. Not a word of this leaves this room. Sit down. Anyone who throws another punch loses 10 points. Hua Linglong took the tissue offered by a classmate with a quiet thanks, pressing it to his bleeding nose as he glared furiously at Chi. He threw the first punch and you did nothing, but when I tried to fight back you stopped me. What kind of teacher are you? Chi had no rebuttal for this. He was indeed targeting Hua Linglong, and there's no way to clear his name. Go ahead and report me. I'll accept any punishment, but the bell hasn't rung yet. Sit your ass back down. Hua Linglong turned to leave. No sooner had his front foot stepped out of the classroom door than his back foot eerily stepped back inside. He glared coldly at Gulin. Last time you retreated without a fight. This time is the perfect opportunity for revenge. Enough. I said enough. Chi was so angry he jumped up and down, his wig falling off with a smack onto the ground. Jisoo bent down to pick it up, spat into his palm, patted off the dust that had settled on it, and placed it back on his elder brother's bald head. Ha, ha, Chi gasped for breath, panting heavily as he glared at Hua Linglong. You sit right there, or I'll announce to everyone what kind of underwear you're wearing and how many pubes you've got. Hua Linglong's face turned ashen with rage as he stomped angrily toward his seat. Chi turned to look at his younger brother. He sat quietly in the chair, the scratches on his cheeks fading rapidly, a clear sign of his inhuman nature. This wasn't Jisoo, but a nightmare disciple. Yet, that familiar feeling lingered stubbornly in my heart. Come to think of it, when Jisoo had tried to run away before and was caught and beaten several times, his bruises and swellings had also faded unusually fast. There was another time when his energy and spirits suddenly improved greatly. There had been early signs. He is the chosen one. My younger brother had never absorbed blood energy before, nor had he ever eaten humans, so he had no ghost power value. His physical condition was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person's, making it perfectly reasonable for him to contract a serious illness. He fell ill and was on the verge of death, which is why the awakening stone couldn't detect anything. As usual, Chi skipped over the heart option and speculated about Jisoo's ability. It might be related to time, a passive ability called reversal. Upon touching a target, their appearance, stamina, organ functions, etc., rapidly revert to a specific age or state. Chi suddenly saw the light. A puzzle was solved. His face lit up with ecstasy as he pondered another one. Why did the ghost power surge from 11 points to 285? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped trying. Chi smiled as she looked at Jisoo, her eyes bright. Class, let me introduce the fourth chosen one, the time affinity. The atmosphere instantly grew quiet. The students gathered around Hua Linglong to comfort him wore expressions of astonishment. There was another one? Who? My younger brother, Jisoo. Hua Linglong froze, staring incredulously at Chi. There is only one Jisoo. He's not a twin, he's the chosen one. This revelation was like a boulder hurled into still waters, instantly creating explosive ripples as conflicting opinions erupted among the crowd. Impossible. Hua Linglong sprang to his feet. I demand to test it with the awakening stone. This was exactly the moment Chi had been waiting for. He tossed the stone to Jisoo. Little bro, catch. Jisoo blankly caught the stone in his palm. Ghost power, 285 points. Holy shit. Zhang Gang's eyes widened in shock. Hua Linglong, on the other hand, relaxed and calmly pulled out a chair to sit down. 285, huh? Chi knew exactly what Hua Linglong was thinking. With an S-class talent and ghost power exceeding 3,500, naturally he wouldn't care about this mere 200 plus. He spoke slowly. Although my younger brother only has 200 plus ghost power, he possesses a passive skill. Classmates, chosen ones and nightmare disciples with passive skills are extremely rare, even rarer than S-class talents. Hua Linglong, hearing the pointed remark, responded coldly, say whatever you want. Now, please continue with the lesson. I am teaching right now, making sure everyone understands the true value of passive skills. Chi declared loudly, the leader of the chosen ones team is the one who possesses passive skills, there's no second. That's true talent, the mark of a real chosen one. Hua Linglong's face darkened completely. Zhang Gang couldn't help but pat Jisoo. What's your passive ability? Reversal, Chi answered before his younger brother could speak. What does that mean? It can restore a person's appearance and physical strength to their prime. How long will it last? One night shouldn't be a problem. She knew this well as the beneficiary. Shisu stood there gaping, completely unable to get a word in, his face blank with confusion. Watching his elder brother and Zhang Gang performing their duet, he gained new insight about himself. Time system, reverse it. How to use it? He had no idea at all. Knocking people into clarity is his specialty. Anyway, it was said by a cultured big brother, must be right. Shishi felt refreshed and invigorated, adjusted his wig, and got back to the main topic. Question 3, listen carefully. In the old house, the boy watched as his grandfather was devoured by a nightmare devourer. He hurriedly called the security department. When the investigation team arrived, they met with misfortune due to the disparity in strength, leaving no survivors. Later, the blood-soaked grandfather took the boy away from the old house. Tell me, did the boy in the question survive or die in the end? Chapter 21, Punishment. Long after the question was posed, the classroom remained deathly silent, the stillness palpably unsettling. The students all hung their heads low, most of them tapping away on their phones. They thought their hands were hidden under the desk or blocked by textbooks, believing the teacher couldn't see, but in truth, even without X-ray vision, these little movements were perfectly visible. Shishi, seeing that no one paid him any attention, perhaps resentful of his perceived favoritism, dejectedly gathered his textbooks, screwed the lid back on his thermos, and waited for the bell to ring. A chosen one standing alone could command the attention of thousands. But if 4 people sit in a row, everyone will naturally gravitate toward the strongest, forgetting that even the one with the lowest ghost power is still a rare, chosen one. Big bro, big bro. The atmosphere was too quiet, making Chisu instinctively lower his voice. The answer is alive, the boy is a nightmare disciple. The grandfather mentioned in the question is actually 2 people. Only 2 grandfathers can explain why one was eaten, leaving no remains and disappearing completely, yet the other could later take the boy away covered in blood. The truth is, the grandfather and grandson nightmares were hunting together. The grandson pretended to be a victim and called security, luring more people in. After feasting to their heart's content, they left satisfied. Shishi curled his lips slightly, earning +2 credits, then reached out to touzle Chisu's head. My little brother probably didn't realize how timely this lifeline he offered was, pulling him out of an awkward situation just in time. Haven't spoiled him for nothing. As the class bell was about to ring, whispers gradually rose in the classroom, forming a buzzing wave of sound. She relaxed into the seat beside Chisu and said, I'll report your situation to security headquarters shortly. With your passive skills, the person they send will surely be no less important than Bai Bing. Don't envy Hua Linglong. Chisu laughed honestly, I'm not envious at all. Our family's loaded, we're a city's wealthiest. What would I envy him for? He didn't care how high-ranking the newcomer might be. He just wanted to live with his big brother and learn from him. Chisu then asked Guling, who do you live with? Mu Pinjiang, we live in the Tianma Lanting Garden community downtown. The apartment is absolutely gorgeous. When talking about her new home and roommate, Guling couldn't stop smiling, her face glowing with happiness. Pingyang bought me lots of delicious treats and promised to take me shopping at the big mall after school to buy new clothes. Shishi teased, your new friend is none other than the young mistress of the Mu family from Mu Corporation, filthy rich, though still a notch below me, hee hee. Smiling at first, he suddenly grew serious. The Mu family was once one of the top aristocratic families in City A. But 4 years ago, this clan of over 100 people was exterminated by a nightmare disciple. The resources controlled by the Mu family were then divided up by other families who seized the opportunity. Mu Pingyang was studying abroad at the time. He rushed back overnight to handle all affairs, pulling strings everywhere to reclaim just a fraction of their assets. It wasn't until Bai Bing took an interest in him that these remaining assets were finally secured firmly in his grasp, beyond anyone's reach. If Mu Pingyang hadn't gained the favor of the chosen one, given her background and looks, her fate would have been. She looked into those 2 pairs of eyes, clear as spring water, and swallowed back the adult topic. Anyway, clinging to powerful figures is crucial even for the chosen ones. Take me, for example, no one to back me up, worked like a beast of burden in the security department, and after retirement, not a shred of respect, just a discarded pawn. When I die, all the Chi family assets will flow into society, go through a round of token formalities, and eventually end up in certain people's pockets. He patted Chisu's face and said something thought-provoking. Fortunately, you're the chosen one. Otherwise, his younger brother would only be kicked out and continue living the life of a beggar, starving and barely clothed. But as the chosen one, they'd give him some face, plucking a single hair from 9 oxen to share with him. Big bro, you won't die, I've got your back. Chisu grinned with rustic sincerity. Shishi felt warmth spread through his chest as he reached up to sling an arm around Chisu's neck. Good brother. The clamor inside the classroom grew increasingly unruly now. What had been deliberately restrained earlier was now completely unrestrained. Has the superpower battle video been filmed yet? It's done. Look at these likes and shares, holy crap, I'm going viral. Shishi immediately darkened his expression, scanning the surroundings. Students kept passing notes while notifications from short videos kept chiming non-stop. He noticed most notes were being passed to Hua Linglong, so he strode over and forcibly grabbed a handful, opening them one by one. Chi-Su was a connection higher, don't bother with him. Still bleeding? I've got band-aids here. I heard Chi-Su is a parasite with no upbringing. Engaging with him only lowers your standards, it's tacky. You're S tier after all. Classmate Hua, we're all on your side. Teacher Chi's favoritism is what it is, we've got your back. Chi-Chi's face was clouded with gloom. Hua Linglong stood up calmly and composed. Our classmates' eyes are sharp, they can tell right from wrong. Teacher Chi, you'd better watch your step. With that, he gathered all the notes into his backpack. These were tokens of goodwill from his classmates, and he had no intention of discarding them. Then, slinging the bag over one shoulder, he walked up to Chi-Su. My apologies, I momentarily forgot that Chi-Chi is your godfather. He pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket and kindly reminded Gu Ling, classmate Gu, this is real money. Your scribbles can only be considered drawings, they can't fool anyone and hold no value. Don't use them anymore, or you might get hauled in by the cops. Gu Ling lowered her head, her face flushing red. Take it, classmate Chi. This is my apology. Chi-Su quietly accepted it. Slapped backward across Hua Linglong's face. Banknotes instantly fluttered down in a scattered shower. Hua Linglong tilted his head and touched the bleeding scratch on his face. Within moments, the wound healed completely. His expression remained unchanged, merely curling one corner of his mouth into a mocking half-smile before striding purposefully out of the classroom. Gu Ling crouched down, picking up the bills one by one, smoothing out the creases as she asked softly, classmate Chi, do you still want these? Without hesitation, Gu Ling stuffed them into her own pocket. She wanted to treat Mu Pinjiang to a meal with real money. Buzz. Chi took out his phone and looked at Bai Bing's urgent calls with a heavy heart. Using supernatural abilities at school was strictly forbidden, and with videos spreading so quickly, there was no way to avoid the consequences. He gripped Chi-Su's arm and said, I have something to handle. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. By the second class, Chi still hadn't returned. Footage of the supernatural battle went viral, sparking heated public debate. The student who posted the video received a private plea for help and replied, I'm classmates with the chosen one, leave it to me. He immediately dragged his chair over to Zhang Gang and said familiarly, there've been repeated cases of stalking and robbery on Garden Road, the cops can't catch them. Big shot, wanna go check it out? If you handle this, not only will you earn credits, but journalists might even come to campus for interviews. Zhang Gang's eyes lit up. Garden Road was close to home, so he could swing by and take a look. He gave a slight nod. By the third class in the afternoon, Chi still hadn't returned. Gu Ling tapped Chi-Su's arm with her fingertip. I've been followed too. By a nightmare follower? Gu Ling's expression turned grave. About 2 years ago, I was bored at home one night when I suddenly felt extremely hungry. So I got up, put on my slippers, and changed into a tracksuit. I opened the unplugged fridge, took out a few eggs to make fried rice. After eating my fill, the hunger went away. Then I took off the tracksuit, changed back into pajamas, and went to sleep. Chi-Su slightly parted his lips. He blurted out a confused foreign word, so? Gu Ling chuckled mischievously, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze. I was just teasing you. Seeing Chi-Su in a bad state, she wanted to cheer him up. Brother Chi will be fine, don't worry. Won't be fine. Chi-Su slumped listlessly on the table. Yeah, right. Chapter 22 Responsibility. During the fourth class, the newly appointed female teacher announced that she would be taking over the lessons from then on. Chi-Su could bear it no longer. Grabbing his bag, he rushed out the door and headed straight for the principal's office. Upon hearing the news that his elder brother had already returned home, Chi-Su didn't pause for a moment. Inside the villa, Chi was dealing with the dense whip marks on his back, struggling to reach them with a cotton swab. Whatever the whip was coated with, it prevented the chosen one's wounds from healing. You have healing pills, don't you? Why aren't you taking them? Are they useless? Chi jumped in surprise and glanced at his watch. You're skipping school. Chi-Su frowned as he tossed down his backpack, snatched the cotton swab, and helped apply the medicine. Where are the pills hidden? It's just a minor injury, it'll heal in a few days. It's not like I lost an arm or a leg, no need to fuss. Chi gritted his teeth against the pain, pretending to be nonchalant. You only have a ghost power value of just over 200. Who knows what parts you might lose after the next mission? Keep the pills for yourself. Chi keenly caught the underlying meaning. Headquarters thinks my ghost power is too low, no one wants me. Chi remained silent. The time-based ability, reversal, is, according to records, only temporary. Even if it's permanent, it doesn't matter to the chosen nightmare disciples, their supernatural abilities haven't disappeared. Whether they turn into infants or old men, their power remains intact. There might be some minor influence, but killing someone would still be effortless. Moreover, Chi needs physical contact to use his ability, which fundamentally differs from S-class Hua Linglong. Which nightmare disciple would obediently let him touch them? Reversal, lacks the power for a one-hit kill. Bai Bing's verdict was just 2 words, useless. Chicken ribs. Tasteless when eaten, yet a pity to discard. She didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only resort to monetary persuasion. He immediately went to fetch gold from the safe, telling his younger brother to spend it freely. Turning around, I froze in place. Shisu's face bore an odd smile, devoid of any trace of disappointment. She couldn't quite understand. What are you smiling about? Nothing. She picked up his shirt and slowly pulled it on. I was planning to stop the bleeding and go to school to pick you up, but you ran back on your own. Doesn't count as me breaking my promise. Shisu, I'm not blaming you. He then said, why did the security department have to be so heavy-handed? It was clearly Hua Linglong who disrespected you first and misused his powers. The video was uploaded by students too. What does any of this have to do with you? I'm the teacher. I should take responsibility for my students' mistakes. She poured himself a glass of water and took a small sip. He swallowed the metallic taste in his mouth and said gravely, the reason you hit me so hard wasn't because of those things, but because your appearances were all exposed to the public eye, not just netizens watching, but the nightmare followers too. The video spread too widely. Even taking most of them down now wouldn't help. Shisu, at least you didn't use your powers. That makes you slightly safer than Gulin and the others, but only slightly. She pinched his little finger, regret washing over him. He shouldn't have given in to momentary satisfaction by revealing his brother was a chosen one. Those students couldn't keep their mouths shut and wouldn't listen, they just had to spread what they were told not to. Now the spilled water couldn't be gathered back. The higher-ups planned to assign one-on-one protection. As you know, chosen ones are rare, so priority must go to protecting the most crucial, Hua Linglong. With Gu Ling's abilities, despite having just over 6,000 ghost power, if trouble really arises, it's hard to say who'd be protecting whom. She's the least worrisome. As for Zhang Gang, she shook his head and took another sip of water. According to Hua Linglong, he played no role in the mission whatsoever, even showing signs of turning into a nightmare disciple. Not to mention how he stole the show in the video, as if afraid people wouldn't know he was the chosen one. With this kind of personality, trouble was bound to happen sooner or later. After weighing the pros and cons, headquarters decided to wash their hands of him. I also heard something interesting, she said as he slowly walked toward Jisoo, who was busy cooking. With a smile, he added, an S-rank student has appeared in X City too. That person is quite intriguing, just like you, a parasite. Hearing this, Jisoo grew interested and abandoned the whole egg he'd just tossed into the frying pan. What's their name? He asked. She sighed helplessly, scooping out the eggs with a spatula before turning off the stove. I don't know. There's also a Sacred Light University in X City. You'll have to see for yourself. What's so interesting about it? Your method of latching onto me was destroying my $3 million car to trick me into giving you my address so you could live with me. Am I right? Exactly right. His method was to pretend to be a nightmare disciple and rob people. He's pretty much looted all the wealthy folks in City X, mansions, luxury cars. He's bought them all and lives comfortably. Much smarter than you. Hearing this, Jisoo forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his expression oddly unsettling. If he's so smart, then why don't you go find him and make him your little brother instead? With that, he took off his apron and went to pack his bags. Ouch, damn it. She grabbed Jisoo tightly but accidentally pulled his wound. Why are you so hot-tempered? Seeing this, Jisoo helped Shi sit on the sofa and muttered, he's living so well, why bother going to school? The police aren't just sitting around doing nothing. They give him 2 choices, either go to school or go to jail. What would you choose? Jail. School's a dead end. I'd rather do 20 years. She couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence, that's exactly what he chose too. But in reality, there was no choice. This person understands all kinds of nightwalkers exceptionally well. Whatever role he plays, he embodies it perfectly. He's fooled both the police station and the security division, living freely for so long. With talent like that, how could we possibly let him go to prison? Then he tested as S-class icing on the cake. Only problem is the kid's still in his rebellious phase, finding fault with everyone, hating anyone who makes him go to school, hating everything. Headquarters doesn't dare push too hard. They can only send people to guide him gently. His ghost power rating remains 0 to this day. She suddenly reached out, grabbed Jisoo by the collar, and pulled him close, his tone deep and brooking no argument. If you have the ability, you must join the security department and fight nightmares for the rest of your life. Whether he resents it or hates it, he's destined to walk this path. Jisoo, do you know why there are so few chosen ones at headquarters? It's not because they're inherently rare, it's because most chosen ones choose to hide in the city, turning a blind eye to what doesn't concern them. The investigation team found plenty, but they weren't willing to risk their lives for the people. Their hearts lacked something essential. She pressed his palm against Jisoo's chest, enunciating each word deliberately. Responsibility and duty. I know you feel wrong too, resent me for forcing you onto this path of no return where even your life security is gone now. Maybe you'll be ambushed and killed by a nightmare disciple the moment you step out that door. No, you might not even need to leave before it happens. I'm sorry, little brother, but there's no other way, truly no other way. Someone has to do it. Since you have the ability, it should be you. If you ever need to increase your ghost power, I'll willingly become your nourishment, gladly and without regret. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand. Jisoo slapped Shi's hand away and walked into the kitchen to learn how to cook. He understood, but his throat felt uncomfortably tight, as if he had swallowed a piece of extremely bitter cucumber stuck in his throat, neither going up nor down. He had long stopped blaming his elder brother. After all, wandering outside all the time, who knew how long he could survive? It was Big Brother who taught him all those survival skills and gave him a life of luxury. The deaths of Investigation Team 311 made Jisoo realize just how fragile life is, how powerless one is against supernatural abilities, yet also showed him the courage ordinary people possess. The chosen ones. If they couldn't become blades piercing through the nightmares, becoming the nightmares of those monsters themselves, if they only sought peaceful lives hiding behind ordinary people, could they still call themselves the chosen ones? Jisoo heavily scraped the charred fried egg onto a plate and placed it before his elder brother, then slipped on his shoes to head out. Where to? She forced himself to eat. To a place called Neverland for a wondrous and thrilling adventure, to do some indescribable things. Jisoo fabricated. He didn't want to tell his brother he was going hunting for nightwalkers, nor that he planned to research how to use his supernatural abilities, afraid the man would lock him up again out of worry. Little did he know, she had misunderstood. You're grown up now. Is 20,000 enough? Money was always welcome. Jisoo could never steal that much normally. Enough. She solemnly slapped the money into his younger brother's palm. From now on, 20,000 pocket money every day. If you behave well, I'll give you more. Also, don't go after girls in bars, you'll get your heart broken. Got it. Jisoo, terrified his elder brother might change his mind, pocketed the fortune and bolted. A hazy moon hung high in the sky. Garden Road. Zhang Gang strolled alone along the quiet street, casually tossing and catching the axe in his hand with an air of indifference. The moonlight stretched his shadow into an unusually long, distorted shape beneath his feet. He glanced down briefly before raising his arm. The shadow raised its arms simultaneously. No problem. Zhang Gang set his mind at ease and walked while observing the shops on both sides. Creak. The crisp sound of high heels clicking against the ground echoed, interspersed with the dull thud of men's leather shoes. Zhang Gang didn't turn around, nearly slowing his pace slightly as he tightened his grip on the axe. Bro, I'm so drunk. Let me take you home, sis. Walk slower now, be careful not to fall. Brother, you better not bully me. Wouldn't dream of it. The soft, sweet voice melted Zhang Gang's heart. He quickly withdrew his supernatural ability, afraid of frightening the beauty. At this moment, he was extremely curious about what the beauty looked like with such a sweet voice. Her appearance must be equally charming. Zhang Gang turned his head with a smile. At that sight, his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. A strange man in a suit was crawling on all fours, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any whites. His two hands were stuffed into blood-red high heels as he played both roles, cooing, brother. Zhang Gang shuddered, his legs going weak and unable to move. The man slowly grinned, then suddenly lunged forward, his limbs twisting and crawling spider-like with terrifying speed. Aha! Chapter 23, The Confused Big Brother Got It Wrong. At around 11 p.m., the snack street was bustling with noise, and all kinds of aromas wafted into the nostrils. Jisoo stopped in front of the stir-fried rice noodle stall, the smell making his mouth water. Strangely enough, while there were many stalls selling stir-fried rice noodles along the street, this one had an exceptionally enticing aroma, yet its business was surprisingly desolate. Beside the stall, only a single customer sat at the small tables set up. The man had a gaunt face with sharply protruding cheekbones and jawline, typical of someone with sanpaku eyes. His gaze was particularly piercing, giving off a somewhat fierce impression. Jisoo recognized him, he was his elder brother's former colleague. They weren't particularly close, he only knew the man was called Huang Hai and could transform. Their eyes met briefly before both looked away, neither inclined to initiate a greeting. Not familiar, nothing to talk about. The stall owner was a quick-handed, plump older sister with dark skin. Little brother, what would you like to eat? Jisoo looked up at the signboard, then at the fried rice noodles. This one portion please. To go or eat here? Eat here. Jisoo walked to the only table, took out a handkerchief and symbolically wiped the chair before sitting down opposite Huang Hai. TCH. Huang Hai let out an unexpected sneer. Jisoo looked displeased. What are you laughing at? What's it to you if I laugh? Who cares whether I laugh or not? Jisoo bent down to grab a handful of sand, ready to ruin Huang Hai's bowl of rice. Huang Hai remained utterly unperturbed. Rubbing his heels together, he slipped off his leather shoes, and an overpowering stench of feet immediately assaulted Jisoo, nearly making him retch. Don't pull any stunts. This stir-fried rice noodles are far more precious than you can imagine. Shisu tightly covered his nose and mouth. I have 20,000. I can afford even the most expensive. You can't afford it. Stir-fried rice noodles aren't made from rice. Huang Hai leaned forward, drawing closer to Shisu, and whispered mysteriously, the main ingredient is dead men's bones, specially prepared to nourish the chosen ones and nightmare disciples. One bowl costs 50,000. 50,000. Shisu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned to check if the proprietress had started cooking. He wasn't eating this. The proprietress had already scooped the cooked noodles from the pot and spread them on the iron griddle, deftly scattering chopped scallions, bean sprouts, and greens before flipping the sauce bottle with a flourish to drizzle the blood-red mixture into the paper bowl. The distinctive aroma instantly wafted up, immediately dispelling Shisu's urge to bolt straight out the door. Here's your noodles. Enjoy. The proprietress smiled with warm sincerity as she carefully arranged the steaming stir-fried noodles. The bill, I'll transfer it later. Shisu stammered. Damn it. He never imagined that just by randomly visiting a food street and picking a stall to fill his stomach, he'd encounter a fried rice noodle assassin. It's fine, you can owe it for now. The proprietress smiled at Huang Hai. You two know each other? Huang Hai let out a soft through his nose and said, just what I told you earlier, that useless time-based one. Shisu, who had been eating heartily, froze for a moment and fell silent. The atmosphere became quite awkward. The landlady forced a few dry laughs and gave Huang Hai a light, meaningless pat. Don't talk to the child like that. Seeing there wasn't much business at the moment, she sat down beside Shisu, resting her plump chin on her hand with a smile in her eyes. My name is Yen Ruyu, a businessman human specializing in trade with the chosen ones and nightmare disciples. Shisu's face was full of astonishment. Still doing business with nightmares. There are many people like me, mostly former insiders who studied the hollow corpses about 20 years ago. Though we understand all kinds of supernatural abilities, we lack the power to protect ourselves, so we have to play both sides to stay safe. These words reminded Shisu of the S-class troublemaker in X City. That person must have been patiently educated by someone on the inside. Yen Ruyu waved her hand in front of Shisu's face twice and said with a smile, turn me into an 18-year-old for just one night, and this meal will be on the house. Shisu immediately grabbed the landlady's shoulders, muttering under his breath. By the urgent decree of the Supreme Lord Lao, Namo Amitba Buddha. Reverse. Yen Ruyu watched Shisu with an amused smile. Shisu stared lifelessly at the unchanged face. Brother confused got it wrong, it's not a reversal. Finished? Yen Ruyu eagerly patted her pockets searching for a mirror. Ruyu! Shisu firmly pressed down on her sturdy hand, his expression unusually serious. You're already very beautiful, just like that phrase, plump and fair as pearls and jade. Yes, plump and fair as pearls and jade. There's another phrase called plump like yang, slender like Zhao. The plump like yang refers to Yang Yuhuan. She wasn't thin either, and couldn't be called devastatingly beautiful, but she had a unique charm no one else possessed enough to make emperors and crown princes tear each other apart over her. She was the dream lover of countless men. Yuru, you must be Yang Yuhuan's reincarnation. Yen Yuru couldn't help giggling, her cheeks flushing pink. Covering her mouth coquettishly, she nudged Shisu before standing up and heading to the stall. This meal's on me. Shisu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 20,000 bucks were saved. Huang Hai, having watched the show for quite a while, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Shisu with a probing gaze. If your ability isn't reversal, then what exactly is it? Shisu pondered for a moment, then wrote characters on the table using his saliva. Pursuing precision, he wrote for a very long time, strokes completely out of order, the script neither here nor there, erasing and rewriting repeatedly. After about 15 minutes, it finally matched the message in his mind exactly. Read what? Huang Hai turned his head to look. Purification. Shisu suddenly understood and quickly said, there are more characters behind. Wait, let me write them for you. No need. Huang Hai had already learned what he needed to know and decisively refused. He still had a mission to attend to find Hua Linglong and provide close protection, and truly had no time to accompany Shisu in practicing calligraphy. Bai Bing had scheduled to report exactly at 11:30, and the time was approaching. That woman disliked people being late. Huang Hai spread open his palm, where the river-like creases appeared as if drawn with black ink. 3 black lines converged into one at the wrist, crawling upward along the inner forearm. Who knew how far they'd climbed? Purification counts as a support skill, just like your elder brother. I was previously poisoned by a nightmare disciple's deadly toxin, and the poison has already reached my heart. At most, I've got 3 months left before I kick the bucket. Try and see if you can use passive erasure. Huang Hai didn't hold much hope. The healing pill had no effect at all, and he began to resign himself to his fate. Asking Shisu to try was also a way to confirm whether his ability was truly purification. After all, it couldn't be ruled out that Shisu was quite cunning and had just scribbled those 2 characters to mess with him. If it really is, then at least the deadly black lines would fade somewhat, recede a little, buying him some more time. Huang Hai didn't hope for complete disappearance, he just wanted to live a few more days. He hadn't even spent all those hundreds of millions stashed away in his little treasury yet. At the very least, at least let him finish spending it, you bastard. He simply couldn't accept dying like this. What's the point of working so hard all one's life? Shisu remained unaware of the storm raging in Huang Hai's heart, only noticing the film of moisture welling up in those eyes brimming with resentment. Someone with a strong will to survive. 50 million, Shisu demanded exorbitantly. Huang Hai's body stiffened, his face scrunching up. He tugged at his hair several times, utterly torn. After a long pause, I'll transfer the money if it works. If not, you won't get a single cent. Guaranteed results. Look at my brother, full of energy now. 18 years of professional purification, satisfaction guaranteed. As Jisoo spoke, he reached out and grasped the black thread-like shape. In an instant, Huang Hai felt as if something within his body was being violently sucked away, draining at an alarming speed. He panicked, yanking his arm back with all his might. What did you do to me? Purification, Jisoo replied with innocent eyes. In his mind, extracting those black threads meant freeing the other from the corrosive poison, restoring their health. Wasn't that purification in essence? Huang Hai rolled up his sleeve with a grim expression, but when he took a closer look, his anger completely dissipated. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably turned upward as he was overcome with wild joy. Gone. He twisted his arms frantically, bringing his palms close beneath his eyelids. Gone. All gone. Ha 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 ha. Huang Hai suddenly spread his bird-like wings and charged toward the night sky with mad laughter. My money. Huang Hai circled back and hovered above Chisu's head, fluttering its wings. Do you have a bank card? No. I'll transfer it to your brother. Ask him for it. With these words, Huang Hai vanished into the vast night with a smile. Chisu sat back in his chair with a stern face, slurping his noodles loudly while trying to calm himself down. Giving it to Big Brother is fine too. What belongs to Big Brother is his. Ru Yu, another bowl. I only offered you one bowl, young man. I have money. Got it. Chisu confidently texted his elder brother, demanding that he come to the snack street to deliver the tickets. The reply came quickly, be right there. Chisu put away his phone, glancing at his supernatural ability panel while continuing to eat. Turns out, it was purification all along. Ghost power value, 2514. Ability, light system. Primary dual skills, purification LV.2/plunder LV.2, contact free, effective within 10 meters. Talent, hollow heart 1 of 8. Put. Chisu spat out his fried noodles, coughing uncontrollably. What's going on? What's going on? How did it exceed 2000 already? Could it be? This stir-fried rice noodles is such good stuff. Ru Yu, another bowl. Coming. Chapter 24. 3 more left. Huang Hai stepped into the resplendent villa and bowed respectfully to Bai Bing. Which room is Hua Linglong in? You're late. Wrapped in a translucent eye-silk robe that faintly revealed her graceful figure, Bai Bing exuded no trace of sensuality, only an icy aloofness that kept others at arm's length, coupled with the authoritative presence unique to those in power. Huang Hai instinctively lowered his head further. Apologies. I ran into Chi Su on the way and chatted for a while. Who is more important, Chi Su or Hua Linglong? Huang Hai's lips trembled, but no words came out for a long time. In terms of supernatural abilities, Chi Su's are clearly more useful. All the ailing chosen ones at headquarters would be saved. At this moment, the piercing cold, under Bai Bing's control, slithered up Huang Hai's spine like a snake. Huang Hai was nearly frozen numb, struggling to speak. Hua Linglong. You hesitated. Why? Huang Hai immediately revealed Chi Su's true condition and raised his palm as proof. Bai Bing remained expressionless. Let me ask you, in chaotic times, which is more important, dime a dozen doctors or 1 in 10,000 elite soldiers? Soldiers? Then it's settled. Bai Bing descended the stairs slowly, his tone measured and calm. Shisu's supernatural ability is indeed formidable, but from a broader perspective, Hua Linglong is more useful than him. The spirit dragon's replication can eliminate over 10,000 nightwalkers, but can Shisu's purification achieve the same? Can purification even kill a single nightwalker? Hi, remember, you must distinguish between primary and secondary tasks. You've done well before, keep it up. The spirit dragon resides at the end of the second floor. Let's go. Yes. Huang Hai stepped onto the stairs and, upon turning the corner, noticed Bai Bing sprawled lazily on the sofa, yawning incessantly yet stubbornly resisting sleep. Anomaly detected. White sister. I'm fine. Zhang Gang hasn't returned yet, and his phone is unreachable. I've already sent people to look for him. We'll have to wait for news. Oh, alright. Huang Hai quickened his pace down the corridor. He stood before the door and knocked slowly. After a long while, the door finally opened. Hua Linglong said bluntly, I don't need protection, especially not the kind that requires sharing a bed. He issued an order to leave, please go back. Huang Hai raised his hand to stop the closing door, I'll sleep under the bed. That's not the point. Hua Linglong frowned. Does Guling have anyone protecting her? No, her ghost power is over 6,000, so I don't need it either. Huang Hai forcibly wedged his foot into the door crack. Her ghost power is over 6,000. Yours is barely over 3,000. That's half the difference. Stop being stubborn and let me in already. When ghost power was mentioned, Hua Linglong flung the door wide open. Huang Hai stumbled into the room, struggling to steady himself. How many points do you have? Hua Linglong asked. Adjusting his collar casually, Huang Hai replied, over 8,000. Be specific. Huang Hai had no choice but to check his own panel, and his pupils suddenly constricted. How could this be? How much? Hua Linglong couldn't see the personal panel. Huang Hai's throat seemed to be strangled, his face pale as paper. He spat out each word with mechanical stiffness. 6,347. Wasn't it over 8,000? Huang Hai suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if struck by some tremendous blow, utterly defeated. 2,200 points short. Who was it? Where? How the hell did you steal it? Damn it! Snack Street. She stared at his younger brother's nearly bursting belly. That's enough for now, can't you eat more tomorrow? Burp! Chisu immediately clamped his mouth shut, swallowing back the rising ashes in his throat. He checked his status panel, his face falling with disappointment. 1 bowl of noodles, 50,000 bucks, plus 10 ghost power points verified by his stomach. Then where did this sudden increase of over 2,000 come from? No way. Chisu couldn't help but think of Huang Hai. Big Bro's ghost power is barely over 1,000, definitely couldn't have come from him. In the pursuit of precision, Big Bro, what's Huang Hai's ghost power value? 8547, not low. Why do you ask? Oh, Chisu pursed his lips. What wicked purification. It completely erased someone else's ghost power value. If Huang Hai found out, he'd definitely kill him. Big brother. He smiled bitterly. I think I messed up. It wasn't on purpose, believe me. She nodded repeatedly. I believe it wasn't on purpose. You usually do things deliberately. Chi-Su immediately swallowed his words. If even his elder brother saw him this way, who knew what others might think? You deliberately stole the hard-earned ghost power someone else absorbed. Even Chi-Su himself wanted to spit in disgust. What trouble did you get into? Big Bro's got your back, spill it. Chi-Su decided to keep his mouth shut. Nothing. She gave a sinister smile. This guy definitely didn't take protective measures and now he's scared she might be pregnant. Don't worry, we can't have children with humans. If you want offspring, go find a chosen one. What about nightmares? Can they? Sure, go ahead and find one if you're not afraid of losing your manhood halfway through. Chi-Su shuddered. That's terrifying. He handed half of the bone ash powder to his elder brother. Since the security department won't let you teach anymore, what are you planning to do? Of course. She glanced at the hotel with a radiant smile, living life to the fullest. After settling the bill, She took out a handkerchief and handed it to Chisu to wipe his mouth. You go home first. I still have things to do, don't wait for me. Can't you take me with you? It's not a place for you. Go home. Oh, Chisu took 2 steps forward while looking back repeatedly. His elder brother smiled and waved at him with a gentle expression. Why does his smile look so creepy? Chisu muttered under his breath. Despite his words, he still casually waved back in response. As soon as Chisu left, She headed straight for the largest bar in City A. He spread his arms and ran freely, savoring the youthful energy that belonged to his 21-year-old self, a long-lost joy. At the age of 10, he encountered a nightmare devourer for the first time. It had devoured his own parents, then taken their forms and tormented him for 3 days. No one knew what he had endured, nor could he bring himself to speak of it. Later, Grandpa spent half the family fortune to hire a chosen one, who slaughtered that nightmare disciple and forcibly pulled him back from death's door with healing pills. All these years, he had lived consumed by hatred and nightmares, never allowing himself a moment's respite. Grandpa's death, the successive passing of loved ones, teammates dying by his hand, even his own life hanging by a thread. Shi-Su appeared. He was dazzling, radiant, illuminating his nightmare-like existence. Shi inhaled the fresh air deeply, a smile hanging at the corner of his lips. He wanted to look forward. In this purgatorial world with my brother, we survived together. Metamorphosis. Shi's body suddenly shrank. Before he could react, someone kicked him into the motorway, and car wheels mercilessly rolled over him with a sickening crunch, separating flesh from bone. Ha! The people waiting at the bus stop all showed expressions of disgust, turning their faces away to avoid looking at the dead rat. They stared at their phone screens, discussing with their companions the saved videos of supernatural battles. The title was clear and straightforward, with the camera focused on the chosen one in the class. Hualinglong, Zhanggang, Guling, Shisu. Shi. Traitor. The handsome young man curled his lips, shoved his hands in his pockets, and strode away. 3 more to go. Chapter 25, Transformation/Control. 3 days in a row. Shisu locked himself in his elder brother's room, refusing even a sip of water. Huddled in a corner, he clutched a tiny glass vial in his palm, no larger than a pinky finger. Hard to imagine it held the ashes of an entire person. Street surveillance had captured his brother's strange behavior, prompting authorities to urgently retrieve the remains and deliver them home. This was Chi-Su's first realization. True sorrow reaches a point where tears won't come, words won't form, the throat clenches around a dry, coarse lump, leaving only unbearable suffocation. Chi-Su, the Chosen, and the Nightmare Disciples are kin, yet we stand opposed. To them, the Chosen are traitors, betraying their own kind to aid humanity's slaughter. From now on, you must tread carefully. Big Brother can't protect you forever. I've failed you. You won't die. I've got your back. I've got your back. Chi-Su's chin trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to suppress the low whimper in his throat. He finally deciphered all the words on the supernatural panel. Hollow core, purge/plunder. Dual abilities. It was actually dual abilities. Chi-Su raised his head, staring blankly at the ceiling, unable to stop questioning himself. Why didn't he leave with his elder brother back then? Why? That was the one time he actually listened. Just once. Go home quietly. Chi-Su suddenly remembered something. Using all his strength, he opened the drawer with slightly hurried movements, his hands trembling as he took out the awakening stone. Then, gently and slowly, he dabbed a bit of bone ash onto the stone. Ghost power, 967 points. Ha! 2 lines of scalding tears slipped down unexpectedly. Chi-Su clutched the box tightly, lowering his head until his forehead pressed firmly against the icy bottle. Ha, ha, ha. Self-reproachful sobs mingled with fragmented, hysterical laughter. 967, 967. He repeated it over and over, his eyes crimson red as if dripping blood. 967. There are no passive chosen ones, only by breaking 1,000 points can one awaken supernatural abilities. The perspective vanished. If there had been any, Big Brother would surely have spotted the Nightmare Disciple. Absolutely certain. Chi-Su was sobbing uncontrollably, his mouth stretched to its limit, his face flushed crimson with hysteria, yet no sound escaped. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath in ragged, heaving gulps. Mouse, mouse. Abandoned tunnel. The killer is the same one. Chi-Su Hong rose with difficulty, eyes bloodshot, and began packing his belongings. Outside the villa, Mu Pingyang wore a worried expression, repeatedly raising her hand as if to ring the doorbell, yet unsure how to comfort Chi-Su. Moreover, she had been ordered to bring Chi-Su to Captain Bai's house. To put it bluntly, she was there to hurry him along. As for the villa and the Chi family's assets, they were all confiscated and used to rebuild the destroyed Rain Village. She left a will at the law firm, leaving everything to Chi-Su. But burning it would be simpler, no one would ever know. Mu Pingyang bit his lower lip hard, his lips turning pale. With Chi-Su's sharp mind, how could he fail to notice these underhanded tricks? Just as she hesitated, her vision blurred momentarily, and she found herself standing in the living room. What a huge house! Guling couldn't help but exclaim, running around with gifts in hand. Chi-Su! Chi-Su! We came to see you, we even brought you food. Mu Pingyang observed their surroundings with a grave expression. Everything was in complete disarray. Oil paintings, flower pots, and dishes were all smashed to pieces. The expensive leather sofa looked as if it had been gnawed by some wild beast, now torn beyond recognition. The walls were covered in deep knife marks, and a cleaver lay discarded nearby. If not for the absence of blood, Mu Pingyang would have thought his home had been invaded by a Nightmare Disciple. Pingyang, coming! Guling tore through space and entered the only locked room with Mu Pingyang. Both of them froze in surprise. The room was clean and tidy, spotless. In the corner, the safe had a large hole torn through it. The upper shelves held neatly stacked property deeds, while the lower compartment stood completely empty. Mu Pingyang knew full well what had vanished was most likely the gold. Chi-Su had taken it all. This eased her conscience somewhat. Mu Pingyang contacted the team leader and reported softly, Chi-Su is missing. Inside the black stretch Lincoln, Hua Linglong opened a bottle of champagne and poured it into 2 goblets, handing one to Bai Bing. 2 chosen ones died overnight, and you're happy? Bai Bing didn't respond. Hua Linglong shook his head, his eyes filled with indifference. Their deaths hooked a big fish. That's what I'm happy about. Bai Bing gazed meaningfully at Hua Linglong for a long moment before saying, you may appear indifferent to the death of the chosen one on the surface, crying is what the weak do, but you shouldn't feel nothing at all in your heart. Criticized again and again, Hua Linglong had no intention of holding back any longer. Leaning back casually on the sofa, he spoke bluntly, I don't have time to mourn for the weak. My priority is to catch and execute the killer as soon as possible. That's what needs to be done now. Bai Bing frowned slightly but said nothing more, slowly flipping through the documents resting on his lap. The street surveillance footage shows. The ones who killed Zhang Gang and Chi were not the same person. But that's not the case. She pulled out the photo and held it up to the sunlight. In the image, the exposed skin of the 2 killers was far from smooth, covered in striped bumps and uneven textures. 2 puppets. Their bodies had been hollowed out, leaving only a layer of skin stuffed with unknown filling material. These puppets possessed a portion of their master's ghostly power, committing murders in their stead while absorbing blood energy. As for the true mastermind, that hidden puppeteer, who knows in which city they're lurking? Their ghostly power level remains unknown, and judging by the lip movements of the puppet that killed Shishi, the killer's supernatural ability is transformation. They can morph anyone into whatever form they desire, even altering their own appearance, making them nearly impossible to track down. Bai Bing frowned deeply. The most troublesome part wasn't this. She stared intently at the two puppets. Remote control. Its dual abilities, control type, most likely. Bai Bing sighed deeply, closed the file and tossed it aside. It's one of the hearts. Baijia, the killer is a hollow core heart, right? Bai Bing rubbed his temples irritably. With 8 hearts, they possessed innate formidable power. No one could influence which side they chose. It was entirely up to their own whims. The sudden appearance of such a ruthless character meant things had really escalated. Now that Shisu had gone missing, it was obvious he'd gone to find the real culprit to avenge his elder brother. What a fool! What's the difference from walking to your death? Bai Bing was utterly annoyed here, while Hua Linglong looked completely indifferent. No matter who the opponent is, he possesses an absolutely unbeatable ability, copying others' superpowers. 5 minutes is more than enough. Chapter 26. We'll meet again. Night fell. The lights of the 24-hour convenience store flickered on. The woman took off her work clothes and said to her night shift colleague, "I'm off work now." Got it. The woman stepped out the door with her bag, instantly hit by a wave of scorching heat carrying dust in its wake. She gazed at the pitch-black garden road, the nearest path home, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Someone had died there just days ago, body parts strewn everywhere, and the authorities had spent an entire day cleaning up the mess. Bending down to rub her aching ankles, the woman cast another glance at Garden Road. In the end, we decided to take the main road, so what if it was a detour? She immediately headed in the opposite direction. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged at her. Before she could even scream, a gaping hole was torn into the top of her skull. Inside the convenience store, a colleague heard faint noises, paused her minigame, and peeked toward the glass door. She couldn't clearly see the situation outside, only her own face, pale under the overhead light, and a few rows of shelves. Time passed slowly. Holding her breath, she stared motionlessly. Crack! The clerk shuddered. A bloody hand slapped against the glass door. The automatic doors slid open. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The red high heels approached with slow, deliberate steps. The man in the suit grinned at the shop assistant, then casually tossed the severed head he'd been clutching. The assistant caught it reflexively, only to scream in horror upon recognizing her co-worker's face. Eh, aha! 10 minutes later, Shisu followed the scent into the shop. Welcome! A man in a suit pressed his palms together against his cheeks, half a corpse lying at his feet, high heels stepping in a pool of blood. He grinned obsequiously. What would you like to eat? Let me see those legs. Shisu swept the computer off the counter with his arm and thudded the backpack filled with gold onto the surface. With over 2,000 ghost power points now, his strength was boundless. This weight felt as light as a feather. The man in the suit asked, cat food, dog food, or sausages, which will you choose? Turn into a cat, a dog, or a mouse? I want to see those legs. Shisu unzipped the backpack, the gleam of gold dazzlingly bright. The man in the suit said, then, let's go with the ham sausage. Fine. Shisu kept his head down, fiddling with the gold bars as if searching for something, each speaking their own line. By the way, let me take a look at your leg. The man in the suit still smiled. Illusion. Purification. Shisu countered the spell, neutralizing the effect of turning into a rat, and plucked out the elder brother's notebook with his fingers. The notebook was filled with writing, documenting 3 years of experience and supernatural abilities encountered. He slowly flipped through it while searching on his phone. Wait a moment, let me check. Puppet. Are you a control type? The man in the suit suddenly opened his mouth, spewing forth a dense swarm of maggots that struck directly at their psychological defenses. Shisu reacted swiftly, clutching the gold and putting considerable distance between them. He casually grabbed a dusty product from the shelf, tore open the packaging, and pulled out a fake dick. The maggots squirming on the counter gradually stiffened, turning into a pile of rice grains. Don't play magic tricks with me, let's get real. Shisu switched on the electric mode, cranked it to maximum, and gave his arm a few practice swings. The man in the suit paled. At that moment, the automatic door slid open again. The handsome young man walked in stiffly, clutching a bloody real penis in his hand. You win. Shisu tossed aside the fake one, pulled out his phone, and took photos of the two puppets. After a whole day of exhausting persuasion to obtain the surveillance footage, he spotted the suited man wandering around hunting for prey as he was leaving. Just a little late, but no big deal. He intended to investigate everyone connected to the puppets, unwilling to let even the slightest clue slip by. He would dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to unearth the real culprit and kill them. After taking the photo, Shisu took out the 300 tang poems for purification. As for plunder, he never wanted to use it again in this lifetime. Night thoughts, Muzi by, moonlight before my bed, 2 pairs of shoes on the floor, a pair of shameless lovers, and one of them is you. You illiterate. The young man spoke. Chisu's veins bulged as he slowly tucked the 300 tang poems back. Plunder. We'll meet again. The young man interrupted with an odd smile. Then like an inflating balloon, his facial features scrunched together, his skin stretched tighter and tighter until his feet left the ground and his body floated upward. Reaching the critical point, bang! Both puppets exploded simultaneously. Chisu walked out of the convenience store, holding his backpack with one hand while gripping the ashes urn hanging around his neck. Just a few steps away, he bumped into Hua Linglong. The man was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, as if he had rushed here. Chisu lifted his leg to walk around, but Hua Linglong blocked his path with an outstretched arm. Go home, you're no match. Stop searching and leave it to the chosen one to handle. Go home? Chisu laughed, but his eyes turned red. Where is home? He tilted his head and wiped his face forcefully, taking a deep breath before saying, no need for the big boss to intervene. That's just small fry. Hua Linglong frowned. What you saw was just a puppet, not the real one. The killer has dual abilities, their ghost power must be formidable. I know. Chisu forcefully pushed aside the obstructing arm, his feet flying like the wind. Stop right there. Hua Linglong stood with his back to Chisu, his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides, his face twisted in conflict. After a short while, he spoke, you only lost 1 family member. I lost 6. You knew Chishi for barely a month. Me? I lived with them for 18 years. Do you know what scene I saw when I ran home? Have you ever had skewered hot pot? Hua Linglong clenched his fists, his knuckles turning ghostly white, tears swirling in his eyes. Their bodies were shattered beyond recognition, skewered on iron rods, 6 skewers in total. The perpetrator nightmare disciple still hasn't been caught to this day. The security department told me it's already committed over 300 cases. Its supernatural ability is invisibility, and it usually plays a game with the victims' families. Hide and seek. The moment you find it is the moment you die. Hua Linglong looked at the rigid Chisu with a faint, enigmatic smile. Tell me, with this kind of supernatural ability, where should I go to find it? My only option is to keep taking missions, hoping that one day, during some investigation, I might accidentally stumble upon and capture it. Hua Linglong pushed Chisu forward with all his might. You're also a chosen one. Carrying out missions and finding the real culprit aren't mutually exclusive. Don't waste such a gift. Sister Bai said the Chi family villa will be our dorm from now on. Go home properly and stop being stubborn. Chisu clutched the urn tightly, allowing himself to be pushed along. Back at the villa, the interior had been completely renovated, stripped of its former extravagance. The minimalist decor in monochrome tones of black, white, and gray appeared both spacious and oppressive. It was dinner time now, and the table was laden with exotic delicacies. Though summer heat lingered outside, there was no need for air conditioning inside the villa, not when the human-shaped ice block radiating coldness sat right here. Bai Bing sat in the host's seat, still exuding an aura that kept others at arm's length. On either side of the dining table sat Huang Hai, Gu Ling, and Mu Pingyang. Upon seeing Chisu had been found, Bai Bing said coldly, let's eat. Hua Linglong was the first to head to the bathroom to wash his hands. He felt as if he had pushed back a greasy, sticky, and damp lump of meat, and couldn't bear not washing it off. Chisu tightened his grip on the golden bundle in his arms. Will you be living with us from now on? Bai Bing picked up a handkerchief and dabbed the corners of her mouth. I'm not a kindergarten teacher. I don't have time to manage your daily needs. Huang Hai will stay to take care of you. She changed the subject abruptly. Starting today, your task is to purify the chosen ones with physical abnormalities at headquarters. Chisu sat down, clutching his backpack tightly. Purification is fine, but you can't confiscate this gold. The gold was his elder brother's treasure, and his too. Bai Bing suddenly smiled with the distinctive charm of a mature woman, her eyes curving into a bewitching crescent, yet carrying a trace of disdain in their depths. Keep it for yourself, young Master Chi. Chisu automatically filtered out the sarcastic remarks and picked up his chopsticks to wolf down his meal. At that moment, Bai Bing's phone rang. She glanced sideways. It was a call from the president of Xingli University in City X, and immediately answered, speak. Ha 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 ha. The other end was panting heavily, with faint, shrill laughter lingering in the background. Bai Bing waited patiently, not urging them on. After a long while, the shrill laughter faded away. Hurry, come quick, something terrible has happened at the school. Bai Bing's heart jolted as he said in a low, grave voice, listen, I don't care what method you use, get the S-rank students to safety first. I can't, I'm sorry, they're coming, they're coming. Deafening cries mingled with screams pierced the air. Ah, eh aha. Bai Bing immediately hung up. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared motionlessly at her. Huang Hai, take Gu Ling to fish someone out. Yes. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. Bai Bing sat at the desk handling documents. Hua Linglong sat upright on the sofa reading a magazine. Chisu hugged Goldie and slept soundly, until the morning light pierced through the clouds. Three figures blackened by scorching flames burst into the villa. Guling collapsed exhausted onto the sofa and immediately fell asleep, while Hualinglong casually threw a blanket over her. Huang Hai gasped for breath as he retracted his bird-like wings, saying gravely, "The school was burned down. No one survived except him." "Is it S-class?" Bai Bing asked uncertainly, eyeing the pitch-blackened youth. "Yes. Go wash up and rest." Bai Bing reached out and gave a firm pat, startling Chi Su awake. She introduced, "This is an S-class from X City." In childhood, he once parasitized the home of Professor Yang, who researched virtual remains. After being discovered by the professor, he was taught knowledge for 2 years. Later, the professor's family died, and he drifted through several households, growing increasingly dissatisfied with his impoverished circumstances until finally, he changed his methods. They posed as nightmare disciples to rob wealthy people, then openly moved into their mansions, changing targets every few days, committing a total of 132 criminal cases. Chi Su blinked sleepily at the young man. He wasn't short, with a sturdy build, just one look told you he'd been living comfortably. Casually, he asked, "What's your name?" Bai Bing, Su Hongwen. Chapter 27 Su Hongwen. After breakfast, Su Hongwen emerged wrapped in a bathrobe, drawing everyone's gaze toward him. His short, messy hair was tousled, but from the back view, there hung a braid, neither too thick nor too thin, that reached all the way down to his waist, looking utterly peculiar. "Oh, this?" Su Hongwen turned his head following the gaze. "It's called a life-preserving braid. Professor Yang's wife couldn't have children, so she raised me as her own son. She said keeping a braid would ensure a long life. A tiny one didn't look good, so I grew it longer." Hualinglong stared at that face and, for the first time ever, felt a sense of unease creeping in. Bai Bing was shallow when it came to looks, he knew it, he was well aware. "Hongwen, sit." A coquettish voice spilled from Bai Bing's lips, honeyed and tingling. The group shuddered involuntarily. Bai Bing projected the documents sent from headquarters onto the screen, her expression turning grave. 12,819 deaths at Sacred Light University in X City. Surveillance footage shows no suspicious personnel entering the campus, so the killer has invisibility. Hualinglong could hardly stay seated, standing up in agitation. Bai Bing didn't deny it. That's the first hypothesis. The second is that the Nightmare Disciple is one of Saintly University's members, faculty, students, security guards, cafeteria staff. The logistics department is working overtime to tally the number of charred corpses and conduct DNA comparisons. Whoever's missing will be a prime suspect. She glanced at Chi Su, who was holding his phone with a translation app. DNA, short for deoxyribonucleic acid, is unique to each individual. DNA testing can accurately identify the victims. Chi Su nodded. Bai Bing gave Chi Su a once-over, his face expressionless. "Not bad, at least you're willing to learn. You don't need to go to school anymore. If there's anything you don't understand in the textbooks, ask Huang Hai. Don't think your extraordinary talent means you can ignore the fundamentals." She gazed openly at Hualinglong and asked, "Any more questions?" Su Hongwen rested his chin on his hand, smiling at Hualinglong. "So you're the S rank from City A. I've heard so much about you. With a future that bright, can you even sleep at night?" Contrary to his usual demeanor, Hualinglong engaged in conversation and replied calmly, "I've heard of you too. Haven't you absorbed any ghost power yet?" The reason he hadn't wanted to make friends before was because their lives were too fragile. Su Hongwen was different. Presumably he would live a long life, making him worth befriending deeply. Unexpectedly, Su Hongwen acted as if he hadn't heard Hualinglong speak at all and instead turned to chat with Guling. "Your seam here is split, it's a huge gap. You're showing too much." Guling hurriedly looked down at her armpit and frowned. "No, I'm not." Having succeeded in his prank, Su Hongwen went off to chat with Mu Pingyang. The ignored Hualinglong decisively overturned his own thoughts and coldly flipped through his textbook. "Behave yourself," Bai Bing said with displeasure. Teachers from X City had previously said Su Hongwen had hyperactivity disorder and severely disrupted class discipline. Now, seeing it firsthand, he was indeed a handful. "Don't be mad," Su Hongwen sprawled out lazily in the distance, closing his eyes for a nap. Bai Bing couldn't be bothered to deal with this top student anymore. "From now on, you'll work in pairs for missions. Report any findings to Mu Pingyang and follow his orders." "Why should we?" Hualinglong had no issue with working in pairs, but having Mu Pingyang, a mere ordinary person, as their team leader, that was unacceptable. "You've misunderstood, classmate. I'm not the team leader." Mu Pingyang, well-versed in social graces, smiled and said, "You can think of me as Captain Bai's secretary. Any messages will be relayed through me, I'm just an intermediary. Once you've mastered using your special abilities and gained leadership skills, you'll be assigned investigation teams for assistance. If you're dissatisfied with any team members, replacements can be arranged." Hualinglong indifferently responded with an keeping his head buried in his book. Bai Bing raised her velvet fan to point at Chi Su. "You'll be paired with Guling. Su Hongwen and Hualinglong will form another team. A weak and strong pairing." "Hualinglong, I want to team up with Guling." Guling's face twisted with disgust as she tightly wrapped her arms around Chisu's arm, pouting fiercely without saying a word. The enmity over stolen food is irreconcilable. What's wrong with being in my group? Su Hongwen sat up, his eyes filled with confusion. Are you afraid I'll drag you down? Exactly, Hua Linglong said bluntly. Teamwork requires chemistry, and we don't have any. How do you know we don't without trying? Su Hongwen strode forward and slammed his hand on the table to settle it. Just the two of us in a group. The meeting's over. Everyone go get some sleep, Bai Bing said decisively before leaving without hesitation. Shisu stepped into his elder brother's room, locked the door behind him, and only then did he drop the golden bag onto the bed. He slowly closed his eyes. Elder brother. He didn't know how much time had passed. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps lingered at the door. Shisu opened his weary eyes. Outside the window, the sky had already darkened. He turned on the nightlight and got up to head toward the front door, wanting to see who was wandering around at this hour. The living room was pitch black. A figure stood by the window, motionless under the moonlight, stiff as a wooden puppet. Shisu couldn't tell whether the figure was facing toward or away from him, nor could he make out its features, so he fumbled along the wall to turn on the light. The figure vanished, as if it had never existed, just an illusion. The crystal chandelier was too glaring. Shisu lowered his head and vigorously rubbed his eyes, feeling his head heavy. He casually turned off the light, intending to catch up on sleep. The moment the light went out, the figure reappeared. Still in that same spot, standing motionless, still impossible to see clearly. Who's there? Shisu hastily turned on the light, his eyes widening instantly. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing there. His scalp tingled with terror. Unbelieving, he turned the light off, then on, off, then on again, staring with rapt attention. The shadowy figure swayed back and forth. Suddenly, it lunged forward, the light revealing a massive rat's head. Clad in Big Brother's clothes and wearing that familiar wig, its pointed muzzle viciously gnawed at Chisu's face, tearing through flesh in moments. Ah! Shisu suddenly woke up from bed, breathing heavily and covered in sweat. After recovering for quite a while, he raised his hand to support his damp forehead. Had a nightmare. Shisu swallowed hard, his mouth parched, urgently needing to drink some water. He slipped on his slippers and froze momentarily when opening the door. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a narrow gap. Impossible, he distinctly remembered locking it. Could it be, he was still in the dream? Shisu was drenched in sweat as he slammed the door shut and stumbled back a few steps. This retreat landed him against a soft, decaying body, its foul stench mingled with the metallic tang of blood assaulting his nostrils. Shisu. A pair of arms, barely connected like broken lotus roots, encircled his waist, their shredded flesh hanging limply. Big brother, it hurts so much. It's too cold underground. Come keep me company. Shisu's face turned pale. With just a slight turn of his head, he saw the distinctive pointed snout of a rat. Suddenly, its mouth gaped wide open, and a flood of grayish-white eyeballs came pouring out. Shisu jolted awake once more. The scorching sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas. He stared blankly at the ashes urn around his neck, a creeping fear slowly taking root in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. Shisu's body stiffened as he fixed his gaze on the front door. Still not awake? Can you really sleep for 24 hours? Huang Hai pushed the door open and urged, stop lying around, we've got a mission. 24 hours? That long? Shisu was full of suspicion. You opened the door with a key? No, you didn't lock it. I just pushed and it opened. Huang Hai swung the door wide open. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Oh, Shisu moved his weak legs to put on his shoes, staggering step by step as he entered the bathroom. Splash! The cold water slapped against his face with force, gradually dispelling the fear in his heart. Shisu raised his eyes to stare at the mirror, his gaze settling on the small urn resting against his collarbone. Saying how cold it was underground and asking him to keep him company, his elder brother would never do such a thing. The door wasn't locked, meaning he had indeed gone out at night. Then he witnessed a series of eerie events. It wasn't just a nightmare, but he had fallen under an illusion. Chapter 28, The Nightmare Fiend. Shisu suddenly recalled the last words spoken by the puppet inside the convenience store. We'll meet again. His face darkened as he pulled out the frozen crystal, striding aggressively into the living room. The living room was crowded with a uniformed investigation team and several chosen ones awaiting purification, people everywhere. And that bastard sat at the dining table, bantering casually with others while eating at a leisurely pace. Shisu fiercely hurled the crystal stone. Get out of the way! Huang Hai shouted in alarm, his sharp eyes catching the danger. Su Hongwen remained unmoved, but the investigation team leader beside him sprang into action. Swiftly grabbing a tablecloth, he used softness to overcome hardness, deftly catching the crystal and carefully storing it in his backpack. Shisu took several rapid strides to close the distance, intending to use plunder, but in the next instant, someone yanked him backward by the collar and flung him away. His body crashed heavily against the wall. You're insane. What do you think you're doing with so many people here? Huang Hai, transformed into a black bear, roared furiously. It was him who killed my elder brother. It was him who slaughtered the entire school. It's him. He's a nightmare disciple. Chi Su howled in rage. Everything became crystal clear. This whole act of pretending to be a nightmare disciple for robbery? Su Hongwen didn't need to pretend at all. He was one from the start. The S rank is fake too. With illusion magic, he can make people see whatever he wants. He's been playing everyone for fools. In the living room, multiple gazes converged in one direction. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Su Hongwen slowly put down his chopsticks, his face a picture of innocence and confusion, yet his eyes held a provocation only Chi Su could detect. What's wrong with him? Why is he calling me a nightmare apostle? Everyone was equally confused, shaking their heads with their nerves tightly wound. Classmate Chi, if you say I'm a nightmare disciple, you'll need to provide evidence. Also, while I may rob people, I've never harmed a single soul, don't go slinging mud at me. Chi Su calmly got to his feet, pretending to fish something from his pocket as he stealthily moved closer. The evidence is right here, irrefutable proof. Stay right there and speak. Huang Hai grabbed Chi Su again and pushed him away, terrified he might produce another deadly crystal. We're all human beings, just use your words. Chi Su stared coldly at Su Hongwen. The man was toying with his own braid, then scratching his neck with it, his gaze indifferent. Subtext, if you dare go public, I'll kill everyone. Chi Su opened his pocket to Huang Hai. I'm out of crystals. That was nonsense I said earlier, just joking. I want to talk to Su Hongwen. Then go ahead, but don't start a fight. Chi Su stepped forward slowly. He took one step forward, Su Hongwen retreated one step back. He took 2 steps forward, Su Hongwen retreated 3 steps back. Isn't anyone going to stop this? My ghost power level is 0. Who's going to take responsibility if someone dies? Su Hongwen raised his voice, but the faint smile at the corner of his mouth meant few people took him seriously. Until retreating into the vast bedroom, Chi Su closed the door behind him. Su Hongwen instantly dropped his disguise, plopping into a chair and crossing his legs. I killed him. As he spoke, he abruptly transformed into Chi Shi's appearance, his gaze becoming exceptionally gentle. This made Chi Su, who was about to act, freeze for a moment. In the blink of an eye, a knife plunged into his chest. Staring at the big brother right before his eyes, Chi Su couldn't help but smile. He gripped Chi Shi's hand, pulled the knife out, and stabbed it back in with even greater force. It was he who indirectly caused his elder brother's death. No one deserved to stab him more than his own brother. You're insane. Su Hongwen lowered his arm and retreated several paces away, pulling out a tissue to wipe his palm. You were originally the third, but I discovered you possess dual abilities, which is why I changed my mind. Classmate, you're also a heart, aren't you? Chi Su stared at the healed wound in silence. As true kin, I advise you not to tell anyone about this matter, and above all, don't trust anyone from the security department. Su Hongwen emphasized security department with particular weight. There's something you probably don't know, the chosen ones in the security department would never reveal this to newcomers. Chi Su's face turned cold. What is it? Whoever consumes the heart will fully inherit all its supernatural abilities and undergo a complete transformation. Su Hongwen gazed at Chi Su with keen interest. What exactly was Chi Shi thinking when he adopted you? He didn't know. He knew nothing. Chi Su exploded in rage, his face flushing crimson. That identical face made it impossible for him to strike. He really couldn't bring himself to strike his elder brother. Oh, Su Hongwen shrugged and launched into a lengthy tirade. Just hearing about the chosen ones makes me sick. Though they're the same race as the nightmare disciples, they betrayed their own kind under the guise of justice, becoming great heroes in people's hearts. Yet their hands are just as stained with blood, human blood. The teacher said nightmare disciples are experts at pretending, at acting. He shook his head. No, nightmares are terrible actors. It's the chosen ones who are the real performers, calculating and cunning, stepping over nightmare corpses to gild their own reputations. When nightmares kill, people call them cruel, cold-blooded monsters, irredeemably evil. But we're just hungry souls having a meal, is that wrong? When chosen ones kill, the public rushes to justify it, saying they didn't mean to, that casualties are inevitable when purging nightmares, that every sin ultimately falls on us nightmares. Su Hongwen gave a half-smile. See how beautifully the security department packages itself? So I'd rather be a nightmare disciple, at least compared to that. It's more straightforward. He patted Chi Su's shoulder with feigned camaraderie. We're both hot commodities. Until our strength improves, lying low is key. I won't sell you out, and you don't sell me out. With that, Su Hongwen strode out of the room, his facial features morphing back to their original form with each step. Only when he reached the back garden did he frantically open his ability panel, all pretense of composure vanishing instantly. Ghost Power, 3981. Ability, Control Type. Primary Dual Skills, Illusion LV.3/Manipulation LV.3. Transform into living beings, create illusions / can manipulate inanimate objects, ignores distance, consumes 50 ghost power. Talent, Hollow Heart 1 of 8. Su Hongwen let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the ghost power value wasn't stolen, it's fine. He didn't know the exact range of Chi-Su's skills, but judging by the other's demeanor, it must be quite short. Just maintain some distance and he'll have it under control. Through a series of tests, Su Hongwen gained a deeper understanding of Chi-Su. Not very brave, nor particularly smart. Wait for the right opportunity. Devour. Chapter 29, Power Failure. After Chi-Su carefully purified the abnormal chosen one and checked his panel, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that his ghost power value hadn't increased. Thank you, young man. I feel much better now. Headquarters scheduled my execution for next week. Luckily, you came along. Here's a small token of appreciation, take it. I've got something for you too, 500,000. It's not much, just consider it a simple meal on me. We have a mission to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Chi-Su gave a slight nod while holding 5 bank cards in his hand. Turning to look at Gu Ling, who was watching with eager eyes full of admiration in those dark, bright pupils, he handed one over. For you. The chosen ones received no salary, headquarters only provided room and board. The only way to earn money was by taking on side jobs. Some citizens couldn't wait for the security department to send personnel, so they directly contacted the chosen ones, who arrived in minutes. There are specialized order-taking websites online, hiding many experts who haven't joined the security department. The older brother had shown him around these sites, but there were plenty of scammers and charlatans too. One had to keep their eyes peeled. Gu Ling took the card and tucked it into her inner clothing, her eyes darting around mischievously, looking exceptionally lively. She suddenly straightened her back, revealing a small curve. You can touch it. Chi-Su froze. Thanks to his elder brother, he now understood what private parts meant. Back in the day when he casually exposed himself, such behavior had been shameful. You can't do this. Chi-Su pointed sternly. Here, and here, no opposite sex should touch these areas unless you're in a romantic relationship. He guessed Gu Ling probably didn't understand what dating meant, so he pulled up a classic film on his phone for her. Learn from this. Watch how the male and female leads fall in love. Oh, Gu Ling obediently sat beside Chi-Su, her eyes fixed intently on the movie title. Young and dangerous, only the strong survive. Chi-Su pocketed the bank card while watching the investigation team chatting away in the living room. Their bright yellow uniforms bore numbers on the chest, 77. There was a reason the uniform colors were so eye-catching. In critical moments, this uniform can immediately attract the attention of the nightmare disciples, buying time for civilians to escape. They were all waiting for one person, Mu Pingyang. The senior had gone to Bai Bing's place early in the morning to retrieve some documents and should be back soon at this hour. With nothing else to do, Chi-Su lowered his head and flipped through his notebook to review his notes. Not long after, Hua Linglong finished his morning run and stepped into the living room. After freshening up, he sat down beside Gu Ling, maintaining a half-meter distance between them. His gaze drifted subtly toward the screen. What are you looking at? Gu Ling noticed immediately, covering it with her hand. Hua Linglong cleared his throat awkwardly. If you're free, he said, we should spar sometime. It'd be good practice for both of us. No time. Fine, if you don't have time. Hua Linglong casually picked up the textbook, glanced at it briefly before tossing it aside, then pulled out his phone intending to play a game. But deep down, he felt this wasn't right. If someone reported him to Bai Bing, he'd definitely get an earful. He tapped his heel restlessly, pursed his lips, and looked at Gu Ling. I'm thinking of keeping a crow. Electronic devices tend to malfunction during missions and can deliver wrong messages. Training a crow would be more reliable than a phone. If you want, I can buy 2. Gu Ling reacted as if facing a mortal enemy. No way. We can't keep it. Why? Crows are highly intelligent, but extremely difficult to raise. They're temperamental and hold grudges. Once when I refilled its food bowl with something it didn't like, it pecked me hard. I got angry too and said, you're making this very difficult for me. And you know what it said? Difficult? Then don't bother. But, Chi-Su raised his hand to cover his mouth, the corners of his lips curling upward. Hua Linglong didn't find it amusing at all, his expression darkening. You're messing with me. Gu Ling shook her head noncommittally. Hua Linglong rose with a cold expression and walked away. Before long, Mu Pingyang arrived fashionably late. She was drenched in sweat, her white shirt soaked through, revealing her curvaceous figure unmistakably. The lace-edged lining was faintly visible. A gust of cold air from the AC made her shiver, her ample curves trembling along. Sorry, it's rush hour and the roads were jammed. I ran here, to the assembly point, exhausted. Chi-Su tossed aside the thin blanket. Thank you. Mu Pingyang smiled gently, wrapping the blanket tighter around herself while rubbing her chest with her palm. After glancing around to confirm everyone was present, she raised her voice. An unknown barrier has appeared in Mountain View Villa district of Z City. All the prominent figures are trapped inside. You can enter but not exit. Security department has given us 3 days to resolve this. Chi-Su, Gu Ling, Su Hongwen, Hua Linglong, the 4 of you will accompany Team 77 on this mission. Follow orders and remember not to use your abilities recklessly. I've already arranged for your luggage to be packed and labeled with your names. Each of you take your own belongings. Be careful in all matters, and may you return safely. At the end, Mu Pingyang looked at Chi-Su with worried eyes and said softly, come back alive. I will. Each person had their own suitcase, with no special treatment given. Chi-Su's heart churned with mixed emotions. He turned his gaze back to Su Hongwon, who was deliberately keeping his distance. Though Chi-Su's face showed no emotion, his stare sent chills down one's spine. Su Hongwon remained as steady as an old dog, completely unfazed. Only after seeing Chi-Su enter the first off-road vehicle did he leisurely drag his suitcase toward the third one. Before long, 3 extended 7-seater off-road vehicles headed toward City Z, carrying 16 people in total. Inside the vehicle, Hua Linglong turned to look at Gu Ling, who was engrossed in a movie in the back seat. It's the work of a spatial ability user. Are you confident you can handle it? Gu Ling paused the movie and said impatiently, if it's not a barrier, then it's space-based. Rule-based abilities can also create something like this, we call it a domain. Hua Linglong was utterly astonished. It felt like witnessing a classmate who spent every day fooling around and never studying suddenly ranking first in the final exams. But upon closer thought, it made sense. Back in Yutsuan, there were so many Nightwalkers, including A-rank ones, and Gu Ling had observed them all with his spatial eye, absorbing vast amounts of knowledge. Hua Linglong glanced at Chi-Su, who was still poring over his notebook, snorted in frustration, and straightened his posture. He had no interest in studying at all. With high enough ghost power, there was no need to understand anything, just a flick of his fingers could crush anything. What was the point of wasting time reading? He closed his eyes, feeling a faint surge of excitement. The first mission had earned him over 2,000 ghost power points, unlocking an invincible skill. This time, he aimed for 3,000. The convoy arrived at the destination after exiting the highway by evening, as the setting sun gradually sank, painting the sky with fiery clouds. Crimson light enveloped the entire mountain villa area, tinting the forests and peaks with a bloody hue, all in eerie silence. The vehicle stopped outside the red demarcation line drawn by Investigation Team 76. Beyond that line lay the unknown barrier. Everyone unloaded their luggage and began hiking up the smooth mountain path, heading first to the residence of Z City's deputy mayor. Why can't the cars drive straight in? Hua Linglong glanced around at the deserted forests on either side, where the depths were pitch dark and strange rustling sounds occasionally whispered through the trees. Who's responsible if we accidentally hit wild animals here? Lin Xiao, captain of Unit 77, possessed no special abilities, just an ordinary man with a lean frame, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. When he smiled slightly, his eyes narrowed into slits. I know you've got money. Captain Bai has always been generous with her own people, especially someone like you. Lin Xiao's tone shifted casually as he remarked, she tosses around millions like loose change, but life is priceless, no amount of money can buy it back. Best to avoid risks when you can. Consider it exercise. Lin Zhao's deliberate pause made Hua Linglong feel deeply insulted, yet he had no way to refute it. Bai Bing was indeed generous with him, allocating 5 million a month. 5 million in the past, Hua Linglong's entire family might not have been able to save that much in a lifetime. Lin Xiao gazed at the corner of the villa in the distance. Linglong, replicate more supplies. Hua Linglong looked puzzled. This place has only been sealed for 2 days. The villa should have plenty of food stored up, it's not like they'd run out. Besides, we don't even know if the people inside are human or ghosts. Lin Xiao said with worldly wisdom, you don't get it, do you? When you visit someone's home, don't you bring a gift? You can't just go empty-handed. We're the investigation team, so we'll bring spirit stones. The more we bring, the more it shows our sincerity. Hua Linglong was speechless for a moment before asking, right now? Right now. Consider it training, carrying weight builds strength. Hua Linglong had no choice but to comply, raising his right arm toward the suitcase with fingers spread wide. Duplicate. The suitcase stood alone, untouched. Refusing to believe it, Hua Linglong gripped the handle and activated his ability once more. Duplicate. A slightly anxious growl caught Chi-Su's attention. Hua Linglong panicked and bent down to open the box. Inside were change of clothes and crystals. Copy, copy, copy. But it was useless, not a single extra item appeared. The supernatural ability had failed. Chapter 30, Cause and Effect. Seeing this, Chi-Su drew the dagger from his waist and lunged at Su Hongwen behind him, pinning him down before stabbing the blade into his neck without hesitation. Warm blood instantly sprayed across his face. Holy Mother of God! Lin Xiao screamed with his eyes wide open in disbelief, clutching his head. Chi-Su pressed his lips tightly together, stabbing again and again with each thrust fueled by boundless rage. The face was hacked to pieces, flesh torn and mangled. Su Hongwen's braid was severed, leaving his hair disheveled as he glared furiously, gurgle, gurgle, trying to say something. Chi-Su was a man of few words but ruthless actions. He raised his hand and plunged the knife into his eye socket, pulling it out with an eyeball that he flung away. Tearing off his clothes, he wielded the blade with precision, dismembering himself as the horrifying sound of bones being dismantled echoed endlessly. The 77th Investigation Team stood frozen in shock. No one expected Chi-Su to pull a knife at this critical moment. And goddammit, he used it on an S-class. There's definitely no saving them now. Chopped up like this, not even the great Luo immortal could bring them back. Suddenly, the frenzied youth stopped his assault and tilted his head in confusion. Hua Linglong suppressed his nausea as he stepped forward, his pupils trembling. The brown-furred squirrel was torn to pieces, reduced to a pulpy mess. Yet Su Hongwen wasn't here at all. What's going on? He couldn't make sense of it. Chi-Su knew it very well. That bastard had sensed something was wrong from the start and never entered the domain. Hey, is it safe in there? In the distance, Su Hongwen climbed onto the roof of the off-road vehicle, vigorously waving his arms. Holding a telescope in his left hand, his smile was dazzlingly bright. He never intended to carry out any mission in the first place. After getting out of the car, he caught a squirrel, transformed it into his own likeness, killed it, and then manipulated the corpse to follow the team as a decoy. He took the opportunity to test whether it was spatial or rule-based. By now, it was clearly rule-based ability nullification. This also caused his puppet to reveal its true form after not holding up for very long. Su Hongwen didn't know what other restrictions were inside, but none of it concerned him. These people were just fish on a chopping block, completely at others' mercy. They were doomed. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and didn't go inside. I saw everything. The nightmare disciples in the Mountain Villa district are full of tricks. You must be wary of those around you. Su Hongwen couldn't help but smirk, his face brimming with schadenfreude. Get in here! Lin Xiao roared in a low, furious voice, his authority as team leader erupting in that moment. If you dare disobey orders, I guarantee the security department will launch a global manhunt and have you apprehended within 24 hours. Multiple charges combined. Death penalty. You have two choices, come in and carry out the mission, or die. Choose now. Su Hongwen's smile vanished instantly, his clear black and white eyes gleaming with a dark crimson light. After being caught for robbery, the security department also gave two options. It wasn't like going to school or being imprisoned. It was school, or death. They said his crimes were severe enough to warrant execution by firing squad. Su Hongwen had no other choice. The security department had been relentlessly pursuing him, pressuring him from age 6 all the way to 18. 12 years ago, Professor Yang and his wife adopted him, along with many other homeless parasites, establishing an orphanage where they provided meticulous care. Later, when he learned to read, he confided in the professor, his closest guardian, about his supernatural abilities panel. Overjoyed, the professor lifted him high in the air, shouting something about humanity being saved, and contacted his most trusted colleague to arrange specialized training. Su Hongwen still remembers clearly that the visitor was an immensely important figure, ranking third in strength among the chosen ones of the security department, with a ghost power value as high as 38,176. The man solemnly promised Professor Yang that he would suffer no hardship upon joining the security department, and that everyone would treat him like their own son or younger brother, providing him with luxury and comfort. Professor Yang and his wife tearfully sought him off at the door, but the moment he got in the car, that important figure's face changed, his gaping maw transforming into a bottomless black abyss. Tears fell before eating, as he said with lofty words, I have no choice, truly no choice. The situation is urgent now, humanity's survival hangs by a thread. You're too young, the people can't wait until you're old enough for the front line. I promise you, I'll fight the nightmare followers until my dying breath, never wasting this heart's power. Su Hongwen, frightened beyond measure, involuntarily transformed into a juvenile mouse and fled in panic. The man grabbed at him furiously, destroying the car, and only then did he manage to escape, instinctively rushing straight home. Professor Yang and his wife learned the truth and shielded him with their lives. 2 lives. They bought him 1 second of escape time. After that, he didn't drift between countless families, but hid in abandoned tunnels far from human habitation. The news reported, Professor Yang and his wife made tremendous contributions to the study of hollow remains. The 200 documented supernatural abilities currently compiled were recorded by Professor Yang himself. This action provoked intense resentment from the nightmare disciples. The couple met a tragic end, and their adopted child remains missing. We urge the public to assist in the search. The authorities publicly released his photo, offering a staggering bounty of 1 billion yuan. The entire nation mobilized with fervor to find him. The abandoned tunnel came alive with activity. Wave after wave of people arrived, spouting nonsense with honeyed words and treacherous hearts, meticulously plotting to lure him to the security department. From that moment on, Su Hongwen understood one thing. Humans were more terrifying than nightmare creatures. In this world, apart from Professor Yang and his wife, there are no good people. So he ate them all. After the billion-dollar frenzy passed, many men and women still came to the tunnel seeking thrills, and Su Hongwen never went hungry for a single day. He had thought hiding in the tunnel would keep him safe. Shi Shike appeared with the investigation team. 2 years ago, he was having dinner in the dark when he suddenly heard rough laughter and talk about ghost power levels. From the conversation, the team leader was a chosen one with considerable strength, planning to attempt a further breakthrough in a few days. What skills does Chi-Shi have? What's his ghost power level? Su Hongwen knew nothing. All he knew was that these people had come to capture him, because he was a man-eating nightmare disciple. After being caught, there were only two paths left, either die or be stuffed into someone's belly. He was terrified, shaking with fear. His ghost power level was only 2,000, pathetically weak. He was practically pissing himself, adrenaline surging, his mind racing like never before that day. First, it created illusions to craft a maze, secretly using transformations to eliminate the minor threats. When it came to the last person, Chi-Shi, it didn't dare act recklessly and instead turned into a rat, scurrying away in disgrace. The entire way as it fled, it thought to itself, the abandoned tunnel was no longer safe to inhabit. Who knew what kind of ruthless opponent might come next? Where to escape? Su Hongwen gazed at the brightly lit city in the distance, feeling a faint yearning in his heart. Since there's no escaping anywhere, why not hide in plain sight? He had grown up now, his features fully developed and completely different from his childhood appearance. Professor Yang's dear friend wouldn't recognize him. As long as he doesn't eat people, he'll definitely be fine. In just 2 short years, he amassed a fortune through robbery, accumulating over 100 million. The outcome was, unsurprisingly, expected. Going to prison? No big deal, free meals and lodging. But the security department said his crimes were severe enough for the death penalty. Su Hongwen had no choice but to agree to attend school, though it made him furious inside. If the security department wanted to see an S rank, if all of humanity wanted to see an S rank, then he'd give them exactly that. The security department slaughtered every prisoner in the jail, regardless of their crimes, wanting him to quickly absorb their blood energy for missions, so naturally, he'd do the exact opposite. A few days ago, a classmate sent him a video, hinting that he should improve his skills quickly. Look at how flashy others' supernatural abilities were. With that glowing axe, he could definitely become a powerful berserker in the future. Su Hongwen controlled his puppet to kill the axe wielder first. The video also featured his old nemesis. Su Hongwen asked the teacher and learned that Chi-Shi only had a little over 1,000 points, with the ability, X-ray vision, counters his illusions. He must die. Su Hongwen didn't expect to encounter another heart. Since Professor Yang and his wife passed away, he had never been this happy. He created an opportunity that appeared perfectly normal to outsiders, allowing him to arrive in City A without raising any suspicion. No matter what it took, he was determined to devour Chi-Su and become the most powerful heart. Then no one could control him anymore, nor would anyone have the power to consume him. Su Hongwen gathered his wandering thoughts and fixed his gaze on Chi-Su within the domain of rules. Step by step, he walked forward with steady composure. This was also an opportunity. Chapter 31, Another World. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, warm dim lights gradually illuminated the street lamps on both sides. Su Hongwen and Chi-Su were assigned by the captain to take the front positions, just in case any more unexpected incidents occurred. The distance between them was wide enough to fit an entire platoon, their separation glaringly obvious. Staring at the dark, silent road ahead, Chi-Su thought driving here made no difference, they might as well have used a flashlight. Pest. Su Hongwen made strange noises beside him, inching closer to Chi-Su with deliberate nonchalance. Walk in a straight line, Lin Xiao shouted, his eyes fixed on the two of them. Su Hongwen pursed his lips and raised his phone to shake it at Chi-Su. Add me as a friend. Let's chat, I'll apologize to you. People can only be betrayed by friends. Enemies never get the chance to betray or stab you in the back. So he had to swallow his pride and seek reconciliation, waiting until their relationship grew closer to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, before entering the domain, he had noticed something unusual. This anomaly was glaringly obvious, plain to see at a glance. Su Hongwen hadn't paid it any mind at the time, but now, for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't recall it. Most likely affected by the domain, that crucial memory was forcibly blurred, leaving him unsettled and anxious. Hurry up, just a few words. Chi-Su didn't even glance at it, much less respond. Just then, a low, distant horn sounded from all directions, prolonged and eerily distinct in the silence. Chi-Su looked around in confusion but couldn't find any loudspeakers broadcasting the sound. Look over there, a hoarse shout exploded. The shouting team member fumbled frantically to pull out crystal stones, his face turning as pale as paper. The leaves, which had been lush green and vibrant just moments before, were rapidly fading into withered yellow, crumbling and falling in droves. Before touching the ground, the withered leaves burned as if scorched by flames, turning to dust that scattered with the wind. The tree bark peeled away layer by layer, the trunk cracking at a visible pace, revealing deformed and twisted human corpses rotting within. Guling, engrossed in the movie with her headphones on, hung her head low, completely unaware that she was about to walk right up to the shrieking, rotting corpse. Watch out! Chi-Su yanked her back and swiftly pulled off her headphones. Guling finally noticed the strange phenomena around them, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes as they blurted out, the space is tearing apart. The space didn't tear apart, the rotting corpse tore itself apart first. It squeezed its pointed head through the tree crevice, chunks of decaying flesh hanging from its bones plopping to the ground as it whimpered and pleaded, "Save me, save me." Jisoo ignored it completely, decisively hoisting the now powerless Gu Ling onto his back. "Hold tight. Hold on tight." Jisoo immediately grabbed 2 heavy suitcases and sprinted desperately toward the nearby Chinese-style villa. "Don't just stand there. Hurry. Run." Lin Xiao was the first to urge his teammates forward, then yanked the stunned Hua Linglong by the arm to quicken their pace. In just a few breaths' time, the entire vibrant forest had been completely drained of life, leaving only bare withered branches and countless wailing corpses. Deep within the forest, slender humanoid figures had appeared at some unknown time. Their stiff-limbed silhouettes moved with legs thinner than arms, turned inward like a broken marionette, their torso swaying violently at inhuman angles and frequencies. Suddenly, they charged forward at sprinting speed. "Hurry! Faster!" Lin Xiao shouted as a monster suddenly lunged out and pinned him down. Hua Linglong, still being dragged by Lin Xiao, inevitably tumbled to the ground. He scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the villa without looking back. The monster pressed down relentlessly on Lin Xiao, its features wrapped in a layer of tight, suffocating skin that looked unbearable to behold. It raised both hands, palms embedded with 2 pitch-black mouths, and pressed them forcefully onto Lin Xiao's shoulders. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Aha! Hua Linglong paused mid-step, gritted his teeth, turned around and kicked over the monster pinning Lin Xiao. Without even time to grab the suitcase, he hoisted their captain onto his back and desperately chased after the team. Lin Xiao's shoulders were dripping with blood, his pale collarbones exposed, his face drenched in sweat from the pain. His glasses were fogged with blood mist as he gave a faint smile. "I thought, you'd abandoned me. If you die, the team falls apart." Hua Linglong accelerated past several teammates. Only then did he realize, though his supernatural abilities were unusable, his physical strength from the 3571 ghost power remained. Carrying 70 kilograms, he ran effortlessly. Hua Linglong's taut nerves finally relaxed. He said to Lin Xiao, "Without you, we'd be like a headless dragon. When disputes arise, everyone would argue their own case, who should we listen to then? This nightmare disciple isn't some minor character." Even Gulin was suppressed, their ghost power might well exceed 10,000 points. Only through unity can we overcome this crisis. If we're divided, they'll pick us off one by one, and then we're truly finished. So you must hold on, at least live a little longer. Don't make my rescue effort go to waste. Lin Xiao forced a bitter smile. "I'll try my best." Unit 77 Investigation Team, open the door. Su Hongwen was the first to arrive at the deputy mayor's residence, swiftly retrieving the human skin credentials from the suitcase and holding them aloft. Abilities were nullified within this domain, and the credentials were no exception, they didn't change color. Fortunately, the identity information remained intact. Coming, the housekeeper first peered through the peephole. Upon recognizing one of the 4 chosen ones, she promptly invited them inside. The crowd surged into the Chinese-style living room in a swarm, then immediately began counting heads. Who hasn't come in yet? Is anyone left behind? It seems everyone's here. Don't just say seems. Count off. 1, 2, 3. The housekeeper saw the danger approaching and decisively slammed the door shut, locking it. She quipped, "By the time you finish reporting this, everyone in this room will be dead as doornails." The woman wore a professional suit, with short bobbed hair reaching her ears. Her round eyes slanted upward at the outer corners, and her mouth, nose, and chin were small and delicate, a typical feline-like appearance. Hua Linglong, carrying Lin Xiao on his back, stepped forward and asked, "Is there a family doctor available?" The housekeeper gasped in shock at the bloody wound, quickly covering her mouth before saying, "Yes, follow me quickly." Hua Linglong shook his head and laid Lin Xiao down on the sofa, his guard up. "Call the doctor down here, we'll treat him right here." With so many rotting corpses in the trees, he suspected the entire mountain villa district had no survivors left, everyone had been stuffed inside. Unfortunately, he had no supernatural abilities now and couldn't wipe them all out in one go like last time. He had no choice but to wait for the right moment and clear them out house by house. The housekeeper didn't delay either, trotting upstairs to call for the doctor. Jisoo set down Gulin and looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window. The monsters seemed unable to enter, turning instead to stagger back toward the forest. Before long, the wailing corpses were all enveloped by tree bark, the split trunks gradually closing until the gray-white forest returned to lush greenery, dense with leaves and branches. Jisoo encountered this strange phenomenon for the first time and was utterly baffled. Was it the rule type's doing? "It's the rule type," Su Hongwen replied with a playful smile, twirling his braid as he gazed toward the forest. "This is their initial ability. After breaking the 1,000-point threshold, they can create alternate worlds within their domain, which explains that eerie scene we just witnessed. The interesting part is that the rule-type dreamwalkers themselves have no control over when these alternate worlds appear, how long they last, or what the survival rules within them are. Those rotting corpses aren't human remains, they're just humanoid monsters. If they catch you and drag you into the trees, you'll never get out for the rest of your life. Even rule-type nightwalkers can't escape once they're dead. Chisu covered his ears, unwilling to listen. Big Brother's notebook must have the details, he'd read it when he had time. Hua Linglong froze in shock upon hearing Su Hongwen's explanation. So you're saying there are still living people here? Su Hongwen deliberately drew out the syllable, his tone rising playfully at the end, probably all still alive. A mocking grin tugged at his lips. The rule is, after the other world appears, hiding inside buildings makes you safe. Everyone's waiting for the investigation team's rescue. Who'd be bored enough to run outside? There's food at home too. Why come out? To dig for wild vegetables? Don't tell me you thought they'd all kicked the bucket. Hua Linglong fell silent, rubbing his nose awkwardly. Chapter 32 You're no match. Idiot, Su Hongwen thought to himself. Might as well explain everything at once to avoid getting killed by him. When ghost power reaches 2000 points, we enhance initial skills or expand supernatural ability ranges. But for rule-type nightmares, their initial range is fixed even if ghost power exceeds 10,000 or 100,000 points, it remains this size, permanently locked. Therefore their new skill allows them to write a new rule themselves. Most choose ability nullification, first to protect their own lives. At 4,000 points, you can write another rule, things like you'll die if you eat, you'll die if you drink, or you'll die if you walk aren't allowed. It can only write about things humans don't normally do, like you'll die if you light a candle facing a mirror, you'll die if you stick chopsticks upright in a bowl, you'll die if you pee on a grave, and so on. After writing the rules, if you're not satisfied, you can spend 100 ghost power points to modify them. And the one we encountered, its ghost power is at least 4,000 points to begin with. Hearing this, Hua Linglong seized upon the inadvertent slip Su Hongwen had just revealed. We enhance initial skills and expand the scope of supernatural abilities, Your ghost power value is 0, your abilities haven't awakened yet, and you don't even know what type they'll be. What do you mean What if you awaken a rule-based system? Su Hongwen narrowed his eyes slightly. I just said it casually. No need to pick apart my words. Familiar? Hua Linglong crossed his arms and leaned lazily against the chair back, adopting an interrogative tone. You were the first to arrive at the vice mayor's house. My legs are long, and I run fast. Got a problem with that? There is a problem. Chisu has 285 ghost power points, while you have 0. Even without supernatural abilities, your physical capabilities remain. Yet you somehow outran him. Even I, with 3,571 points, couldn't catch up to you. Su Hongwen clenched his fists in secret, his words forced through gritted teeth. Do you have to spell out everyone's ghost power level so precisely? The third rule of the nightmare devotee interfered with his memory, making him forget something crucial. Extremely important. His gut told him it was a matter of life and death. The ghost power value is such a sensitive issue. Though he's not truly at 0, bullies always pick on the weakest. What if the nightmare disciple comes for him first? At this moment, veins bulged across Su Hongwen's forehead and neck. This idiot, this idiot, this idiot, this idiot. Suddenly, he regained his composure, gripping the suitcase handle with an air of nonchalance. There's a saying, you tested as S rank because you reached S rank. I tested as S rank because S rank is the highest possible. People are still different from each other. With these words, Su Hongwen curled his lips into a mocking smile and pulled his suitcase toward the guest room. Hua Linglong's face darkened, his knuckles cracking audibly as he clenched his fists. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. At this moment, a stern-faced investigator pushed his suitcase forward and said calmly, you should rest too. Leave the night watch to us. Hua Linglong picked it up and left without hesitation. Chisu, Guling, stop wandering around and get some rest. It's already 9 o'clock. Chisu set down the calligraphy piece titled, Still Waters Run Deep, swept his gaze over the team members, and said with an inscrutable darkness in his eyes, I'll go with you. The man laughed heartily. Don't underestimate us. Every member of Investigation Team 77 ranked at the top of their class at St. Lee University were all top students. No need for your protection. Go get some sleep. Chisu shook his head again. We'll split into 2 teams and take turns searching for a way out. That works better. He deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. Just right for what? The man was puzzled, pondering as he glanced around at his teammates. Suddenly, it hit him like a thunderbolt. The investigation team had a full roster of 12 members, plus 4 chosen ones, totaling 16 people. But now, there were 17. The crucial point is, he had no idea who the extra person was. Everyone looked familiar. They were all alumni, longtime brothers. Captain Lin. Xiao Qi's face twitched as he struggled to speak. Lin Xiao pursed his lips in a silent shush, shook his head seriously, then said, You take 5 people and share 1 room. Yes. The rest stay here, no one goes anywhere without my orders. Lin Xiao managed to finish speaking before collapsing from excessive blood loss, his gold-rimmed glasses clattering to the floor. Captain Lin. At that moment, the doctor hurried downstairs with the housekeeper and immediately began treating his wounds. Xiaoqi relaxed slightly and asked in confusion, "What about the deputy mayor?" The housekeeper said, "The deputy mayor hasn't been feeling well lately. If you have anything to say, I can relay it for you. If you don't trust me, you may go upstairs to speak with the deputy mayor yourself. But you must take proper precautions, his illness is contagious." Upon hearing this, Shi-su immediately asked, "What kind of illness?" The housekeeper's smile turned slightly awkward as she stammered, "Well, you know, please keep this confidential." Shi-su, that? Which one? Xiaoqi couldn't help but pat Shi-su on the shoulder. "Just keep your mouth shut. Don't ask so many questions about things we shouldn't know." "But..." "No buts." Xiaoqi grew impatient. Why was this kid so stubborn? "It's clearly a scandal of reckless behavior and contracting venereal disease." He whispered, "I'll explain later, don't ask anymore." "Oh." Shi-su fell silent for a moment. "Then I want to go see him." "Don't go see him, for heaven's sake." Xiaoqi was both amused and exasperated. "How dare you be so bold when you've lost your powers? Strength, 285 points, courage, 28,500,000,000 points. He forced Shi-su onto the single sofa. "Sleep, I'll go check for you. It's right to go take a look, seeing is believing. But the chosen one is a precious treasure who must never come to harm." "Shi-su, then wait till I wake up and we'll go see it together." "All right." Seeing Shi-su's ironclad determination, Xiaoqi immediately agreed. Inside the first-floor suite, Su Hongwen placed the luggage and peered through the peephole, watching Hua Linglong enter the opposite apartment before letting out a cold chuckle. He tied on an apron and turned on the stove, tossing a piece of beef into the wok while muttering curses under his breath. "You damn flirtatious steak, wanna see daddy's big iron spatula? How come after frying you for so long, you've only rendered this tiny bit of oil? Where'd all your grease go, huh? Which wild wok stole it? Won't talk? Watch me fry you to death." Clanging, banging, and foul language continued for quite some time. He shoveled out the charred steak, sprinkled it with black pepper, casually tucked the knife into his apron pocket, and knocked gently on the opposite door while holding the plate. His voice was mild. "Miss Hua, I was wrong earlier. I came to apologize, I'm sorry." Seeing the peephole darken for a moment, Su Hongwen flashed a kind and friendly smile, holding up the steak. "I made it myself. Try it." On the other side of the door, "No need." Su Hongwen maintained his smile and said slowly, "Actually, there's a reason for my high talent. You can achieve it too. Let me in, and I'll tell you." Hua Linglong's expression shifted slightly as he turned the handle and opened the door wide. "Please." Su Hongwen grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. His smile stretched unnaturally wide, nearly splitting the corners of his mouth, radiating a sickly excitement with not a trace of warmth in his eyes. "Here, steak." Hua Linglong silently accepted the plate. Though he sensed something amiss, he paid it no mind. He boasted that his ghostly power was strong enough to handle any unexpected situation. "Go on, how did you do it?" Hua Linglong had no intention of eating the charred steak and casually placed it on the table. He picked up a tea bag, intending to brew a cup for his guest. The knife had already silently pressed against his neck, suddenly slicing through the skin. Hua Linglong remained expressionless, poured out the blood-stained tea, turned around, and the wound slowly began to heal. "If you think a knife would work against the chosen one, then you're wrong, dead wrong." Su Hongwen laughed, then suddenly lunged forward, biting into the wound and viciously tearing out the entire windpipe. Hua Linglong thrashed wildly, struggling desperately to call for help, but not a sound escaped his lips. The overwhelming disparity in strength couldn't help but unnerve him, his face betraying rare panic. "I'll show you how it's done." Su Hongwen gripped Hua Linglong's upper and lower teeth with both hands, then with a forceful tug tore off his jaw, just like devouring a lamb's head with sauce, stuffing the bloody flesh into his mouth with loud crunches. He said mischievously, "Still talent. Even if we're both over 3,000 points, killing you is no different from squashing an ant, ha ha ha." Hua Linglong's eyes turned red as his trembling fingers swiftly scrawled a line of bloody words across the floor. "I can't die. I haven't taken my revenge yet. Please, spare me." "What good would it do me to spare you? I'll obey your every word, I beg you." Su Hongwen tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling lost in thought. He truly needed an accomplice, one who held no grudge against Shi-su. "You." His braid was suddenly yanked by Hua Linglong, who was exerting all his strength to fling him aside. Su Hongwen remained motionless, looking down to grip Hua Linglong's terrified face, his tone dark. "Didn't I tell you? Even if we're both over 3,000 points, you're still nowhere near my level." Hua Linglong's face turned deathly pale, his heart completely chilled, devoid of any thought of counterattack. He had believed it was an even match, that the other party was merely arrogant and boastful, but reality proved otherwise. In haste, he wrote with his blood-stained finger. This time, it was utterly sincere. Su Hongwen crushed the fragile skull without hesitation and buried his head in his meal. Chapter 33, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. In the dead of night, all was silent. Shi-su caught sight of the vice-mayor lying on the second floor, his heart skipping a beat. The middle-aged man was morbidly obese, weighing well over 1,000 pounds. His massive frame occupied the entire soft bed, creating deep indentations from sheer weight. He wore no clothes, his body draped in layers upon layers of sagging fat that shifted and pressed against each other with each labored breath, forming multiple folds of flesh. Jisoo's gaze traveled downward inch by inch. The man's pallid skin glistened with an unhealthy, greasy sheen. His inner thighs were covered in cauliflower-like genital warts, clusters of pointed growths with dense bud-shaped protrusions blooming across the skin surface. "Hello, we're members of Investigation Team 77. Shao-Chi adjusted his mask and stepped forward slowly, his back slightly hunched. "How have you been feeling lately?" He lowered his head in respect, his tone stiff with forced flattery. "So there really is an infectious disease. Damn it, will they try to silence us after the mission's over?" Shao-Chi didn't regret seeing the truth with his own eyes. This proved the villa was truly safe, guaranteeing his teammates' survival. Yet he couldn't help worrying about his own fate. How ironic it was. Being chased by a nightmare disciple still leaves a sliver of hope for survival. But if it were someone important, he'd truly have no chance of living. Seen enough? Feeling reassured now? The man's eye sockets and temples were darkened, his entire being exhausted and deathly still. His voice rasped with an authority that needed no anger. "Tell me, when can we get out?" Shao-Chi didn't know either, bending at a 90-degree angle as he forced himself to say, still working on a solution, "Please remain patient." "Tomorrow," Jisoo said. "Just tomorrow." Getting out was simple, just find and kill the rules-based nightmare disciple. Shao-Chi's eyes widened as he frantically tugged at Jisoo's sleeve. "Why did you have to speak up? If we fail, we might as well go meet the sharks." The man chuckled hoarsely, straining to lift his thick arm while staring intently at Jisoo. "You have until 8 o'clock tomorrow night. If it's not resolved by then, I'll take your life." Jisoo nodded repeatedly. "If we can't deal with the nightmare disciple, then we'll deal with you first, you plague-ridden swine." "Too easy, it's not even worth mentioning." Shao-Chi saw the conversation was over and gave a dry laugh. "We won't disturb your rest any further. I'll report any news to you immediately." Shao-Chi pulled Jisoo out of the bedroom in a hurry. They went downstairs and pushed open the door to an unoccupied guest room. He first took a shower, took the blocking medication, then proceeded with disinfection, not forgetting to disinfect Jisoo as well. Jisoo was baffled. That guy could barely move. How's he supposed to go to work? "There are plenty of people lining up to carry him to work, so don't bother yourself with that," Shao-Chi said disapprovingly, glaring at Jisoo. "Honestly, why do you have to talk so much? It was supposed to be 3 days, and now, thanks to you, it's been cut down to just 1. I saw he was angry and wanted to say something nice to smooth things over." "Well said. Next time, don't say anything at all." Shao-Chi sighed helplessly as he changed into a fresh uniform. "I'm heading out tomorrow morning. Stay at the villa and wait for my call." "Go out? Where to?" Jisoo asked. "I'm going to check on the other households and count how many survivors there are." Shao-Chi feared that if their supernatural abilities suddenly worked, these 4 chosen ones might act recklessly without restraint, harming innocent people. Investigating thoroughly would give everyone a clearer picture, preventing them from crossing the line when taking action. "Jisoo, I'll go with you." Shao-Chi couldn't help but laugh. How clingy. But having one more person wouldn't hurt, especially when it's the chosen one. He readily agreed and said, "Bring plenty of crystals. There's definitely a stockpile here. We'll borrow some, and while we're at it, borrow a car too. Driving there to take inventory is safer, walking's too dangerous." Jisoo suddenly caught a fleeting thought. But this thought was slippery. It passed through his mind and vanished without a trace, leaving no clue behind. He couldn't pinpoint what it was. TCH, whatever. He'd think about it later. At this moment, a faint trace of blood scent drifted into my nostrils. "Jisoo, do you smell that?" "Shao-Chi, what?" Jisoo walked to Hua Linglong's room door, raised his hand as if to knock, then silently lowered it again. He stared at the door for a long while, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The matter with Brother Gao, he couldn't let it go. But Hua Linglong. Jisoo thought of how he had once comforted him, and his emotions grew complicated. Knock, knock, knock. Shao-Chi helped Jisoo rap on the door. Inside the room, Su Hongwen wiped his mouth clean after devouring everything, savoring the surge of 1,000 ghost power points as he cheerfully tidied up the bloody scene. The door remained tightly shut. "Let's go," Shao-Chi whispered to Jisoo. "Hua Linglong is probably asleep. Don't disturb his rest. 1 knock is enough. If he's awake, he'll open the door. Waking him up would be rude." "Hua Linglong." Jisoo suddenly raised his voice. "If you're alive, make a sound." "Shoo, shoo, shoo." Shao-Chi hurriedly pulled Jisoo toward the living room. "What if we disturb the people upstairs? Why don't you ever think before acting?" Jisoo's feet were rooted firmly to the ground. After waiting for a long time without any response, he knew he had arrived too late. There was more than one nightmare disciple inside the villa, but it didn't take a genius to figure out who was responsible. Hua Linglong would never open the door for strangers. To him, every member of the investigation team was a stranger. What's done is done. Jisoo had no intention of tearing down this facade. Entering the living room, he curled up on the sofa under the dim glow of a nightlight, flipping through the notebook on his lap page by page as he researched regulatory information, deciding to deal with at least one first. Captain Lin, don't push yourself, get some rest. Shi-Su turned to look in the direction of the sound. Lin Zhao's shoulders were tightly wrapped in bandages, as if in a cast, making his upper torso appear slightly bloated. His face was pale. I'll keep watch, all of you should sleep. How can we let a patient stand guard? Lie down right now, or we'll knock you out. Lin Zhao was pushed and shoved by his teammates until he could resist no longer, so he lay flat on the sofa and closed his eyes. Shi-Su withdrew his gaze and continued reading his notes, but the sense of dissonance in his heart grew stronger. Something's wrong, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. It felt like ants were crawling all over his body. At that moment, the word rules written in the notebook snapped his thoughts back into focus. Weakness of rule-based systems. Within the domain, all rules exist in a certain place. Just find it, erase it manually, and you can escape easily. The method to erase rules is simple, anyone can do it. But rules are often hidden in extremely dangerous places. Be brave, and you might seize a slim chance of survival. After reading the translated text on his phone, Shi-Su couldn't help but think of that forest. It's truly dangerous. If he ventured deep into the woods searching, and the other world suddenly attacked, he'd have nowhere to escape. Shi-Su closed his notebook. Big Brother's method wouldn't work. He was terrified, afraid that once dragged into the trees, he'd never come out again. Shi-Su decided to follow his own method to find and eliminate the rule-type nightmare disciple by stealth. The next day, Shi-Su, who had unknowingly fallen asleep, was shaken awake. Gu Ling blinked her eyes. Hua Linglong is missing. Yeah. He hung up. Shi-Su carefully packed the notebook into his suitcase. Morning. Su Hongwen greeted them cheerfully, looking refreshed. I'm taking over, you guys can go get some sleep. Shi-Su had already slept. Seeing Xiao-Qi ready to go, he immediately pulled his suitcase and followed, not forgetting to turn back and remind Gu Ling. Stay away from that scumbag, he's no good. Gu Ling nodded emphatically, I know. After Shi-Su left, Gu Ling turned and smiled innocently at the glaring Su Hongwen, appearing completely harmless. But if one looked closely into her eyes, they would discover the coldness hidden beneath those clear pupils. Su Hongwen raised an eyebrow. Well, looks like this little girl has two faces. He couldn't recall when he'd offended her. What was going on? Chapter 34, Ghost Power Surge. Xiao-Qi drove the luxury car at high speed along the quiet road and casually remarked, You've carried out missions with Hua Linglong before, right? Was he always like this? Disappearing without notice, preferring to be a lone wolf. Xiao-Qi stopped probing and said bluntly, I know you two have a grudge. Back then, he destroyed Rain Village and buried you under the mountain. It was Huang Hai who dug you out. Huang Hai warned me to keep an eye on you too. Xiao-Qi was only focused on Shi-Su and Hua Linglong. Yet no one expected Shi-Su to actually make a move against Su Hongwen, swift, decisive, and brutal. Now Hua Linglong is missing. Shi-Su's criminal record made it hard not to suspect him. Leaning his head against the car window, Shi-Su said truthfully, I didn't kill him. My teammates can vouch for me. If you don't believe me, go ask them when we get back. Xiao-Qi suddenly laughed and joked, just making random guesses, occupational hazard. I tend to see ghosts where there aren't any. Bear with me. I believe this has nothing to do with you, so don't get angry. Though he said that, he still planned to confirm with the team members later. Xiao-Qi couldn't help feeling irritated at this moment. Losing an S-class, how was he going to explain this to his superiors? What a headache. The luxury car drove out of the perilous forest and entered the boundless expanse of farmland. Across the vast, endless fields, several European-style villas of similar design stood crookedly, looking as if they might collapse at any moment. Xiao-Qi glanced at them. His 5.0 vision allowed him to clearly see the bloodstains sprayed on the wall and the wide-open door. No need to check this one, definitely no survivors. Bzzz. Bzzz. The sound of a horn suddenly blared, as if coming from the horizon, low and deep, echoing endlessly. It seemed like some kind of warning, cautioning others that something terrifying was about to appear. Suddenly, a white figure darted out from the fields, spreading its arms to block the road. Xiao-Qi instinctively slammed on the brakes. Screech! The tightly shut car window was being pounded violently. A woman in a thin nightgown, her face streaked with tears, sobbed hysterically, Open the door! Quick! Hurry! Hurry! Xiao-Qi remained perfectly composed, utterly unfazed by the woman's frantic distress. After scanning the surroundings briefly and finding nothing unusual, he finally opened the car door. The woman hastily scrambled into the backseat, curling up in the corner and trembling uncontrollably. Outside the car, the villa's white walls gradually turned crimson, as if soaked in blood, with layers of paint peeling away like rusted metal, revealing the crisscrossing rough steel bars beneath. Amidst them, countless mutilated corpses struggled to crawl out, their fingernails clawing at the steel bars until the tips flipped backward. A crimson mist slowly rolled in, instantly dyeing the lush green fields red. Before long, even the road was swallowed by the scarlet fog, turning indistinct. Xiaoqi caught a whiff of thick metallic rust and plopped into the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator as the car shot forward. Shisu, fasten your seatbelt. Watch the road. Xiaoqi suddenly spotted a dilapidated villa ahead and swiftly turned the steering wheel. Shisu took out a crystal and gripped it tightly in his hand, staring intently out the window, his palm slick with sweat. In the distance, faint human figures began to emerge. They were different from the previous monsters. Their shoulders were empty, and blood gushed from the severed necks with a sizzling sound, and their heads were cradled in their own palms. In the blink of an eye, dozens of headless corpses were right before us, pressing against the car windows, grinning hideously. Shisu's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. Individually, he wasn't afraid. But if a whole group of sanity-draining creatures came at him, he really couldn't handle it. Xiaoqi could no longer maintain his composure either, urgently asking the woman in the backseat, "Where do you live? Quickly give me directions." A trembling finger reached between Xiaoqi and Shisu, pointing towards the intact villa not far away. "See that one over there? I see it." Xiaoqi had already imagined the woman being ostracized by everyone and left to fend for herself a pitiful existence. "There's a small building next to the villa." Xiaoqi narrowed his eyes and peered intently. "I see it. That's where I died." As if doused by icy cold water, Xiaoqi jumped in shock, every hair on his body standing on end. The woman unhurriedly removed her head and lunged at Shisu with a shrill laugh. "Damn it!" Shisu frantically rolled down the car window, grabbed the head that was buried in his neck biting down, and hurled it out violently, tearing off a large chunk of soft flesh in the process. Thick blood quickly soaked through his clothes. "Open the door!" Xiaoqi shouted. Shisu, in agony, forcefully smashed open the car door. Xiaoqi lifted his leg and kicked the headless corpse out. Shishugan wiped his eyes clean only to witness an unforgettable scene. Up ahead! Up ahead! The road was blocked by densely packed human heads, forming what looked like a towering wall, with the sound of incessant crunching echoing all around. Shisu didn't dare imagine what would happen if the car plowed through. Probably not even scraps of man or machine would remain. This isn't some alternate world, it's clearly hell. Xiaoqi decisively stopped the car, locked the doors while grabbing crystals, and feigned composure as he said, "There's only one solution now, freeze the car and hide inside." "No!" Shisu blurted out, past horrors flashing before his eyes. "Humans can't withstand that." Xiaoqi turned a deaf ear. He knew that humans couldn't withstand it, but what he wanted to protect wasn't his own life. "Don't be afraid, you're the chosen one, you'll definitely be fine. After the other world disappears, try to break through the ice to escape. If you can't break it, that's okay too. You must trust our teammates, they'll surely handle everything and come to rescue you." The chosen one. These three words struck Chisu's chest like a hammer blow. If he couldn't become the nightmare of the Dream Eaters, if he had to hide behind others waiting for rescue, what kind of chosen one would that make him? Shisu seized Xiaoqi's raised arm, pried out the crystal, and hurled it with furious force into the midst of the monster horde. He dragged his suitcase and rushed out of the car, transforming into a pea shooter, rapidly firing frozen peas. "Hey!" Xiaoqi jumped out of the car in a panic. "Stay in the car and don't move," Shisu shouted. "What are you talking about? I'm an investigation team member, not a civilian. I don't need your protection." Xiaoqi exerted his strength to pull out 4 suitcases filled with crystals, using them to fend off the headless corpses closing in from all sides. He glanced at Shisu from time to time, striving to create a safe zone for him. As he watched, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. That kid had gone berserk, fighting 1 against 100, his pupils even glowing with a blood-red light. Xiaoqi had seen far too many brutal and ruthless nightmares. This was exactly how terrifying they looked when devouring humans. The chosen ones and the nightmares are of the same kind. Of the same kind, but not of the same heart. He refused to become food for the nightmares, but he was willing to be an experience boost for the chosen ones, to contribute his modest strength. "Ha!" Xiaoqi roared as he knocked away the headless corpse ambushing Shisu, fighting with all his might. 2 fists were no match for the tide of corpses. The encirclement grew tighter and tighter. Shisu's body was covered in wounds of varying depths, scarcely better off than those limbless, broken corpses. Yet strangely, his body didn't weaken. Instead, his strength grew increasingly formidable. He couldn't help but open the panel, his pupils trembling. Ghost power value, 3216. Holy shit. Special ability, light system. That's just how Tiga is. Primary dual skills, purification LV.3/plunder LV.3, effective range, 10 kilometers radius. Holy shit, 10 kilometers. It was just a measly 10 meters before. Talent, Hollow Heart 1 of 8. As if dealing with an illiterate Shisu, the interface was simple, he could recognize every word. The ghostly power value kept rising ceaselessly, as if it would never stop. The thick blood mist around surged into his body, providing him with an endless supply of energy. Shisu's thoughts raced at lightning speed. It's passive purification, passive plundering. Ability nullification. What the hell does that have to do with passive? It's not passive nullification. Passive plundering makes great contributions. The bloodlust caused Jisoo's ghost power to skyrocket, finally settling at 3,916 points. In just a few minutes, all the wounds had healed completely, leaving him brimming with inexhaustible strength. Fearing something might happen to his elder brother's ashes, he simply held the urn in his mouth, then turned and dug out the rigid, headless corpse's heart, hurling it forcefully at the nearby skull-splitter monster. Now's the chance. Now's the chance to chop that bastard Su Hongwen into pieces. Shao-Chi was already panting heavily, his arms aching so much he could barely lift them anymore. These monsters just kept coming, endlessly. His fighting spirit plummeted, unable to see any end to this otherworldly nightmare. This is where I'm going to fall. When he joined the investigation team 6 years ago, he thought living 5 more years would already be a blessing. An extra year of life, more than enough. Chi-Su, just devour me already. Shao-Chi turned his face away, then froze in shock, as if glimpsing the god of slaughter in his days. The towering wall of human heads collapsed with a thunderous crash, skulls scattering and rolling away in panic. The man showed no signs of fatigue, nor any wounds. This kid, 285 points? His eyes were glazed over, completely dumbfounded. 285 points? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Watch out. The flying head sprang up straight toward Shao-Chi's face, opening its foul-smelling maw. Shao-Chi reacted swiftly, tearing off his short sleeve and gripping both ends of the fabric. With a move of using softness to overcome hardness, he caught it steadily, bundled it up, and flung it away with a backhanded throw. The next second, the head wrapped in the clothing dissipated into thin air like smoke. The breeze swept across the lifeless gray fields, painting everything in its path with vibrant green vitality. The grass rustled with a pleasant sound as it grew toward the sun. The otherworldly ordeal was finally over. Fu Shaoqi let out a long sigh, his hands trembling as he retrieved the emptied suitcase. After packing up, he waved at the dazed Chi-Su. "Come on, kid, what are you standing around for? Waiting for praise? Fine, you're handsome, okay?" Chi-Su opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He had taken in every move of that gentle subduing the strong technique, feeling as if enlightened, his thoughts suddenly clearing. He knew who the extra person was. Chapter 35, it's Lin Xiao. Inside the car, Chi-Su clutched the broken car door tightly. "I know who the rules-based nightmare disciple is." Shao-Chi was startled. "Who?" Without spelling it out, Chi-Su said, "Do you have the human skin documents? Their function may be disabled, but the identity information remains. Take a look and you'll know. Don't say it out loud, it'll kill you." A rules-based nightmare disciple doesn't want to be recognized, hence they wrote rules that interfere with memory. This rule must inevitably be linked to death. Who knows, the moment you speak its name, you might drop dead on the spot. Ha! Shao-Chi stared at the document and suddenly gasped heavily, thoroughly frightened. I'm actually... Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly recalled the half-collapsed villas seen across the fields. Without exception, all their doors stood wide open. When another world descends, survival doesn't depend on hiding inside houses, but on whether their doors remain shut. If that thing stealthily opened the door, the consequences would be unthinkable. No, not if. It would definitely open them. Shao-Chi hastily stuffed the documents into his pocket, not bothering to investigate how many survivors there were, and turned the car around to rush towards the vice-mayor's house. He could only hope that the two chosen ones in the villa were sharp enough to prevent it from succeeding. Chi-Su glanced at Shao-Chi, his eyes filled with certainty about the correctness of his own deduction. Using softness to overcome hardness, he had seen it when attacking Su Hongwen at home. This steady and considerate big brother beside me is the real team leader. And that extra person is Lin Xiao. But there's one strange thing that doesn't add up. Chi-Su asked, "If we could go back to last night when we arrived at the Mountain View Villas, would you choose to drive the team up the mountain or go on foot?" "Drive, of course," Shao-Chi answered without hesitation. "This mission is to rescue a VIP. I'd have raced all the way to the deputy mayor's house to give that fat guy some peace of mind." Speaking to a comrade he'd been through life and death with, Shao-Chi didn't mince his words. He could tell Chi-Su held no respect for these officials, so there was no need for pretenses. Good brothers spoke their minds plainly. Additionally, we already know there are nightwalkers here. Dragging heavy supplies while traveling long distances would be extremely dangerous. On 2 legs, no matter how fast you run in an emergency, you'll never outpace 4 wheels. That bastard Lin Xiao, hogging the captain's position, used protecting wildlife and paying compensation for running them over as excuses to stall for time, waiting for the other world to descend. Damn it! It's exploiting the rule that team members must obey their captain. And considering investigators only earn 3,000 monthly while captains get 5,000, we couldn't afford compensation if anyone got killed. Fortunately, everyone was well-trained and experienced. Despite the chaos, no one died and no supplies were lost. Except for Hua Linglong's case. Shao-Chi suddenly felt a pang of heartache. One crystal was one thing, but that was a whole chest full of them. He shot Chi-Su a sidelong glance. Why are you asking about this? There's a suspicious detail here, Chi-Su explained methodically. Our convoy was parked outside the domain, wasn't it? Exactly. Team 76 marked red lines between the domain and the outside world. Didn't you see them? Chi-Su shook his head, didn't notice. So here's the question. He deliberately slowed his speech, using gestures to emphasize his point. If Lin XX had infiltrated the team from outside the domain, we would have immediately noticed an extra stranger in our ranks and grabbed our weapons to fight him on the spot. Therefore, he couldn't have joined the team from outside the domain. Xiao-Qi immediately rolled his eyes. Dude, isn't that just stating the obvious? It must have slipped in within the domain. If Lin XX infiltrated within the domain, then there's a contradiction, Chi-Su pointed out sharply. Because you just said the convoy would drive straight up the mountain, in other words, the fleet would travel non-stop from city or right to the vice-mayor's doorstep. There was no opportunity for it to blend into the procession. Xiao-Qi froze. Yeah, then, when did it sneak in? Chi-Su propped his chin in thought. When exactly? After a long while, the furrow between his brows finally relaxed. There was only one possible explanation. The off-road vehicle Su Hongwen was in had stopped once before entering the domain. Su Hongwen had gotten out to catch a squirrel to fake completing the mission and had crossed paths with Lin Xiao. The former's plan was to transform the squirrel into his own likeness, manipulate it to return to the vehicle, while he himself remained uninvolved. Lin Xiao's plan was to shapeshift into Su Hongwen's appearance and infiltrate the group. The two reached an agreement. Thus, the group's headcount remained at 16, the same people, unaware that a rules-based nightmare disciple lurked among them. When the entire convoy entered the domain's range and prepared to head directly to the vice-mayor's residence, rule took effect, illusion was dispelled. Inside the vehicle, Lin Xiao, now appearing in his true form as the team leader, issued the order to halt. Everyone disembarked and began carrying their luggage up the mountain on foot. Meanwhile, Su Hongwen remained outside the domain, controlling his squirrel puppet from the rear of the group. Lin Xiao must not have given Su Hongwen the full story, probably didn't tell him a single truth. Su Hongwen didn't know Lin Xiao was a rule-type nightmare disciple, nor did he understand what the rules entailed. Otherwise, when the two crossed paths, Su Hongwen would have immediately told Xiao-Qi, allowing the team to complete the mission on the spot and head back, eliminating any risk of exposure for himself. All Su Hongwen knew was that Lin Xiao was a nightmare disciple, a rat that could spoil the whole pot, capable of turning the investigation team upside down, stirring up chaos, and making the mission more difficult. And that was exactly the kind of trouble he enjoyed seeing. Chi-Su thought. If he hadn't struck the puppet at that time, after the illusion-controlling ability failed, the puppet would have quietly left the group. Everyone would have just assumed Su Hongwen was being a lone wolf, unable to get out, and might have gone to investigate some household. But he took action, drawing everyone's attention to the puppet, and they all witnessed the process of a person turning into a squirrel. Su Hongwen realized he couldn't hide any longer. Fearing the man might expose his illusion techniques, he revealed himself, framing the nightmare disciple to make his escape. The nightmare disciples in Mountain View Villas are cunning, you must be wary of those around you. To Lin Xiao's ears, Su Hongwen's words about making an escape sounded like a warning that betrayed him, so he used his authority as team leader to force Su inside. By then, Su Hongwen must have guessed Lin Xiao's true identity, yet he still stepped forward willingly. For what purpose? Chi-Su knew it all too well. In truth, he wouldn't expose Su Hongwen's secret. Because if the other man were caught, he'd surely retaliate, then Chi-Su's own heart condition could no longer stay hidden. Su Hongwen bided his time, waiting for the right moment, his mind seething with malicious schemes, and Chi-Su was no exception. Speak up, how did a Nightwalker infiltrate our team? Xiao-Qi lost his patience, his heels tapping incessantly, radiating agitation. Chi-Su shook his head blankly, a faint smile curling his lips. I don't know either. Arriving at the Chinese-style villa, Xiao-Qi saw the tightly shut front door. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the team members inside eating lunch, all full of energy. He breathed a sigh of relief, jumped out of the car with Chi-Su, and rang the doorbell. The housekeeper, Xin Xingfan, opened the door. She wore a black Lolita dress with high-heeled Mary Jane shoes. A fluffy cat ear headband gathered her short hair at the back, revealing her exquisitely glamorous makeup. In her right hand, she held a gaudy long-handled umbrella, her wrist slightly raised as the tip pressed against Chi-Su's chest as he tried to enter the room. Where were you two hiding when the other world descended this morning? She interrogated. Chapter 36 Secrets. Something wrong at home? Chi-Su answered irrelevantly, craning his neck to peer into the living room. The nightmare disciple Lin Xiao lay obediently on the sofa, his eyes tightly shut. The nightmare disciple Su Hongwen was relishing his bowl of plain white rice with evident enjoyment. The two maintained a delicate distance, neither too close nor too far. Nothing's wrong at home. Answer my question, Xin Xingfan said expressionlessly. Chi-Su, there are lots of abandoned villas in the fields. We randomly picked one to hide in. Xiao Qi quickly nodded in agreement. Hey girl, lend me some more crystals, will ya? The security department will return them double later. Why use your own when you can borrow others? The more crystals, the better. Xin Xingfan narrowed her round almond eyes, determined to get to the bottom of things. Weren't you two hiding in the house? The house is safe, no dangers there. You've used up all 5 suitcases of crystals? All gone. When you see monsters, you kill them, right? Shisu answered fluently, gripping the umbrella and taking a step forward, causing Xin Xingfan to stagger back involuntarily from the force. Once all the monsters are killed, even if the other world reappears, there won't be any danger left. That's what I believe. Then you're wrong. Xin Xingfan suddenly drew the sword concealed within the umbrella, its blade slender and razor-sharp, pointing it directly at Chisu's throat. The monsters from the other world are ageless and undying, eternal and indestructible. You've wasted 5 crates of crystals, I can't lend you anymore. Chisu didn't say a word, effortlessly snapping the sword blade before turning to serve rice. Xiao Qi grinned foolishly, playing peacemaker. After the mission's over, I'll get you a new one. No need. Xin Xingfan glanced at Chisu serving rice, then leaned closer to Xiao Qi, covering his mouth to whisper. Hua Linglong's suitcase is in the guest room storage cabinet. Everything inside is still there. He went solo yet didn't take it. Don't you think that's strange? If Hua Linglong is in trouble, then the culprit can only be a nightmare disciple, or a chosen one. Xiao Qi abruptly turned to look at Xin Xingfan. So that whole act just now was because they suspected Qi Su. Though he had also suspected Qi Su regarding Hua Linglong's disappearance, thinking about it now made him feel like a real piece of work. How could someone like that possibly be the cold-blooded, ruthless murderer who killed Hua Linglong? Xiao Qi kept trying to convince himself in silence. Yet there was one fact he simply couldn't ignore. That was definitely not the combat power level of 285 points unless he had devoured Hua Linglong. Xiao Qi's fists clenched tightly at his sides. If it really was Qi Su who did this, speaking purely from personal bias, given the choice between Hua Linglong and Qi Su, the answer was unquestionably Qi Su. Moreover, if Hua Linglong could be defeated by someone with 285 points, this so-called S rank was clearly overrated. Letting Qi Su absorb him would actually be a good thing. For Qi Su's reputation, we must never tell anyone. Wait. Xiao Qi stared at Xin Xingfan with deep suspicion. How did you know Hua Linglong and Qi Su are the chosen ones? The chosen ones' information isn't publicly available, their supernatural abilities and ghost power levels are all classified. Only the security department and the assigned investigation team knew that no matter how high-ranking the official was, they had no right to be informed. Looking back now, Lin Xiao had Hua Linglong replicate supplies, likely out of mischief, wanting to see the usually cold and aloof flower on the high peak flustered. And how did it come to know? Xiao Qi narrowed his eyes. Years of honed intuition told him. There was also a hidden, unspeakable secret lurking within this. There's a video circulating online about an extraordinary power battle. Do you remember? Xin Xingfan said. Ah. Xiao Qi slapped his thigh, his vigilance instantly melting away. Because of that damned video, 2 chosen ones died. The video was shot from multiple angles by more than one student. Some idiots circled the heads of all 5 chosen ones in red, deliberately telling netizens who they were. That's how freshmen are only focused on going viral, completely disregarding the consequences, utterly unaware of how serious this act was. But ignorance is no excuse. The headquarters didn't have time to investigate who exactly took the footage, so they simply killed all 112 students from class 104. From headquarters' perspective, since no one in the class stopped the filming, it proved they were all useless. None had the potential to become investigation team members. Fearing Qi Su and the others might notice and be unable to accept it, they suspended their classes. One more thing, Xin Xingfan asked in a low voice, you've been out all morning. Did you find anything? Don't forget, we only have 8 hours left before the deadline. The deputy mayor is waiting. Xiao Qi initially wanted to hint something to Lin Xiao, but then remembered he wasn't familiar with the housekeeper and swallowed his words. His expression turned stern. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know, don't speculate wildly, and especially don't stir up trouble between the investigation team and the chosen ones. I have nothing more to say. Shen Xingfan's gaze turned colder. Xiao Qi ignored it completely, pressing his lips tightly shut with no intention of speaking another word. Brother Xiao, here. Qi Su held out a bowl of rice with both hands, piled high with slices of meat. Xiao Qi immediately broke into a grin. Thanks, bro. Poof. Xin Xingfan strode off, rolling up his sleeves to tend to the patient. Hey! Xiao Qi instinctively wanted to warn him, but ultimately kept his mouth shut. He shoveled food into his mouth in big gulps, nudging Qi Su with his elbow while shooting meaningful glances at Lin Xiao, who was still pretending to be a fragile little white lotus. What do you say, shall we nab him or not? Qi Su shook his head. Freezing him in one strike would be best, but better safe than sorry. If we fail and Lin Xiao gets desperate, he might transform into his monstrous form and go berserk. Not to mention anything else, that plague-ridden pig on the second floor would definitely escape. Jisoo asked quietly, how serious would it be if the deputy mayor dies? No kidding, Xiaoqi widened his eyes. He's the main target of this rescue mission. If we don't get him out, this whole trip would be completely meaningless. That's troublesome. Jisoo fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a series of thunderous noises came from the ceiling, making the crystal chandelier sway slightly. Everyone raised their heads, staring fixedly upward. Faintly, several muffled and suppressed roars filled with pain could be heard, mingled with hysterical curses. It's the deputy mayor, he wants to eat. Shin Xingfan hurried upstairs, completely losing his previous composure, somewhat flustered. Su Hongwen put down his chopsticks, whistled at Jisoo, winking as if he wanted to tell him something. Jisoo stepped forward and entered the guest room with the others. I know who the nightmare is. Su Hongwen's words were cut short as Jisoo violently shoved him off balance, then forcefully tackled him to the ground. You fucking... Though his flesh was being torn to shreds, Su Hongwen, with a ghost power level of 4,981, flipped their positions and retaliated by ripping a chunk of flesh from Jisoo's cheek. Then came the searing pain of his scalp being yanked. His vision blurred as his own braid coiled around his throat like a noose, drowning him in a tidal wave of suffocation. Jisoo circled behind Su Hongwen and locked his neck in a deadly grip, veins bulging on his arms, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, the urn hanging around his neck was grabbed haphazardly. Panicked, Jisoo desperately pried at Su Hongwen's hand. After barely managing to free it, he was violently kicked several meters away, crashing through the thick wall and tumbling into the corridor. Cough! Jisoo spat out a pool of blood mixed with shattered internal organs, the pain nearly driving him insane as his vision blurred into obscurity. Su Hongwen bent down, grabbed Jisoo by the collar of his shirt, and lifted him up, coldly demanding, "What's your ghost power level?" Jisoo grinned, his smile eerie and silent. No matter how much, it couldn't be more than Su Hongwen's. Judging by the strength, the other party had to be at least 4,000 to start with. He was too impatient. The surge in ghost power gave him confidence, but he never imagined it still wouldn't be enough. Go ahead and devour me if you dare. Jisoo was betting on the involuntary passive plunder to drain the trash's ghost power. Su Hongwen shook his head and patted Jisoo's chest. I know what you're trying to do, gambling on the passive. Since you don't want to hear who the rule system nightmare disciple is, I won't tell you. With that said, he clutched his nearly severed neck and staggered toward the living room. Chapter 37, She's Strange. Living room. Su Hongwen watched Xiaoqi scooping a second bowl of rice and approached with ill intent, asking, does it smell good? The meat. It's delicious, the juices are so flavorful. What's wrong? The housekeeper made it. I'm glad you like it. Xiaoqi gave a dry chuckle and wolfed down his meal. He had asked his teammates, it was indeed the housekeeper who made it. Fortunately, it was the mature, cautious, and handsome Shin Xingfan who prepared it. If it had been any other staff member in the villa, he wouldn't have dared to eat it so confidently. Hey, by the way, where are the others? The chef, the gardener, the cleaners, where is everyone? Second floor, Su Hongwen poured himself a glass of water and slowly swallowed it, easing the discomfort in his throat. What about Gulin? I haven't seen her, is she still asleep? Did you bring her food? She went to get the rules erased. Xiaoqi's hand trembled, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. She went herself? Two people followed. Su Hongwen glanced sideways at Lin Xiao, his gaze settling on the blood-stained uniform where the chest had turned crimson. The dried blackened blood made the white embroidered number 77 appear slightly blurred. Upon closer inspection, one would notice slight differences in the shapes of the two numeral 7s. The uniform Lin Xiao was wearing was almost certainly from Team 76. After Team 76 finished scouting and got trapped in the domain, it killed them, stole their clothes, re-embroidered the team number as disguise, and used this to deceive the next team. The feigned injury on the shoulder and collarbone was also meant to cover up the discrepancy in the numeral shape. Meticulous in thought and cautious in action. Su Hongwen couldn't help but admire. Perhaps Guling had sensed it too, which was why she packed up and fled outside was safer than the vice-mayor's residence. As for her claim about seeking rule erasure, Su Hongwen snorted disdainfully. He didn't believe that heartless little brat would go to such lengths for unrelated people, risking her life. She must have holed up in someone else's house watching romance films. At that moment, Lin Xiao on the sofa slowly tilted his eyes sideways. With the whites of his eyes dominating, his pupils slanted like two peeled lychees, giving off an unsettling vibe at first glance. Lin Xiao met Su Hongwen's gaze, his expression growing increasingly icy, like a silent warning. TCH. Su Hongwen curled his lips and picked up a spoon to scoop plain rice. Lin Xiao was a nightmare disciple, the man had told him so himself, including how the two of them had schemed to toy with the investigation team. Lin Xiao found investigation team 77 more troublesome than expected. He didn't even have a chance to go to the bathroom alone. Wherever he went, team members followed, their waists laden with crystals in case of emergencies. Helplessly, Lin Xiao suggested Su Hongwen accompany him to the restroom, seizing the opportunity to propose cooperation. He suspected he'd been exposed and needed an ally. Su Hongwen refused. The nightmare disciple's habit of killing the donkey after it's done grinding was perfected. He wasn't about to play the donkey. Su Hongwen wanted to complete the mission and go home, but who knew Chi Su would be so ungrateful, a rabid dog through and through. Fine, whatever. He's leaving too, just find some villa to stay in and wait for the security department to send new personnel. Chi Su was a tough nut to crack, better save his own skin first. This place is about to descend into chaos. Brother Xiao. Chi Su leaned against the wall, his wounds already healed. He's here. Xiao Qi wolfed down his meal in a few quick bites, handed the dirty bowl to his teammates to wash, then draped an arm around Chi Su's neck and pulled him into a shadowy corner. What's up? He asked in a low voice. I need to go see the deputy mayor, ask if the villa has a basement, cellar, or something like that. Chi Su planned to relocate everyone to a safer position first, then temporarily set aside his grudges to join forces with Su Hongwen for a final showdown against Lin Xiao. There must be one, but can you move a deputy mayor? Xiao Qi glanced around, wanting to find Xin Xingfan to give him a heads up, but couldn't locate him, so he simply took Chi Su upstairs to the second floor. I should be able to. Chi Su wasn't sure about his own strength, having never tested it. If you can't move him, call Su Hongwen. Guling went out to look for the rules. Went to the forest? I don't know, maybe she went somewhere to watch TV. Xiao Qi chuckled sheepishly. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Don't pin too much hope on her. She went to find the rules. Chi Su stated firmly. If the sky falls, the tall will hold it up, and Guling is that tall one. If she doesn't hold it up, who will? She really went. Xiao Qi frowned deeply. Is she up to it? I'm not talking about her ghost power level, but... He tapped his temple. Brains. You know how it is, rules are hard to find. We've got no leads on where they're hidden, and we're running low on crystals too. 5 crates per trip, and still no rules found. So, Xiao Qi spread his hands and shrugged. Only death awaits. She can do it. Chi Su believed in Guline. Those who grew up in a village of nightmare followers couldn't possibly be fools, otherwise they'd have died long ago and never made it to adulthood. Crack! Chi Su and Xiao Qi turned toward the sound. At the end of the corridor, Xin Xingfan emerged from the room, deliberately locking the door behind her. The door wasn't made of wood but of thick, airtight steel, standing in stark contrast to the luxurious and elegant decor surrounding it. Her body stiffened when she saw the two of them, her facial features frozen for a long moment before finally twisting into an expression of anger. Don't you dare come up here without permission. Is such basic etiquette really beyond your comprehension? If the deputy mayor finds out, I'll be in deep trouble. Don't make me lose my job, okay? Xiao Qi immediately stepped forward with an awkward smile. Calm down, we're just uncouth folks who don't know the rules. Little sister, tell us, who lives in there? Employee dormitory, Xin Xingfan snapped irritably. After this whole incident, everyone's scared out of their wits. They begged me to lock them inside, and now I have to cook and deliver meals for them. They become my masters. Let me take a look, alright? There's a meal delivery slot under the door. Open it carefully. They're so jumpy right now that even a pair of chopsticks might come stabbing through. You could lose an eye. Hearing this, Xiao Qi shook his head like a rattledrum. Then I won't look. His reaction was so comical that Xin Xingfan couldn't help covering a laugh with his hand before clearing his throat and putting on a stern face. You want to see the deputy mayor, right? Wait here, I'll call you in a moment. Got it. Thanks for your trouble. As soon as the housekeeper entered the vice mayor's bedroom, Xiao Qi immediately crouched down and carefully pulled open the food delivery slot of the iron door. He didn't dare get too close, squinting as he peered inside. It was pitch black inside, impossible to see anything. A stench of feces slowly wafted out, unbearably foul. Xiao Qi suppressed his discomfort and shone his phone's flashlight inside. Several pairs of filthy feet stood close together, uncomfortably near. A toenail had split halfway, with pus mingled with dark red blood crusted over the big toe. Right at the fissure, tiny maggots wriggled in and out. Suddenly, those feet strode forward, startling Xiao Qi so badly he fell backward, scrambling frantically to shut the meal delivery hatch. If this situation had happened to a dead person, he wouldn't have been so afraid. What truly frightened him was the possibility of it being a living person. Was it really alive? Xiao Qi wasn't entirely sure. He noticed Chi Su staring blankly in the direction where the housekeeper had left and asked, "What are you looking at? Never seen a fairy before? I'll take you to a bar later so you can get your fill." "Don't you think she's acting strange?" Chi Su said. Yesterday she was wearing a proper lady's suit, very fitting for her profession. But today this dress, it doesn't match her job at all. Wouldn't the deputy mayor criticize her for it? Xiao Qi suddenly laughed a peculiar laugh. Criticism? Absolutely, she'll be criticized. Might even get beaten for all we know. Chapter 38, Admiration of Strength. Chi Su couldn't grasp the implied meaning. If one were to describe the impression Xin Xingfan gave off, it would be. The quiet classroom descended into chaos as students began whispering and chatting among themselves the moment their homeroom teacher left. With the boss away on a business trip, employees openly played with their phones, slept, and slacked off in the office. Under high pressure, a housekeeper finally let loose, wearing the clothes she liked since the deputy mayor was unavailable. Jisoo clenched his right fist into his left palm and declared firmly, "If my instincts are correct, the housekeeper will soon tell us that the deputy mayor isn't receiving guests. The deputy mayor is probably dead as a doornail." The bedroom door swung open. The housekeeper peeked out, her meticulously styled hair now disheveled, collar gaping wide to reveal pale, rounded shoulders. She deliberately lowered her voice, "Apologies, the deputy mayor feels drowsy and wishes to rest. Come back tonight." Then, he withdrew his head and shut the door tightly. Xiao Qi still smiled strangely. If I were the deputy mayor, I wouldn't see guests either. In his view, this was just normal interaction between men and women. The female housekeeper wore Lolita dresses and teased with white stockings. What man wouldn't fall for that? "Xiao Qi, should we wait half an hour, or go down first and stay there? Deputy mayor is dead." Jisoo cut straight to the point. If he died of illness, the housekeeper wouldn't need to put on this act. She's guilty, so she killed him. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Qi forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. If she had a grudge against the deputy mayor, she would have acted sooner. Why wait until the investigation team arrived? Trying to frame us? Bullshit. We've got no grudge against her. This is bullshit. Jisoo retorted, "You can't just focus on grudges. When that nightmare devourer wants to eat you, does it hold a grudge against you? Fine, let's not talk about grudges then, let's talk about reasons. It's in a nightmare devourer's nature to feed on humans, that's reason enough. But what reason would the housekeeper have? She's definitely human, otherwise she wouldn't have crafted that useless umbrella sword." Xiao Qi didn't know what Xin Xingfan's weapon was called, so he casually gave it a name. He simply couldn't accept that at such a critical moment, people would still stab each other in the back. If the deputy mayor really died, even if the mission was completed, they'd still face criticism upon returning whippings and having to write reflective reports. The fact that 4 chosen ones were assigned to the team clearly demonstrated the mission's importance, and yet they still failed to secure it. What utter incompetence! Xiao Qi couldn't take it anymore and stormed toward the vice mayor's bedroom with an imposing manner, determined to get to the bottom of things. At that moment, a burning piece of paper drifted over, swaying unsteadily. Xiao Qi instinctively stretched out his palm to catch it, only to be instantly scorched, forcing him to frantically shake his arm. Ouch! 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 The luxurious scene before our eyes had completely transformed wallpaper burned by invisible flames, temperatures rising relentlessly, thick smoke filling the air. The oil paintings on both sides twisted and deformed, tongues covered in pustules emerging one after another. The already narrow corridor was nearly consumed by these massive tongues, which stretched out hungrily, attempting to lick and drag anything into the paintings. Jisoo furrowed his brow, diving forward to seize the frantic Xiao Qi. Without a second to spare, he sprinted across the slimy tongues toward the locked iron door. Clang! He kicked it open and turned to brace himself against it. Xiao Qi hurried forward to help. The massive tongue lashed against the iron door with a fierce gust of wind. Bang! 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 The pustule on the tongue burst, spewing forth swarms of giant water bugs that corroded everything in their path, leaving behind shallow, pitted trails. They threw themselves at the iron door with desperate force, squeezing through the meal slot, their bodies cracking and popping as they crushed against each other. The scorching heat twisted the air into shimmering waves of vapor, and Xiao Qi felt his back nearly roasting, an involuntary groan escaping his throat as he endured the searing pain. Jisoo flung the man aside with a dismissive gesture. "Check if there's anyone or anything left in that room." Xiao Qi suddenly remembered the foot he had seen earlier and began waving his flashlight around wildly. What he saw left him utterly dumbfounded. You all. Under the intense beam of light, members of Investigation Team 76 raised their hands to shield their eyes. Those without arms simply lowered their heads, all appearing deathly weak and barely alive. One person opened their mouth, blood gushing forth. The cavity was completely empty. Clearly their tongue had just been severed. Tears welled in his eyes as he kept whimpering, "Ugh, ugh, ugh. I understand. Xiao Qi's heart twisted painfully, his own eyes reddening involuntarily. Earlier, when they were on the first floor, the furious shout that came from the ceiling had been a warning from Team 76's captain. Seeing this, Jisoo rummaged through his pocket and pulled out the healing pill left by his elder brother, tossing it to Xiao Qi. "Healing. There aren't many left. Break it and share. Abilities are nullified here, not sure if it'll work, but take it first. Big brother said it was made with the blood of the chosen ones, should have at least some effect." Hearing it was something precious, Xiao Qi hesitated. The captain of Team 76 made his choice, pushing back and shaking his head vigorously. The surviving team members were all shaking their heads. Xiao Qi's gaze swept over the family doctor, cleaner, cook, and others, seeing they were mostly unharmed with only minor injuries, then handed the medicine back to Jisoo. "Don't waste it on us. Keep it for yourself." "I don't need it. Stop your nonsense." Jisoo felt himself being cooked alive, his body about to burst into flames, wisps of smoke rising from his scalp. He could even smell the tantalizing aroma of his own flesh. So delicious, he wanted to eat it. Hurry up and split, or I'll turn you all into bean paste. Seeing Chisu losing his temper, Xiaoqi immediately complied without hesitation, muttering under his breath. Little brother, I promise you, once we get out of here, you'll be handsomely rewarded. I'll even give you my coffin savings. As the medicine went down his throat, the investigator's horrifying wounds stopped bleeding, with severed limbs sprouting tiny flesh buds at an extremely slow pace. Chisu let out a long sigh and leaned his back firmly against the iron door. First floor. Su Hongwen tilted his head up to face the colossal creature before him. The black-skinned larva's body was covered with sharp claws on both sides, and 2 critically injured investigation team members were impaled on those claws. Lin Xiao spoke in human language. It's not too late for you to switch sides now. Kill them all, help me become deputy mayor, and I'll retract my domain. As deputy mayor, I'll publicly commend you, a win-win situation. And one more thing, if you see Xinxingfan and she asks for your help, just eat her. That social climbing opportunist has outlived her usefulness. On its first day arriving at the Mountain View Villas, it prepared to unleash a massacre. At that time, Xinxingfan saw it strolling leisurely in the other world and fell in love at first sight, becoming utterly infatuated. She took the initiative to approach it and revealed all the information about Investigation Team 77. If you kill all 4 chosen ones, your ghost power will definitely exceed 10,000 points. This one is called Hua Linglong, his ability is replication. Guling, ability is spatial. Chi Su, ability unknown. Su Hongwen, ability unknown. Although there's little useful information, I believe you can do it. You're the strongest. That foolish woman gazed at it with blazing eyes, as if beholding a deity. She's insane, truly insane. Lin Xiao couldn't comprehend how a human could utter such words. Someone who would betray their own kind would never remain steadfastly loyal to it. The moment something stronger appears, that woman would pat her ass and run without hesitation. Besides, if it wanted a minion, it wouldn't choose fragile humans, utterly useless. Its interest in her was purely utilitarian. Lin Xiao looked down at Su Hongwen with condescension. 10 seconds to decide, cooperate or die. Su Hongwen scoffed in disdain. He decisively crushed the crystal to freeze himself in ice, his eyes brimming with defiance. With Bai Bing's ghostly power exceeding 10,000 points, Lin Xiao would need to surpass the threshold to shatter the ice. But chances were slim. The true powerhouses never needed alliances or sweet-talked companions. Little punk, enjoy playing by yourself. Lin Xiao stared coldly at the ice block for a long moment before swiping it away with his claw, then climbed unstoppably toward the second floor. Meanwhile, in the forest, Gu Ling roared as he yanked 2 trapped teammates out of the tree trunk. Dare to touch my woman, Gu Haonen's girl. You've got a death wish, haven't you? I'll ride the storm and roam wherever I please, with all eyes on me. I'll ride the storm and never look back. I'll turn the world upside down and write my own laws. As she hummed her own BGM, she searched for the hidden rules, ready to slay any god or demon in her way. Chapter 39, The Location of the Rules. Inside the dark little room, the steel glowed red under intense heat, forcing Chi Su blocking the doorway to burn himself, illuminating the entire space. Earlier, he had entrusted his elder brother to Xiao Qi's care, clenching his teeth without uttering a word. Had his elder brother still been here, he would have done the same, that hopeless do-gooder. But good men never live long. Chi Su clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, only personal vengeance kept him going. Xiao Qi quickly counted the number of survivors by the firelight. 9 in total. After the tongue of Team 76's captain grew back, he said in a deep voice, "We couldn't get out after drawing the boundary line, so we plan to stay at the deputy mayor's house and wait for your support." Who would have thought Xinxingfan was in cahoots with the Nightwalker? She drugged our food with sleeping pills, dragged us here and locked us up, taking one of us out every few hours to feed the Nightwalker, sometimes even cutting them right here. What's she after? I just don't get it. The family doctor raised his hand and said in a refined tone, admiration for the strong. The investigation team members understood supernatural abilities, but not human nature. He said, in a chaotic world, those without power live in extreme unease, trapped in survival anxiety. This fear twisted her mindset. When facing overwhelmingly powerful individuals, she would unconsciously deify them, like devout believers who blindly obey every word of their lord. Then there are fan groups. This demographic inherently worships strength, which manifests in wealth, power, martial prowess, intellect, status, and more. What Xinxingfan worships is martial might, even if the object of admiration happens to be a nightmare apostle. Xiao Qi sneered, first commandment, nightmares have no emotions. No matter how much she gives, she'll never get a response, she'll only end up as food for the nightmare. The doctor remained calm, as if this were nothing new. There are plenty of people like Xinxingfan, it's perfectly normal. I've seen quite a few during my side gig as a therapist. If you make it out alive, you lot should be more careful on missions from now on. The most dangerous thing isn't the nightmares, it's the people around you. The doctor fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and instinctively moved it toward the flame. Shisu suddenly raised his hand and crushed the burning cigarette, his anger boiling over. He was enduring torment here. And there they were, chatting away without a care in the world. Chatting away and still wanting to smoke. What the hell? Oh, sorry, I forgot. The doctor forced a stiff, awkward smile, feeling like he'd crossed into dark humor territory. With concern in his eyes, he asked, "Are you okay?" Living beings barely survive, Shisu spat out with flames flickering from his mouth. Hurry and find the exit. The Yen-2 is probably searching everywhere for us. I can't hold out much longer. It's dangerous outside, but it's even more dangerous here. Xiao-Qi stared at the steel-plated windows sealing them in and immediately started looking for tools to pry them open. The forest echoed with ghostly wails and howls. The ancient spirit dragged 2 team members out from the tree, tilting its head with a puzzled "Huh? What's up, boss?" The spirit tore open the tattered shirts of the team members, pointing at their lower backs and asking, "Why didn't you get a dragon tattoo? So much cooler. You've got nullification written here, and I exist in memory." Tisk. She suddenly fell silent, her eyes widening into perfect circles. The 2 team members felt their scalps prickle, hastily exchanging glances. Sure enough, it was the character Guling hadn't misread it. They looked at each other, their eyes brimming with despair. Domain rules. The erasure rule is simple, anyone can do it. Once they're dead, all rules become null and void. When did we fall for this trick? The bald veteran's thoughts raced, his furrowed brows gradually smoothing out. There's something wrong with the lunch. Shin Xingfan said it was pork, but 2 ethnic minority teammates who don't eat pork only had plain rice. Su Hongwen claimed he was dieting and also only ate plain rice, and everyone else had eaten the meat. The bald man angrily punched the tree, sending the rotting corpse flying back into the hollow trunk. Was it pork? Definitely not. A Nightwalker wouldn't write such an important rule on pork. He could only consider the worst-case scenario and start piecing things together from the beginning. In the entire villa complex, if there's one place the investigation team couldn't thoroughly inspect, it would be the deputy mayor's residence. And it was even more impossible to scrutinize the deputy mayor himself. Since Shin Xingfan was involved, getting a nightmare disciple to inscribe rules on the deputy mayor's body would have been effortless. Just a few sleeping pills would do the trick. Written on his back, once the deputy mayor lay down like that, no one could move him. With all these factors combined, we'd be searching till the year of the monkey and still find nothing. Later on, the Yenta realized that using the vice mayor's authority couldn't intimidate these socially inept chosen ones, so it shifted the rules. The vice mayor's flesh, diseased flesh. Ugh, black. Another young teammate couldn't hold back and vomited, spewing bile everywhere. The bald man patted his companion's back solemnly, comforting him. It's fine, cooking kills everything. Besides, we won't live long enough for the disease to take hold anyway. The young team member froze, wiped his mouth, and casually brushed away his tears. Once the pattern is identified, it must be eradicated. It's not a tattoo. Removing the skin won't suffice. It's tied to life itself, only death can sever it. Only then can the chosen ones utilize their powers and accomplish their missions. He drew the dagger from his waist and solemnly handed it to Guline, sobbing, "I'm not trying to guilt-trip you. It's just that my mother is in poor health. Please take care of her for me. I've saved up 20,000, it's all yours." "Shut your mouth," the bald man snapped. "If everyone were like you, with tens of thousands of team members entrusting their orphans, the chosen ones would be overwhelmed to death." With swift movements, he pulled out the blade and immediately moved to slit his own throat. Guling raised her hand and caught it firmly. Since the bald man was determined to die and wasn't just putting on a show, her palm was nearly severed. The bald man quickly let go. Pretending not to fear the pain, Guling gripped the blade and smashed a monster flat with it, flaunting Guhanen's boss-like demeanor. But her voice carried a barely perceptible sob. "Don't be so extreme, just kill the Nightwalker. Though we can't use our powers, its abilities aren't much use either. As long as we don't break the rules, it can't do anything to us." With that, she couldn't hold back anymore, tears and sniffles streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms as she wrapped her arms around the 2 team members' waists and swiftly retreated to the villa. Chapter 40, Ambitious Schemes. Outside the villa, the rotting corpse dragged the human-shaped ice block toward the split tree, unaware that wedged within the ice layer was a stainless steel thermos cup with its bottom removed, forming a tiny passageway. Su Hongwen stared fixedly at the approaching tree hollow, his heart burning with anxiety. Work. Could it be that even passive skills are nullified? We're done for. At the critical moment, Su Hongwen uncontrollably shrank, but the ice layer was adhesive, forcibly tearing off the entire human skin. Holy shit! Su Hongwen squealed in excruciating pain. Not daring to delay any longer, the red-eyed rat launched itself forward in a bloody burst, whooshing out through the thermos channel with its 4 tiny legs fleeing for dear life. Within moments, glossy gray fur regrew, leaving no trace of wounds. He moved swiftly, darting between the feet of various monsters, heading straight for the deputy mayor's house. Fortune favors the bold, finish off weakened foes. No matter who gets reaped, It's pure profit. Though Chisu would be the best catch, of course. Just as I was thinking, some blind fool kicked the Greyford rat flying. It traced a perfect parabola through the air before landing back in the forest, its rump bouncing several times on the grass, tumbling 5 or 6 rolls before barely coming to a stop. Damn it! Su Hongwen got up and tried again, clamping onto its tail as he desperately charged toward the half-collapsed Chinese-style villa. Right now, there were quite a few more people downstairs. Teams 76 and 77 fought side by side, grappling with the monster in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The doctor and the others seized the chance to rush into the garage, driving a car recklessly back to provide support. Get in the car. One of my clients lives just nearby. You go first, Xiao Qi shouted in response. On the second floor, Chisu held the iron door against the raging flames with all his might. The thick iron plate had already been riddled with holes by Lin Zhao's claws. His body was no exception. Chisu heard Xiao Qi's voice roaring, "Go now! Borrow some crystals from someone!" Hearing this, Xiao Qi immediately pulled open the car door and shoved the injured teammate inside first. Retreat! Retreat! Chisu, wait for me. I'll be right back. Su Hongwen raised his gaze, looking at the open window on the second floor. Without a second thought, he leaped with all his might. Then, he crashed squarely into Chisu's mouth as the latter fled. Chisu froze in stunned disbelief. He reacted swiftly, his gaze sharp as he clenched his teeth fiercely. Thanks for the heart, bro. Put. Su Hongwen transformed in an instant, bursting open Chisu's mouth, then kicked him flying. At the same time, he was impaled through the abdomen by a sharp black proboscis, nearly cutting him in half. Shit! Su Hongwen groaned in pain as he stumbled and fell from the windowsill, his body hitting the ground with a thud that kicked up a cloud of dust. The giant maggot followed close behind, its black maw glinting coldly. In the blink of an eye, Chisu slammed into Lin Xiao, sending him flying. He strained to open his mouth wide, trying to swallow Su Hongwen whole in one gulp, only to be sent flying again by Lin Zhao's tail swipe. The man and the maggot fought fiercely over a piece of fatty meat. Su Hongwen lay flat on his back. Calmly wiping the drool from his face, he curled the corner of his mouth. Without saying a word, 2 men were fighting to the death for him. Is this what male competition looks like? Interesting. Wait for the penetrating wound to heal. Su Hongwen stood up and looked at Chisu, who was completely overpowered, his face filled with speechlessness. His skills really aren't that great. The tricky part lies in its passive nature. It's most easily triggered when life hangs by a thread. The only way is through ambush, being ambushed by a friend. To prevent Lin Xiao from triggering Chisu's passive ability and harming innocent bystanders, Su Hongwen had no choice but to step in and assist. He grabbed the maggot's tail, digging all 10 fingers into its flesh, then arched backward for a devastating slam before climbing onto Lin Xiao's back and tearing at him wildly. Unable to reach with its dense claws, Lin Xiao instantly shifted back into human form. Grabbing Su Hongwen's braid, he delivered a heavy punch. Which side are you even on? Look, help me out and I'll split it with you half and half. You wanted to eat me just a moment ago, have you forgotten so quickly? Su Hongwen caught the incoming iron fist with his left hand without hesitation, while his right hand, brimming with overwhelming force, precisely locked onto Lin Zhao's elbow joint and snapped it in the opposite direction. Click! Lin Zhao's scream didn't even have time to escape his throat. In the same second his arm was broken, a sweeping kick sent him flying several meters away, crashing through the villa's supporting column. Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, the already teetering villa collapsed with a thunderous crash. Su Hongwen's movements didn't hesitate for a second. His body swayed as he flashed into the living room, grabbing the painfully curled up Lin Xiao and delivering a flurry of wild punches like a whirlwind. The rotting corpses rushed forward to intervene, resembling a crowd of peacemakers. But it was all in vain. Seeing Lin Xiao still clutching a few strands of his hair, Su Hongwen completely descended into a frenzied rage. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to grow my hair this long? I get groped on the subway because people mistake me for a woman. At bars, guys hit on me thinking I'm gay. At school, they call me boss to my face but whisper crossdresser behind my back. I spend an hour every day maintaining and caring for it, making sure it stays smooth and glossy, tangle-free from root to tip. Do you know why I take such care? Because I'm terrified of it turning dry and brittle, that one stroke of the comb could snap it all off. Su Hongwen lifted Lin Xiao by the throat, his eyes bloodshot as he whispered. The braid at the end represents health and longevity. My hair is my life, did you know that? You didn't know. You only care about yourself. Only ever yourself. Lin Xiao, with a ghost power level of 5102, was beaten half to death, barely clinging to life with unfocused vision. It watched helplessly as the bloody maw drew near, resigning itself to its fate as it closed its eyes. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong reign supreme. This, too, is the rule of the world. Chapter 41, by Bing's arrangement. Chisu watched as the alternate world gradually faded away. With his clothes burned to ashes, he was the first to search for something to cover himself. Then he picked up a sharp shard of glass and approached Su Hongwen with excruciating slowness, his gaze locked onto the braided hair. Snap! TSK, Chi-Su clicked his tongue and furrowed his brows, turning his attention to the grotesquely bloated deputy mayor. The man had shrunk considerably, his layers of fat piled upon each other. His heavy head hung limply, his face ashen, clearly showing no signs of life. Then, the massive body tilted forward and hit the ground with a thud. The skin on his back gaped wide like double doors, revealing a ghastly white spine. The internal organs had vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty shell. Shin Xingfan took off his blood-stained transparent raincoat, gazing at Su Hongwen with bright eyes like a harmless kitten, muttering as if in a trance. "Can I be with you? Let me follow you. I'll do whatever you say. I promise to be obedient and well-behaved." Su Hongwen stared coldly at the shards of glass in Chi-Su's hands, though his words were directed at Shin Xingfan. "Would you keep a useless maggot?" Chi-Su remained expressionless as he carved crooked characters into the wall, leaving the message, "You can go home now for Guling." "Of course not." Shin Xingfan's eyes flashed with disdain. "So why should I take you in?" Shin Xingfan's expression changed instantly. Slapping her chest indignantly, she vehemently defended herself. "I'm not useless. I'm nothing like those good-for-nothings on the investigation team. I'm smart enough, know what's what, and valuable. My skills are top-notch. I can meet all your needs." Su Hongwen tossed aside the half-eaten scalp and spread his hands toward Shin Xingfan with a smile. "Come then, show me what you've got. If you're good enough, I might consider it." Ghost power value, 6181. Ability, control type, primary dual skills, illusion LV.6/manipulation LV.6. Can transform into living/dead objects, duration unlimited. Creates illusions within a 10-kilometer radius. Can manipulate living/dead objects regardless of distance. Consumes 100 ghost power points. Enhances puppet abilities. Talent, Hollow Heart 1 of 8. Lin Xiao differs from S-Class Hua Linglong in physique, gaining relatively few ghost power points. But this trip was fruitful, and Su Hongwen was satisfied. Yet some people insisted on courting death, constantly testing his limits and patience. Specifically Chi-Su. And yet he didn't dare act rashly. The ghost power value was hard-earned by him, no one gets to siphon it off. Su Hongwen had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only take it out on Shin Xingfan. "You strike first, I won't use any special abilities." "What nonsense are you saying?" Shin Xingfan scolded while gripping Su Hongwen's hand, tilting his chin up to gaze at him with infatuation. "Someone as powerful as you is already the highest peak in this world. Even Lin Xiao couldn't match you. How could a mere speck of dust like me dare to show off my meager skills before you?" Chi-Su immediately pricked up his ears, silently committing this flattery to memory. "You shall henceforth be my faith. Every word you speak I shall regard as sacred doctrine. To serve you is the greatest fortune and honor of my lifetime." Su Hongwen slightly parted his lips. This praise left him utterly speechless. The hand gripping that slender neck couldn't decide whether to release or strangle. Chi-Su took advantage of Su Hongwen's momentary daze to secretly attempt a small-scale plunder. Active plunder failed. Excessive disparity in ghost power levels. "Ha! What kind of joke is this? Huang Hai can be absorbed, but this one can't?" Chi-Su's face stiffened. A 10,000-word petition in blood begging to nerf the phantom heart. Chi-Su. Xiao Qi kept his promise and rushed back, the car packed full of crystals. Seeing the surroundings eerily quiet, he tentatively asked, "Is it handled?" Su Hongwen decisively credited Chi-Su. "He did it. I knew it." Xiao Qi excitedly leaped out of the car, raising his arms for a bear hug, the rules tattoo on his waist gradually fading away. At that moment, Gu Ling arrived hurriedly with her team, witnessing the entire scene. She let out a sigh of relief and said to the young team member who had been crying all the way, "I told you, Chi-Su was very capable." The young team member wiped away her snot and broke into a smile through her tears. Xiao Qi stared at Shin Xingfan, who had changed his target, and ordered his men to apprehend him, take him to the security department for disposal. Though the deputy mayor was strict with people and had a questionable private life, he did plenty of practical work, even funding the reconstruction of homes destroyed by the Nightwalkers out of his own pocket. He was highly popular among the citizens of Z City. This year, Z City aimed to strive for the status of a new first-tier city, and the well-connected deputy mayor was indispensable. Now, with him dead, the dream of becoming a new first-tier city has gone cold, and all the citizens' hard work to become civilized has been wasted. This colossal failure is now squarely on Shin Xingfan's shoulders. She deserved it, a public execution to give the people an answer. Shin Xingfan, pulled by the two bald men, panicked in the moment, his fingers clutching desperately at Su Hongwen's sleeve. "Don't let them take me away. I don't want to leave you." Su Hongwen said mischievously, "Actually, my ghost power level is 0. Lin Xiao was killed by Chi-Su. He's kind-hearted and let me devour him instead." At these words, Shin Xingfan's pupils dilated, his expression completely frozen. Her jaw clenched in fury as she exploded in rage. "You liar! Good-for-nothing! Bastard! If you didn't kill him, why didn't you say so earlier? I felt like it. Must be maddening to have licked the wrong boots. Ha! You just wait. Don't think this is over. I'll wait until you win your comeback match." Shin Xingfan was hopping mad as he was forcibly shoved into the car. Su Hongwen laughed until he was out of breath, slapping Chisu's shoulder. That's so much fun, ha! Chisu took the urn Xiao Qi handed him and hung it around his neck, paying no further attention. Su Hongwen tried to ingratiate himself unprompted. Let me treat you to a bar, you pay. The illegally obtained fortune had all been confiscated, leaving him penniless. He was even considering taking odd jobs online. Go on, get out of here. If Chisu pulls his knife again, I can't protect you. Xiao Qi forcefully separated the two, lowering his head to report the message. Team 76, 5 survivors. Team 77, 10 survivors. Several survivors remain in the Mountain View Villa area. According to the doctor's client, many homeowners are still chatting in the group to pass the time, at least 400 or 500 people. This outcome far exceeded Xiao Qi's expectations. Not bad at all. After the message was sent, Bai Bing replied swiftly, her response dripping with sarcasm. Xiao Qi remained unfazed. Normally, from the leadership's perspective, the important outcome is that the deputy mayor is dead, and the S-class Wallinglong, which the higher-ups were concerned about, is also gone. He simply conveyed it in his own words, go back and write the report, review it, and make sure to note that Wallinglong was eaten by a nightwalker. Don't get it wrong. As he spoke, he gave Chi Su a meaningful look. Good buddy, I'll help you come up with an excuse. Chi Su sighed helplessly. I already said, it's not. It's the nightwalker, not you, Su Hongwen said, suppressing a laugh. Xiao Qi added, by the way, Bai Bing found you guys a new school, a regular university, considering the three of you's educational level. His voice trailed off as he awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose and cleared his throat. The students there have all been hypnotized and completely forgotten about the supernatural videos. Before long, the public will probably forget too. Remember, you're freshmen who can't even harm a fly. Don't expose yourselves, don't show off your powers, and don't get into fights or cause trouble. Especially don't get into fights or cause trouble. Xiao Qi emphasized strongly. The white team is targeting top-tier private institutions where most students come from upper-class families. She'll cover the tuition, you just focus on absorbing knowledge. Don't do anything unnecessary. Captain Bai also said, if any trouble arises, don't you dare drag her into it. You'll have to take responsibility for your own actions. Be punctual for the freshman military training. Chapter 42, Borrowing a Name. Beijing Academy, located in the prime district of City A, is relatively small in scale but highly elite. Renowned for its business studies, engineering, and medicine, while also emphasizing sports. Equipped with basketball courts, soccer fields, tennis courts, and even a kendo dojo. Small but complete, fostering students' moral, intellectual, physical, and aesthetic development. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Military training was conducted on the sports field, with all instructors being members of investigation team number 32. The lower the team number, the stronger their capabilities. With only 12 members, their physical prowess rivals that of B-class Yantu with ghost power values below 1,000 points. Chisu wore light blue camouflage, his nose dotted with fine beads of sweat. He had been foolishly standing under the scorching sun for 15 minutes, utterly clueless about the purpose of this exercise or what it aimed to train. He'd much rather run laps around the field for hours. Clamp your legs tight. The instructor prowling among the ranks suddenly barked. Chisu instinctively tightened his hooks, straightening his spine rigidly. The instructor circled to face him, his hawk-like eyes piercing straight at the urn. After a long moment, he turned his gaze to Su Hongwen standing nearby. What's up with your hair, Bale? Get it shaved off for me later. Su Hongwen stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, turning his camouflage uniform into streetwear with the collar wide open for ventilation. He looked down at the instructor with an air of supreme arrogance and asked in a low voice, didn't you get the memo? As someone from security, he should know his status. What message did you receive? The instructor retorted. Could it be that your father is some high-ranking official, a bureau chief? Let me tell you, having a father won't help. A man should act like a man. Shave it off. Su Hongwen's face turned cold, murderous intent rising in his heart. Shisu, report, these were left by his deceased parents. Instantly, the instructor's expression turned awkward. I see, then that bottle of yours couldn't possibly be. It's my elder brother's ashes. Well, that conversation's officially dead. The instructor smacked his lips, rubbed his buzz cut, and walked away quickly. 10-minute break. The neat formation instantly dissolved into scattered groups, with complaints rising from all sides. 2 weeks of military training, and we can't even go home? Unbelievable. Bro, what does your dad do? Whoa, a bureau chief. Damn, that's impressive. My dad? Oh, just the mayor of City A, nothing special. The moment he finished speaking, the sons of the mayor and bureau chief were surrounded by a crowd, chatting animatedly with each other. Chisu thought for a moment, then lightly tapped someone's shoulder. My dad's the deputy mayor of City Z. He didn't understand what these official positions really meant, he only knew saying this would help him fit in quickly. I didn't steal, didn't rob, didn't kill or set fires, commit murder or arson, just borrowed a name. It should be fine, right? The boy turned around, wearing a sorrowful expression. I heard your father a few days ago passed away. The housekeeper did it. Yeah, it was on the news. My condolences. As he finished speaking, the young man slung an arm around Chi-Su's neck and extended his right hand with a grin. I'm Wei Wei, he said. My dad's not some official, just runs a small family business with a bit of spare change. Hope you don't mind. Not at all, Chi-Su replied amiably, shaking hands. Wei Wei immediately brought Chi-Su into the circle of officials' children and introduced him to everyone. His father is the deputy mayor of Z City, named Chi-Su. Yes, Chi-Su. I'm Wei Wei. In less than 5 minutes, everyone had become fast friends chatting about anything and everything. Chi-Su couldn't understand their conversations about luxury cars and wristwatches, completely unable to get a word in edgewise. My brother's in the student council. He says there's a commercial street near campus. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight, order whatever you want, Wei Wei said generously. The mayor's son shook his head in refusal. He was of mixed heritage, with blue pupils that radiated disdain and contempt. Nobody here is short on cash. We don't need your charity. As she spoke, the little mixed-blood girl took out her new phone and said to the chief's son and Chi-Su, let's exchange contacts. From now on, we're buddies. The three of us can even make a group chat. It'll be easier to stay in touch later. Deal, the chief's son responded immediately. Wei Wei, who had been politely excluded, didn't mind at all. He practically draped himself over Chi-Su and said, might as well add me as a friend too. He rattled off a string of phone numbers, which Chi-Su dutifully entered. Seeing she couldn't shake off this damn leech, the little half-blood simply said, I'll create a bigger group chat, a class group. Wei Wei, I'll leave the task of inviting people to you. No problem, leave it to me. Wei Wei scampered excitedly toward the girl's side. In the distance, Su Hongwen's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Chi-Su makes friends with lies, and sooner or later he'll get slapped in the face. With this group's spending habits, the bag of gold chi she left behind won't last Chi-Su long before someone notices something fishy. When he's exposed, the humiliation will be unbearable. Just wait for the show. Su Hongwen scanned his surroundings, searching for his target. Before long, they spotted a male classmate sitting under the eaves enjoying the cool shade. The boy had medium-length hair, wore a pair of nearsighted glasses, and was quietly crouching with his knees hugged to his chest, appearing somewhat autistic. He seemed ordinary at first glance, but those glasses were from Cartier, costing over 4,000 yuan. Su Hongwen sauntered over and casually remarked, need a bodyguard? I'm pretty good at fighting. Lu Yu lifted his eyelids, his words coming out sharp and biting. My family hired a civilian chosen one with over 10,000 points. Who do you think would win in a fight between you two? Don't flaunt your measly martial arts skills as confidence, it's laughable. After delivering his taunt, he turned to leave, but Su Hongwen raised his hand to block him, arguing, your family's hire would prioritize protecting your father first, who'd give a damn about you? You've got no one protecting you at school, and that mouth of yours is so damn foul, sooner or later someone's gonna beat you to death. How about spending a little cash to hire me? 100 grand a month, and I'll keep you safe. Lu Yu's face remained expressionless. Oh, I get it now. You think I'm an easy target, so you're shaking me down. Su Hongwen smiled. How can a college student talk about extortion? That's beneath our dignity. This is called negotiation. I'm discussing this with you politely. 10,000 is just pocket change for you. Why not buy some peace of mind? Lu Yu adjusted his glasses with a finger. Oh, so you're threatening me. He rolled up his sleeves unhurriedly, revealing slightly muscular forearms. Then, he pulled out a thick wallet and presented it with both hands, thinking it better to avoid trouble. 20,000, take it and scram. Push me too far and you'll find out your connections are nothing compared to mine. Those with money and influence wouldn't work as anyone's bodyguard, must be some scholarship kid from the countryside. Su Hongwen put away his wallet. I'm not taking it for free. 20,000 covers you for 3 days. Pointing at the instructors gathered together, he whispered, don't you think it's strange that an investigation team would come to train freshmen? Are they that idle? Has the country run out of soldiers? Only then did Lu Yu realize something was indeed off. Normally, instructors are supposed to be active-duty military personnel. The investigation team members weren't soldiers. They belonged to the security department, having nothing to do with the nation's elite forces, just a group of revenge seekers who'd lost everything. You mean to say the school has nightmare? Shoo, Su Hongwen cut in, don't spread this. It could cause panic. Imagine scaring all you privileged rich kids, what a disaster that would be. The school hasn't suspended classes, which means it's not serious. Just carry on as usual and rest assured I've got your lives in my hands. Lu Yu nodded slightly, his opinion of Su Hongwen greatly changed. He pulled out a bank card from his pocket. There's 500,000 in here. I'm hiring you. My father is the Secretary General of Q City Government, a high-ranking position, but I can't compare to those locals. If they target me, we'll both have to play the obedient dogs, no fighting back, you understand? Su Hongwen grinned and said, got it. Grandson? Lackey? What kind of joke is this? Chapter 43, The Fraud. At 8 o'clock, night fell, the stadium lights turned on, and military training came to an end. The instructor didn't dismiss us but had all the freshmen sit in a circle, leaving a large empty space in the middle, just like the other classes. Anyone with talents, come show us what you've got. Let everyone get to know you, don't be shy. If you need music, I've got a small speaker here. Feel free to pick any song. The instructor scanned the circle. Anyone who can sing, dance, or rap? Who dares to go first? Me. Wei Wei stood up without hesitation. He was completely unabashed, with a silver tongue that could rival a professional comedian, launching straight into a solo comedy routine. Some found it amusing, while others thought it dull. The mayor's mixed-race son scooted closer to Chi-Su and whispered, "Who do you think is the prettiest in our class?" Ancient spirit. The little half-breed made a complicated expression. Chi-Su was puzzled. What's wrong? 8 out of 10 points, but a bit tacky. So this is your type? Seems like you've never had anything truly good. What do you mean by good? Look over there, you meow meow. Across the way, the woman wore no makeup yet appeared as if she did, her bright eyes gleaming, teeth pearly white, lips rosy and moist. She watched Gu Ling animatedly recounting tales of gangsters, the corners of her lips quietly curling upward. That smile wasn't kind, more like someone delighting in another's embarrassment, watching a joke unfold. Yu Miao Miao noticed the gaze and turned to meet Chi-Su's eyes, raising her hand in a casual wave as greeting, her smile blooming wide. Truly, a glance back could outshine 100 charms. How about it? The little mixed blood was hooked, gaping like a fish on the line. I've done my research. Their family's in the luxury goods business, money's no object for them. But who are we, right? No matter how rich you are, you're not fit to lick an official's boots. Brother, let me make the first move. After I've had my fun, you can take over. Don't sneak in and cuckold me, my temper's not the best. Chi-Su automatically filtered out the vulgarities and said honestly, I still think Gu Ling is prettier. Perfect. You go after Gu Ling then. Looks like she'd fold for a few bills, said the young half-blood with practiced ease. But you should be careful. In these backwater places, it's easy to get involved but hard to break free. If you try to break up, they'll definitely pull all the dirty tricks, crying, making scenes, even threatening suicide. And if by accident you knock her up, she'll cling to you like a leech, sucking you dry. No amount of money will get rid of her, she'll insist on becoming an official's wife. Hey, the mixed-race kid suddenly thought of something and asked, your dad died, how much did he leave you? Chi-Su exaggerated a bit but was afraid of going overboard. A few million, maybe. Several million? The mixed-race kid was shocked. Impossible. How many siblings do you have? 2. The mixed-race kid hooked a finger around the urn. Your elder brother died, so you're the only one left. The entire family fortune should be yours. How could it possibly be just a few million? Chi-Su silently tucked the urn back inside his collar. It slipped out accidentally. I'll switch to a longer rope later. Glass bottles won't do either. Too fragile. Switch to metal ones. The little hybrid, seeing Chi-Su remain silent, stared at him with full suspicion. Looking back now, during the daytime chat about sports cars, wristwatches, and auction items, the latter couldn't contribute a single word, as if he knew nothing about them. So you're really the vice mayor's son? Chi-Su answered without changing his expression. Yes. The young half-blood snorted with a cold laugh, texting his family to investigate while already making up his mind internally. Outwardly showing nothing, he continued familiarly, let's hit the commercial street tonight and treat Miao Miao to dinner. Since we'll be seeing each other often from now on, better get acquainted sooner. He didn't wait for Chi-Su to voice his refusal. It's settled then. Suddenly, rowdy cheers erupted from the surroundings. Jump, 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 jump. Gu Ling was forcibly pushed into the center clearing by a group of girls, her face flushing crimson. She waved her hands helplessly. I only know a little, and I'm not good at dancing. We won't laugh at you even if you dance badly. Yu Miao Miao cupped her hands like a megaphone, grinning as she found the background music for the Thai crab dance. Gu Ling could only sway her arms and move her legs along with the rhythm. Chi-Su initially didn't know what Gu Ling was going to dance, and even after watching, he still couldn't tell. It was all a complete mess. The sound of laughter filled the air, heating up the atmosphere. Gu Ling danced with increasing enthusiasm, pushing her mischievous charm to the limit, every gesture brimming with playfulness and energy. Making so many people happy filled her own heart with delight. Su Hongwen couldn't take it anymore. He saw through the laughter to grasp the truth. Gu Ling was just a clown, pure entertainment. Su Hongwen stood up, grabbed Gu Ling by the hair, and dragged him away from the center. Let go. You're hurting me. Su Hongwen immediately let go, protesting innocently, I was just looking out for you. Besides, after military training ends, we're going back to the same home. If someone notices and spreads rumors, you'll embarrass me too. How am I embarrassing? How am I embarrassing? Gu Ling's eyes reddened with grievance upon hearing this. Is dancing somehow shameful now? Chi-Su noticed the tension and stepped forward, utterly confused. What's all this arguing about? He said I was embarrassing. Gu Ling clung to Chi-Su, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed quietly. Shisu wrapped his arms around her and confronted Su Hongwon. She danced beautifully. How was that embarrassing? Are you deaf? Everyone was laughing at her. I didn't hear any mockery. Everyone adored Gu Ling. Shisu spoke honestly. The only one who made him uncomfortable was Yu Miao Miao, hiding daggers behind her smile, like a pure-looking delinquent. Su Hongwon pointed at Shisu with exasperation. Idiot. Then he pointed at Gu Ling moron. He angrily plopped back down in his seat. A pair of geniuses. What talents. Shisu gently patted Gu Ling's back. Don't listen to Su Hongwon's bullshit. He's scum, so he sees everyone as scum, thinking everyone's like him. The little half-blood is treating us later. Let's go eat something good. Don't cry. Gu Ling wiped away her tears and turned back toward the empty seat. At this moment, Yu Miao Miao was also pushed forward by the crowd. Didn't you win the classical dance championship? Show them what you've got. Yu Miao Miao, both annoyed and amused, stamped her foot before quickly composing herself and gracefully beginning to dance. Noble, elegant, like a pristine and ethereal white swan. When people are compared side by side, the difference becomes immediately apparent, as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Gu Ling lowered her head, thinking that what Su Hongwon said wasn't entirely unreasonable. She was indeed making a fool of herself. After the song ended, enthusiastic applause continued. The little half-blood raised both arms and gave a few heavy claps, then smoothly added, everyone must be hungry by now, so let's not waste time. I'm treating everyone to dinner. If anyone's tired and wants to head straight back to the dorm, feel free, no pressure. Miss you, anyone else can skip it, but not you. Do me this honor. Yu Miao Miao nodded gracefully with a gentle smile. The little mixed blood informed the instructor and received permission to disband. Alright, let's go. Most of the girls headed to the dormitory together, not intending to keep the appointment. Seeing Gu Ling about to leave, Yu Miao Miao immediately clung to her arm. Dear boss lady, are you really comfortable letting me go eat with those smelly boys alone? Keep me company, please. She knew perfectly well that she herself was the dish on the menu, and could only escape by dragging someone alone. This person couldn't be just anyone either, they had to be attractive enough to serve as her replacement when the time came to be eaten. Gu Ling felt it wouldn't do to leave Yu Miao Miao alone in such a predicament, so she agreed. Buzz, buzz. The little half-blood took out his phone and held it to his ear, his eyes covertly glancing at Shisu. After a short while, he replied in a flat tone, yeah, I got it. Just as expected, a liar. But he didn't want to reveal it for now, he'd thought of something amusing. Chapter 44, Dinner Gathering. The commercial street blazed with lights, brand stores packed with seniors buzzing with excitement. This place looks good. The mixed blood girl pointed at the extravagantly decorated hot pot restaurant and strode confidently through the entrance. The waitress greeted them with a smile. Hello, how many in your party? The mixed race boy Yang Ming turned to count. 2 girls, 11 boys. 13. Do you have a private room? There is, on the second floor, minimum charge 2,000. TCH. Yang Ming looked down at his unchanged camouflage uniform and said unhappily, do I look like someone short on money? You think I can't afford it? The waiter's face was plastered with an awkward smile. No, sir, I just wanted to inform you in advance, so that later. Alright, enough nonsense. Yang Ming took the stairs 2 at a time. This way, please. The attendant opened private room 202 and presented the menu. Yang Ming pulled Yu Miao Miao to the left side seat. Yu Miao Miao naturally dragged Gu Ling along with her. Shisu, you sit beside me. Yang Ming arranged for him to take the right side position. Wei Wei followed closely. Young Chi, let's stick together. Get lost, always forcing yourself in. Yang Ming had lost patience with Wei Wei and stopped being polite. He jerked his chin toward the bureau chief's son. You sit next to Chisu, us 3 brothers will sit together. Wei Wei didn't take offense, slowly shuffling toward the door to save face. Today I'll serve everyone, just wait for the dishes to come. Alright, everyone can handle spicy food, right? Yang Ming half lifted his eyelids. No ethnic minorities here either, so I'll just order randomly. You're the host, you call the shots. The group chimed in agreement. Then it's the spicy hot pot base. Yang Ming tossed the menu to the waiter and lazily leaned back into his chair. Beef, lamb, pork belly, tripe, meatballs, shrimp paste, vegetables, 20 portions each, and 10 bottles of 52-degree Woolianye to start. The waiter hesitated, then quietly reminded them, this might be too much, you probably won't finish it all. What's it to you? Think I won't pay? You think I'd dine and dash? Do you even know who my father is? Yang Ming slammed the table in fury, his glare sending the waiter flinching backward before hastily retreating from the private room. Don't be like that. Yu Miao Miao's eyes shimmered as she spoke gently. She meant well, we really can't finish all this food. Why order so much? I've got money to burn. Yang Mingho retorted arrogantly. I just can't stand her. She's been targeting me since we walked in, talking about minimum spend of 2,000. I've hosted banquets costing 2 million. Zero social awareness, can't even tell who's the real young master and who's the imposter. Serves her right being a waitress. Yang Ming rolled his eyes with a sneer, making veiled sarcastic remarks. Alright, Alright, cool down. Yu Miao Miao immediately turned to Chi Su, her eyes filled with pity. Young Master Chi, I heard about your family's misfortune. My condolences. Chi Su nodded slightly. Since fate has made us classmates, I'll definitely stand by you to get through this hurdle. Yu Miao Miao spoke softly, reaching out to hold Chi Su's hand with an especially affectionate gaze. Call me whenever you're feeling down. I'll always have time for you. Yang Ming frowned. This Yu Miao Miao must be blind, of all people. She had to fall for a fraud, playing the role of a fawning admirer with all her doting concern. Yang Ming coldly pried apart their intertwined hands and remarked casually, Chi Su, your hometown is Z City, but now you're studying in a city. You must have bought a place here, right? Don't tell me you're planning to live in student dorms or rent. I have a home. I don't live on campus. Oh, where? Yang Ming grew intrigued, eager to see how Chi Su would spin this tale. Land Biowan. Paid in full? Paid in full. Yang Ming snorted dismissively. Blue Castle Bay at 350,000 per square meter. Fully paid? How bold. With an inheritance of just tens of millions, how could I afford a villa worth hundreds of millions? This is how you spin lies, mismatched nonsense forced together. Yang Ming curled his lips in mockery. After military training ends, we'd like to visit your home for a few days. No problem, right? There's nothing fun at my place, Chi Su replied honestly. It used to be so much fun, with a movie room, karaoke, entertainment lounge. Later he smashed everything, and after renovation it's all empty, nothing left. Let's go to your place to hang out, Chi Su suggested. Humph, Yang Ming sneered. He knew it was all just hot air. How could anyone actually go through with it? He nearly exposed Chi Su as the fraud he was, but managed to hold back at the last moment. My place works too. Wait for my notice. You'd better bring your sports car when the time comes. We'll go street racing at night. Go rent a car with your own money, you clown. Chi Su thought of the sports car his eldest brother used to drive and decided on that one. But he didn't have a driver's license. Could he even take it on the road? Yang Ming saw the server bring out the hot pot base, and with all their ordered dishes now complete, he waved his hand grandly. Let's eat. Wei, pour the wine. Got it. Yu Miao Miao and Gu Ling's glasses were the first to be filled. Gu Ling had no intention of drinking and moved the glass aside. Seeing this, Yu Miao Miao bent slightly and whispered, you have to drink the first toast. These young masters care most about face. If you refuse, they'll take offense. What if they get angry? Gu Ling asked. Will they hit me? They'll make school life miserable for you, spread vicious rumors until you're drowning in accusations with no way to clear your name. Gu Ling, Imperial Ballad? Calling you a worthless slut, a public bus that anyone can ride, the language was filthy. Hearing this, Gu Ling immediately downed her drink in one gulp. Yu Miao Miao wasn't idle either, following suit by drinking hers down. She casually picked up the napkin, pretending to wipe her mouth, while carefully letting the wine seep through her lips, gradually soaking into the fabric. Not a single drop spilled, not a single drop swallowed. Wow, didn't realize you two could hold your liquor so well. Yang Ming applauded admiringly, gesturing with his eyes for Wei to keep pouring before snatching away Yu Miao Miao's damp napkin and tossing it into the trash. This trick, every girl at the club knew it. Trying to deceive him was simply too naive. Yu Miao Miao's expression changed for a moment before she suddenly broke into a charming smile. She poured most of the wine from her cup into Gu Ling's, pouting her crimson lips. Look at them, they're all bullying me. Big sister, you've got to help me out, please, pretty please. Apart from the unpleasant taste, Gu Ling didn't feel any discomfort and was about to drink the second cup immediately. Let me. Chi Su stood up to stop her, snatched the wine cup, and downed it in one gulp. Wei transformed into a wine pouring machine, and Yu Miao Miao's cup was full again. Fearing Yu Miao Miao might pass it to Gu Ling again, Chi Su drank it all without another word. Wow, young Master Chi is such a gentleman. Yu Miao Miao clapped her hands lightly, utterly enchanted. She thought to herself that she finally met a decent man, unlike those other bastards, and crucially, he was the vice mayor's son. She was already fantasizing about the day she'd officially become Mrs. Chi, never having to care for in-laws, just lounging in luxury as a wealthy, powerful socialite. A woman's three greatest joys? Nothing more than keeping a stable of pretty boys, having a good husband, but terrible in-laws. Chi Su was quite the catch, handsome, too, and his gesture of shielding her from drinking earned him full marks in her book. Chapter 45, Skipping Out on the Bill. Stop drinking, stop drinking. Gu Ling watched Chi Su downing one glass after another without pause and hurriedly tried to stop him. If he keeps drinking like this, his stomach's going to burst. Hey, big sis. Yu Miao Miao pulled Gu Ling aside. She jabbed her finger hard against Gu Ling's forehead, gritting her teeth as she said, if he won't drink, then you'll have to. What are you stopping him for, you idiot? Besides, whether a man's worth his salt depends on his drinking capacity. Yu Miao Miao deliberately raised her voice so every second-generation rich kid could hear. Girls should look for this kind. Being able to drink means strong kidneys. We wouldn't dare take someone with weak kidneys. They'd last 3 seconds at most. The moment these words were spoken, Yang Ming slammed the table and stood up. He defiantly twisted open the bottle of Wolianye liquor, staring at Chi-Su as he chugged straight from the bottle. With the mayor's son already drinking, the others couldn't just sit idle and began joining in the toast. Yang Ming visibly flushed at an alarming rate, the classic telltale sign of someone who turns red when drinking. Chi-Su scratched his cheek. If you can't hold your liquor, just stop. Unopened bottles can still be returned, no need to force yourself. He possesses purification abilities that can transform certain substances from impure/harmful states to pure/harmless states. Purifying alcohol is as easy as drinking water for him, completely effortless. But for others, it's hard to say. What if someone died from drinking? They might try to pin the blame on him. Shut up. Yang Ming flushed crimson, stealing a furtive glance at Yu Miao Miao. If he couldn't even finish half a bottle, then he would be considered a quick shot. But no matter how strong his determination was, it couldn't overcome his physical reaction. Yang Ming felt a burning pain in his stomach and had no choice but to put down the wulianye. Straightening his tongue with effort, he forced out, I need to hit the restroom first. Yu Miao Miao propped her plump cheek on her hand, her voice dripping with lazy charm. Yang, young master, either you're up for it or you're not. What's with this going to the bathroom excuse? Yang Ming gritted his teeth, fists clenched tight. In the end, he didn't lash out. Face dark with anger, he stormed out of the private room. Not long after. Inside the private room, apart from Chi-Su and Guling, everyone else had been added to a new group chat. Yang, Chi-Su isn't the son of Z City's deputy mayor. He's a liar spouting nonsense. Don't believe him, go check for yourselves. Don't expose him, let him keep pretending. Quickly find an excuse to leave and have the server collect the bill. Yu Miao Miao's expression suddenly changed, her adoring gaze toward Chi-Su turning into one of disgust. A man can pretend to be poor when he's rich, but he must never pretend to be rich when he's poor. So tacky, so tacky. What a cheap man through and through. Indeed, there's no limit to how despicable a man can be. I deserve better. Yu Miao Miao grabbed her diamond-encrusted phone and stormed off indignantly. Wei Wei looked at Chi-Su with an expression as if he'd swallowed a green-headed fly. Seeing everyone had fled, he shook his head, sighed, and pulled out his wallet. In fact, 20 or 30,000 is an amount anyone could afford. But since young Master Yang wanted to mess with Chi-Su, none of the classmates were willing to cross the young master for the sake of a fraud. The reason Wei Wei helped was because Chi-Su, like himself, was desperately trying to break into their social circle. He felt a sense of shared hardship and sympathized with Chi-Su who'd been exposed. When others get exposed, they become renowned big shots. When Chi-Su gets exposed, he turns into a pitiful, laughable clown. Wei Wei truly couldn't bear to abandon him, so he called the waiter to settle the bill. He took the bill and skimmed through it in seconds, then pursed his lips. Yang Ming also pocketed a few packs of cigarettes, the most expensive ones, of course, a total of 35,000. He casually tore up the bill and tossed it into the trash. No worries, eat up. Young Master Yang's drunk, everyone's already gone to take him back to the dorm. How much was the meal? Chi-Su asked. Don't worry about how much. Wei Wei sat back in his chair, leisurely picking up pieces of meat and stuffing them into his mouth. With the uncomfortable atmosphere gone, Guling completely relaxed, eating heartily with her cheeks puffing in and out like a delighted little squirrel. Wei Wei glanced sideways at her and couldn't help curling the corners of his mouth. Whether a woman is pure or innocent isn't determined by her face, it's her character that tells the tale. Let me remind you, you and Yu Miao Miao aren't on the same path. Stop foolishly helping her, that woman is no good. Guling pressed her lips together and didn't respond. If he doesn't drink, then you'll have to. Why are you stopping him? Are you stupid? Perhaps Yu Miao Miao wasn't so bad after all. Chi-Su pieced together the bills from the trash bin and silently stared at the numbers. The gold left by his elder brother hadn't been cashed in, nor did he intend to use it. But he had money. Huang Hai had opened a bank account for him, depositing 50 million, the agreed-upon life-saving fund from back then. The chosen purifier earned 2 million. Xiao Qi and others pooled 500,000 to give him, but Chi-Su didn't accept it. He could now be considered wealthy. 35,000 for a meal was within his means. Cha-ching, 35,000 yuan received. Wei Wei stared at his phone message, stunned. He looked at Chi-Su in disbelief. The mistake I made shouldn't be paid by you. Chi-Su figured his lie had probably been exposed. Yang Ming wanted to teach him a lesson. This had nothing to do with Wei Wei. Wei Wei knew exactly what mistake Chi-Su was referring to, so he decided to lay his cards on the table. Buddy, honesty is the most important thing in a person. It's fine if your family isn't well off, but your character shouldn't be lacking. The friends you make through lies aren't real friends. Chi-Su didn't have a clue about brand name goods, which meant his family situation probably wasn't great. Most likely, he was a top student who got in through recommendation, and this money was earned through backbreaking part-time work. I won't say more. Wei Wei transferred the money back. This meal's on me. Chi-Su had no choice but to give up. Wei Wei dropped 2 plates of tripe into the pot. Your situation has probably spread around. In terms of social connections, you're definitely Not a single word of truth comes out of his mouth. Who would want to be friends with someone like that? Jisoo was like a rat crossing the street, chased and beaten by everyone. We're not in the same dorm, so I can't be your bro. You're on your own. Wei Wei casually made up an excuse. Jisoo, I'll move in with you then. No, absolutely not. Wei Wei's lips twitched. Couldn't he take a hint? He didn't want to bring trouble upon himself, let alone deal with swindlers. Wei Wei grinned without warmth. I can't even withstand a single beating, nor do I want to. Go find someone else to mess with. Jisoo explained, I'm not trying to mess with you, it's protection. The school isn't safe. Wei Wei's breath caught. What did you say? I said the school isn't. No. Wei Wei lost his appetite and put down his chopsticks. Why did you say the school isn't clean? The instructor is from the investigation team. Is that all? Jisoo retorted, isn't that enough already? Wei Wei fell silent. Drawing conclusions without having seen the Nightwalker with your own eyes, isn't that just alarmist talk? He shook his head helplessly and stood up, saying, you guys keep eating. I'm done and heading back to the dorm. I'll walk you. Jisoo wiped his mouth clean and asked the waiter for a bag. Guling, do you still want the beef balls? Save 3 plates for me. Got it. Jisoo packed them up. Wei Wei stared blankly at the solitary, fragile-looking Guling, pointing at himself. You, giving, me? Jisoo nodded firmly. Giving you. Wei Wei's scalp tingled with unease as he forced a stiff smile. A grown man like me. It's not appropriate. Let's go. Jisoo pushed him out the door. Wei Wei lowered his head heavily, his steps unsteady. Chapter 46, Pandora's Trash Bin. Past 10 o'clock at night, shops along the commercial street were closing one after another. Waitress Lin Xiaomei stood at the door of private room 202, her eyes misty with a film of tears, radiating profound fear and timidity. The hot pot restaurant was about to close, but there was still one customer left in this private room. The manager sent her to hurry the guest along. Such an unpleasant task was bound to earn her a scolding. After all, compared to restaurants outside the school, the hot pot place closed rather early. Normally, they'd stay open as long as customers kept eating who'd dare chase away paying guests. Birds of a feather flocked together. Though that foul-mouthed mixed-race guy had left, his remaining companion probably wasn't much better. He'd already drunk so much Wolianya earlier. If he starts acting drunk now. Lin Xiaomei nervously gulped and took deep breaths. Whatever, she had no way out now. Creak. Guling opened the door and bumped right into Lin Xiaomei. Sorry. The two kept apologizing, bowing repeatedly. Put. Lin Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth, the gloom in her heart instantly dispelled, replaced by the joy of surviving a disaster. Such politeness surely meant he'd be easy to talk to. Before Lin Xiaomei could speak, Guling took the lead. Sorry for delaying your after-work time. She patted her round belly and craned her neck to peer at both sides. The hot pot restaurant's lights were mostly off, leaving the corridor pitch dark. It was even quieter downstairs, without a single human sound. Are you the only one left? Guling asked. Lin Xiaomei shook her head. There's still the manager, receptionist, and chef. She politely asked, would you like to order anything else? Don't order. Whatever you do, don't order. That's just polite small talk. If you actually order, the chef will explode. They'll spit phlegm into your food. I'd like 2 bottles of water, said Guling. The bamboo-flavored kind. Do you have that? No. You might want to check downstairs. We have a wide variety of beverages. Lin Xiaomei smiled apologetically and stepped into the private room, swiftly clearing the table. Bamboo leaf water, she had loved it as a child too, refreshing and sweet. It used to be common in the countryside years ago, just 1 yuan a bottle. Who would have thought the wealthy could be so down-to-earth? Still eating this much? Lin Xiaomei stared at the empty plates covering the table, her face full of astonishment. She had come to refill the thick soup several times earlier when most of the meat dishes were still untouched. Did this girl finish them all by herself? Some kind of bottomless pit? Suddenly, here, my treat. Lin Xiaomei shuddered, and upon recognizing it was Dewei Wang, she patted her chest with a forced smile. You scared me to death. How come you walk without making a sound? She took the yogurt handed by Guling. Thank you. You're welcome. Guling rolled up her sleeves to help clean up. I'll do it. Lin Xiaomei, overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, hastily set down her yogurt and got to work. I can handle it. You should head back. It's already 10:30. No worries, the women's dorm supervisor doesn't lock the doors. It's not about whether the doors are locked or not. Lin Xiaomei hesitated, unsure whether she should say it. After a while, she closed the private room's door and said while working, I'm a junior, from the art department, working part-time to support my studies. Hello, senior. Don't call me that. Lin Xiaomei waved her hands with an awkward laugh. Stacking up the trays, she picked up a rag and began scrubbing vigorously, saying, many schools have their own share of eerie legends. Strange things always seem to happen when night falls. An extra step appears on the rooftop staircase, the David statue in the teaching building moves, the skeleton in the lab starts bleeding. It's like a meteor shower that grants any wish. Students make wishes upon these anomalies, and slowly, they come true. Lin Xiaomei picked up a broom and declared firmly, "Our school? We just have an extra trash can." Last month someone posted on the forum with a photo of a trash can, completely ordinary, just over a meter tall, entirely gray, nothing unusual at first glance. But it appeared in a place where it shouldn't have been. Gu Ling's curiosity was piqued. Where? The center of the sports field. Lin Xiaomei lifted her chair and tucked it under the table, finishing up for the day. She slipped the yogurt into her pocket, turned off the lights, and led Gu Ling out of the private room, calling out loudly as they left. "Manager, I'm clocking out. Alright, be careful on your way home." Outside the hot pot restaurant, the air was stiflingly hot, with waves of heat rolling through. A gust of wind sent the ubiquitous trash along the commercial street swirling through the air. Lin Xiaomei and Gu Ling happened to be going the same way, so they walked together. Lin Xiaomei said, since the post was published, it made it to the trending list in just a few hours. Quite a few students claimed they'd seen that trash can too, mostly after 11 p.m., appearing in the dead of night. Pretty creepy. But at some point, the post's comments section turned into a wishing well, pass every exam, make the school beautiful for me, win the lottery. I made a wish too. Lin Xiaomei lowered her head shyly. What did you wish for? Gu Ling bounced on her toes with hands clasped behind her back, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity. Just, Lin Xiaomei nudged Gu Ling lightly, blushing as she murmured, just to become pretty, like you. Lin Xiaomei had an elongated face almost horse-like, with single eyelids and two prominent under-eye bags that bulged slightly, impossible to conceal even with makeup. Viewed from the side, her nose bridge was flat, the tip abruptly upturned, with her lower lip protruding and an underbite. Lin Xiaomei wanted plastic surgery. She believed that if she were beautiful, she'd never encounter difficult customers again, that little half-breed wouldn't humiliate her in public, and everyone would indulge and dote on her. But the reality was, merely surviving was hard enough. The money she earned went to supporting her family, leaving no savings for cosmetic procedures. Lin Xiaomei said wistfully, I know making wishes in the comments section is useless, people are just following the trend, seeking psychological comfort. Then has anyone ever made a wish right in front of a trash can? Gu Ling threw out the question. I don't know, but I feel like probably no one would do that. Lin Xiaomei gazed at the streetlight ahead, her thoughts crystal clear. First of all, it's still unknown whether that's actually a wish-granting trash can. Secondly, even if it could grant wishes, I believe the wisher would inevitably pay an excruciating price. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Besides, there are plenty of wealthy people at school whose families have already fulfilled all their desires. They'd have no reason to seek wishes from a trash can. Lin Xiaomei turned to face Gu Ling, staring straight into the latter's eyes. The eyes of the wealthy are different from ordinary people's, their gaze carries the weariness of having every desire satisfied. Lin Xiaomei could tell at a glance that this table of customers was no ordinary group, with the little mixed-race one standing out particularly. When people grow weary and bored, they seek excitement, and this elusive trash bin might very well become their target. Junior, let me give you some advice. Curiosity killed the cat. Just pretend you never heard about the Bachin urban legend. Don't go looking for it on purpose. Don't be afraid either. The school has already called professionals to investigate, and it'll be resolved soon. Gu Ling nodded emphatically. Thank you for the warning, senior. So this was what Investigation Team 32 was looking into. Chapter 47, The Fall. Gu Ling and Lin Xiaomei entered the girls' dormitory building. It was past 11 p.m., and the building was unbearably noisy. Freshmen shuffled back and forth with wash basins in hand, complaining to each other. How annoying, no bathroom in the room, not even a place to shower. The dorm supervisor said the showers are over by the commercial street, and we have to go there to do laundry too. What a hassle. And they call this a top-tier university? How can the dorms be like this? This wasn't built for pampered young ladies like you. Of course they cut corners. Just bear with it, we've got AC in the rooms and hot water in the communal bathrooms. That's already pretty good. Lin Xiaomei watched the scene unfold, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She really liked the current atmosphere, thick with the scent of living people. Most students at the school lived in their family villas, with few staying in the dorms. The building was mostly filled with scholarship students. Normally, it was eerily quiet, with dim, empty hallways. After her night shift, she didn't dare linger for even a moment, hurrying back to her dorm at a jog. The dorm situation wasn't much better. She lived alone. She used to have roommates, but because she returned late from work and often disturbed their rest, they all moved to other rooms. Senior, which floor do you live on? Gu Ling asked. Lin Xiaomei pointed upstairs and said, 6th floor, room 601. If you find your roommate hard to get along with, there's space at my place. It's getting late, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Gu Ling waved with a smile. 6th floor. The noise had noticeably diminished. The long corridor stood empty, making Lin Xiaomei panic. She rushed to door 601, fumbling clumsily for her keys. She froze in the doorway as she pushed open the door. A gray trashbin stood silently at the center of the room, bathed in moonlight that cast a halo around it. Clean, mysterious, radiant, utterly incongruous with anything sinister or eerie. Lin Xiaomei found herself drawn forward despite herself. I felt enveloped by a warm current of air, caressing me tenderly. Ah! She closed her eyes, soothed to the point of tingling scalp. It was as if she had been standing for over 20 years without pause, and suddenly could finally sit down to rest. Lin Xiaomei abruptly remembered something and looked down at the trash bin, her gaze burning with intensity. Afterwards, she quickly found paper and pen to jot down her wishes one by one, casting aside all her previous words. The reason she could soberly warn Gulin earlier was simply because she had never seen the trash can from the urban legend before. Now that she had witnessed it with her own eyes, such divine power made her unable to resist wanting to try it out. I want to become beautiful. I want to be rich. I want a devastatingly handsome boyfriend. I want to be a genius painter with endless inspiration. Lin Xiaomei's expression grew increasingly twisted, her eyes frenzied and manic. To hell with the cost. As long as it fulfills her wish, she can bear any price. She's had enough of this miserable life worse than livestock. Why are others born in Rome, free from worries about food and clothing? Why is everyone else so beautiful while she's so ugly? Why? 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 Lin Xiaomei violently lifted the trash can lid, about to throw her wish list inside. Make it come true. I'll pay any price. Instantly, her expression froze. Her face turned pale as she staggered and collapsed to the ground, her chin trembling slightly. How could this be inside the trash can? She wanted to run, but it was already too late. After parting ways with Lin Xiaomei, Gu Ling went straight to dormitory 101. She quietly opened the door, and a scream instantly erupted. Yu Miao Miao covered her bare chest, her face flushed red. Why didn't you knock? Close it quickly. We're all women here. What are you afraid of? Gu Ling followed the instruction without understanding why. Yu Miao Miao pouted as she slipped into her nightgown, muttering, the dorm supervisor leaves the main door unlocked to accommodate those working senior sisters, afraid they might not get in otherwise. With the door wide open like that, anyone could walk in. Ouyang Ming just said he'd bring some friends over to hang out. I thought they'd arrived already. My virtue was nearly compromised. Oh, since when did you have any virtue to protect? The woman with wavy hair fluttered her lashes seductively, blowing lightly on her freshly painted nails. Stop being so sarcastic. Just because I'm popular with men doesn't mean I'm easy. I'm holding out for a golden catch. Yu Miao Miao flopped onto the bed with ease, applying a face mask as she muttered under her breath. Thought I'd found the one, but turns out he's just a vain liar. Typical man. Shisu isn't some stinky man, he's actually really nice, Gu Ling said with a raised eyebrow, defending him indignantly. When she first entered St. Lee University, she knew no one. The conversations around her were incomprehensible, her nerves were taut, and sweat dripped down her back. It was Chisu who took the initiative to speak to her, easing the anxiety in her heart. Hey! Yu Miao Miao straightened up, her lace face mask preventing her from opening her mouth properly, making her voice sound muffled. Good person? What kind of decent person pretends to be the vice mayor's son to boost their own image? Good person, my foot, you're just love-struck, letting looks cloud your judgment. Gu Ling stammered for a long time but couldn't explain Chisu's behavior, finally blurting out, so what if he lied? It's not like you lost a limb, why make such a fuss? Yu Miao Miao laughed. Luckily we found out early, or we might have actually lost a limb, big sis. If not, you'll just wait to be devoured by him until you're left with nothing, both your person and your wealth. Not to be harsh, but your taste in men really isn't great. The short-haired girl couldn't take it anymore, staring at Yu Miao Miao with a grave expression. Your values are also messed up, your head's full of nothing but finding a man. Shouldn't we women be independent and strong? Can't you live without a man? Hearing this, Yu Miao Miao tilted her head, the disdain in her eyes practically overflowing. Everyone has their own way of living. I just want to find a reliable man so I don't have to struggle and toil myself. Who am I bothering? Don't act all high and mighty here, using independence and self-reliance as excuses to boss other women around. Oh, you're so independent, so capable, so talented. Women who rely on men are all parasitic vines, love-struck fools, spineless weaklings. What exactly are you so proud of? What makes you so superior? A perfectly fine strong woman gets twisted into a so-called independent bitch by the likes of you. Just mind your own business. Why bother with others so much? The short-haired woman immediately flipped the table, her face flushed with anger. Alright, enough from both of you, the woman with wavy hair said coolly, filing her nails. We've got military training tomorrow morning, let's just get some sleep. Bang! A dull, thunderous noise, like a truck's tire bursting, exploded outside the window. All 6 girls froze, exchanging bewildered glances. After a moment, Gulin steadied herself and stepped forward, gripping the curtain to pull aside a narrow gap. What's happening outside? What's going on? Yu Miao Miao urgently asked. It's too dark, I can't see anything. Shine some light here. Yu nudged the short-haired woman. Alright, powerhouse, your turn, shine some light. The short-haired woman huffed and pulled out her phone, switching on the flashlight. The bright beam pierced through the glass window, exposing every speck of dust like countless frantic gnats swirling in the light. She slowly tilted her wrist, shifting the beam's path. Suddenly, she saw something that made her scream in terror. Stop screaming. Yu frowned and covered her ears. Guling picked up the dropped phone and shone its light forward again. Not far away, Lin Xiaomei lay twisted amidst shattered glass, clad in a dark floral pattern dress. Her head had split vertically in half, facing the window, with an entire thick tongue clearly visible. She was smiling, both corners of her mouth upturned, yet her eyes held not a trace of mirth. Not a single drop of blood was visible, yet the scene was utterly horrifying. Inside the room, everyone saw it clearly. Yu Miao's breathing became rapid as she slowly opened her mouth, suddenly letting out a piercing scream. Aha! Chapter 48, Seeking Thrills. Half an hour ago, at the male dormitory building, Shi Su's luggage was forcibly moved to Ouyang Ming's dorm room. The other four were Li Gang, the son of the bureau director, Lu Yu, the son of the secretary general, Wei Wei, whose family runs a cross-border branded clothing business, Su Hongwen, a slacker bodyguard. I got a bit too drunk and came back early. Ouyang Ming leaned against the chair back, fingers holding a nearly burnt-out cigarette, his posture languid. A mere 30,000, the vice mayor's son can definitely afford it. You're not angry, are you? No. Shisu bent down to spread the sheets, flipped the quilt over, and crawled into bed ready to sleep. Hey, don't sleep yet. Ouyang Ming immediately stubbed out his cigarette and pointed his phone screen at Shisu, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The night's just getting started. Take a look, see anyone you like? The screen displayed a nude photo, the woman doing her utmost to showcase her assets. The background was a public bathroom and a girls' dormitory, where several people could be seen washing up with their backs turned. Because of the hot weather and the private setting, they were mostly just wearing underwear, exposing large areas of skin. Some had slender waists, others were plump, some had fair skin, others were darker. Ouyang Ming swiped his thumb backward across the photos, revealing a few more that accentuated their figures. Door-to-door delivery service is top-notch. All they want are a few designer bags, something you, young Master Qi, can definitely afford. As she was flipping through, a half-naked photo of Yu Miao changing into pajamas flashed by. Ouyang Ming immediately turned off the screen, declaring his dominance. You can't look at this, and you can't play with it. He sent a red envelope to the girl who took the sneaky photo and said, there's a bar on the commercial street that's open until 5 a.m. I've already mentioned it to Yu Miao, we'll treat her to some fun. Bring along whichever woman you fancy. Ouyang Ming, afraid Qi Su might refuse, quickly added, my treat. Who could resist the host announcing through the microphone? Tonight's tab is on young Master Ouyang. At that moment, he'd be the hottest guy in the entire club. Qi Su declined, I'm not going. I need to sleep. Tisk. Ouyang Ming put on his limited edition trendy sneakers, his brows furrowed. Don't be antisocial. No one will want to hang out with you like this. You're such a buzzkill. Get up now, don't make me say it twice. Li Gang, Lu Yu, Wei Wei, and, what's his name, you guys stop lying around too. Change into your private outfits. Private outfits, they reveal a person's true family background better than anything else. Counterfeit goods, knockoffs, or the real deal. Ouyang Ming could spot them in an instant. As for Yu Miao and her clique, they were even more discerning than men when it came to fashion. Qi Su was just pretending to be wealthy. Where would he get the money for genuine brands? He was definitely decked out in Putian fakes. He couldn't miss the chance to see Qi Su make a fool of himself. How could he not go? Young people should live it up. Once you reach my dad's age, you won't have the energy to party anymore. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Ouyang Ming rummaged through drawers for cologne and hair gel, primping in front of the mirror. Qi Su remained expressionless. He didn't understand Ouyang Ming had already vented his anger, so why was he still clinging to the grudge without letting go? He wanted to beat him up, but Big Brother was gone, no one to cover for him, no one to be his backup. But connections and abilities vanished along with Big Brother's death. He was back to being alone and helpless again, and he could no longer be that carefree parasite. Everyone in the security department knew he was Qi Shi's adopted younger brother. The student Qi had poured his heart into teaching, the last remaining member of the Qi family. The Qi family had maintained its dignity for generations. It couldn't be broken under his watch. He needed to be more composed, like his elder brother, gentle, refined, and courteous to others. He couldn't let momentary anger turn him into a wild, ill-bred madman, tarnishing his brother's and the Qi family's reputation. Shisu stroked the cold steel surface of the urn, his disheveled bangs barely concealing the redness in his eyes. But bro, why is it so damn hard for people to just get along? Across the bunk, Su Hongwen pretended to read a magazine while side-eyeing Qi Su, letting out a brief derisive snort through his nose. Violent idiot. Can't even finish the job. What's in that head of yours? Water? Now it was time for this good buddy to step in. Chi-Su and I aren't going to the bar. Sounds boring. Yang Ming suddenly turned his head, apparently not expecting anyone to defy him, his face full of astonishment. He stared straight at Su Hongwen, his low voice brimming with anger. I'm treating, and you dare refuse? Su Hongwen chuckled lightly, tossing his phone to Yang Ming as he goaded. Pandora's trash can sounds thrilling. Wanna go take a look? After all, he'd spent 2 years mingling in upper-class rich kid circles. He knew exactly what kind of fools some of those second-generation brats could be. Always chasing thrills, the bloodier, the better. But never risking their necks. Nothing that could actually endanger their lives or spiral beyond their control and expectations. Getting the measure just right, a Nightwalker mutated into a trash bin would be perfect. How about it? Su Hongwen curled his lips, deliberately affecting a rustic tone. I reckon it's a B rank, A rank at most. According to the investigation team sent by Security Department, without any chosen intervening, it suggests the Nightwalker's lethality isn't strong. Its range isn't wide, with ghost power probably around 1 or 2,000, just small fry that regular team members can handle. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. How do you know no chosen intervened? What if it was some instructor? Could it be that you know all the chosen ones in the security department, which is why you're so certain? Su Hongwen fell silent, his face darkening. Why does everyone love nitpicking words? Who's going to give them an award or something? If Yang Ming were an S rank, he'd have dealt with him tonight. Let him nitpick in his next life. Su Hongwen smiled while stubbornly insisting on his own argument. As I just mentioned, Nightwalkers aren't particularly lethal or wide-ranging in their attacks. They're small fry, obvious at a glance. That's why security wouldn't send a heavyweight to deal with it. I'm not good with words, I stumble over them easily and often say the wrong thing. There's no need for you to be so sensitive. Yang Ming curled his lip dismissively, too lazy to dwell on it, and tossed the phone back. Then let's go find one. I've lived this long and never seen a nightmare disciple. Everyone says nightmare disciples are terrifying, but I think they're just overrated, basically souped-up murderers. Su Hongwen let out a long sigh. He'd managed to bluff his way through. He closed the magazine and changed his clothes, not forgetting to throw in a few insincere flattering remarks. Truly worthy of being the mayor's son, such temperament is beyond what the likes of us could ever match. Master Yang, if we really do encounter a Nightwalker, I'm afraid my legs will give out and I'll faint on the spot. When that happens, lend me a hand, don't just abandon me there. Hearing this, Yang Ming was quite pleased, but he didn't respond. If you faint then go die, whoever wants to save you can do it. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Chi-Su putting on camouflage gear with a look that said I knew it. Afraid the counterfeit Putian goods would be exposed, huh? Chapter 49, Hunting the Nightmare Disciple. Yang Ming said with a strange tone, you didn't bring civilian clothes? No way, are you gonna wear this camouflage for half a month? Wash and dry on the same day. Bringing too many clothes is troublesome, Chi-Su replied. What about shoes? Didn't bring a single pair? Shoes don't dry in a day. Wearing the same pair for half a month would reek, don't stink up the whole dorm. Won't happen. Chi-Su pushed the door open and left. Purification is extremely practical. It cleanses toxins, removes poisons, and dispels negative effects. Cleaning dirt and odors? Piece of cake. Just a touch, and it's spotless, no washing needed. He was quite satisfied with purification, but the other one? Of course, plunder is just as useful. It can drain an opponent's ghostly energy entirely, converting it into your own without any loss or reduction. But he felt somewhat insecure inside. His ghostly power was skyrocketing, and he feared that one day he might lose control of his strength, undergoing a drastic change in temperament. He needed to find someone to ask. Chi-Su thought of the leader of the Chosen Ones, that elusive super bigshot who was never around for 24 hours straight. A dual ability wielder, rebound/split, one of the most notorious hearts in the security department, known to all. He wanted to have an in-depth discussion with him, but firstly, he couldn't find the expert, and secondly, he didn't dare to expose himself. Su Hongwen had said not to trust the security department. Chi-Su tilted his head to gaze at the pitch-black night sky, his eyes filled with profound exhaustion. Sigh, can't trust this, can't trust that, what a pain. Hey, Su Hongwen quickly caught up with Chi-Su. Chi-Su instinctively reached for his knife, but there was none at his waist. Su Hongwen looked displeased. I just helped you, saved you from embarrassing yourself at the bar, and now you want to fight? What a heartless ingrate. What's the matter? Chi-Su wandered aimlessly forward, searching for that nonsensical trash bin. Su Hongwen turned his head to glance at Yang Ming and the other three, whispering, I know you're eager to increase your ghost power to avenge your elder brother, but I'm telling you plainly, you'll never succeed. Because standing before you now is the epic-grade puppet, Hongwen. My true self isn't here, so don't be in such a hurry. Leave the cleanup to the investigation team. What if Quanquan steals ghost power exceeding his? Scary. You're an epic-level puppet. Chi-Su sneered, suddenly yanking the braid. Let go. Su Hongwen roared with fury. It's just a puppet's braid. Why so worked up? Let go. Don't push me. At that moment, Wei Wei shouted, look, the instructors. Where are they rushing off to? Lu Yu was completely baffled. Li Gang, judging by the direction, the girls' dormitory. Yang Ming waved his hand decisively, let's follow and check it out. Outside the girls' dormitory, no one dared to touch Lin Xiaomei's corpse, nor approach it. The students could only watch from a distance, whispering among themselves. Spotting the investigation team leader's arrival, the dorm supervisor hastily pointed. There, that's Lin Xiaomei from the 6th floor. Yeah, the investigation team leader replied, his face covered with a thick beard and his curly black hair naturally tousled. He glanced around and bellowed at the top of his lungs, everyone disperse. Lights out and go to sleep. The students hurried back to their dorm rooms and turned off the lights. But no one actually slept, they all gathered by the windows to watch how things would unfold. Pale faces pressed against the glass, staring motionlessly at the outside world. Seeing this, the bearded man grew somewhat irritated. How could they gawk without caring how serious things were? Shameless rubberneckers. He couldn't swear or speak harshly, they were young ladies, daughters of wealthy families after all, so he could only order his team members around. Go find some cloth to move the body. Yang Ming stood on tiptoe staring at the corpse, his eyes devoid of fear but brimming with excitement, burning with intensity. After examining it for a long while, he belatedly furrowed his brows and said with disgust, how revolting. Chi-Su looked up at the shattered 6th floor window before lowering his gaze to rest upon the deceased. The cracked skull wasn't caused by the Nightwalker, but resulted from hitting the flowerbed edge after the fall. Not a single drop of blood remained in the corpse, the vital essence had been drained. This was the Nightwalker's doing. Team 32, orders, 6 men patrol the perimeter, the other 5 follow me to the 6th floor. Wait! Yang Ming urgently called out to stop the investigation team leader. He stepped forward leisurely with an air of nonchalance and said matter-of-factly, take us with you, and give us a few crystals. The bearded man frowned deeply at his words. Are you out of your mind? Go back to sleep, now. The captain had a booming voice, and his shout echoed both inside and outside the building. Yang Ming's expression changed abruptly. Being yelled at like some nobody, if he just walked away now, where would he put his face? My father is the mayor. Who do you think you're shouting at? Try yelling again, I dare you. Hearing this, the team members quickly pleaded on behalf of the bearded man, speaking in hushed, apologetic tones. Our captain has hearing problems, his eardrums were punctured by a nightmare apostle during a mission. His hearing's damaged, so he can't control his volume. He didn't mean to shout at you. Save the excuses. Yang Ming snapped impatiently. If he's deaf, he should resign. That's no excuse for disrespect. Who does he think he is, playing the victim? Even my father's never raised his voice at me. Yes, it's our fault for being blind. The team members bowed and scraped. Yang Ming felt satisfied and spread open his palm. Hurry up, the crystal. If the Nightwalker gets away, it's not my problem, you'll have to bear the full responsibility. The bearded man's face darkened, his words squeezed through clenched teeth. Civilians aren't allowed to handle crystals. If someone gets hurt, I've done this countless times at home. I'm no amateur. Yang Ming cut him off, eyes wide, firing off words aggressively like rapid gunfire. I'm no commoner either. My father's the mayor. I'm the mayor's precious son, a privileged official's kid. What commoner? Do you still want this job? Believe me, one word from me and you'll be packing your bags. The bearded man clenched his fists, swallowing his anger without uttering a word. The team member bent low toward Yang Ming, offering cigarettes with an ingratiating smile. That's the thing, young master. Our captain means it's dangerous inside, and someone of your delicate stature really shouldn't enter. If anything happens, we couldn't bear the responsibility. Yang Ming coldly flicked away the cheap cigarette, issuing his ultimatum. Can't you understand plain speech? If the captain's deaf, are you all deaf too? How many times must I say it? The crystal. Give it to him, Chi-Su spoke up. Give. The bearded man swallowed the remaining words the hell as he caught a glimpse of the fleeting identification card. Investigation team members wouldn't come here for university studies, leaving only one possible identity. The chosen one. He stood in solemn respect, sending a subordinate to fetch the items, and asked with genuine reverence, will 10 be enough? Enough. Yang Ming looked down at the bearded man with disdain, unwilling to waste more words. Chi-Su, take this. Don't lose it. If even one is missing, you'll answer for it. With that, he strode into the building with an air of arrogance and confidence. Chi-Su took the black bag and slung it over his shoulder, his lips moving slightly as he murmured, you don't need to follow. The bearded man deciphered the words from his lip movements, nodded faintly, then instinctively raised his hand in salute only to hurriedly lower it halfway. Not receiving any notice meant the security department was deliberately concealing the chosen one's identity. He certainly wouldn't be the idiot who ruined everything. The bearded man raised his voice. Since young Master Ouyang has stepped in, let's not add to the chaos. Retreat. Really retreat? The team members hadn't caught Chi-Su's subtle signal and hesitated anxiously. Boss, the mayor's son. Retreat. The bearded man declared decisively. Helplessly, the investigation team carried the corpse and quickly left the area. Chapter 50, The Curse Series. The sixth floor was dead silent, with every door tightly shut. On a whim, Ouyang Ming suddenly kicked the door several times, startling the seniors into screams that rose and fell in waves. He kept snickering, then pinched his nose and said, "Smells like instant noodles, even worse than the boys' dorm." Wei Wei felt uneasy and pressed close to Chisu, solely because the latter was carrying a bag of crystals. He didn't dare ask for one, afraid he might drop it and freeze himself. Game over just like that. "Chisu, how long does it take you to run 800 meters? Wei Wei asked abruptly in a small voice. "I never counted. I'll need 6 minutes. And then?" Chisu asked with a puzzled expression. Wei Wei stared at the corridor that resembled a haunted house passageway, his eyes filled with panic as he muttered incessantly to himself. "I run very slowly, really slow. My stamina is terrible. I definitely trip on flat ground in an emergency and easily fall behind." Suddenly, he said solemnly, "We're good brothers, right? Chisu, but you before. It was my fault before. Now we're good brothers." Wei Wei backpedaled at lightning speed. He gripped Chisu's forearm tightly. "We're brothers. If we die together. If we live together." Chisu couldn't help but laugh. "Deal." Beside them, Su Hongwen nudged their sponsor Lu Yu with his elbow. "You scared?" "Not particularly." Lu Yu's expression remained calm and steady, but his legs were like two limp noodles, wobbling so badly he could barely walk in a straight line. Bang! Lu Yu reacted instantly, spinning around and bolting straight for the stairwell, only to be grabbed back by Su Hongwen after just a few steps. "Look at you, ha ha ha." Li Gang, the bureau chief's son, doubled over with laughter. He mimicked Ouyang Ming by kicking the dormitory door again, then laughed and bolted away as the senior inside scolded him. Crash! Li Gang collided head-on with something hard. "Ha!" He suspiciously lowered his head. The trash can stood quietly in place, emitting a soft glow. Li Gang gazed toward the open door of dormitory 601. Inside, bunk beds lay toppled in disarray, everyday items scattered across the floor. A complete mess met the eye. Hot wind howled through the shattered window, carrying a faint, elusive scent of blood. A crime scene. Trash can. Li Gang suddenly had an epiphany and pointed at the trash can. "That's it. Ouyang, the Nightwalker." With that, he ran far away, standing behind Ouyang Ming to observe from a distance. "Chisu, give me the crystal stone." Ouyang Ming excitedly stretched out his hand. "Hey, wait. He immediately changed his mind, scanning the trash can up and down. "This is what a nightmare apostle looks like. So, ordinary." In Ouyang Ming's imagination, nightmare apostles were akin to Cthulhu, indescribable entities, mysterious and eerie enough to make one's sanity plummet. But this was worlds apart from what he'd envisioned. "Chisu, you go open it and see. If it's just an ordinary trash can, then the crystal would be wasted." Ouyang Ming thought they must have made a mistake. If it really was a Nightwalker, that would be quite disappointing. At that moment, Li Gang suddenly walked toward the trash can. His movements were sluggish, his limbs stiff, and low, suppressed sounds of terror kept escaping his throat. "Not bad, Li Gang, you've got quite the guts," Ouyang Ming teased. "Better than Wei Wei. From now on I'll call you Bold Gang." To him, it didn't matter who went to look. None of the old men present held higher office than his father. Li Gang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to turn his head for help, but an invisible hand forcibly twisted it back. Su Hongwen wore a half-smile, his right hand hidden behind his back. Under his control, slender crimson threads tightly coiled around Li Gang, forcing him closer and closer to the trash bin. Chisu noticed Su Hongwen's subtle movements and glanced down. Though he couldn't see the red threads, he knew Su Hongwen had used his supernatural ability. The hand hovered mid-air, its 5 fingers flexing with eerie dexterity. The index finger curled slightly as Li Gang stepped forward with his left leg. Middle and ring fingers pressed together, Li Gang paused beside the trash bin. Thumb and pinky twitched gently as Li Gang raised both hands to grip the lid. Su Hongwen's hand movements were so fast they were nearly invisible, yet remarkably precise. When Li Gang opened the barrel lid, crimson threads converged from all directions onto his palm, forming a spiderweb-like pattern. Su Hongwen clenched his fingers into a fist, crossed his arms over his chest, and watched Li Gang with keen interest. "So, what do you see?" he asked in a raised voice, a mischievous grin threatening to spill from his lips. Li Gang's eyelids trembled slightly before widening slowly, as if beholding something utterly terrifying. His face instantly drained of color. "Speak," Ouyang Ming urged impatiently. An eerie silence descended upon the atmosphere. The look of terror gradually faded from Li Gang's face. Curling his lips into a smile, he arched his hands into delicate orchid-like gestures, lifted the non-existent hem of an imaginary skirt by his legs, and performed a graceful curtsy toward the group, his posture resembling that of an exquisitely refined ballet dancer. Holy shit! Ouyang Ming was dumbstruck. What the hell is this sudden act? So disgusting. Li Gang rose on tiptoe, brushed his fingertips past his temple, then pivoted into a spinning dance, his smile growing increasingly coquettish. Beneath the dim overhead light, he writhed with abandon, his movements flowing with impossible grace as if he'd practiced this routine in secret for years. Su Hongwen couldn't help but curl his lips. Damn, that's so shameless. Chi-Su set his backpack against the wall, wanting to step forward to purify the situation and restore the person to normalcy for proper questioning. Su Hongwen swiftly grabbed him, withdrawing his spectator's gaze as he whispered, "The trash can lid isn't closed yet, watch out for traps. I can't be trapped." Tisk. Su Hongwen held on tightly, forcibly dragging Chi-Su back. Have you ever heard the saying, "Physician, heal thyself"? He refused to believe that purification could cleanse a dark curse. Did this guy think he was some kind of light element Tiga Ultraman? Ridiculous. Even if it were the light element, it was already too late. Li Gang was already dead. Su Hongwen wouldn't let the trash can devour Chi-Su. Pushing the person toward the shadows, he lowered his voice. If we're talking about which type of supernatural ability is easiest for challenging higher levels, it's the Curse series. He pointed at the trash can. Curse series. Their peculiarity lies in their ability to transform into inconspicuous, commonplace, utterly ordinary objects. Su Hongwen gave a few examples. Pens, books, blackboards, chairs, though usually they prefer dolls or figurines. The island nation has many haunted dolls. It's said that keeping such dolls makes wishes come true and ensures career success, requiring only some offerings, and these offerings happen to be. Su Hongwen didn't spell it out. Some things are better understood than explained. Chi-Su understood that sacrificial offerings could only be animals, or humans. Su Hongwen continued, the Nightwalkers exploit this niche circle, letting buyers willingly bring them home to be pampered with fine food and drink. Of course they won't actually fulfill the buyer's wishes, but they'll craft an illusion, precisely offering psychological comfort to make people happily march toward death. Chi-Su was slightly puzzled. You just said curse-type practitioners have the easiest time defeating higher-level opponents, but I think, not strong, right? Su Hongwen chuckled. You believe that as long as you destroy the cursed object, you can eliminate a curse-type Nightwalker. Chi-Su felt uncomfortable looking at the man's mocking upturned lips. Isn't that correct? Correct, I didn't say it's wrong. Su Hongwen tilted his head with a suppressed laugh. Chi-Su stared expressionlessly. Su Hongwen, after laughing enough, covered his mouth and explained seriously, the most troublesome thing about curses is that once you're hit, there's no turning back. The moment Li Gang opened the lid, all the vitality in his body was drained. Now he's just a puppet. He's being controlled by his own obsession, doing things he normally wanted to but didn't dare, no longer fearing anyone's ridicule, lost in a beautiful dream. Su Hongwen patted Chi-Su's shoulder, his cool words carrying a probing undertone. Cursed artifacts transformed by Nightwalkers are far too common. Even the most formidable chosen ones can fall prey to them unless you're of the light affinity, or your powers naturally counter them. Just as he finished speaking, Li Gang concluded his dance performance. With a smile, he raised his right arm and waved at the crowd. Good, bye. The two slow, drawn-out words echoed through the silent corridor, sending chills down one's spine. As the words faded, he took 2 steps back, stiffened his neck, and suddenly smashed his head against the wall. Crunch! A crisp sound of bone shattering rang out as the forehead caved in, not a single drop of blood spilled. Chapter 51, Top-Tier Talent. Holy shit! Yang Ming gasped, his scalp tingling with shock. Like a child who'd caused trouble, he didn't even stop to collect the crystal to deal with the Nightwalker, turning to flee in panic. The senior sisters in the dormitory heard the banging against the wall and cautiously cracked the door open a sliver. When they saw Li Gang's deformed head, they suddenly let out piercing shrieks. Aha! With that scream, the trash can toppled over with its lid wide open, its 4 wheels spinning autonomously as it slid away at breakneck speed. Aha! Wei Wei and Lu Yu's scalps tingled with terror as they scrambled frantically down the stairs, stumbling and crawling in panic. They actually couldn't see anything in the trash can. Su Hongwen and Chi-Su were blocking their view, and that shout was purely out of fright from the senior girls. Ouch! Wei Wei panicked, lost his footing, and tumbled head over heels down the steps. Ow, oh god! He wailed in agony, his ankle twisted unnaturally, unable to get up no matter how hard he tried. Watching Yang Ming run farther and farther away, he desperately reached out. Ming, don't leave me behind. Yang Ming turned a deaf ear, gripping the handrail and leaping 5 steps at a time, spiraling downward until he quickly disappeared from sight. Lu Yu paused, his face twisted with indecision. His ears were filled with what sounded like death throes, along with deafening crashes that left his head ringing. Frowning deeply, he noticed the bodyguard still hadn't descended, likely locked in combat with the Nightwalker. Seizing the opportunity created by this delay, he quickly helped Wei Wei to his feet. Put some strength into it. Use some strength. Don't just collapse on me, you're heavy. Wei Wei felt as if every bone in his body had come apart, every inch of his skin screaming in pain, not even the strength to lift a hand left in him. Sweat mixed with scalding tears, meandering down his pale cheeks, and for some inexplicable reason, he sobbed, maybe you should just go, leave me. Hearing this, Lu Yu actually let go without a word, turned around, and ran. But he had barely taken half a step when a stubborn force seized his pant leg in a death grip. Wei Wei's knuckles turned white, as if clutching the last lifeline, his face streaked with tears. Will you let me go or not? Lu Yu struggled against the hold, but the grip only tightened further. Don't leave me. Wei Wei's sobs completely shattered, thick with nasal congestion. I was talking nonsense earlier. Help me, please, I'm begging you. His proper upbringing prevented him from dragging others down to their doom, which was why he instinctively uttered those polite words. Yet this meager kindness and dignity were utterly washed away by overwhelming fear when Lu Yu truly abandoned him, leaving only the desperate, almost humiliating selfishness born of survival instinct. Wei Wei was consumed by shame, his heart filled with remorse. But he still didn't let go. Lu Yu let out a heavy snort, hoisted Wei Wei up again with effort, and strode forward with the man on his back. The deafening clanging grew nearer, their hearts leaping into their throats as cold sweat soaked through their clothes. Hurry, hurry. Wei Wei couldn't stop himself from urging anxiously, yet fearing Lu Yu might also stumble. Slow down, slow down. Lu Yu. He struggled to steady himself, taking 3 steps at a time, balancing speed with stability. Slow down, faster, faster, faster. It's coming, it's coming. Wei Wei sensed the dark shadow looming overhead and let out a hoarse, panicked scream. Lu Yu simply dropped Wei Wei and plopped down on the ground, resigned to death, his face etched with utter despair. Everyone must die, sooner or later. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, trembling hands quietly lighting it, taking a deep drag. Gotta say, cigarettes smoked when death's at your doorstep taste damn good. Inhaling deep, cycling through your lungs, then exhaling till your whole body feels weightless. After what felt like ages, Lu Yu finished smoking down to the filter. Just as he was about to light a second one, realization suddenly struck him. Why isn't the nightmare disciple making a move? Lu Yu lifted his eyelids. Su Hongwen held a metal lunchbox in one hand and a plastic basin in the other, slapping them together with a mocking clatter. Clang clang. Lu Yu said calmly, "You're trying to scare us." Su Hongwen curled his lips extremely slowly and set down the items the senior girls had dropped in fright. How amusing. Where's Chi Su? Lu Yu nudged the unconscious Wei Wei, took off his glasses, and wiped them with his shirt, appearing eerily composed. Su Hongwen sat down on the steps, leaning forward. You all ran away. Someone had to clean up the mess, the slowest one gets the job. The Pandora's box had been opened, the trash can was thrashing about wildly. Anyone in the hallway would inevitably see what was inside the can and fall victim to it. If Chisu remained unharmed, it would be enough to reveal the nature of his supernatural abilities. Light, the radiance of humanity. Su Hongwen tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling as if lost in thought. Top-tier talent, once ghost power exceeds 100,000 points, you become invincible. But that's only if you can grow to that point. Otherwise, you're nothing but trash. Chisu shut all the dormitory doors tightly and took a deep breath. A chill ran down his spine as the trash bin stood behind him with its lid wide open. Chisu. Chi-Chi's voice suddenly rang out, carrying an indescribable tenderness. Chisu felt a pair of arms embrace him from behind, radiating warmth. Have you been doing well these days? Has anyone at school been bullying you? If anything upsets you, tell your big brother. I'll stand up for you. Turn around and let me look at you. I feel like you've lost weight. Haven't you been eating properly lately? Chisu let out a deep breath. He turned to look at his elder brother, his eyes bloodshot. Chi-Chi, shedding his usual gentleness, revealed a triumphant smile and spat venomously. You cowardly waste, I curse you, may you die a wretched death. Every drop of blood seemed to drain from Chisu's body in an instant. But the next moment, Chi-Chi's smile froze, because his 1257 ghost power points had vanished, instantly. Chisu's bloodless face gradually returned to normal, his voice as cold as shattering ice. Dare to wear my elder brother's face? Did you buy your life wholesale? Ghost power value, 4,473. Special ability, light system. Primary dual skills, purification LV.4/plunder LV.4, skill range, 10 kilometers radius, can plunder 10 years of lifespan. Talent, hollow heart 1 of 8. Chi-Chi's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the foul-smelling, filthy trash bin in the corridor. Chisu kicked the bin over with his foot, exposing its contents fully to his view. His brows furrowed abruptly. Flesh fibers, nerve networks, and yellowish fat clung tightly to the barrel walls, trembling and writhing. Terror-filled eyeballs, one on the left, one on the right, rolled amidst the churning flesh. The sight resembled a human being pulverized, melted into pigment, haphazardly mixed into paint, then evenly brushed across the inner surface of a trash bin. At the barrel's base lay oversized lips, still shaped in that characteristic smile. A mouth spoke, spare me. Chisu smashed the crystal in with force, then hauled the frozen Nightwalker's corpse and threw it out from the 6th floor. Chapter 52, The Nightwalker Organization, The Thornbirds. With the investigation team handling the cleanup, Chisu and the others returned to their dormitory. The room was filled with a haze of smoke as Ouyang Ming paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He had smoked so many that the filter had scorched his fingers yellow. He cast a casual glance and said, "Close the door." Wei Wei pressed his lips downward and complied. Though the mayor's son didn't play fair, he couldn't afford to burn bridges. Connections like that had to be kept at all costs. Did you deal with the nightmare disciple? Yang Ming asked. It's handled. Wei Wei didn't know who handled it either. When he was shaken awake, he found everything had already been taken care of. Shi Su handled it. Liu glanced at Li Gang's lower bunk, rolled up the bedding and sheets to set them aside, replaced them with his own, then took out a bed curtain to create his own safe little cocoon. Yang Ming exhaled a long plume of thick smoke, pondered for a moment, and muttered to himself. It was Li Gang who suggested this thrill-seeking idea. We didn't want to go, but Li Gang insisted on dragging us along. He knew it was a nightmare fiend on the 6th floor, yet stubbornly opened the barrel lid anyway. No one could stop him. Yang Ming frowned and scratched his bird's nest of disheveled hair with his pinky before continuing his fabrication. The nightmare fiend killed him, and we barely managed to take it down together after exhausting every ounce of strength. Just say that if anyone asks, got it? Wei Wei forced a stiff smile and responded. Damn it, he ran away first and still wants to take credit. But since Chisu didn't say anything, he wasn't going to play the hero for his buddy either. Wei Wei limped toward the storage cabinet, took out the bed curtain to enclose his bunk, removed his shoes, and crawled inside. Before long, the bed frame began to sway slightly with muffled gasps. Chisu asked through the dark blue bed curtain, are you in pain? I have medicine here, and some safflower oil. Mu Pingyang packed a lot into his suitcase, none of it for himself. In case of emergencies, he could help his classmates and use it as a way to bond with them. The senior also packed 2 cartons of cigarettes, one's unavailable on the market, priced at 3,000 a carton. Handing them out at school would earn him prestige, but they weren't suitable for giving to students' fathers. She also gave a bunch of tips on dealing with second-generation rich kids, making it sound like some bizarre rulebook. Shisu has forgotten most of it by now. It was too tedious, and he couldn't remember anyway. Wei Wei stayed silent for a long time. Shisu thought he might have passed out from the pain and reached for the zipper of the bed curtain to pull it open. Are you out of your mind? Su Hongwen quickly shoved Shisu away. Go to sleep. Physiologically speaking, this falls under the energy release mechanism following stress. Having survived a near-death experience, the accumulated hormones wouldn't dissipate immediately, creating an urgent need to release the excess physiological tension. From a psychological perspective, this represents a post-stress compensatory need and instinct to confirm survival. Some people might laugh hysterically, weep bitterly, or embrace others to prove they're still alive, while others would play with water pipes. Su Hongwen found the earplugs and handed them to Chisu. Plug these in. Chisu ignored him, took out the black star pattern bed curtain prepared by his senior, climbed onto the upper bunk, and began hanging it up. This was the extra thick version, providing 100% blackout. He planned to document the curse type into overnight, and using a flashlight wouldn't disturb anyone else. Shisu, have you used up all the crystal stones? Yang Ming stubbed out his cigarette and asked. No, I returned them to the investigation team. Yang Ming's brows furrowed as he slammed the table. Are you stupid? How could you return those? You should have said they were used up and secretly kept them for self-defense. The Nightwalker is dead. Who else are you defending against? Shisu didn't understand. Schools aren't fortresses. If that trashbin weakling could sneak in, what makes you think others can't? Don't you know the Nightwalkers have already started? Yang Ming abruptly stopped speaking, pressing his lips tightly together as a flicker of hesitation flashed through his eyes. Started what? Su Hongwen pressed. Yang Ming remained silent for a long moment, initially intending to drop the subject, but one glance at Chisu's dismissive expression made his blood boil, and the words came pouring out. There's an organization called Thornbird, led by ultra-high-level Yin 2, specializing in infiltrating nations, slaughtering officials, and persecuting the chosen ones. You've heard about the incident in Z City's Mountain View Villa district, right? That rules-based Yin 2 Lin Xiao was one of their members. Shisu, your father's the deputy mayor, how could you not know about Thornbird? Shisu decided to tell the truth. It's normal that you wouldn't know. Yang Ming quickly covered for him. He didn't want to pierce this thin veil of pretense. If exposed, Shisu wouldn't need to rent luxury cars to keep up appearances anymore. My old man rarely talked to me about state affairs either. The more you know, the more you worry. Like the man of Qi who feared the sky might fall, you'd never be able to live properly. Yang Ming gazed at Shisu, drawing a wide circle in the air with both arms. Take a look at where we are, Beichen Academy, gathering so many sons and daughters of officials and wealthy families. If even officials are being attacked, do you think a second-generation elites will be spared? I suspect the trashbin is also a member of the Thornbirds. Since it failed, naturally a new Nightwalker will take its place. At this point, Yang Ming couldn't help but complain. I went through hell to dig out those crystals, and you just handed them back to the investigation team. Are you fucking stupid? The moment the words left his mouth, Yang Ming uncontrollably slapped himself across the face, a sharp, resounding crack that left red finger marks blooming on his cheek. He stared at his palm in disbelief, frozen for a long moment before looking around wildly. His roommates went about their business as if nothing had happened. Yang Ming shuddered belatedly, scrambling onto the bed with both hands and feet to tightly draw the curtains. This is haunted. Absolutely haunted. Su Hongwen closed the lights with a faint smile, remaining perfectly still where he stood. The official's brat kept yammering non-stop. If he provoked Chi Su enough to escalate things, his entire plan would be ruined. 2 hours later, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside the window, with a fierce wind howling. All the roommates had fallen into slumber. Su Hongwen listened to the rising and falling of light snores, slowly removed his shirt, and closed his eyes. A faint cracking sound of bones echoed as porcelain-white arms emerged one after another from both sides of the torso and the back, unfolding like lotus petals, each limb taut with sleek, powerful musculature. Multiple arms twisted at impossible angles, elbows bending unnaturally backward. Dozens of hands, their knuckles pronounced and fingers slender, each formed intricate, esoteric hand seals. The moment Su Hongwen opened his eyes, the surrounding air abruptly froze. Eyes with 6 pupils, symmetrically aligned and sunken in the whites, the edges of the irises shimmering with faint golden light. He took a step forward, the 6 pupils rotating gently at different frequencies. Coming to a halt beside Chi Su's bed, the pupils locked onto what lay ahead in unison, glinting coldly. Asleep now, surely asleep. Su Hongwen rubbed his cheeks, preparing to take a big gulp. He exhaled slowly, raised his arm to grip the zipper of the bed curtain, and cautiously, carefully pulled it open, gradually lifting the heavy fabric. The glow of the nightlight seeped through as Chi Su lifted his eyelids, notebook in hand. 8 eyes met. Su Hongwen was at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. Still awake at this hour? You're quite the night owl. Damn it, why is it so hard to get what I want? Chi Su picked up the eraser and vigorously rubbed out the distorted characters in his notebook before rewriting them. Big Bro's handwriting was elegant, slender yet sharp strokes that made his supplemental notes look more like scribbles. No matter how he wrote, it never seemed satisfactory. Su Hongwen pulled out the notebook and flipped through it. He read quickly, finishing it in just a moment before returning the notebook. It's not rigorous enough, lacks detail, just a diary. Treat it as a reference if you must, but if you really want to learn, stick to textbooks. Chi Su exhaled softly and said, get lost. Su Hongwen suppressed his anger as he zipped up the bed curtain and returned to human form to sleep. Outside the window, the downpour raged on, its pitter-patter rhythm quite conducive to sleep. Yet he couldn't drift off, his mind completely occupied by the Nightmare Sect. The Thornbird. He wanted to join, to find the Nightmare Sect's big boss and have that hypocritical chosen one who tried to devour him killed, but he didn't know where the organization's headquarters was. Su Hongwen thought he'd ask the next Nightmare Sect member he encountered. On the side upper bunk, Chi Su stared through the bed curtain at the trash's location. The Thornbird. Su Hongwen has rejoined the main group. Chi Su snorted, closed his notebook, and turned to lie on his side. The ghost power has risen to 4,000, yet it still can't be seized. Just how many points are we short? Why is this so damn difficult? That bastard was clearly getting desperate, almost unable to hold back, his life hung by a thread. Chi Su clutched the urn tightly, his eyes wide open without blinking. His intense vigilance kept all drowsiness at bay, especially after witnessing that monstrous form earlier, which had left a significant impact on his psyche. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder what he himself looked like. He held his breath, his entire body tensed, every strand of hair straining with effort. It didn't work. Chi Su deflated, lowering his head in dejection, having stayed awake all night. Chapter 53, Human Organization, the Pure Blood Army. The next day, summer brought heavy rainfall, with intermittent downpours canceling military training. The bearded investigator from the survey team came to the dormitory, took a statement, and left. Yang Ming never expected it to be this simple. I thought I'd have to waste some words and spend some money to distance myself from the situation, letting the investigation team deal with the bureau chief who'd lost his son. Who knew this bearded fellow would just go through the motions, utterly perfunctory? He came and uttered just a few words. Write down what happened. Keep it confidential. He left. Yang Ming thought to himself that this guy knew the ropes. He could still tell which official outranked the other, the mayor or the bureau chief. Feeling refreshed, he banished last night's unpleasantness from his mind. No more military training? That definitely called for going out to have fun. He immediately called Yu Miao Miao and patted Wei Wei, who was eating breakfast. Let's go shopping on the commercial street together. The more, the merrier. Wei Wei looked at the overcast sky, filled with reluctance, going out in a heavy rainstorm. It's rain, not knives. Yang Ming saw his call get hung up and dialed again. Besides, we're not playing outside. Once we're sitting in a shop, what does the weather matter? You're absolutely right. Wei Wei changed out of his pajamas with a forced smile. Everyone's going, don't be the odd one out. Yang Ming repeated the same line. The other end of the call connected, revealing a slightly hoarse, lazy voice with a milky softness. Hello? Miao Miao, stop sleeping. Grab your roommate and let's go out. Whatever you fancy, I'll get it for you. Yu Miao Miao yawned sleepily. Alright, meet at the playground in an hour. Though she wasn't short on money, having a man pursue her with gifts showcased her unique charm. Who could say no to that? Hanging up the phone, Yu shouted, "Gulin, girls, wake up, a fool's treating us today. Just name what you want, and I'll get it for you. Is Chi-Su going?" Gulin rubbed her eyes and sat up straight. "Definitely going." Yu believed Yang Ming would also find some green leaves to set off his own brilliance. People often say online, "We men don't have as many schemes as you women." Bullshit. Men's scheming is even worse if anything. They want a beautiful and charming wife, yet demand she saves money and manages the household, insists she helps pay the mortgage, expects her to care for his parents, desires her to be devoted and loyal, hopes she supports his career, but refuses to pay a betrothal gift. Anything over 100,000 would kill them. Their trick lies in using true love and family bonds as a facade. If you truly love me, you shouldn't be so materialistic. You should always consider me first. My parents have had a hard life, don't be so calculating. Don't focus so much on money. In the end, it's always the woman's fault. Now look at society at large. A man with multiple wives is considered dashing and romantic, while a woman with multiple husbands is seen as fickle and promiscuous. A man sleeping around is viewed as irresistibly charming, while a woman doing the same is branded as shameless. A man losing his virginity is no big deal. In fact, being a virgin makes him a laughingstock. But when a woman loses hers, heaven forbid, she's instantly labeled as lacking self-respect, wanton, as if her purity were more precious than gold. Using crotch matters to shackle women, is this what you call being guileless? When the old tricks of binding foul footcloths stop working, they come up with new stunts. Nowadays, the trend is strong, independent female leads. That's the new trick. Let women carve out their own careers, but in the end, they'll still be pressured by their parents to marry and have children. How many can truly break free and live for themselves? By then, men's partners will no longer be housewives with no income, but accomplished women who can support them, an upgraded version of the virtuous helpmate. How cunning, and you call this guileless? Full of schemes. Yu silently cursed to herself as she washed up and began applying makeup. Men with proper values and good character are rare finds. Since they're hard to come by, why not settle for someone wealthy and powerful? A woman ought to gain something after all. Since Chi-Su was out of the picture, only Yang Ming remained. She coveted his family background, he coveted her youthful beauty. Neither was at a loss. Just then, someone lightly tapped her shoulder. Yu turned her head. "What's up?" Guling asked shyly. "You smell so nice, what shower gel do you use?" "It's perfume, not body wash." Yu shook her head with a laugh, casually handing over the Chanel bottle generously. "Here, it's yours." "Thanks." Guling immediately sprayed herself from head to toe. Hey, sis, that's not how you use it. Watch me." Amused and exasperated, Yu took the perfume, first spritzing it on her wrists and the back of her hands, then pressing them lightly behind her ears. Then, she sprayed perfume into the air and twirled beneath it with her skirt lifted, sending up a refreshing wave of fragrance. "Just like this," Yu said as she sat back down in her chair to continue powdering her face. "Unlike yours, which practically chokes people, we aim for something subtle, barely there. That's what's most alluring." "Don't teach her nonsense," the short-haired woman frowned deeply, pulling on her plain sportswear. "What kind of lesson is this? Teaching Guling to seduce men?" Yu slammed her powder puff down hard. "Food and sex, basic human desires. Don't tell me you want to become a nun like you, tch." The short-haired girl rolled her eyes, dragging Guling away while tossing the perfume to Yu. The two left the dormitory building under their umbrellas as the torrential rain lightened to a drizzle. "My name is Daijan," the short-haired girl said, linking arms with Guling to close the distance between them and keep both from getting wet. "My dad works in the logistics department of the security bureau, kind of a small-time supervisor. He's usually so busy he's never home, always dealing with the messes left by the chosen ones." She reached out to catch the drizzle. "Have you heard about the Rain Village incident in Q City? I remember you said your hometown was Q City." Guling inexplicably sounded hesitant. "Well, I've heard of it." Daijan's expression suddenly darkened, his face twisting with disgust. "That mountain range still hasn't been fully cleared to this day. The peaks were stacked so chaotically that several people got crushed during the demolition blasts." Guling's heart trembled. Daijan led Guling through twists and turns, arriving at the vast clubroom of Beichen Academy. Inside, the crowd was dense with students, their chatter forming a buzzing wave of sound. Daijan closed his umbrella and reassured with a smile, "Don't panic. Welcome to the Pure Blood Army." "Pure Blood Army?" Guling's palms grew clammy with sweat. What do you mean?" "Exactly what it sounds like. We're all purebred humans. Nightwalkers and chosen ones are mutated freaks, cold-blooded monsters that wreak havoc everywhere." Guling's breath hitched slightly. Daijan, oblivious to Guling's reaction, said indignantly, "We're going out to protest later. We firmly oppose the security department meddling in national affairs and demand they be expelled from the Human Alliance." Guling stood there dumbfounded, her mouth agape in complete shock. After a long pause, she murmured, but without the chosen ones, humans can't defeat the Nightwalkers. Nonsense, Daizhan declared confidently. We have technological power that can suppress certain supernatural abilities. We don't need help from those unreliable chosen ones who might betray us at any moment. Guling, haven't you realized? The higher a chosen one's ghost power value, the more people they've killed. They're not great heroes, they're executioners. No, Guling hastily explained. The chosen ones devour Nightwalkers. Of course the security department would say that publicly. You naive girl. Daizhan also grew agitated. Eating Nightwalkers has side effects, it easily exceeds the body's capacity. How could they possibly sacrifice themselves to protect civilians? I don't believe they have such noble ideals. If you'd just seen the cities they've destroyed, you'd understand Nightwalkers and chosen ones are cut from the same cloth. Daizhan kept chattering away, spittle flying as he spoke. Besides, even if the chosen ones consume the nightmares, who's to say they won't lose control one day and cause another disaster? Tell me, how can we allow such ticking time bombs to infiltrate our nation? Daizhan tightly grasped Guling's hand and said earnestly, the Pure-Blood Army has many members, spread throughout the entire country. Join us. Let's resist together, use our own strength to eliminate all threats. Nightmares, chosen ones, leave none behind. Guling stared blankly at Daizhan's ferocious face, then shook off his hand and stumbled out of the clubroom. Madness, sheer madness. Chapter 54, Buying a Pet. The rain poured down in torrents. As Chi-Su and the others stepped outside, they saw Guling drenched to the bone. The woman stood by the flower bed, completely soaked, with strands of wet hair clinging to her cheeks. Her camouflage uniform clung tightly to her skin, accentuating her curvaceous figure, her slender waist almost small enough to encircle with one hand. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her face pale as thin paper, even her lips drained of color. Those eyes still glistened with unshed moisture, brimming with confusion, pitiful and utterly disheveled. Yang Ming let out a playful whistle. Looked at this way, the country girl had a certain charm of her own. They locked eyes. Guling's expression darkened, her eyes revealing a faint, almost imperceptible hostility. Oh, so fierce, Yang Ming said dismissively. What threat could a kitten's hiss pose? It's not like she's a tigress. He saw Yu Miao Miao and the others approaching slowly, so he immediately opened his umbrella and jogged over. Stop dawdling, keep up. Chi-Su tilted the umbrella toward Guling. What's wrong? Just then, a large coat landed precisely on Guling's shoulders, zipping itself up automatically. Su Hongwen sauntered forward leisurely, spreading his hands. The clothes cost 13,000. Bank transfer or cash? Guling paid no attention. She slightly raised her hands to hold Chi-Su's right hand and whispered, let's quit the security department and go live together in the wilderness. You're hiding. Chi-Su saw right through her. Hiding from what? The Pure-Blood Army. Guling immediately recounted everything she had just witnessed, her pupils trembling slightly. They're infiltrating every corner of the country in human form, aiming to kill the chosen ones. They're even more terrifying than the Nightwalkers. You can't judge a person's heart by their appearance. You never know if the one guarding your back is human or a wolf in sheep's clothing. Guling grew increasingly agitated, her eyes bloodshot. If given another chance, she would never have joined the security department. Come to the Thornbirds. Su Hongwen smiled brightly. Humans aren't worth it. Let's be together. Clatter! The black umbrella spun to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Su Hongwen tilted his head, thin trails of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He pressed his profile close to Chi-Su and provoked, go on, hit me again. If you can't kill me, you're trash. Guling shoved Su Hongwen aside fiercely, shielding Chi-Su behind her. The Thornbirds belong to the Nightmare faction, don't they? They massacred Rain Village, killed the village chief, murdered my friends, slaughtered my entire family. And you dare invite me to join the Thornbirds? Have you lost your damn mind? Ghost power value, 6,773. Ability, Dimensional System, Primary Dual Skills, Space LV.6/Perception LV.6. Space, Storage Space, Spatial Seal, Spatial Tier, Eye of Space. Perception, Malice Wave Detection, Discerning Disguised Kindness and Lies, Predicting Opponent's Ability Activation Timing. Talent, Hollow Heart 1 of 8. Su Hongwen stood frozen for a long moment. He couldn't see Guling's ability panel, but vaguely sensed this woman wasn't as simple as she appeared. If you don't want to go then don't go. No need to throw such a tantrum. Pretending to be busy, Su Hongwen adjusted his clothes before picking up the umbrella and hurrying after Yang Ming. Not long after, he retreated and said against his will, I wasn't planning to join the Thornbirds anyway. I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Neither Chi-Su nor Guling believed him and immediately walked away. On the road, Chi-Su handed the umbrella to Guling, stepping through puddles as he said, people come in all varieties. You can't judge everyone based solely on the radicals. The investigation team are humans too, yet they hold the chosen ones in the highest regard, viewing them as saviors. The Pure-Blood Army is spread across the nation, and so are the trustworthy civilians who silently support us in places we cannot see. If we abandon innocent people for the sake of the radicals, hiding in the deep woods while treating everyone as villains to ignore or retaliate against, then we'd be nothing but extreme fools ourselves. Su Hongwon slightly furrowed his brows. What does this mean? Secretly cursing him? Can't be. Chi-Su doesn't know about his private affairs. Then it must be cursing the pure blood army. Extremist fools, huh? Trying to act cute here? After discussing matters of the heart, Chi-Su turned to reality. Technological power has its limits, it can only play a supporting role. Trying to suppress supernatural abilities is pure fantasy. No matter how much the pure blood army opposes it, the nation still needs the security department. He reached out to wipe the mud from Gu Ling's face and said earnestly, my elder brother once said that when people are young, they inevitably do foolish things, but as they grow older and gain more experience, their perspective broadens, and they realize how naive they once were. The pure blood army are all students. When they reach their 30s or 40s, they'll naturally disband. That may be so, said Gulin, closing her cumbersome umbrella and tucking it under her arm before splashing into a small puddle with a plop. But it just doesn't sit right with me. Out of sight, out of mind, but once seen, it gets stuck here and won't go down. She pointed at her chest and lowered her head to stomp in the puddle. Shishu murmured, gazing into the distance. His eyes lit up as he pointed at the pet shop on the commercial street. I'll buy you a little pet to cheer you up. Hearing this, Gulin immediately beamed with joy. She affectionately wrapped her arms around Chisu's arm, clinging to him while coquettishly acting spoiled. You're so wonderful, you're the best, the very best man in the whole world. Su Hongwen looked at her with disdain. Where did you learn these vixen tricks? Men don't like this kind of thing. It just looks dirty. Gu Ling's lips curled down as she asked coldly, did you eat shit? Su Hongwen smirked devilishly. Now that's your true colors, vulgar, uncultured, low-class, little country bumpkin. Keep it up. He gathered his braid in front of him, keeping a wary eye on it to avoid being cut, then pushed open the pet shop door. The bald old shopkeeper greeted, welcome. Chisu grabbed Su Hongwen's waistband and yanked it down. Well now, the shopkeeper spread his fingers to cover his eyes. Young man, you're quite well endowed. Su Hongwen's face darkened as he picked up the loincloth, too annoyed to bother arguing with Chisu. He paced restlessly around the shop. Poisonous insects, spiders, snakes, snapping turtles. Not a single cat or dog, the usual pets one would expect, could be seen in the shop. You sell quite the unusual assortment. For students' self-defense, the shop owner replied cheerfully. If you're scared, I also have geckos, very cute ones. If they get sick, I provide after-sales service. He abruptly changed the subject, but if any pets cause trouble, I won't take responsibility. Chisu sensed something sinister about the shop owner and grew more wary, pretending to play with the birds while secretly observing him. The shop owner wore a loose white tank top, floral shorts, had thick leg hair, and sported flip-flops. He looked quite similar to how Big Brother used to appear. Is it a chosen one corrupted by the power of void remains? Or a nightmare disciple? Stop overthinking it. I used to be a member of investigation team number 9 from the security department. The shop owner crouched down to trim the flowers and plants. Now I'm old, can't run anymore, so I retired. With nothing better to do, I started this little business. These snakes, insects, rats, and ants have all been trained by me. They're gentle in nature and have awakened spiritual intelligence. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack. As he spoke, a crimson-hued centipede with jagged segments crawled onto the shopkeeper's head, its many legs moving independently. But if you anger them, even a Class C and 2 wouldn't be able to handle them. The shopkeeper remained unfazed, his eyes brimming with affection as he reached up to gently stroke the centipede. As for the price, it depends on whether you can afford it, starting at 100,000. Guling suddenly gasped and turned to leave. She just wanted a little pet worth a few $100. 100,000? Might as well rob a bank at that price. Shisu grabbed hold and lifted a finger to hook the crow perched on his shoulder. Do you like it? It's too expensive. Guling whispered behind the shopkeeper's back. This is a shady place. Let's get out of here quickly. Just say whether you like it or not. I do, but... Shisu raised his voice. Boss, we'll take it. Electronic devices often malfunction during missions, so this could be useful for communication. That bird of yours costs $500,000? Not that I'm trying to jack up the price, but Jamaican crows feed on insects and small lizards, and can even say a few simple words, the shop owner said earnestly. Deal. The price was within Shisu's budget. The shop owner added, come to me for feed in the future, I'll give you a discount. Shisu nodded and swiftly swiped his card to pay. He spread open Guling's sweaty palm and placed the crow onto it, give it a name. Seeing it was already purchased, Guling stammered, then let's call it Blackbeak. Gangster vibes, Su Hongwen snorted with a laugh. He wrapped the emerald green snake around his wrist and strode off without hesitation. Chisu's paying tonight, so you can sleep soundly. The shopkeeper chimed in at just the right moment. That's a bamboo viper, highly venomous. If you get bitten, come buy anti-venom from me. And its name is Qingning, don't you dare change it. It'll bite if it gets angry. Treat it like you would a girlfriend, with sweet talk. Got it. Su Hongwen waved his hand. Chi Su asked, how much? Cheap, just 120,000. Pack me some snake and crow feed too, calculate the total. The shopkeeper packed some small dried lizards, they can all eat this. Then he separated them into different packages. In total, let's make it a round number, 200,000. Chi Su didn't understand the market prices, but it didn't matter anyway. He had tens of millions in savings, why would he quibble over a few 100,000? He himself didn't want anything and wasn't keen on keeping pets either, he simply didn't have the time. Chapter 55, Young Master Chi picks up the tab. They left the pet shop. Yang Ming's group waited outside the door. Yu Miao Miao didn't dare to enter, burying herself against Yang Ming's chest and trembling all over. She was terrified. Or so she pretended. Men eat this act right up. Let's go, it's too terrifying. Yu Miao Miao's eyes were brimming with tears, her voice trembling. Alright, we won't go in then. Yang Ming straightened his back, staring intently at the bird-teasing Gulin. She held it with such delight as if cradling a golden nugget. Just a crow, worth at most a couple thousand. Look how thrilled she is, really hasn't seen much of the world. That's why they say girls should be raised in wealth. With Chi Su spending that couple thousand, who knows, tonight they might just end up in some cheap motel, getting up to who knows what. Yang Ming felt somewhat displeased. Though he looked down on Guling, he couldn't shake the feeling that something of his had been snatched away. First Yang Ming whistled to catch Guling's attention, then jerked his chin toward the branded clothing store. Pick whatever you want. My treat. Hugging the crow, Guling shook her head and shrank behind Chi Su to escape the uncomfortable stares. You don't know what's good for you, Yang Ming muttered irritably, wrapping his arm around Yu Miao Miao and striding forward. Yu Miao Miao tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Chi Su. She didn't enter the shop, but through the glass door, she saw Chi Su pay twice without any haggling, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. You wouldn't stay that composed without some cash in your pocket. You can always tell when someone's pretending to be wealthy, their cheeks twitch when paying, saying as long as you're happy, it's no big deal with a stiff, forced smile, while chattering non-stop as if afraid others might forget who footed the bill. Or they might sulk in silence, ignoring conversations while secretly resenting the expense, inwardly judging the other person as materialistic. But Chi Su didn't. He watched the delighted Gulin with a faint smile at his lips. It was as if her joy brought him happiness, a tenderness that nearly spilled from the corners of his eyes. Yu Miao Miao was filled with suspicion. The official's son was indeed pretending. But setting aside his title, did he actually have some substance? Yu Miao Miao shook her head repeatedly. No. How could he not laugh after scamming a lei for just 1,000 or two? If she were Chishu, she'd be laughing from the bottom of her heart too. Guling was clearly untouched, what a jackpot. At this thought, Yu Miao Miao delicately pushed Yang Ming away, turned in the rain to grab Guling and pull her aside, lowering her voice. Big sis, snap out of it. 1 or 2,000, not 1 or 2 million. Don't be so pathetic. What? Guling didn't catch on. What 1 or 2,000? The bird. Yu Miao Miao pointed at the black beak. At least it's a handbag. With just this little money you could be bought outright, why bother going to college? You might as well stand on the street and sell yourself. Buy what? Sell what? Gulin didn't understand. But she did grasp one thing. Stroking the raven, she said, it cost 500,000, not 1 or 2,000. It's extremely expensive. Chi Su paid without hesitation, and I've been wondering how to repay him. A cold wind whipped randomly against Yu Miao Miao's cheeks as she stood there, utterly bewildered. 500,000? Yeah, plus Su Hongwen's share, it totals 700,000. 700,000, and he paid without batting an eye? Yu Miao Miao enunciated each word deliberately. The eccentric girl nodded vigorously like pounding garlic. No way, what gives him the right? Yu Miao Miao simply couldn't wrap her head around it. How can a broke asshole act so high and mighty? Must have burned through every loan app by now. Yu Miao Miao said gravely, Guling, listen carefully. Chi Su is exploiting your sense of shame. If you repay him with real money, that's cashing out. He scammed you out of 500,000. And he got laid too. People like this are as thick-skinned as city walls, they would never repay loans from apps. They'd rather be a deadbeat and get blacklisted. In a society governed by law, no one can do anything to them. Moreover, he was currently impersonating the vice mayor's son to lure wealthy women. If he succeeded, someone would naturally clean up the dirty deeds he'd done, only poor Gulin would end up getting hurt. He's just playing with you, don't you dare fall for it. Yu Miao Miao said with grave concern. We are playing, Gulin replied, her eyes clear and bright. He and I are good friends, very, very good friends. My only friend. I like playing with him. Hopeless. Yu Miao Miao rolled her eyes so hard they nearly reached the heavens. She gave a forced smile. Fine, if you want to play, then I've got nothing to say. Go ahead, you two have fun. Bye, may you live happily ever after. What a perfect pair of scumbags. The bar's music was deafening, with beautiful faces everywhere as people danced pressed against each other. Most were students skipping class, coming from well-off families who treated school as just a way to pass the time. Nearly every booth had ordered the Divine Dragon set. The Divine Dragon set was a limited edition 6-bottle collection of Armand de Brignac champagne, priced at 88,888 yuan. On the dark, gold-veined countertop sat a small brass bell mounted on a wooden base. Ringing it meant the patron would cover the entire venue's expenses for the night. Guline discreetly tucked the crow into her spatial storage, her eyes gleaming with lively curiosity as she surveyed the surroundings. Shisu, it's so lively here. Do you find it noisy? Not noisy at all, I love the hustle and bustle. Yang Ming's gaze swept past the two country bumpkins as he surveyed the surroundings. Other tables had ordered not just one set of the Divine Dragon package, but also other outrageously expensive liquors, instantly extinguishing his thought of ringing the bell. His meager pocket money definitely wasn't enough to show off, better forget about it. Meow meow, order whatever you want. Yang Ming leaned back on the sofa, saying grandly, see if you can drink me bankrupt today. Paying for one table was still manageable. Meow meow didn't hold back either. She called over the manager and ordered the most expensive items on the menu. Yang Mingxin calculated for a while before snorting with laughter. Order more, will you? There are so many of us, who's going to get enough to drink? Saving money for your future husband this early? Yeah, Meow meow chimed in. Over 200,000 already, so expensive. My husband's got money, order up. Yang Ming declared with booming confidence. Meow meow stopped being polite with Yang Ming. 12,000 yuan diamond martinis, 10 of us, one each, plus fruit platters, snacks. Su Hongwen leaned toward Chisu's ear. Give that golden bell a strike, it'll waive one bottle's cost. Why didn't you knock? Everyone who comes here is wealthy. Ringing the bell would be so embarrassing, who cares about such a small amount? Su Hongwen's face flickered between light and shadow under the dazzling lights, eerily bewitching. Yang Ming is desperately trying to save face in front of the class beauty. If you save him the cost of one bottle of wine, perhaps the two of you could grow much closer because of it. Shisu felt that Yang Ming tormenting him like this wasn't a solution, so he raised his hand and struck the brass bell. Dang, the crisp reverberation lingered endlessly. Yang Ming's face turned deathly pale as he stared at Shisu in disbelief. This idiot, does he even know what he's doing? The drink menu slipped from Meow Meow's palm, her lips still frozen in the shape of the snack she'd been about to order, yet not a single word could escape them now. The manager maintained a perfectly measured smile as his gaze shifted to Chisu, politely inquiring about his name. Su Hongwen could no longer contain his excitement, bounding onto the stage in 2 quick leaps. He gripped the microphone handed to him, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips as his gaze locked onto Chisu's bewildered face in the audience. Deafening electronic music was building to its climax, the drum beats hammering against everyone's eardrums like sledgehammers. Su Hongwen took a deep breath. Tonight's entire tab. The drawn-out announcement exploded through the deafening music, as if all the clamor had frozen in that instant, with hundreds of eyes swiveling in unison toward the source. Is on young Master Chi. Those 6 words detonated like a powder keg, instantly setting the entire bar ablaze with excitement. Screams, whistles, and the crisp clinking of glasses surged like waves with the music, boiling over completely. Chapter 56, Fuming with Rage. Neon tubes refracted dizzying lights across the ceiling, while real red banknotes were wildly tossed into the air, fluttering everywhere. Mixed with gold dust and fireworks, they pushed the atmosphere to a blazing peak. The manager leaned in close to Chisu and said in a low voice, please provide your credit card and identification. Prove you have the financial means to cover everyone's expenses, and leave your credit card as collateral to prevent skipping the bill. Chisu pulled out a 50 million yuan card from his pocket, and the manager accepted it with both hands. Blue Castle Bay, Chi family, Chisu. Very well, sir, allow me to verify that. With that, the manager summoned 20 burly men to surround the booth, smiling as he said, they will provide you with the ultimate service experience, pouring tea, fetching water, massaging your shoulders, and kneading your legs. Should any flies dare to disturb you, they'll handle it. In reality, it was surveillance. If you dared to skip out on the bill, they'd beat you to death. Chisu gave a slight nod. He looked towards the center of the dance floor where the frenzied Guling was jumping wildly. She was swept up in the fervor, shouting proudly, his name is Chisu. We're friends. We're best friends. Chisu curled the corner of his mouth and downed the drink in one gulp. Money is meant to be spent. If wealth can't bring happiness or emotional fulfillment, then why work yourself to death earning it? But, is 50 million enough? Su Hongwen noticed Chisu's lips moving slightly as if silently calculating each table's bill, his handsome face breaking into a mischievous grin of triumph. You're really footing the bill? He picked up the XO to refill Chisu's glass, eyes glinting with sly amusement. We'll play and run, no one can stop us. Why bother adhering to the rules of ants when you possess unmatched power? Who dares obstruct us? We'll kill easy as flipping a hand. Chisu glared sideways at Su Hongwen. If the money isn't enough, you'll stay here to pay off your debt, work honestly for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll report you to security and expose your secret. We'll perish together if we must. Su Hongwen froze. Holy shit, a threat? but it worked. Bullies fear those who aren't afraid to die. He just wanted to mess around, never expecting to nearly get himself killed. Su Hongwen lost all interest and stuffed the payment Liu Yu had given him into Chi-Su's pocket. 500,000, that's all I have. Don't push me any further. Guling specializes in spatial abilities. Spatial types make the best thieves. Just let her steal it. The words had barely left his mouth when a loud bang rang out. Yang Ming's face darkened as he set down his wine cup. He was on pins and needles, wanting to leave but unable to. Countless eyes were fixed on us, not just the security guards, but also the other diners at nearby tables. They scrambled over each other to toast, eager to befriend that broke-ass who'd overplayed his act. If it weren't for the security guards holding people back, this place would have been packed to the brim with no room to sit. Yang Ming's face was so dark it looked like he could wring water from it. Once the manager verified and found Chi-Su's card had pitifully little savings, just some bluster to show off, he was bound to make a complete fool of himself. Not only would it spread throughout the school, but the forums would undoubtedly be full of mockery, a public execution. Yang Ming didn't want to lose face, so he had to grit his teeth and take on this mess. He glanced at the next table, where the group had ordered 4 or 5 premium dishes the moment they heard someone else was footing the bill. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, dancing passionately on the table. Having a great time, they each grabbed a bottle of champagne and sprayed it all over them. Ding Mei also played along, sipping champagne herself and pouring some down her chest. That champagne, priced at 2,100 yuan per bottle. There were so many on the table and beneath it. Yang Ming had long lost count, his reason devoured whole by a surge of sinister fury. He raised his eyes and glared at Chi-Su. You're deliberately messing with me, aren't you? What a cunning mind. What a clever scheme. Last time Chi-Su picked up the tab, but this time I'll make him pay tenfold, no, 100-fold. I'll really screw him over this time. Fucking hell. Yang Ming, boiling with rage, grabbed the XO bottle and smashed it at Chi-Su's feet, unleashing a torrent of curses. You really can't stop showing off, can you? I couldn't be bothered to call you out before, but you give you an inch and you take a mile. Ring the bell? How much is your worthless hide worth to dare ring the bell? Listen up, trash. People don't call you that because they're rich. It's about status. He commands the room, makes everyone think twice before acting out. A single fireworks display at the bar costs 20 grand. One table partying all night would bankrupt you. You couldn't even cover the bill with loan shark money. Who the hell do you think you are? Playing the deputy mayor's son until you got yourself arrested? I'm the real mayor's son and even I don't act as pretentious as you. What the fuck are you pretending for? Get the hell out. Yang Ming slumped onto the sofa after his outburst, huffing and puffing with rage. His eyes secretly darted toward other tables, thinking that now that he'd revealed his background, those people might show more restraint. Sure enough, the Divine Dragon set from the opposite table was sent back. But these booths were easy to handle. What about the private rooms in the bar? You'd have to book it in advance, and only people of distinguished status are qualified to use it. Those who reserve it year-round, no one else has the right to enter. There are plenty of officials higher ranked than the mayor, and even among privileged second-generation officials, there's a world of difference. Who knows how many untouchable big shots might be sitting in that private room? Yang Ming just hoped they wouldn't order anything too expensive, otherwise, footing this bill would surely get him beaten to death by his father. Seeing Chi-Su remain completely unmoved, Yang Ming's short temper flared up again. Get the hell out of here already, he snapped. Yu Miao Miao hastily patted Yang Ming's heaving chest in an attempt to calm him down. Her brows furrowed tightly as she stared at Chi-Su, her eyes brimming with undisguised disdain and loathing. Just leave already. How dare you still care about saving face at this point? Where was this concern earlier? Get out of here now. Now, Gulin should finally see Chi-Su for what he really is, someone who would sacrifice everything for the sake of pride. If she stayed with him, she'd have nothing but suffering ahead. Yang Ming's roars overpowered even the bar's music, drawing curious glances and hushed whispers from the crowd. Just now he was boasting about covering all expenses, and now they're squabbling among themselves. Can't afford it, huh? So desperate he even dragged out his mayor father from a prefecture-level city. Pfft, my dad's provincial level and wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. Since when did mayors become status symbols? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming flushed crimson, slammed the table and stood up, raising his voice. What does this have to do with me? Did I fake it? It's him. He pretended to be an official's kid, and kept running his mouth. What's it got to do with me? Why are you all blaming me? Chi-Su noticed Gu Ling had quieted down, fidgeting nervously with his fingers, at a loss. He reached out and pulled him close. It's fine, I can handle it. You can still handle this? Wei Wei wore an expression of disbelief. My previous admiration for Chi-Su's feat of killing the Nightwalker has now completely vanished. How can someone be this stupid? Good heavens. Wei Wei thought he should also chip in and pool money with Yang Ming to pay the bill, knowing he'd inevitably face a 7 wolves belt whipping when he returned home after military training. The key figure involved remained as calm as an old dog, as if he truly had both money and powerful connections. Such psychological resilience, such thick skin, TSK. Buddy, not to be rude, but you, Sai, let's just go. Wei Wei couldn't bring himself to utter vulgar words, so he could only urge Chi Su to leave quickly and stop being a nuisance. I'm going to the restroom. Lu Yu stood up and patted Su Hongwen, hinting, let's go together. Run. The security will definitely follow, but taking down a few guys won't be a problem. Su Hongwen crossed his legs and plucked the diamond from his martini, slipping it into his pocket. Keep your cool. Even Chi Su isn't in a hurry, why should you be? Then I'll go myself. Lu Yu turned to leave but was forced back by a few seniors. What's the deal? You think you can mess with us? You threw cash, set off fireworks, opened the liquor, and now you're trying to pull a fast one and bail? Too late. Should have thought twice before showing off. Just then, the crackling sound of a microphone buzzed through the air. Hey. The white-haired man lazily tapped the mic, his voice dripping with charisma. Anyone who knows me knows what level my dad operates at, no need to spell it out. He pointed at Yang Ming, then at Chi Su, a mocking grin curling at the corner of his lips. Empty talk won't fly here. I'll teach you that words aren't to be spoken lightly, and bells aren't to be rung casually. Brothers, give them a lesson. As the words fell, 20,000 small fireworks exploded again, more spectacular than before. Chi Su, look what you've done. Yang Ming flipped the table in a towering rage, his hair practically standing on end. Gold leaf fluttered down into Chi Su's wineglass, shimmering in interplay with the silver diamond resting at the bottom. Their intertwined glow materialized the very essence of the phrase dazzling luxury. He lowered his gaze, staring wordlessly at the golden and silver reflections. No one could fathom what thoughts lay hidden within this moment of silence. Most of the surrounding whispers assumed he was ashamed of his own inadequacy, overwhelmed by humiliation, and paralyzed with fear at the consequences he couldn't bear to face. Only Su Hongwen saw it clearly. Within those downcast eyes lurked a spark of restless ambition. Chi Su, Gu Ling whispered while tugging at Chi Su's sleeve, her hands clutching a thick stack of money cards. She's shielded with her body, is this enough? Put it back, it needs a password, Chi Su said softly. Oh, in the blink of an eye, Gu Ling's hands were empty. Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she defiantly met the scornful gazes directed at her. At worst, we can just tie Su Hongwen up and sell him to the bar to pay off the debt. He's a chosen one, he'll definitely be able to cover the financial hole. Su Hongwen suddenly sneezed violently, feeling an unexpected chill. Chapter 57, Shifting Pockets. The manager hurried over, covering his mouth as he leaned close to Chi Su's ear. All properties under the Chi family's name in Lanbaoan have been acquired by the Bai family. May I ask what your relationship is with Mr. Bai, the real estate tycoon? She's my aunt. Understood, one moment please. The manager didn't walk too far away, but stood in a corner away from the crowd to message his boss for verification. That level of people, he couldn't reach them, couldn't even catch a glimpse. Not long after, a reply came. Free of charge. The manager froze for a moment, then hurriedly typed. He rang the bell. Free for all today, keep it low-key, you know what to say. The manager's mouth fell open in shock, his pupils trembling. He had no idea who Chi Su was, but one thing was clear, this was a VIP. His steps unsteady, he approached Chi Su while mentally reviewing his every action. Did he offend you just now? Did he do anything wrong? No, right? No, right. The manager forced a smile. What else can I do for you? Allow me to assist you personally. Hold off on assisting for now. Yang Ming frowned tightly. Have you checked? How much money did he just put in your card? Also, bring me the full consumption list for the entire venue right now. Later, those numbers will double. The manager neatly stapled the high-value documents together and held them out right under Chi Shu's nose. Nearly 100 million. Chi Shu. He silently looked at Su Hongwen. Gu Ling also stared at Su Hongwen. Neither of them spoke. Hey, you better calculate this properly. 100 million? Are you selling gold? Su Hongwen forced a smile while panicking inside. Facing 2 against 1, he truly had no confidence in a fight. Yang Ming stared coldly at Chi Su. 100 million. Pay up, young Master Chi. The music had stopped at some point, leaving an eerily quiet atmosphere. Chi Su was just about to ask if they could use the chosen one to cover the expenses. The manager put away the list and smiled, saying, Boss Mu said you're to eat, drink, and enjoy yourself all on the house. Come back when you have time again. Mu? Chi Su raised an eyebrow. Could it be Senior Mu Pingyang? At that moment, he received a voice message from Mu Pingyang. In a cool tone, the bar's real owner is Captain Bai. She transferred it to me to manage, it's just moving money from one pocket to another. On paper, I still have to pay hefty taxes. Stop giving me trouble, just treat me to a meal when you're back. Chi Su smiled knowingly and handed the bill to the manager, who returned the money card intact. Let's go, Guling. No one understood what was happening, and they all blocked the way. What's the matter? Got connections up top? Think you can just brush off what was said and fool us? Manager, this isn't how you do business. Adults should take responsibility for their actions. No matter how powerful your bar owner's background is it appropriate to treat the children of officials like monkeys? The manager fawned with a smile, misunderstanding. Today is our boss Moo's birthday, everything's on the house. Enjoy yourselves, eat and drink to your heart's content. He then added to Yang Ming, everything's free. Hearing this, Yang Ming, you meow meow, and the others instantly relaxed their tense nerves, their hearts finally settling back into place from where they had been lodged in their throats. The group slumped into the booth as if drained of strength, grabbing drinks from the table and gulping them down. The icy liquid sliding down their throats barely managed to suppress the lingering unease in their hearts. Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his temples and flapped his damp clothes back and forth. With the danger gone, he puffed up arrogantly and said, is the bar's AC just for show? It's stuffy and hot as a sauna in here, get someone to adjust it. You still want a tip or not? Got it. I'll handle it right away. The manager nodded in agreement, tilting his chin toward the DJ booth to signal the woman swaying to the beat to keep going and not let the rhythm drop. The deafening wave of sound surged once more. Su Hongwen had watched a grand spectacle, witnessed the disgraceful antics of a crowd, and with a smirk, bit into a freshly cut slice of watermelon before striding away. The white-haired guy immediately led his crew toward Yang Ming's booth and asked, what's the deal with that kid surnamed Chi? Nothing much, just some broke-ass guy pretending to be the vice mayor's son. Yang Ming had way poor drinks for everyone, slightly reining in his temper. Got lucky, ran into the bar owner's birthday celebration and dodged a bullet. When big bosses celebrate happy occasions, store-wide discounts and freebies are the norm. Chi Su really hit the jackpot. The white-haired man couldn't help but wonder inwardly, what an odd coincidence. Bro, where did your old man get promoted? Yang Ming asked familiarly. The white-haired man lifted his chin proudly and said, not exactly a promotion, just a humble chosen one, that's all. 20 years ago, before his father merged with the void bones and could still conceive with humans, he'd been born to his mother. Later, when his father gained supernatural abilities and could no longer reproduce with ordinary people, he became the only heir. Dad had lived through the darkest decade globally, participated in countless battles big and small, helped stabilize the nation's situation, and was one of the unshakable chosen ones in the security department, with a ghost power value exceeding 10,000 points. This background information was spilled entirely by Whitehair's lackey, leaving Yang Ming utterly dumbfounded. He suddenly felt his knees grow heavy, as if he needed to kneel down for a rest. No wonder he'd been so damn bold earlier, daring to talk back to him. Not just the mayor's son, even higher-ranking officials would dare to talk back to him. Who are the chosen ones? They're superheroes. Impressive. Yang Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up, pushing Wei aside who was pouring wine, and personally attended to Whitehair. Want to add me as a friend? No need for friends. Whitehair flipped the wine glass over, spilling wine all over the floor. Stray cats and dogs aren't worthy of adding me. Yang Ming's expression changed, but he dared not lash out. Whitehair commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Tell me more about that chief fellow, every detail. I'm not close with him. He's just a lucky broke ass. Don't believe me? Check for yourself. With that, Yang Ming, who'd been bottling up his anger, grabbed Yu Miao Miao and stormed off. Unexpectedly, Yu Miao Miao pushed him away, blushing as she whispered, sorry, young Master Ming, my period just came. Not tonight. She grabbed her bag and hurried toward the door, saying, next time. Good night, young Master Ming. Yu Miao Miao realized she must have misjudged. Chi Su was definitely not as simple as he seemed. She needed to catch Gulin and interrogate her properly. Young Master Ming, I'm in my safe days. I can. The woman with wavy hair leaned against Yang Ming's shoulder, batting her eyelashes flirtatiously. Yeah. Yang Ming accepted everything without hesitation. Seeing that he couldn't pry any information out, Whitehair had no choice but to give up. He grabbed his car keys, intending to go home and ask around. He sped all the way home like the wind. Strangely enough, the house was pitch black inside. Whitehair felt something sticky underfoot, as if he'd stepped in some liquid. At the same time, he caught the dangerous scent of blood. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Cousin, Little Cousin. Whitehair's mind was filled only with thoughts of his family, completely forgetting to run as he fumbled to turn on the wall light. In his heart, Dad was incredibly strong, the strongest of all. Dad couldn't possibly be in trouble, he'd survived the dark decade. How could he fall during this relatively peaceful era? The moment the lights suddenly blazed on, Bai Mao felt his blood freeze, a chill silently creeping up his spine. The monster clamped onto the skin of the father's hand and tore all the way up to his forearm, exposing the crimson muscle fibers beneath. For the first time, he realized how remarkably resilient human skin could be. It still hadn't snapped. Run, son, run. The middle-aged man's breath faded to a whisper, his mist-covered pupils dilating before his life slipped away. The creature slowly turned its head, splitting its blood-smeared lips into a grotesque grin. Ah, you found me. Whitehair's ankle tightened abruptly as an immense force dragged him forward. Fumbling desperately for his phone to contact security, his arms were abruptly severed. The crystal chandelier exploded violently, plunging the room back into darkness save for the crisp, crunching sounds of chewing. Hello, this is the security department. Please go ahead. Hello? Security department, please respond. Hello? After a long silence, a satiated and delighted voice finally spoke. Next target, City A, Mayor, the Ouyang family. The operator turned pale with shock and hung up to contact by Bing. Chapter 58, A Dead End. Tomorrow, at the Ouyang residence, the Nightwalker's ghost power exceeds 10,000 points. Exercise extreme caution. By Bing. Guling stared at the message, then glanced at Chi Su who was buying her cotton candy, and the slacker Su Hongwon. Their phones showed no activity at all. It seemed she alone had been assigned the mission. Over 10,000 points. That would put her on the same level as Bai Bing. Guling silently stroked the little black-beaked head, feeling an involuntary urge to retreat. Why couldn't they assign Chi Su? Why not Su Hongwon? Of all people, why did it have to be her, going on this mission alone? But then she reconsidered. Chi Su was a support-type purifier. Su Hongwon had zero ghost power. It really had to be her. Currently, including them, there are only 24 chosen ones in the security department, far too few. With such scarce combat strength, it's impossible to assign personnel based on matching the Nightwalker's ghost power levels and special abilities. At best, they can only try to ensure the disparity isn't too great. This task should have fallen to Bai Bing, but she's indispensable as the primary weaponsmith. Thus, the job inevitably landed on her shoulders. Gu Ling's eyes dimmed, devoid of their usual spark. She didn't know if she'd be lucky enough to return alive from this journey, and her heart couldn't help but waver with thoughts of retreat. Should she just leave? She could run right now, hide in her spatial pocket, and no one would ever find her. At that moment, I've given you all my money, what's wrong with you buying me one? Su Hongwon tugged fiercely at Chi Su's pockets, looking determined not to give up until he got the money. Had he known Bai Bing owned the bar and that the chosen ones got free drinks, he wouldn't have pooled money. Chi Su took 2 cotton candies and handed them to Gu Ling. Then, in full view of everyone, she lifted her shirt and grabbed Su Hongwon's hand, pressing it against her own chest. Assault! Assault! Help! Pervert! Holy shit! Su Hongwon's eyes widened in shock. He jerked his arm back as if burned by fire, running far away to prove his innocence. I didn't. He's lying. Slander. He's slandering me. Poof. Chi Su triumphantly pulled off his clothes, staring at Gu Ling. Why aren't you eating? Gu Ling stammered, unable to meet Chi Su's gaze, inexplicably guilty. I want to ask you something. Go ahead and ask. Gu Ling looked up at Chi Su with earnest eyes and asked, if the security department ordered you to fight a battle you couldn't possibly win, would you still do it? I would, Chi Su answered without hesitation. Hands in his pockets, he walked slowly toward the dormitory building, his tone wistful. If my elder brother were still here, he would have followed orders too, facing death unflinchingly. I'm asking about you, what you personally think. This has nothing to do with elder brother Chi. Gu Ling understood clearly that Chi Su was imitating Chi Shishing's speech and mannerisms, even down to the level of beliefs, which had already distorted Chi Su's personal thoughts. If it were up to my own will. Chi Su paused briefly, each word resounding with conviction. I would still go. When the chosen ones carry out missions, they lead an investigation team for support. They have no supernatural abilities, relying only on a few crystals for meager protection. If ordinary people dare to risk their lives and charge forward, what right do I have to shrink back? Besides, if I don't go, someone else will have to, and others might not have the time to spare for the investigation team. If I go, I'll do my best, at least I can save a few lives. Chi Su swatted away Su Hongwon's hand reaching for the cotton candy and said, even if I can't save them, and the odds are against us, I'd have no regrets living and dying alongside them. I'd be true to myself, no cowardice here. 18 years later, I'll be back as good as new. He spoke fearlessly and with righteous indignation, then suddenly curled the corners of his lips, letting out a soft laugh. Chi Su lowered his gaze to the damp ground, his voice dropping slightly. Actually, I don't understand death as clearly as one might think. I'm not like eldest brother, I'm terrified, and I don't want to die at all. Chi Su raised his eyes, a cold glint flickering in their depths. So, I'll use every means to stay alive and have the last laugh. Then, reining in his usual temperament, he said gently to Gu Ling, why are you suddenly asking about this? The warm yellow lights from the shops on either side spilled over his shoulders, enveloping him in a fuzzy halo of light. Gu Ling couldn't tear her eyes away. When Chi Su repeated his question, she nervously bit into her cotton candy and mumbled indistinctly, it's nothing, I just think school is too boring. I want to go on an adventure tomorrow. The security department assigned you a mission, and the opponent is strong, Chi Su stated bluntly. Gu Ling, seeing her clumsy life fall apart, chuckled sheepishly, well, not that strong. It's just that I'm going alone this time, and I'm not confident. Your ability is ridiculously overpowered. If you can't win, just run, no shame in that. Yeah, Guling didn't want Shisu to look down on her. Taking a stroll around the Ouyang family's place was still better than running away outright. She regained her confidence and, mustering all her strength, was about to devour the cotton candy. But who would have thought? The 2 candy sticks were completely bare, with only the sticky remnants clinging to them. Su, Hong, what? Guling was absolutely furious. Look at you, always in such a hurry. If it's gone, just buy another one, isn't that simple? Su Hongwen wiped the sugar grains from the corner of his mouth with a smile, then casually noticed Yu Miao storming over. With meaningful amusement, he remarked, seems not everyone's a complete fool. Guling! Yu Miao brushed past Su Hongwen without so much as a sideways glance. She grabbed Guling's forearm, flashing Chi-Su a charming yet polite smile before dragging her toward the girls' dormitory. Chi-Su stared at Su Hongwen. You used illusions. Logically speaking, with his peacock-like appearance that could attract admirers anywhere, it was strange how unpopular he'd been since arriving at school. Su Hongwen didn't mince words either. I've been using them since my first day here to avoid being harassed by both male and female troublemakers, though they don't seem to work on you and Guling. It's useless. Shisu relies on purification, while Guling relies on intuition. He pointed out the flaw in Su Hongwen's illusion. You're blinding people's eyes. As long as you pierce through their vision, your illusion becomes useless. Now his ghost power has surpassed 4000+, and, passive purification, has removed the negative status from his eyes. In the past, he couldn't see through this illusion. That rat-headed humanoid figure remained a shadow in his heart. Now it seemed clear that the monster had been Su Hongwen in disguise. From this, it could also be inferred that illusions specifically target psychological defenses. Without any substantial attack power, they only serve to conceal the attacker. Delivering bone-crushing, critical hits still required Su Hongwen to act personally. Shi-Su made his decision. If Su Hongwen dared to act shamelessly again next time, he would just grab that rat-headed bastard and beat the hell out of him. You were just spouting nonsense earlier. If you're blind, what could you possibly see? Su Hongwen idly twirled his braid while casually grabbing a handful of strawberries from a fruit stall without paying. Supernatural abilities have counters. No power is truly invincible. Take your stealing ability for example. What good is it if your target can reflect it back at you? Then he shifted his tone. But if the gap in ghost power is large enough, counters cease to exist, achieving true invincibility. Breaking the 10,000 point mark is a watershed moment, a qualitative leap forward. With our measly 1,000 points, we're practically still in the beginner's village. If you ever encounter someone who's broken 10,000 points, don't even think, just run. Whether you can escape is another matter. Chances are it's a death sentence. Chapter 59, Guling goes missing. Su Hongwen stared at Guling's retreating figure. He caught a fleeting moment of Guling's composure slipping, likely having been assigned some thorny mission that would prove to be a tough nut to crack. And his own situation wasn't much better either. Mu Pingyang was pressuring him to absorb ghost energy, threatening to send someone to force his head down if he didn't comply. Su Hongwen feared that revealing his illusions or manipulations might arouse suspicion, potentially linking him to the incidents involving Qi Shi and Zhang Gang. This was getting tricky. He couldn't hold out much longer. Making up a supernatural ability on the spot was even more impossible. The security department would test it immediately to ensure accuracy. Su Hongwen pondered for a long while. If his disguise was exposed, so be it. Let the security department think whatever they wanted. He'd just find the thornbird and slip away. I need to make a trip to the security department later, Su Hongwen said, shaking the lime green snake coiled around his wrist with a smile. I promised you'd get a good night's sleep, and I never break my word. Shi-Su handed the fruit shop owner 10 yuan. Is this enough? He grabbed imported strawberries, the big ones. At least 20. Oh, Shi-Su said, then pack me another bag, put it all together. Coming right up. Su Hongwen saw this and asked, what, buying them for me? Shi-Su handed over the fruit and pointed to his chest, hinting, hush money. Ha, using my money as hush money. You really know how to play people. Su Hongwen took the bag with disdain and slung it over his shoulder. Let's get this straight. I walk out of security department clean, no strings attached. If I get detained, then sorry, even a dying man needs someone to accompany him to the grave, let alone us. Su Hongwen wore a mischievous smirk, patted Chi-Su's chest, and turned to leave. Girls' dormitory. Yu Miao shoved Guling into the room, crossed her arms, and spoke bluntly. What exactly is Chi-Su's background? Spit it out. Guling answered without batting an eye. He said Auntie is our aunt. Ha! Yu Miao looked at Guling as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke, her gaze dripping with sarcasm. Oh really? Our aunt? So you're not some country bumpkin after all, but a pampered heiress even more privileged than me. Quite the actress, aren't you? I thought you were just some clueless country bumpkin, and I was being sentimental looking after you. Turns out you've been playing me all along. Yu Miao advanced step by step. You must have laughed at me in your heart many times, thinking I'm some gold-digging social climber who fawns over the rich and powerful, right? No. Guling placed the crow on the bed, then bent down to pick up the wash basin to freshen up. With a loud clang, the wash basin was violently knocked away by Yu Miao Miao. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a well of grievances swelling in her chest as she stubbornly held them back. She jabbed her finger at Gu Ling's shoulder, her words sharp and accusatory. You knew full well that Chisu was better than Yang Ming 100 times better. Yet you told me nothing. You watched me make a fool of myself in front of Chisu, letting him despise me, using me as mere foliage to highlight your own purity, your innocence, your lack of materialism. Yu Miao Miao grew angrier as she spoke, shoving Gu Ling violently against the wall and pinning her down with both hands. After all the help I gave you, worrying you'd be deceived, cheated out of money or worse, I was such a fool. To help someone like you, shut up. Yu Miao Miao raised her reddened eyes, using her fingers to wipe away the teardrops clinging to her lashes. Having composed herself, she gazed quietly at Gu Ling, her throat tight with emotion. Miss Gu, is this clown of mine to your satisfaction? Did you enjoy the show? Gu Ling said nothing, leaning forward to embrace Yu Miao Miao instead. Yu Miao Miao froze in astonishment, pushing at her somewhat helplessly, but to no avail. I know you mean well for me, Gu Ling said softly, but I'm really not some rich heiress. I was just adopted, my hometown is Yu Village in Q City, just a country girl. She gently stroked Yu Miao Miao's trembling back. I'm leaving tomorrow. If I'm lucky, I'll be back the day after. Then we can have a proper talk. If I don't make it back, please take care of Black Beak for me. I bought him for 500,000, the breeder said he's very smart, almost human-like. Don't you dare abandon him. With that, Gu Ling took out the card Chi Su had given her and solemnly placed it in Yu Miao Miao's palm. There's 500,000 inside. If it's not enough, ask Chi Su, he'll definitely give it to you. He's the easy mark, Gu Ling added jokingly. Yu Miao Miao froze. These words that sounded like entrusting an orphan made her heart race. Where are you going? Going back to my hometown for a visit. Your hometown is all mountains, what's there to see? Gu Ling forced a smile and shook her head, picking up the wash basin as she walked out of the dorm. Yu Miao Miao felt uneasy inside, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. After 2 days of torrential rain, the storm finally ceased. With the scorching sun overhead, military training resumed. The bearded instructor paced around the square formation. Seeing Chi Su nearly getting heatstroke, he suddenly barked an order. Dismissed. Instantly, cries of misery filled the air as students dragged their numb and aching legs to find shade. Yu Miao Miao's face was etched with hesitation, but after a moment, she mustered her courage and walked toward Chi Su. Just then, a figure stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Yang Ming frowned deeply. What's wrong with you? I called but you didn't answer, texted but got no reply. Are you playing hard to get with me? Get lost. Yu Miao Miao no longer held back, shoving Yang Ming aside as she walked around him. Stop right there. Yang Ming, frantic, grabbed Yu Miao Miao's ponytail only to have his family jewels meet her knee in the next instant. Fuck me. Yang Ming crumpled to the ground in agony, rolling back and forth while clutching his legs. Yu Miao Miao coldly dusted off her knees and strode away with swift steps. Chi Su. Yu Miao Miao saw Su Hongwen trying to follow and pushed him away with her hand. Get lost too. Well. Su Hongwen looked surprised, narrowing his eyes slightly. He'd already seen through everything. In terms of background, the mayor was nothing compared to Bai Bing. The class beauty had clearly switched targets. He immediately wrapped his arm around Chi Su's waist and said coyly, I'm his boyfriend. If you're trying to steal him away, forget it, he's not into your type. Get lost. Chi Su's scalp tingled with disgust as he viciously shook off the grip. Su Hongwen rolled uncontrollably for a full circle on the rubber track before scowling, getting up, and dusting off his pants. Truly biting the hand that feeds you, getting targeted by that kind of woman? Just wait for your fortune to drain. What's the matter? Chi Su asked. Yu Miao Miao nervously rubbed her palms together, speaking vaguely, about that thing before, it was me, she hemmed and hawed, unable to get the words out, and simply gave up, getting straight to business. Gu Ling is missing. She said she'd be back today, but I've tried contacting her and her phone's unreachable. Before she left, she said a bunch of really ominous things, left her bird for me to take care of. I'm kind of worried about her, could you help look for her? Chi Su fell silent. The senior only mentioned that Gu Ling had gone to the Ouyang family on a mission, but refused to say more when pressed further. He understood well that mission details were confidential, so he didn't press the senior for more information. Gu Ling's prolonged absence likely meant something had gone wrong. Chi Su said solemnly, I'll go find it right away. He ran to the bearded man to ask for leave, reporting, Su Hongwen, Yang Ming, and I have something to attend to this afternoon. Before he could finish, the bearded man waved his hands repeatedly. Go ahead. Not daring to delay for a moment, Chi Su grabbed Yang Ming and strode swiftly. I don't have a license, take us to your place. Hey, you. Yang Ming struggled but couldn't break free, forced to be dragged along. Yu Miao Miao suddenly hunched over when facing the bearded man, her face turning noticeably paler. She spoke weakly, Instructor, 7 days every month, you know how it is. My stomach hurts so bad, I really can't stand anymore. I need to rest. The bearded man knew Yu Miao Miao was faking, but since she invoked the 7 days every month excuse, he couldn't easily refuse. Alright, are you going with Chi-Su? Yang Ming was one thing, whether he lived or died didn't concern him, but Yu Miaomia was different. Not together. Yu Miaomia shook her head like a rattledrum after reading the room. I plan to nap in the dorm this afternoon. Fine, go ahead then. Thank you, instructor. Yu Miaomia staggered forward a few steps. Seeing that the bearded man wasn't paying attention, she broke into a run to catch up with Chi-Su. They even brought Yang Ming along. This meant the matter was related to him. Chi-Su must know something inside. Perhaps Guling had gone to the Ouyang residence. She was determined to find out what could be so mysteriously important that Guling had already prepared her last words. Got it. Yu Miaomia suddenly remembered something. She dashed back to the dormitory to find a rope, tied one end to the crow's claw and the other to her own wrist, then rushed out of the building straight toward the school gates. On the sports field, Wei Wei and Lu Yu exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously before going to ask their instructor for leave. Chapter 60, Undercover, Part 1. There were 6 people in the Rolls-Royce. Yang Ming, driving the luxury car, looked utterly exasperated. Why did you all tag along? Yu Miaomia, curious about what you're up to. Wei Wei, I'm curious about what the mayor's house looks like. Lu Yu, I'm curious about certain people's identities. Yang Ming laughed in exasperation. What a way to say curious, clearly they just want to go watch the drama unfold. He pulled a sour face, glancing sideways at Chi-Su in the passenger seat. You said Guling is at my place, is that true? Before anyone could respond, Yang Ming raised his voice. I just don't get it, what would Guling be doing at my place anyway? Trying to become my stepmom? Su Hongwen picked up the thread, teasing. Could be. So you'd better step on it, she's not bad looking, is she? Yang Ming curled his lip. If this really was about catching someone cheating, with so many people watching, embarrassment would be the least of their worries, their reputation would be at stake. You have to promise me, no matter what you see, you can't breathe a word of it to anyone, or I'll kill you. MHM. Yu Miaomia clutched the crow tightly, her eyes brimming with excitement. Chi-Su was sitting in front of her. Chi-Su, what kind of person is Chief Bai? Yu Miaomia made small talk to fill the silence. Yang Ming snorted dismissively. You actually believe Chief Bai is his aunt? I could just as easily claim the nation's richest man is my father. Anyone can say whatever they want. Chi-Su pondered for a moment. I don't know much about her. Bai Bing gave him more of a maternal impression. When the son had money, his mother said, you spend recklessly and can't save, give it to me. I'll save it for you. It'll be the down payment for your house and the betrothal gifts when you get married. Then, all of the Chi family's assets ended up in Bai Bing's pocket. The reasoning was similar, claiming he couldn't manage it and would squander it sooner or later, promising to hand it over once he completed his studies. Chi-Su didn't know if it was just a trick. In short, like all sons, he felt aggrieved but couldn't refute this flawless excuse, leaving him with pent-up frustration. After prolonged contemplation, Chi-Su said, she's got a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Ha, listen to that. Yang Ming snorted through his nose, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Sharp tongue but soft heart, that phrase could apply to anyone. In this world, aside from nightmare disciples, who doesn't have some kindness in their heart? If you don't know, then you don't know. Your disguise is already exposed, yet you're still pretending. Are you out of your mind? Shut up, Yu Miaomia said with displeasure. Doesn't free drinks for everyone prove everything? That was just his luck. Yang Ming refused to believe it. Yang Ming had met many children of officials and wealthy families. Whether someone was rich or a playboy, their aura was simply different. He glanced sideways at the rearview mirror. Yu Miaomia, you'll regret treating me like this one day. Don't come crying back to me then, I won't fall for it. Yu Miaomia couldn't be bothered to waste her breath and fell silent. After nearly 3 hours on the road, they finally arrived at a sprawling estate in the suburbs. As far as the eye could see, several villas stood at the edge of the vast grassland. The villa was designed in the style of a European Gothic castle, its spires piercing the sky. What ruined the overall atmosphere was the omnipresent surveillance, comprehensive and without blind spots. Wow, anyone would think a vampire lives here. Su Hongwen leaned out the window to take in the view, savoring the fragrance of the grass. Yang Ming chuckled triumphantly, his blue eyes narrowing slightly. My mother has Romanian ancestry, the very birthplace of vampires. Moreover, her family lineage spans 300 years, unquestionable nobility. Of course, my father's side isn't shabby either. My grandfather's grandfathers, tracing back generations, all officials. Su Hongwen, what's his name? Got any history books? Anyway, his surname's Ouyang. Look it up yourself. Yang Ming rarely read books, neither his father nor grandfather were readers, relying entirely on ancestral privilege. They were all terrible at naming too. Ouyang, such a dashing compound surname, yet followed by Ming of all things. Too mainstream, can't understand why dad and grandpa liked it so much, even making it a family heirloom passed down through generations. Both men and women are named Yang Ming, what a bunch of lunatics. Yang Ming grumbled inwardly for a moment before parking the car in the underground garage. Two servants dressed in black and white uniforms immediately approached. Young master. Yeah, take them for a tour. Where's my dad? Penthouse office. Yang Ming stepped out of the car and headed straight for the private elevator with practiced ease, pressing the up button. You all take the guest elevator. Two maids bowed toward the group. Please follow us. Chi-Su glanced at Yang Ming before following the maid's footsteps. Suddenly, the crow's black beak seemed to sense something and let out a startled cry. Its strong, full wings flapping vigorously, Yu Miao Miao almost lost her grip. Stop moving, stop moving. If it flew away, how would she explain it to Guling? Be good. Be a good little one. Yu Miao Miao directly pinched the bird's beak, tucked it into her clothes while holding it close, muttering under her breath. Let's go find your owner. Behave yourself, and I'll give you something tasty to eat later. The underground garage was chillingly cold. She edged closer to Chi-Su for a sense of security, her timid eyes darting around nervously, her heart in turmoil. Where are you, Guling? Inside the express elevator. Yang Ming stepped in, pressed the button for floor 5, then hit the close button. The elevator doors slowly slid shut. But just as the doors were about to close, they paused, then slowly opened again. Yang Ming lifted his eyelids, gazing at the empty garage. Luxury cars stood neatly aligned, with no human figures in sight. Yang Ming assumed the elevator was malfunctioning and pressed the close button again, tapping it rapidly several more times. This time, the elevator doors closed smoothly. Upon reaching the top floor, the office appeared as soon as the doors opened. Yang Ming stepped out slowly. Dad, I'm back. At this moment, the elevator was empty. It seemed to be stuck, the elevator doors refusing to close. After what felt like an eternity, the elevator returned to normal, its doors snapping shut with a sharp click. The next second, the number 1 lit up. The office was thick with smoke. The middle-aged man had an Asian face, with graying temples and a small black goatee dangling from his chin. He faced the window, a solid wooden pipe clenched between his teeth, puffing intermittently. Dad, Yang Ming called out respectfully. Without turning his head, the man exuded authority naturally. What are you doing back at this hour? At this time? What time? Yang Ming was puzzled. While searching for Guling's figure, he jokingly asked, Dad, you're not hiding some beauty in a golden house, are you? Mom would be furious if she found out. Her furious? The man suddenly flew into a rage, violently kicking over a chair. What right does she have to be furious? Don't you know what kind of person she is? Foreign countries have always been more liberal, especially among aristocratic families where bloodline purity is emphasized, hence the occasional improprieties between close relatives. That woman was always making eyes at her cousin, her gaze practically dripping with desire, as if he were blind. After her lover died in a car accident, she couldn't stay idle for a moment and hooked up with another one, only this new lover hasn't been caught yet. Shameless, utterly shameless, Mayor Ouyang shouted in a rage, smashing things indiscriminately. I truly regret marrying her. If I ever catch who her lover is, I'll skin him alive. Yang Ming shuddered, his hair standing on end. It was the first time Dad had ever broken down in front of him, completely shattered. Mom's behavior was indeed a bit too enthusiastic, but after 40, men just can't keep up, while women hit their prime, ravenous and insatiable. Dad couldn't handle it. Logically speaking, if Dad couldn't perform, Mom could have easily kept a toy boy or two for fun. But at this moment, speaking up for either side would be inappropriate. Yang Ming said resentfully, Dad, my classmates are here too. I need to keep an eye on them to make sure nothing goes missing. I'll take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, the man let out a heavy nasal breath and uttered words that left him utterly bewildered. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Stay put at home until this matter is settled. Mayor Ouyang spoke while taking out heart-protecting pills to take. Also, we have some guests at home, all my subordinates. Have fun, but don't lose your composure and make a spectacle of yourselves. Yang Ming couldn't help asking, what needs to be handled? Mayor Ouyang fell silent. A few days ago, I received a death notice. The nightmare disciple was targeting the Ouyang family. He then summoned his subordinates for a meeting here, assigning confidential tasks and, incidentally, searching for that slut's new lover. In the end, nothing was found. After the meeting, the first official to step outside dropped dead on the spot, his head twisted 360 degrees. From then on, no one dared to set foot outside the castle again. The security department sent a female chosen one to handle it, but she was defeated the same day, with no survivors left in the investigation team. The security department claimed they'd send a high-ranking chosen one as soon as they finished their current tasks, but there's no definite timeline. Trapped here, each day feels like a year, with no idea when the crisis will strike. Mayor Ouyang, afraid of frightening his son, chose to remain silent and simply waved his hand. Yang Ming had no choice but to shut his mouth and leave through the room's main door, intending to find his mother to discuss and clarify the family situation. Chapter 61, Lurking, Part 2. Just as Yang Ming was about to reach the bedroom, he bumped into someone emerging from the room, who hurriedly disappeared around the corner. Since it was only a retreating figure, he couldn't tell who it was, but the camouflage uniform was quite conspicuous. Yang Ming suppressed his anger and kicked open the bedroom door. The woman inside jumped in fright. She had golden blonde hair, a petite nose and mouth, fair skin, and blue eyes that betrayed a hint of panic. Around her neck was a ring of bluish-purple bruises, evidence of past violent abuse. When she saw who it was, the woman relaxed and turned back to the dressing table mirror, continuing to apply makeup to cover the bruises on her neck. "Since when do you enter without knocking? Do I still need to knock?" Yang Ming retorted. He stepped forward and grabbed Lillian's hand, his voice dripping with jealousy. "Why can't you stop seducing men? Are you that desperate? Who was that man just now? How old is your little lover? Has he even grown pubic hair yet?" Lillian's face darkened instantly. "What nonsense are you talking? Get out." Yang Ming didn't budge an inch, raising his arm to embrace Lillian while speaking gentle words. "You've made my dad sick with anger. You know how conservative he is, and at his age with a weak heart, why do you always provoke him? There are so many people in the house, outsiders too. For the sake of the family's dignity, can't you just behave for once? I understand you. Women at your age have needs. If you really can't hold back, we can handle it privately. It's not like I'm dead." As he spoke, Yang Ming embraced Lillian, playfully blowing into her ear while inhaling the lingering fragrance in her hair. He murmured, "I've missed you so much." Lillian pushed with all her might, her face twisted in disgust. "Get lost." Yang Ming's brows furrowed sharply as he swung his hand, delivering a stinging slap that left Lillian stunned. "You cheap slut. Forgotten how you seduced me before? After sleeping with me, you went straight to your cousin. Think I didn't know? Now you're pretending to be some chaste saint." Lillian sprang to her feet and slapped him back hard. "How dare you mention my cousin? Yang Ming, look me in the eyes and answer truthfully, did you kill him?" The pain sent Yang Ming's temper flaring, and he admitted bluntly, yes. He suddenly grabbed Lillian by the throat, his face contorted with fury. "Tell me, who was that little lover boy just now?" Lillian's face flushed crimson as she desperately clawed at the fingers squeezing her throat, unable to force out a single word. Yang Ming grabbed her long hair and flung her to the ground, pinning her flailing arms with all his strength, veins bulging at his temples. "Talk! Who's your little lover? Talk! I told you, there isn't one. There isn't." Lillian shrieked hysterically, her voice raw. "I never had a lover. I was raped. The day before yesterday, she drank a glass of red wine intending to sleep, but unexpectedly, she fell unconscious. The next morning, she woke up disheveled, with obvious tearing injuries in that area, and the pain was so severe she called the family doctor. The doctor couldn't keep his mouth shut, and soon everyone knew about it. No matter how she explained, her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband refused to believe her. As for that little adulterer, it was even more laughable. The only one she wasn't wronged about was her cousin. The two indeed shared deep affection. "Even now, you're still covering up for your lover." Yang Ming's gaze turned colder. No longer restraining his strength, he delivered a brutal slap that sent Lillian into immediate unconsciousness. Then, he tore his clothes apart. Outside the door, Su Hongwen pricked up his ears, his eyes wide open. Good heavens, good heavens! The room was soundproofed, so the muffled sounds coming through weren't very clear, but he did understand some of the words. Yang Ming, what a scumbag! Su Hongwen tiptoed back a few steps, pondering whether to tell Chi Su about this matter and share some juicy gossip together. Wait, this is leverage. A leverage to extort a lot of money. Su Hongwen had an extremely strong possessive instinct, especially when it came to money in others' pockets. He made up his mind, keep it secret. Then he quickly ran down the stairs. The first floor was engulfed in thick, choking smoke that refused to dissipate. Ritual candle stands lined the walls, their chanting filling the air with a droning hum. A gaunt charlatan in Taoist robes shook a bell while performing an ecstatic dance, occasionally scattering handfuls of glutinous rice. Su Hongwen waved away the dense smoke before him and strode straight toward Chi Su. What have you found out? Chi Su pointed at the charlatan. The maid said this is the chosen one the mayor hired from a gig website, costing 80 million. Not long ago, the family of a top-tier expert who'd surpassed 10,000 points was brutally massacred, with death threats pointing directly at the Ouyang family. Then Gulin vanished after a failed attempt, so while waiting for security personnel to arrive, the mayor hired someone online instead. Su Hongwen scoffed. The chosen one? Him? Never judge a book by its cover. Though saying so, Chi Su stared for a long time without figuring out what this so-called chosen one was actually doing. But one thing he figured out: Guling was safe for now. The deaths of the investigation team members all occurred right before everyone's eyes. In the time it took to eat dinner, all 12 members mysteriously dropped dead. Yet Guling's whereabouts remained unknown. Alive, I want to see the person. Dead, I want to see the body. Before seeing the corpse, Chi Su was convinced she was still alive. Chapter 62, Infiltration, Part 3. Yang Ming left his mother's bedroom and hurried toward his own room. Bang! He slammed the door shut with a heavy thud, locking it before sliding weakly to the floor, his back pressed against the door. The chosen one described by my mother, height, weight, and appearance, matched Guling perfectly. The chosen one had fallen. There was still a nightmare disciple with over 10,000 points hiding in the house. Yang Ming buried his head dejectedly between his knees, yet his thoughts became startlingly clear at this moment. Guling shared an unusually close relationship with Chi Su and Su Hongwen. On the first day of military training, the three of them were pulling and tugging at each other. It didn't look like their first meeting at all. If Guling was the chosen one, then were the other two teammates? Yang Ming already had the answer in his heart. They clearly weren't in a superior-subordinate relationship. They were equals. Yet he still couldn't believe it, refused to admit it, and was even more unwilling to face reality. Yang Ming hung his head, breathing heavily, his face twisted in agony as memories cycled endlessly through his mind. Ring the bell? How dare your worthless hide think it's worth ringing the bell? People don't call him that because he's rich. It's about status and prestige. He commands the whole damn room. Who the hell do you think you are? Stop fucking pretending. Get the hell out of here. Yang Ming couldn't take it anymore. He slapped himself hard across the face several times until blood gushed from his nose. He had personally severed all ties of friendship, cutting off his only lifeline. Chi Su would never save him now. Yang Ming wiped away the tears welling up in his eyes, took off his camouflage jacket to cover his nose, and slumped in low spirits. Since childhood, he had held an almost obsessive admiration for the chosen ones. Powerful, responsible, fearless, kind-hearted. While others were obsessed with the Homelanders and Nightwalkers, he alone adored the saint. As for the reason, it's simple. If he ever fell into misfortune, only the chosen saint would save him and could save him. Moreover, she would protect him desperately, asking nothing in return. He once paid to hire someone on a website, hoping to befriend the chosen, but all who came were frauds. Now I've encountered three at once. It's a chance given by heaven. But, Yang Ming suddenly laughed, yet tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He was both crying and laughing, overwhelmed with bitter regret. What's done is done. It's too late for words now. At this moment, Yang Ming hid in his room, too terrified to step outside. Even standing up felt like an impossible task, his body trembling uncontrollably as despair gnawed at him. Knock, 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 the door rattled. Young master, young master. Yang Ming froze. Young master, it's Xiao Mei. Hearing this, Yang Ming thought of that stunningly beautiful woman and shakily rose to his feet while leaning against the wall. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door as if nothing had happened, his voice hoarse. What is it? Young master, what's wrong? You're bleeding from your nose? It's just internal heat, nothing serious. The maid nodded gently and said, the master is calling you for dinner, to introduce your classmate. I'll go in a moment. Alright, The maid's eyes darted about, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare out of fear. After a moment, she muttered, the mistress is dead. Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat as he stammered, how did she die? The maid bit her rosy lower lip and remained silent for a long while. Seeing this, Yang Ming immediately transferred 20,000 yuan. Young master, it's not about the money. Xiao Mei looked around cautiously. Seeing no one in the corridor, she covered her mouth and whispered, the mistress had an affair before, and it took a serious toll on her health. Then the master beat her badly. She's been in poor spirits ever since. Today the mistress had another affair. After the lover finished, he just left without a care. The mistress lost too much blood and went into shock, but no one knew, so she died. Yang Ming felt as if struck by lightning, his mind completely blank. Young master, please don't tell anyone I told you this. Family scandals shouldn't be made public. The master plans to pin it on the nightmare disciple. You must keep this quiet. With that, the maid bowed and turned to leave. Yang Ming staggered a few steps, his vision spinning until he could see nothing clearly. His head pitched forward as he collapsed into unconsciousness. The restaurant was set up on the third floor, shielding everyone from the choking smoke on the first floor. A long mahogany table was laid with simple Western fare. Steak tartare, chopped raw beef topped with a raw egg yolk, served with toasted bread. The charlatan Taoist priest, dressed in bright yellow robes, sat hunched beside the head seat right next to Mayor Ouyang. On the other side of the main seat sat his 8-year-old apprentice, highlighting the esteemed status of the two. Following in order were the minor officials, numbering 18 in total. Chi Su and the others were seated far from Mayor Ouyang, quietly awaiting Yang Ming. Apart from Su Hongwen, who was eating ravenously with no manners, everyone else remained silent and motionless, staring at the steak tartare on the table. You're not eating? If you don't, I will, Su Hongwen said as he picked up Chi Su's plate. Put it down. I never said I wasn't eating. Su Hongwen, having eaten and drunk his fill, wiped his mouth with a napkin and began shaking his leg impatiently. Yu Miao Miao pinched a piece of raw beef to feed the black beak, muttering under her breath, what's Yang Ming doing? So slow. Inviting guests over and not preparing any Chinese dishes. How are we supposed to eat this? Suddenly, the beef on her fingertips twitched and trembled a few times, oozing thin streaks of blood. Ugh! Yu Miao Miao grimaced and tossed it aside, placing the crow on the table to let it peck at the meat itself. This was a normal phenomenon, indicating the beef was fresh and freshly sliced. But she couldn't stomach raw food, it made her nauseous. At this moment, Yang Ming walked over slowly, dressed in a suit. He looked distracted, his complexion rather unpleasant. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Mayor Yang announced, "Let's eat." Yang Ming pulled Wei Wei, who was beside Chi Su, and sat down without a word, simply stuffing cash into Chi Su's pocket incessantly. Chi Su was utterly confused, but didn't stop them either. Who doesn't like money? Su Hongwen stared at the Taoist priest and asked, "What's the use of the incense you're burning? Exorcising ghosts? Summoning deities?" The Taoist priest was in his 50s, with meticulously groomed eyebrows that were slender and elegant, but the facial features weren't quite as attractive: small eyes, a bulbous nose, and thick lips. He chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained with black marks. In this old man's opinion, this is the work of a stealth Yantu. Though invisible it may be, there are other ways to make it reveal itself. Chi Su paused mid-motion while picking up a slice of beef, suddenly recalling the words Hua Linglong had once spoken. The invisible Yantu specifically targets households, usually playing a game with them. Hide and seek, the moment you spot it is the moment you die. The Taoist priest said, "When this smoke starts burning, not only will it irritate its nose, but the smoke will also help us locate its position. If it appears, there will inevitably be a clear space within the smoke, and the direction of the fog will shift accordingly. Tomorrow I'll search the second floor, working my way up level by level. I'll definitely dig it out, and when that happens, it'll be a bloody battle, a fight for survival where 9 out of 10 perish." The Taoist priest drew out his final words to emphasize the danger of this job. The mayor's 80 million wasn't spent in vain. Su Hongwen pressed further, "Then which branch of the chosen are you from?" "Young man, that's private information. This old man must beg your pardon for not disclosing it. As long as I resolve the issue properly, what does the specific ability matter?" The Taoist priest chuckled and shook his head. Mayor Ouyang lifted his eyelids and glanced at Su Hongwen. "Xiaoming, introduce them." Ouyang Ming put down his knife and fork. "They're just my classmates, nothing worth introducing." There was a nightwalker in the house, even Guling had fallen prey. He couldn't expose Chi Su and Su Hongwen along with him. What kind of attitude is that? The mayor's face darkened. "Introduce them." Ouyang Ming pressed his lips together stubbornly, refusing to speak. Suddenly, "What the hell is this? Tastes like garbage." An angry shout came from a room nearby. "Damn it! A bunch of snobs looking down on people. Think the Ouyang family is easy to push around? That Z City Mountain View villa was handled in just 2 days. Yet when it comes to my Ouyang family, suddenly it can't be resolved." Ouyang Ming whispered to Chi Su, "My grandfather usually eats in his room, someone delivers his meals. He's notoriously bad-tempered, so just ignore him and focus on your own meal." Chi Su responded with a soft Getting angry was one thing, but what truly baffled him was Ouyang Ming's attitude. "Have you been possessed? Don't talk nonsense." Ouyang Ming furrowed his brows. This was no time for casual jokes. What if they actually mistook him for a Yantu and killed him? Ouyang Ming rubbed his nose awkwardly and muttered suggestively, "I know your secret with Su Hongwen. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Chi Su understood. The other party was trying to get him to let bygones be bygones and save their life at this critical moment. But the problem was, even the ancient spirits had failed. He wasn't confident. Tonight." Ouyang Ming stammered, his eyes darting around uncertainly. "Let's share a room and talk." "Sure thing." Chi Su readily agreed, as he happened to have something he needed Ouyang Ming's help with too. Giggle, giggle. Following the strange sound, Chi Su looked up and saw the chubby-faced minor official across from him burying his head in swallowing motions. What he was swallowing wasn't beef, it was knives. The broken blade was lodged diagonally between his teeth, blood gushing forth in torrents. Huff, huff. The official could only produce a wheezing, air-leaking sound from his throat, bloody froth trickling down the corners of his mouth. His face had swollen to a liver-red hue. Though he desperately tried to lift his head, an invisible force pressed down relentlessly. The knife's sharp edge kept burrowing deeper into his gums, shredding the once pink flesh into ragged, pulpy strands. Seeing this scene, everyone hastily backed away from the table, staring in horror at what was happening. The fat official's eyes rolled back until only the whites were visible as the blade suddenly slid deeper into his throat, forming a grotesque bulge in his neck. "Ah!" Yu Miao Miao screamed, grabbing the black beak and fleeing. Chaos erupted as the panicked crowd scattered in all directions, each seeking their own hiding place. Calm down, calm down." Mayor Ouyang struggled to maintain order, pounding the service bell beside him heavily. Servants swarmed in, guiding everyone to their rooms to rest. "Xiaoming, come here." The mayor's tone was grave. Ouyang Ming was so flustered that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He watched Chi Su walking further away, then resentfully turned toward his father. The mayor whispered, "You know what your grandfather usually eats." He glanced at the minor officials. there are quite a few people who share your grandfather's tastes. Now that we can't go out, we'll have to select from within. Yang Ming's heart trembled, his face turning several shades paler. The mayor leaned slightly forward, grasping Yang Ming's shoulders with a tone full of helplessness. Xiao Ming, there are some things even your father can't handle. Can you help share this burden? Yang Ming was dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. The mayor whispered into Yang Ming's ear, giving quiet instructions. They must be young, preferably strong and robust, with firm flesh. If there's any classmate you don't like, just send them to your grandpa. Be good, now go. Chapter 63, Undercover, Part 4. Wei Wei ran down to the first floor alone, where blue smoke swirled and candlelight flickered. Like a headless fly, he crashed about wildly, desperately yanking at the door handle. Finding it wouldn't open, he turned to kick other doors. But his strength was insufficient, several doors remained unyielding to his kicks. In desperation, he grabbed a vase and hurled it into the distance, terrified some horrifying creature might be approaching. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed through the corridor. Wei Wei, drenched in sweat, looked up and immediately relaxed, forcing out a strained but polite smile. Before he could speak, Yang Ming drew a gleaming axe and charged forward with a ferocious expression. Aha! Wei Wei's scalp prickled with terror as he screamed and scrambled about wildly, clutching his head. The axe blade whistled through the air before embedding itself deep into Wei Wei's forearm with deadly precision. Fuck! Wei Wei yanked it out in pain, tossed aside the cumbersome axe, and took off running. Help! Help me! Murder! Help! Yang Ming picked up the axe and pursued relentlessly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Wei Wei glanced back, and his adrenaline surged instantly, numbing almost all sense of pain. He fled for his life with his barely connected right arm, when suddenly *rip*, half the limb tore off by his own inadvertent motion. Wei Wei didn't hesitate and swung backward with all his might. Ahead, the door that had previously resisted all his kicks now stood wide open. Wei Wei immediately dashed inside, turning around to press his full weight against the heavy wooden door. Bang! Bang! Yang Ming delivered powerful kicks and hacked wildly with his axe. Wei Wei's eyes were blurred with tears as despair took hold. Help! Is anyone there? Blood from his severed arm gradually soaked through the camouflage uniform, and excessive blood loss began clouding his consciousness. Help! Help! After what felt like an eternity, the pounding on the door grew fainter, and the footsteps faded into the distance. Wei Wei collapsed weakly to the ground, his vision blurring. In his dazed state, he heard a familiar voice. Open your mouth. Wei Wei weakly parted his lips as something round was slipped inside. Tendrils of flesh sprouted from the severed limb, rapidly intertwining to form a new arm. Wei Wei's eyes widened slowly, filled with disbelief. Countless questions flooded his mind in an instant, yet he didn't know which to ask first. After a long silence, Guling, where are you? I can't see you. Come down first, keep your voice low. Wei Wei struggled to stand up. Though his arm had healed, his body hadn't recovered from the excessive blood loss. His face was as pale as paper as he pulled out his phone for light. Only then did he discover a descending staircase inside the room. It seemed to be a wine cellar, an underground space storing red wine. He steadied himself against the wall as he descended the stairs slowly, sweeping the beam of light left and right. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the wall, written in red wine. I am the chosen one. Stay hidden here and don't go out. Don't respond to anyone except Chi Su. Don't even trust Su Hongwen. Guling stood beside Wei Wei with a solemn expression. The healing pills were given to her by the boss on the day she joined the security department, 3 in total, usable only on the living. With the entire investigation team wiped out, she was truly powerless, nearly losing her own life in the process. The invisibility ability far exceeded her expectations. It conceals not just its body, but also its supernatural abilities. Breaking through 10,000 points, a qualitative leap, just as expected. Fortunately, with perception, we managed to seize a slim chance of survival. Guling let out a sigh. She still doesn't even know where the Nightwalker is, having to rely on the charlatan's folk remedies. If found, then it's up to whether so many chosen ones working together can escape alive. Her fingertips stained with red wine, she continued writing. I'm going to find you, Meow Meow. I've stored some food in the wine cellar. Wait patiently. If I can leave, I'll come back for you. Whatever you do, don't wander off. Wei Wei nodded heavily. At the same time, Yang Ming avoided Chi Su, who was following the scent, and quietly slipped into the elevator, ascending to the 5th floor office. Chapter 64, Undercover, 5. Chi Su followed the scent of blood to the 1st floor and picked up the severed arm. The arm still had half a camouflage sleeve on it, and judging by the clean break, it had been severed by a sharp weapon. Was the attacker human? He wasn't sure. After all, we couldn't rule out the possibility that the nightmare disciple might have grown blades or swords after transforming into a monster. Judging by the thickness of the severed arm, it belonged to a male. Wei Wei, or Lu Yu. Their skin tones were quite similar, both had a pale yellowish hue. Chi Su glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then swiftly swallowed the severed arm. The small plate of raw beef at dinner had left him unsatisfied. No way was he letting Su Hongwon have the advantage. That bastard must have caught the scent too, though he didn't dare come downstairs. He wiped his mouth vigorously and followed the trail of blood all the way to the basement door. His hand hovered, resisting the urge to push it open. He feared what awaited behind that door, perhaps a nightwalker feasting on his classmates. Pushing through would only make him desert. Shisu took a few steps back lightly. Don't act rashly, absolutely must not act rashly. His ghost power value was the lowest among the three of them. Every move had to be weighed carefully. Shisu tilted his head back to scan the surroundings, his gaze piercing through the thick smoke to fatally spot a surveillance camera in the ceiling corner, then turned and dashed upstairs. He wanted to review the surveillance footage, pulling up all the recordings from the past few days to thoroughly understand the situation before making any plans. For this matter, he needed Yang Ming's help. Arriving on the third floor, Su Hongwon leaned against the railing, his eyes filled with questioning intent. Shisu ignored him and headed up to the fourth floor. Su Hongwon immediately grabbed him. What's happening downstairs? No idea. Go check it out yourself. I'm not going. Tell me. Shisu was speechless for a moment before saying, seems like your sugar daddy's life is gone. Shouldn't you go check on him? Su Hongwon couldn't help but laugh. My own life is almost gone. Who's going to protect me? The only reason he had followed was to ask the nightmare disciple about the thornbird. Now, not only was there no chance to meet face to face, but the other side was indiscriminately slaughtering everyone, friend or foe, which left him feeling uneasy. Tonight we'll share a room, but I'll set 3 rules. I promise not to lay a hand on you. Su Hongwon raised his hand to swear to heaven, his voice resolute and forceful. Shisu lowered his gaze to stare at his own wrist. The bamboo green viper was puffing its cheeks while gnawing, venom relentlessly seeping into his flesh. He slowly lifted his arm and said calmly, your girlfriend bit me. What does Qingning biting you have to do with me? Su Hongwon pulled the little snake back into his pocket, reiterating, I absolutely won't lift a hand. Idiot. Shisu neutralized the poison and turned to leave. Arriving on the 5th floor, the maid Xiaomei had already been waiting for a long time. She led Shisu into Yang Ming's bedroom and said politely, the young master has matters to discuss with the master and will be here shortly. All right. Shisu ignored Su Hongwon trailing behind him as he surveyed the entirely white room. The chairs, tables, beds, even the toys, were all white, devoid of any color. Does your young master have OCD? Shisu asked. No, just a personal preference. He likes white. Xiaomei picked up the camouflage jacket she had casually thrown on the floor, folding the bloodstained parts inward. Su Hongwon raised an eyebrow and snatched the garment to unfold it. How did this happen? Young master had excessive internal heat, got a nosebleed, Xiaomei answered truthfully. Is that so? Su Hongwon tossed back the camouflage jacket with a mocking laugh, hinting at something. I heard your wife died. In truth, he hadn't just heard about it, he'd seen the servants moving the corpse. At the time, he'd been on his way to extort Yang Ming, who also lived on the 5th floor. Xiaomei didn't understand why Su Hongwon had brought this up out of nowhere. Yes, my wife passed away. Why do you ask? It's alright, you can go about your business. Wait, Shisu stopped Xiaomei. Do you have access to view the castle's surveillance footage? Xiaomei shook her head apologetically. How could such a thing be casually viewed? It involves the privacy of the master's household. Whether it's the master or the mayor, whether it's the cops or the chosen ones, if the mayor doesn't want you to see, then you can't see. Xiaomei bowed slightly and left, gently closing the door behind her. Su Hongwon couldn't wait to share the news. Yang Ming killed his own mother. As he said this, he transformed into a seasoned gossipmonger, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Shisu was taken aback. Him? During these past few days of interacting with Yang Ming, it became clear that this man truly had violent tendencies, arrogant and domineering by nature. When it came to beating someone, even half to death, Shisu could believe it. But murder, and his own mother at that, surely not. Su Hongwon spoke with absolute certainty, pointing alternately at their camouflage uniforms. No blood on your clothes, no blood on mine. But blood on his, doesn't that prove it? No, Shisu retorted decisively. This couldn't possibly serve as evidence. If Su Hongwon were made a judge, who knows how many innocent people would be wrongfully condemned. Seeing this, Su Hongwon simply laid out all the details about Yang Ming and his mother in crude, blunt terms. Damn it. Alright, get out now. Shisu couldn't take it anymore and pushed Su Hongwon toward the door. If you've got nothing better to do, go check whether Wei Wei or Lu Yu is the one who's gone missing. I'm telling the truth. Su Hongwon pressed against the door, his face flushed with urgency. They're really having an affair. I heard it with my own ears. You said you heard it with your own ears, not saw it with your own eyes. Get out. I won't go. Su Hongwon lunged onto the bed, fingers digging into the edge as he stubbornly refused to budge. Guling has already fallen. If we keep fighting each other, none of us will make it home alive. Don't you see? This is a trap. Hearing this, Shisu snorted through his nose. He dragged the single sofa to the bedside and sat down, staring at Su Hongwon. The Ouyang family was indeed a trap, set by the nightmare disciple. Shisu, all the officials here are just bait, used to lure the chosen ones from the security department. In other words, the Nightmare Disciples' real target isn't the Ouyang family, but the chosen ones. Su Hongwen snapped his fingers, his eyes gleaming with approval. Devouring ordinary humans provides pitifully few ghost points. Slaughtering 10,000 might barely yield 1,000. But consuming chosen ones? That's a different story. How many points did you get? Shisu curled the corner of his lips, remaining silent. None of that matters anyway, it's still far more than devouring humans, Su Hongwen said, giving himself an out. As long as the bait remains, the security department will keep sending chosen ones for rescue missions. And Mayor Ouyang will continue hiring freelancers from the website. The chosen ones have become like the Calabash brothers, delivering themselves one by one to save Grandpa Mayor. Su Hongwen changed the subject and asked, what do you think the ghost power level of the invisible Yantu is? Guling's was over 6,000, so this one must be higher. Shisu took out his phone to contact Mu Pingyang. Su Hongwen and I are at the Ouyang residence. After half an hour of being lectured, he hung up the phone, utterly lifeless. Break 10,000. Looking back now, Guling had been about to make her escape before asking him that question. He'd blabbered on and on, practically pushing people toward their deaths. Shisu gloomily covered his forehead. If anything happened to Guling, he would be held accountable. At that moment, the window was pushed open, and Su Hongwen swung one leg outside. Shisu, what are you doing? Su Hongwen, isn't it obvious? Run for it. He knew Guling had taken on a tough mission, but never imagined it'd be this tough. Thought it'd be 7 or 8,000 at most, still within newbie territory where fighting hard could give you a sliver of hope. Over 10,000 points, same league as Bai Bing. They actually sent Guling for this. Screw this, I'm done, going home. Su Hongwen crouched to jump from the 5th floor when Shisu spoke leisurely. You can leave, but I should warn you, there's absolutely no escape. Why do you think everyone's holed up in this castle? No space, no territory. If we could leave, would we really stay here playing mahjong? Su Hongwen immediately jumped back inside, shut the window, and flopped onto the bed, grumbling, then tell me, what should we do? He immediately shifted the blame. It's all your fault for dragging me here. Shisu sneered, if you really didn't want to come, could I have forced you? Su Hongwen fell silent, burying his head in the pillow. You just wanted to ask the Nightwalker about the Thornbird, didn't you? Shisu saw right through him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Go on, tell it, I'm joining too, Guling's joining, we're all joining. Let us go home, and see if it gives a damn about you. Su Hongwen clenched his fists silently. Shisu couldn't be bothered to argue with Su Hongwen any longer and got straight to business. What ability did you expose at the security department? Shape-shifting. Did you measure your ghost power? We need it recorded. What was the reading? After a long pause, Su Hongwen finally replied, including the 1,000 absorbed from forced head contact, it's over 7,000 total. The chosen one guarding me had ghost power exceeding 30,000. My illusions were completely useless against him, I couldn't hide it all. Hearing this, Shisu's face remained expressionless. He clasped his hands behind his back, fingertips trembling uncontrollably, yet his voice stayed steady as he asked, and then, didn't they question where the extra 6,000 came from? 7,000 plus. He's only 4,000 plus. Nope. Su Hongwen grinned smugly, basking in his triumph. Isn't hiding one's true strength perfectly normal? As long as I don't feed on humans from now on. Good buddy, I've told you my ghost power level, fair's fair, you should tell me yours too. Su Hongwen swore to the heavens again, resolute, no matter how many points you have, I won't lay a finger on you. Shisu replied without changing his expression, I'm the same as you. The security department periodically conducts ghost power level tests. His recorded level in the security department's files was 3,216 points. Shao Qi served as a witness, confirming he had absorbed the power in another world without harming any innocents. Later, he plundered the trash can, his ghost power value reaching 4473. It wouldn't be long before he was recalled to headquarters to update his file, which was publicly accessible among the chosen ones at headquarters. Though it was public, there existed an information gap. Shisu didn't hope to deceive Su Hongwen. He intended to use this information gap to make Su Hongwen wary. At this moment, Su Hongwen stood up with a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, slowly stepping toward Shisu. The light in the room dimmed slightly, as if shrouded by dark clouds. He leaned down, staring into Chisu's eyes. More than 7,000, right? Exactly. Don't believe me? Try it yourself. Shisu remained composed and unruffled. Life is like a drama, all depends on acting. Big bro, bless me. Su Hongwen straightened up and folded his arms, pondering quietly. A trip to the security department revealed that Chisu's publicly listed ghost power value was 3,216 points, but how many days ago was that data recorded? From what he knew alone, the trash bin counted as 1, and Chisu had to be at least 4000 plus. Not to mention the plundering, stealing stealthily around the clock, who knows how much has been taken by now. Su Hongwen pondered for a moment, then questioned pointedly, since you've gained the power to rival me, Why haven't you plundered me to avenge your elder brother? Shisu had tried, but failed. What to do? What to do? I can't keep covering this up. That bastard's drool was practically dripping onto him. Shisu raised his head expressionlessly. Do you watch TV dramas? Su Hongwen was puzzled. Yeah, I do. Shisu said with utmost seriousness. TV dramas always show how the male and female leads often have deep-seated blood feuds, yet they still end up falling in love. You mean, I've fallen in love with you? Fuck. Su Hongwen twitched his lips, decisively restrained Shisu, tore open his own mouth without the slightest hesitation, and immediately prepared to crush the skull with his bite. A nightmare fiend exceeding 10,000 points. Shisu roared in warning. I'll eat you, and I'll definitely break 10,000. A hidden nightwalker is just small fry. In desperation, Shisu started reciting pi, spitting out dozens of digits in a row. Su Hongwen paused. Where did you learn that? The orphanage taught me. You're an orphan too, right? We might have lived in the same one before. Shisu tried to play the sympathy card. Su Hongwen closed his mouth and pondered. I stayed at Blue Sky Orphanage. What about you? Me too, Shisu replied with unusual seriousness. The orphanage he stayed at as a child was indeed called Blue Sky Orphanage. Su Hongwen suddenly laughed, his eyes brimming with mischief, enunciating each word deliberately. I was kidding, I never lived in an orphanage. Damn it, I'll explode with you. Shisu's eyes burned crimson, dark veins suddenly snaking across his face as overlapping black scales emerged on his neck. Two small horns even protruded from his forehead. Alright. Su Hongwen surrendered. He still didn't know Shisu's ghost power level at this moment. One thing is certain, it must be lower than his. But since we're all in the beginner's village, what if there's actually a chance to fight? Su Hongwen doesn't fight battles he's unsure of, he doesn't want to gamble on probabilities. The safest approach is to first break the 10,000 point mark himself, then the success rate of devouring would be 100%. He released his control and broke into a smile. Scared you, didn't I? Just kidding. Shisu stared coldly, his gaze practically freezing enough to kill. Su Hongwen retreated a few steps resentfully, opened the door, and left the bedroom to head towards Lu Yu's room. Chapter 65, Lurking, Part 6. Knock, knock, knock. The dull knocking echoed through the silent corridor. Lu Yu paused with the water glass in his hand, walked to the door, and peered cautiously through the peephole for a moment. Recognizing the visitor, he opened the door politely and said, It's quite late, may I ask what brings you here? Ouyang Ming stood there in a brand new suit, hands clasped behind his back, the cold glint of a fire axe reflecting ominously in his grip. Your father is the Secretary General, right? Mine would like to meet you, would that be convenient? Lu Yu said honestly, if it's about official business, I don't know much, so... Before he could finish speaking, the coldness in Ouyang Ming's eyes suddenly erupted. He raised his arm, and the fire axe whistled through the air as it viciously chopped down toward Lu Yu's shoulder. Thud! The sound of bone and flesh splitting apart exploded, instantly dyeing Lu Yu's camouflage uniform crimson with blood. The excruciating pain plunged his vision into darkness, his right arm bent at an unnatural angle. His mind turned to chaos as his body went limp, collapsing backward. Ouyang Ming gripped Lu Yu's collar with deadly force, bending down to hack at his legs once, then again. Blood snaked along the grooves of the floorboards, glistening thick and crimson under the moonlight. Once Lu Yu fell unconscious, Ouyang Ming, panting heavily, dropped the axe. To ensure freshness, he wasted no time dragging the body toward the elevator, pressing the button for the third floor. Wah! Yu Miao Miao jolted awake. A black beak flapped its wings against Yu Miao Miao's cheeks, striking with a stinging pain. Wah! Yu Miao Miao murmured sleepily as she sat up, hugging the crow. What's wrong with you? You were fine before. But ever since we came here you've been causing trouble. The black beak broke free from her grasp and flew to stop at the bedroom door, indicating something was happening outside. Seeing this, Yu Miao Miao reluctantly got up. She dragged her feet slowly toward the peephole, pulling back sharply just as her eye was about to press against it. No, this is exactly how so many cannon fodder characters die in horror movies. The moment an eye presses against the peephole, a sharp awl stabs right through. Yu Miao Miao doubled back to the bed, grabbed her phone, turned on the rear camera, and zoomed in on the peephole, holding her breath in tense silence. The corridor was brightly lit, empty, with nothing in sight. She exchanged a glance with the black beak, her face full of bewilderment. The black beak, frantic, managed to speak, reciting everything it had ever learned. Well, come. Holy shit! Yu Miao Miao gasped, covering her mouth, then lightly tapped her lips. A lady mustn't swear, a lady mustn't swear. After a long silence, she decided to trust the crow. For 500,000, they must have extraordinary skills. Yu Miao Miao cracked the door open slightly, and a faint metallic scent of blood instantly flooded her nostrils. Her heart skipped a beat as she stumbled backward in stunned silence. Then, grabbing the decorative iron candlestick beside her, she stepped through the doorway and cautiously followed the guidance of the black beak. Someone was in trouble. Who was it? Gulin? Chi Xiu? Gulin was the chosen one. She'd confirmed with the maid that the investigation team wasn't a secret. Su knew the inside story, while Su Hongwen showed disdain for the Taoist priest, indicating that both were involved. Gulin's whereabouts were unknown, but Yu Miaomia was more inclined to believe she was still alive. That wicked woman was a chosen one, a formidable warrior. How could she possibly die so silently and without a trace? She must be alive. The smell of blood grew increasingly thick, Yu Miaomia gripping the candlestick nervously. She knew she couldn't be of much help, but sitting idle wasn't in her nature. If those three were to fall, what good would hiding do? She'd inevitably be next. Better to seize any chance to lend a hand and weather the crisis together. Before my eyes, a shocking bloodstained trail stretched all the way to the elevator. Yu Miaomia swallowed hard and looked toward the bedroom with its door wide open. She had no idea who lived inside, forcing her to consider the worst possible scenario. Su Hongwen? Yu Miaomia steeled herself and pressed the elevator button. As the elevator ascended, her breathing grew rapid and uneven, coming in short gasps. Just then, a crow alighted on her shoulder, its black feathers refracting a kaleidoscope of iridescent colors under the artificial light. At this sight, the frantic pounding of Yu Miaomia's heart eased ever so slightly. Stepping into the bloodstained elevator, the button for floor 3 stood out conspicuously, marked by a bloody fingerprint left by an unknown hand. Yu Miaomia lifted the candlestick and swiftly tapped the button with its pointed tip, her body tense and lips pressed tightly together. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 3rd floor with a creaking groan as the doors slid open. Yu Miaomia's pupils constricted violently, her heart skipping a beat in her chest. She felt as though she had opened the gates of hell, and all she could see were demons. They wore half-masks covering their eyes, dressed in suits, holding knives in one hand and forks in the other, seated around a mahogany table. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with white hair, bearing some resemblance to Ouyang Ming. Beside the old man, a man wearing a golden mask busily attended to him. The man gripped the small knife and reached out towards Lu Yu, who was tightly bound on the table. With a swift motion, he gouged out a chunk of flesh from the spot where the axe had split open. Ugh! Lu Yu let out a pained roar, his entire body convulsing uncontrollably, causing the table to shake violently along with him. Soon, he lost all strength and closed his eyes in despair. Stop! Yu Miaomia, summoning courage from who knows where, gripped the candlestick tightly and swung it with all her might at one of their heads. Warm blood splattered across her face, sending her into a continuous scream of terror. Mom! Oh my god! But his hands never stopped moving. He spun around and knocked down another man. Yu Miaomia saw the gaping hole in the other's skull and let out an endless stream of terrified screams from her throat. You bastards! Ah! Ah! The black beak helped peck out the demon's eye, narrowly dodging capture at the last moment by flapping desperately into flight. Yu Miaomia couldn't control her mouth at all, screaming and cursing in fury. She shoved the man closest to her with all her might, pointing the sharp end of the candlestick at the crowd, her body trembling uncontrollably as she gasped heavily for breath. I know exactly what people like you are thinking. You dream of becoming nightwalkers at the top of the food chain, fantasizing about how powerful you are, thinking that devouring humans proves that strength. Don't touch me. Yu Miaomia frantically brandished the candlestick, backed into a corner with no way out. She kept venting her breakdown. Want to become a nightwalker? Easy. Just swallow a void bone. That stuff isn't hard to get. A little pull with the security department and you can easily get your hands on it. But you don't dare devour it, because deep down you know, once you become true nightmares, you'll be the lowest scum. You'll have to climb up from nothing. And above our heads, there were already countless thousands, no, tens of thousands of real monsters. You're nothing but trash in comparison. Yu Miaomia's candle holder was forcibly snatched away, and she immediately received a slap across her face. Without her only weapon, she crouched in the corner in terror, clutching her head and screaming her lungs out. So you're cowards, only daring to use such despicable methods, bullying and slaughtering defenseless innocents, just to delude yourselves into feeling powerful, to feed your twisted, perverse egos. You think you've kept your rationality while gaining power, that you're better than mindless Yantu. In truth, you're nothing but a bunch of cowards, worse than pigs and dogs. Aha! Yu Miaomia screamed for a long time before suddenly snapping back to reality. Why wasn't anyone grabbing her anymore? She trembled as she raised her head, only to find those demons sprawled across the ground, skulls shattered, chests hollowed out, devoid of life, their blood forming a river. The ropes binding Lu Yu were untied by an unseen force, his wounds regenerating. Yu Miaomia's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, tentatively asking, Gulin? It's me. Hurry, we can't stay here any longer. The black beak took the lead, flying straight to the 5th floor. Yu Miaomia was weakly propped up by Lu Yu, with Gulin covering the rear. Ouyang Ming, sensing danger, fled in advance and narrowly escaped, rushing into the office to drag a table against the door. Then, he casually tossed aside his golden mask and walked toward his own son, who couldn't get up after being whipped by his belt, his tone dripping with authority. You still haven't told me everything. The young man chuckled darkly, his blue eyes brimming with disappointment. Dad, I told you don't touch my classmates. If Grandpa and the others are hungry, there are plenty of servants. You can't afford to mess with my classmates. Why won't you listen? Is your head just filled with water? Both Dad and Grandpa suck at naming Yang, such a dashing two-character surname, yet they had to pair it with Ming. The name became a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Both men and women were named Yang Ming. While others were obsessed with Nightwalkers, when the whole family worshipped Nightwalkers as gods, only he favored the chosen one. At this critical juncture, only Chi-Su could save his life. Easter egg, read chapters 2, 4, and 6 sequentially for Mayor Yang Ming's perspective. Chapter 66, Infiltration, Part 7, the office atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The mayor grabbed Yang Ming by the collar and lifted him up, dressing him in his own suit before picking up the golden mask to place on the younger man's face. Xiaoming, my dear son, I've raised you all these years, giving you everything you wanted. You know perfectly well there are plenty of women outside secretly carrying your father's children. How did your father handle it? He killed all those bastards, just because you're irreplaceable. I only acknowledge you as my son. Haven't I treated you well? Yang Ming lowered his head without saying a word. The mayor moved aside the table barricading the door and spoke gently. Just tell your classmates it was Grandpa's order, you had no choice. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. They'll surely understand. Yang Ming's voice turned hoarse. Did you have anything to do with my mother's death? She's cheating. The mayor erupted in fury. She even slept with your classmate. I saw it with my own eyes. That little adulterer came out of her room, dressed in camouflage. 4 faces flashed through Yang Ming's mind. Shi-Su, Su Hongwen, Wei Wei, Lu Yu. He shook his head and said, my classmates wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, I've talked to my mother. She explained there's no adulterer, neither big nor small. Except for uncle. Mother never wanted to marry into the Yang family. To her, it was an unfamiliar place with unfamiliar faces. It was her own family who forced her to catch the attention of her father, the mayor, a lustful man, and so they married. There was never any emotional foundation to begin with. After he came along as their fruit, the mission was considered accomplished, and the two went their separate ways, each indulging in their own affairs. But with father and grandfather's deeply ingrained old-fashioned values, they couldn't tolerate a woman dallying outside. You couldn't bear it, so you killed her, right? Yang Ming's eyes were bloodshot. Xiaoming. The mayor's tone suddenly softened as he grasped his son's shoulders, speaking earnestly. No man can tolerate wearing the green hat of shame. You can't understand now, son, and I don't blame you, because she was your mother. One day when you're married, you'll naturally understand. The mayor left his office door wide open. Go ahead, and while you're at it, help your father find out who the little adulterer is. As long as we find him, I won't lay a hand on anyone else. Yang Ming clenched his fist, knowing full well that this mission would make him the fall guy. Father had laid out the whole story. Witness Lu Yu, who'd seen the truth, was as good as dead. Wei Wei's whereabouts remained unknown, and no one knew for certain who had struck the fatal blow. The second witness, Yu Miao Miao, saw him in his current attire. With this bucket of dirty water poured over him, Chi-Su and Su Hongwen would undoubtedly choose to believe her and have him killed. It had nothing to do with anything else, it was simply that his previous behavior had been repulsive, and they were seizing the opportunity with a reasonable excuse. Yang Ming numbly took a step forward, feeling as if each stride brought him closer to death. He was afraid, resentful, and aggrieved, but there was nothing to be done. That was his own father. Before long, Yang Ming spotted the bloody drag marks and stood at the door of Lu Yu's room. Familiar voices buzzed in his ears, a chaotic clamor. He gently pushed open the slightly ajar door, his body pressed against the wall as he cautiously peeked out. It's okay if the purification fails. Wherever the black beak is, that's where I'll be. The ancient spirit's voice was crisp and clear, but Yang Ming didn't see her. Instead, he saw Lu Yu's ghost, sending chills down his spine. Chi-Su watched the trembling black beak, already forming suspicions in his mind. The hidden Nightwalker is right beside us. Something happened on the 3rd floor. The Nightwalker would surely follow the scent to investigate. He deliberately left the door unclosed, setting a trap to lure it in. He planned to exploit this by creating a smokescreen to confuse it. Chi-Su, having supernatural abilities isn't the key point. We can gamble with other methods. Run wires across the floor and splash water to conduct electricity. Next, crank the indoor AC to its lowest setting until the temperature drops enough for our breath to form mist. Even an invisible Nightwalker won't be exempt. The moment we spot it, we flip the switch and fry it crisp. Gu Ling noticed Chi-Su's deliberate pause in one sentence. After pondering briefly, she caught the unspoken implication. This technique was taught in class. The real message lies in connecting the first character of each sentence. Basement, wait for me. Gu Ling pressed the crow's head and made it nod. Chi-Su continued, to lay the circuits, we must first cut the power. That's my duty as the chosen one. The villa has numerous electrical circuits, with a separate small room on the first floor housing the meter box to prevent unauthorized access and ensure the safety of the electrical system. Whether the Nightwalker guards inside or outside the house makes no difference. Shisu planned to use the mayor's family's crystal stones to seal off that area, allowing those hiding in the basement to seize the opportunity and escape this dangerous place. As for adjusting the central air conditioning temperature on the castle roof, that task will be entrusted to Su Hongwon, the chosen one. Shisu made it clear, telling the hidden Yintu to aim more precisely. 1 Yintu, 2 chosen ones. The Yintu didn't know their exact ghost power levels and wouldn't take them on 1v2. Shisu and Su Hongwon were stationed at the first floor control room and the fifth floor rooftop respectively. In the end, it would come down to which of them had worse luck. Su Hongwon curled his lips in a half-smile. Your method of attracting electricity is useless. Even a fool wouldn't jump into water with live wires, it's doomed to fail. You're fucking stupid. Shisu smiled back at Su Hongwon. Why so serious? The electricity's just an assist. Your job is to adjust the temperature right now, immediately, this instant. Fuck your mom. Su Hongwon didn't care at all. He picked his ear with his pinky finger and said seriously, tomorrow at 9 sharp, we'll split into 2 teams. Right now I'm sleepy and don't feel like moving. Tomorrow morning would be the moment to test their luck. He needed to conserve his energy. Even if his luck ran out and the Nightwalker happened to target him while alone, he was determined to make it back alive no matter what. Liu stepped into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and while replenishing his energy, he glanced between Su Hongwon and Shisu. After the trash can incident, he realized these two were no ordinary people. One had the leisure to play pranks, while the other single-handedly killed a nightmare disciple. He came here seeking a clear answer. As expected, they were the chosen ones. But he didn't relax. According to Chisu's words, this Nightwalker was formidable, otherwise they wouldn't need external assistance and could rely solely on supernatural abilities. He used to be quite indifferent about death, but now that he'd truly become a lamb awaiting slaughter, crying to heaven with no answer, pleading to earth with no relief, this kind of despair was something he never wanted to experience again. If the situation escalated to its most perilous extreme, he would end his own life first. At that moment, Yang Ming stepped slowly from behind the wall, prepared to meet his death. Ahem! Yu Miao Miao raised her hand to point him out, but upon seeing those distinctive pupils, she was instantly speechless. Yang Ming, what the hell are you doing? Just kill me. I did it all. You're insane. Yu Miao Miao rolled her eyes. Perfect timing, quick. Get Shisu to check the surveillance footage. Yang Ming was utterly baffled. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Chapter 67, Undercover, Part 8. Hurry, Yu Miao Miao urged. Come to my room. Yang Ming removed his mask and swiftly returned to his room, turning on his computer. Shisu first checked the crow, confirming it had regained its vigor and that the Nightwalker hadn't followed them, then locked the door. Yang Ming's fingers danced deftly across the keyboard as he entered a series of passwords. After verifying his identity, rows of surveillance windows appeared on the screen. There are no cameras on the 5th floor, privacy reasons. No matter, Shisu leaned closer, eyes fixed on the screen. I want to review footage starting from the day Guling arrived. Yang Ming adjusted the timer to make space for Shisu, then turned to Liu. Human or ghost? Human. Guling saved me. Yang Ming exhaled deeply as if relieved of a heavy burden, sinking back into the sofa. Sorry, Dad. He took the blame for this. That guy didn't die, he couldn't possibly shoulder this alone. Shisu paused the video, meticulously examining each window frame by frame at a snail's pace. Hey, move aside. Su Hongwon shoved Shisu away, manifested 6 pupils in his eyes, and sped up the playback tenfold. In the video, Guling handed the mayor a human skin credential. When the mayor inquired about his ghost power level, Guling answered truthfully before leading the investigation team through the castle search. Back then, the first floor wasn't yet cluttered with incense burners, and the surveillance footage remained remarkably clear. When dinner time arrived, everyone gathered to eat on the first floor. It was still raw beef, which the investigation team couldn't stomach. They sat motionless, waiting for the hosts to finish their meal before excusing themselves as a gesture of courtesy. At that very moment, the heads of 2 team members were simultaneously snapped off. Then, 2 more team members suddenly died. In the final round of the matching game, Guling vanished. The entire process took the Nightwalker less than 3 seconds, far too fast for an ordinary person to react. Su Hongwon seemed lost in thought before continuing to read. The next day, the 2 charlatan priests entered the castle, set up an altar to perform rituals, rendering all the surveillance on the first floor useless as they put on their mystical act for 2 days. The video played at high speed. Yang Ming drove them to the underground parking garage and entered the private elevator alone. Su Hongwon paused the footage and pointed at the screen. The elevator is empty, but the number 1 lit up. Let me see. Yang Ming sprang up from his seat, pressing his face close to the computer screen as every hair on his body stood on end. Guling, was that you? Not me. Guling shook her head decisively. I was with Chi Su and the others at that time. The Blackbeak can vouch for me. Yu Miaomia suddenly remembered how restless the crow had been back then. It must have sensed Gu Ling's presence. Oh Yang Ming, so that means the nightmare disciple was with me. That's right. Su Hongwen clicked play, rewinding the video a few minutes. It wanted to know your identity and who else was in the car. See, the Nightwalker entered the elevator with you. When it reached the 5th floor, the elevator doors stayed open for a long time. It was eavesdropping. Oh Yang Ming's scalp prickled with tension. Su Hongwen paused the video again as he watched. When the elevator descended to the 1st floor, the Nightwalker came over to observe us. Shisu spotted the inconsistency. The 1st floor was filled with smoke. If it had been observing us while invisible, I would have noticed. So, Su Hongwen hit the nail on the head. It wasn't invisible. It was using an identity, a normal identity, one that didn't seem out of place at all, watching us openly. Oh Yang Ming, do you know all your employees? Was there anyone unfamiliar? If they were good looking, I might remember. Average looking ones. Oh Yang Ming scratched his head awkwardly. I've been hiring new staff quite frequently lately. With me being away for military training these past few days and not returning home, there are indeed several unfamiliar faces around. I didn't recognize those 2 maids in the underground parking lot that day either. Su Hongwen curled his lips slightly while keeping his eyes fixed on the surveillance monitor. The live feed showed no abnormalities on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floors. Gu Ling, you take them downstairs. I'll keep watch here for you. Contact me if anything comes up. Let Chi Su handle it. Alright. Su Hongwen pressed Chi Su into the chair, his tone dripping with sarcasm. We believe you. At that moment, Chi Su noticed Oh Yang Ming's grim expression and asked, what's wrong? Oh Yang Ming's lips trembled slightly. He finally realized who the little adulterer his father had mentioned was. Although there are no surveillance cameras on the 5th floor, anyone who's been there can be clearly identified. Su Hongwen, he's the only student who went up to the 5th floor, but it couldn't have been him. Doing that with a classmate's mother is the kind of thing you only see in adult films. It's way too outrageous for real life. Therefore, Oh Yang Ming leaned more toward another possibility. The camouflage uniform Dad saw wasn't someone else, it was his own flesh and blood. After talking with his mother, Oh Yang Ming returned to his room. Terrified of leaving due to the Nightwalker's presence in their home, his departure was precisely what Dad witnessed. What a colossal misunderstanding. Oh Yang Ming also knew who the adulterer who harmed his mother was. Xiaomei, the maid who attended closely to his mother, she was the only one. If it had been the work of an invisible Yin too, there would have been no need for such elaborate drugging, so it had to be a human doing. There really was no adulterer. But it's between women. Oh Yang Ming felt his head spinning. The successive shocks were becoming unbearable, making him wish he could sleep until the next lifetime. Good heavens, what kind of people are living in this house? At this moment, recalling how Xiaomei had described her mother's infidelity, Oh Yang Ming felt a surge of murderous rage erupt in his chest. She showed no trace of sorrow, clearly devoid of any affection. She did it deliberately tarnishing her mother's name, still slandering her even after her death. Her malice was pure, simply wanting to destroy someone. Oh Yang Ming dared not dwell on what Xiaomei had used to harm her mother, but one thing was certain, the blow couldn't have been light. That damn woman. Her wolfish ambition is plain for all to see. She just wants to climb up by clinging to the mayor. Thinking this good fortune would fall into her lap just because my mother died, keep dreaming. Oh Yang Ming, let's go, Gu Ling said softly. You go ahead. Oh Yang Ming opened the drawer, took out a pistol and crystal stones, arming himself. That bitch lives on the 3rd floor. If he doesn't kill her, he'll write his name Oh Yang Ming backwards. Open the door. Oh Yang Ming stormed straight toward the stairs. 3rd floor, staff bedroom. Xiaomei stepped out of the bathroom, exhaling contentedly. She stood facing the full-length mirror, admiring her graceful and well-proportioned figure. Slowly, she raised her hand to caress her slightly rounded belly, her sparkling eyes radiating the unique softness of maternal love. My child, you must grow up safely. The good days for us mother and child are yet to come. The mayor valued Oh Yang Ming for no other reason than that Oh Yang Ming had a good mother. Without the support of his maternal family, what is Oh Yang Ming even worth in the Oh Yang household? He's just a paper tiger, a useless good-for-nothing. The mayor never liked him to begin with. The mistress's death was an accident, but she was indirectly responsible for it. Even if she had lived, that woman would never have been able to conceive again. Xiaomei knew her place well. Becoming the mayor's second wife was out of the question. If the mayor were to remarry, it would be to someone of equal social standing. All she wanted was to outpace the second wife, to win the mayor's favor and keep this child, who was surely more promising than Oh Yang Ming. The woman in the mirror wore a triumphant expression, brimming with confidence and ambition. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom behind her, as if the shower had been turned on. Xiaomei turned her head in confusion. Crack! A ghastly pale little hand suddenly slapped against the wall. Ah! Xiaomei screamed involuntarily. In the blink of an eye, the hand vanished. Xiaomei's heart pounded violently as she tiptoed toward the front door, not even bothering to put on clothes. She yanked the door open and bolted. Just then, something clawed hard at her ankle, sending her tumbling face first onto the ground, her stomach slamming against the floor. Ah! She curled up in pain, but before she could recover, she scrambled forward on hands and knees. As she rounded the corner, her body collided heavily with someone's chest. Don't be afraid, it's me. Xiaomei focused her eyes and saw that it was actually the Taoist priest. She quickly pointed behind her and said anxiously, "The nightmare follower is right behind me, hurry." The Taoist priest stretched out his hand with a smile. Xiaomei froze, looking down in disbelief. An arm had pierced straight through her abdomen, blood gushing out in dripping rivulets. The priest grinned maliciously, his lips curling with malice. "Ah, you've caught me." As he spoke, he pulled out an underdeveloped fetus. Chapter 68, Lurking, Part 9. Yang Ming ascended the stairs to the third floor. The European-style chandelier was covered in congealed, mottled bloodstains, casting every beam of light through a crimson haze, while the metallic stench of rust lingered stubbornly in the nostrils. Blinded by rage, he had already cast aside all concern for life or death. Carefully skirting the pools of blood, he moved slowly toward the mahogany dining table. He bent down and lifted each corpse's mask in turn. Official, grandpa, official. Done by Guling. That fat official who swallowed the knife must have been her doing too. Yang Ming saw it all clearly. At this level, what they pursue is spiritual fulfillment. They're capable of anything as long as it brings them pleasure. In that case, they can't blame others for delivering divine justice. Yang Ming closed his grandfather's unseeing eyes without feeling the slightest stir of emotion. He wiped the blood from his fingertips and walked straight toward the staff living quarters. At that moment, two swaying black shadows appeared on the wall. "Little Taoist, stop causing trouble. If I can endure it, why can't you?" The voice sounded familiar. Yang Ming remembered those two charlatans and was about to warn that this floor wasn't safe. But the Taoist's next words plunged his heart into the abyss, sending him scrambling blindly for a hiding place. "Luckily that maid ran into me, I took care of her for you. If she'd really escaped, what a disaster that would have been. One getting away was already troublesome enough." Yang Ming was drenched in sweat. The vast space contained 1 meter tall violent teddy bears, half-meter tall potted plants, a sofa less than half a meter high, a transparent low coffee table. Yang Ming paced anxiously, his nerves stretched taut. The only useful thing was that oversized portrait hanging high on the wall, but it was beyond his reach. As the ghostly figure drew nearer, Yang Ming dashed onto the small stage near the dining area and crouched beneath the Steinway upright piano. The piano's hollow design on both sides offered no concealment whatsoever. He cautiously held the cello propped on his right side, leaning against the black shell of the piano with his legs drawn up. Ahead was a wall, and to the left was another wall. This gave him a slight sense of security, but not much. There were actually two of them. So the smoke they burned wasn't meant to find the Yintu, they were searching for the ancient spirits. But why go through all this trouble and make such a fuss? Couldn't they just cancel the invisibility effect directly? Yang Ming pondered deeply. Unless, once cancelled, certain things would also be unsealed simultaneously? Suddenly, everything became clear to him. Superpower. With invisibility dispelled, Gulin's superpower can now be used. At this moment, one long and one short shadow slanted across the wall before Yang Ming. They stood behind the piano, arguing incessantly. "You tell me not to make trouble? Taoist, you've devoured the entire investigation team, swallowed the 80 million all by yourself without sharing a single cent with me, and now you won't even let me stir up trouble. Do you want to starve me to death?" The young acolyte sucked his blood-stained fingers while casting a disdainful glance, his childish face full of displeasure, yet when he opened his mouth, an aged voice emerged. "I can't even be bothered to argue with you in detail. This trip was purely to help you, I haven't gained anything from it, and now you're lecturing me." It suddenly darted away, covering 30 meters in a single step, stirring up a foul-smelling gust of wind. Yang Ming desperately covered his mouth and nose, feeling as if something had rotted away. Cold sweat rolled down his temples, gradually soaking his hair. The young Taoist novice rolled up his wide sleeves, revealing a tattoo of a thornbird on his arm, then stripped the official's corpse and devoured it ravenously. The alcoholic-nosed Taoist wanted a bite but was slapped across the face. The entire jaw instantly shattered into a pool of mud, splattering onto the ground with a wet slap. The young Taoist acolyte snapped angrily, "Don't push your luck, get lost." The Taoist priest's eyes brimmed with resentment as he cradled his newly healed jaw, curled up miserably on the sofa. This opponent might be small in stature but formidable in power, boasting a ghostly energy level of 16,000, a full 1,000 points higher than his own. A great man doesn't bother with petty grievances, we'll deal with it after it devours the heart. How could the young acolyte not know what the Taoist was thinking? His words dripped with cold sarcasm. "The leader, acknowledging your feat of slaying a chosen one with over 10,000 points, wishes to gift you a heart. The method has been devised for you, the path paved, even risked exposure by ordering Bai Bing to deploy the ancient spirit. All that's left is for you to take the final bite." You're so great, letting them get away. Can't even find them, useless. Let's see how you explain this to the leader when we get back. By the end, the little Taoist boy grinned with schadenfreude, baring his teeth. The Taoist priest was in a foul mood. That day, Guling reacted swiftly and tried to flee. He hurriedly slapped a talisman on her back, applying the concealment effect. The concealment talisman merged into the woman's body, permanently suppressing her supernatural abilities. Little did they know that space had already been torn apart, leaving a gaping hole in the floor. Even if the ancient spirit couldn't use its supernatural abilities, it could still escape through the open passage. The Taoist priest had no idea where he would be teleported to, and could only watch helplessly as the passage closed on its own. Fortunately, it sensed that its hidden talisman was nearby and hadn't left this ancient castle. As long as it remained within sight, this heart was as good as swallowed. It wasn't afraid the young acolyte would steal it either. The leader had declared the heart belonged to it, and any attempt by the acolyte to take it would mean certain death. The Taoist sucked hard through his wine-reddened nose, the liquid gurgling down his throat before he spat it out with a ha. Raising a finger, he pointed upstairs. There are 2 more chosen ones up there, full of petty schemes, trying to play us with a diversion. Ha! It suddenly laughed, its eyes brimming with mockery. No one would ever guess that there's more than one nightmare disciple with power exceeding 10,000 points. Little Taoist, don't say I'm hogging all the fun, I'll leave this one for you. You go to the first floor power control room. That kid's got purification skills, might counter my stealth talisman. He's your problem now. The other one's mine, the Taoist said with unwavering confidence. Damn braid hanging like a dead rope, pale ghostly skin, lips red as blood, looks just like some Qing dynasty zombie. Fuck. Good thing I'm a Taoist priest. Exorcising these undead motherfuckers is my damn specialty. Hey, the Taoist suddenly remembered something. They know Guling, they're probably both from the security department. Ask the boss to send over their files for a look. The young apprentice let out a belch, straightened his back with his belly nearly dragging on the ground, and said gloomily, "Are you setting me up?" The boss said not to initiate contact. The security department is full of sharp operators. If we get exposed because of this, I'd be thanking my lucky stars if the boss just kills me outright. The real fear is, dying, coming back to life, dying again, reviving once more, enduring decades of torment. The little Taoist acolyte shivered. Neither wanted to dwell on the topic of their leader, and the atmosphere grew quiet, leaving only the sound of crunch-crunch chewing. Yang Ming was drenched in sweat, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. It's over, we're truly done for. Shi Su was about to meet his end. The original 50% survival chance had now become a 100% death sentence. Neither he nor Su Hongwen could escape. No, I must find a way to tell Shi Su the plan won't work. Who's there? The Taoist priest bellowed. Yang Ming froze abruptly. Apprentice, quick, catch him. Don't let that brat get away. Amidst the shouts, 2 distinctly different sets of footsteps grew increasingly distant. Yang Ming's heart pounded like drumbeats, nearly leaping out of his throat. Who's the unlucky one? He had no time to ponder further, holding his breath and deliberately waiting for a long while. Only when the surroundings fell completely silent did he slowly straighten his long-numbed legs. Ha! Yang Ming involuntarily began panting heavily. His arm trembled uncontrollably, his palm slick with sweat, as he struggled to push himself up from the icy floor. But his legs felt as if swarmed by countless biting ants, utterly useless, and his slippery palms kept failing him. He fell back again and again, landing hard on his tailbone each time. Damn it! Yang Ming burned with frustration. Take it slow, easy now. Yang Ming froze in stunned silence. He stiffly raised his neck, as despair surged like tidal waves to drown his rationality. The Taoist priest and his acolyte lay motionless atop the piano, so close they could almost touch. Their bodies stretched impossibly long, grotesquely elongated, their running legs already vanishing around the corner. Before long, the footsteps slowly turned back. A playful smirk hung at the corner of the Taoist priest's lips, his tone dripping with amusement. Oh dear, you've caught me. Chapter 69, Lurking, 10. Yang Ming fell to his knees with a thud, his head knocking against the floor with loud thumps. My father is the mayor. My grandfather was a follower of the Nightwalker. He worshipped for 20 years. 20 years. He even donated funds to the Thornbird. And what about you? The Taoist priest asked, resting his chin in his hands. Yang Ming wanted to cry but couldn't, completely paralyzed with fear, his expression vacant. Some misfired synapse in his brain sent the words tumbling past his lips. I believe in the chosen one. Ha. The Taoist priest and his acolyte both laughed, their blackened teeth stained with bloody strands of meat. The priest reached out and pinched Yang Ming's pale face, digging his index finger toward the eyeball as he casually remarked to the acolyte, take him back to use as a marble. Suddenly, a blur flashed before their eyes. The crystal stones at Yang Ming's waist were snatched away and hurled at the priest and acolyte, exploding into sheets of bone-chilling ice. Shi Su tightly gripped Yang Ming's shoulders, while Su Hongwen immediately maneuvered to pull them both to his side. Wow, you're so brave, can't even tell a proper lie? Su Hongwen teased. Yang Ming still wore that dazed expression, his tongue tied, unable to form a coherent sentence for the longest time. A moment later, he turned to Chi Su, a glimmer of light now shining in his eyes. The chosen one, he didn't misplace his trust. The chosen one is truly a hero. Chi Su stood on the stairs and whistled at the two Yintu, speaking without hesitation. I've long admired your reputation. My childhood dream was to join the ranks of the Thornbirds. Please grant me passage, and I swear undying loyalty from this day forward. Su Hongwen leaned close to Yang Ming's ear and whispered, now that's what I call professionalism. He abruptly changed his tone, run, we can't hold out much longer. Don't forget to take your mayor dad with you. We'll settle the thank you fee later. Yang Ming snapped out of his daze and hurriedly rushed upstairs. Su Hongwen watched the approaching Taoist priest and retreated calmly. We're on the same side, don't do this. We're sincere about joining, not a single lie. Cross my heart and hope to die. After Gu Ling and the others successfully reached the basement, Chi Su adjusted the surveillance footage to 3 days prior. Scrutinizing it frame by frame, he finally caught a faint clue. The invisible Taoist priest finished tailing Yang Ming and took the elevator down to the first floor. As it stepped out of the elevator, its form became visible, its bright yellow Taoist robe reflecting off the steel panels inside the elevator. Thick smoke swirled around, making the reflection extremely blurry and distorted, so Su Hongwen didn't notice it at first. Then, Chi Su focused his attention on the Taoist priest and his acolyte, taking in the entire scene on the third floor. Su Hongwen had advised them to pretend not to see it if Yang Ming died, so be it, and to adjust their plans accordingly. Since the two Yintu intended to capture them separately, they would head straight for the basement. First, they would abandon the ancient spirit that could reveal their location. Then, they would leave Wei Wei and the other useless ones in the wine cellar to hold off the Yintu for a few minutes. He and Chi Su dug a secret tunnel over 30 kilometers long with their bare hands, leading straight to the city center to make their escape. Perfect. The result was Chi Su calling him an idiot before coming down to rescue them. Su Hongwen sensed the Taoist priest's overwhelming killing intent, sighed, gripped his braid between his teeth, and suddenly sprouted multiple arms, his 6 pupils gleaming with golden light. In truth, he knew deep down that this battle was unavoidable, they couldn't escape, none of them could. Against overwhelming strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Especially with this kind of ruthless opponent who spoke little, they wouldn't listen to any talk, charging straight into battle with only devouring on their mind. Su Hongwen struck first, lunging fiercely toward the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest vanished in a flicker, only to reappear behind Su Hongwen. With just one punch, he smashed the skull from above and swiftly inserted a concealment talisman. Strangely, the moment the head exploded, half its body became completely encased in ice. At the same time, Su Hongwen's true form burst through the window. He conjured 4 crystals into replicas of himself, manipulating the crystal puppets to scatter in all 4 directions while he scrambled up to the rooftop using both hands and feet. The moment he steadied himself, a heavy kick struck his back, sending him plummeting straight down. Su Hongwen stared at the 4 unharmed puppets, his expression one of astonishment. No need to be so surprised, the Taoist said, hands clasped behind his back as he leaped down from the rooftop, his yellow robe flapping loudly in the wind, exuding an air of celestial grace. It landed on the grass faster than Su Hongwen, suddenly grabbing his braid and slamming him hard into the ground. Thud! The very air trembled violently from the impact. With the spot where Su Hongwen lay as the epicenter, the surrounding grassland instantly collapsed. Blood covered his entire face, his vision swimming with stars. The Taoist priest lifted Su Hongwen with a laugh, saying, I'm just stronger than you, that's all. Su Hongwen struggled to twist his lips into a smile, his hands gripping the priest's thick wrists. Big brother, I really want to join the Thornbirds. Give me a chance. The priest scratched his head thoughtfully and said seriously, I've killed a chosen one with over 10,000 points. Big shot, you're awesome. Those were his exact words before he died too. Word for word, identical to yours. Su Hongwen's face turned deathly pale. Damn. The Taoist priest's eyes brimmed with disdain. He said he wanted to join the Thornbirds, begged me to spare his whole family. Come on, you've built yourselves up as heroes, how can you beg for mercy from the enemy? How pathetic. As it spoke, it grinned and opened its mouth wide. Su Hongwen desperately pushed with all his might, using every limb he had. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At that moment, a roar filled with fury tore through the sky. Give it back! The Taoist priest paused, then looked toward the castle. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the castle's first floor were medieval church-stained glass, with hundreds of colored pieces forming an image of the Virgin Mary. Her face was gentle and kind, the Holy Child sleeping peacefully in her arms. The Taoist priest narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted and spread violently, shattering the entire window from within. The Madonna and Child were instantly torn apart and pulverized by the furious force, countless colored fragments shrieking as they shot out in all directions. The young acolyte's small body was caught amidst the broken glass, clutching a necklace with a hanging iron vial, his face filled with disbelief. The Taoist priest turned pale with shock. What's going on? The stained glass window was gone, replaced by a gaping hole in the wall spewing thick, murky smoke. A hand pierced through the smoke to grip the wall's edge, followed by Chi-Su's face emerging, covered in black cracks. His other hand hung limply downward, his shoulder tilted as if dragging something immensely heavy. Chi-Su's face turned cold as he swung his right arm, the nearly 2-meter-tall giant cross in his hand smashing through the wall, exposing it to the moonlight. With one hand, he flipped the cross and drove it heavily into the lawn, planting it upside down. In an instant, 2 eerie green flames ignited in his eyes, and dark scales spread downward from his neck as thick, crimson horns rose segment by segment. From his tailbone, a slender, sharp scorpion tail lashed out, aiming straight for the Taoist priest. The Taoist instinctively used Su Hongwen as a human shield. Thud! The scorpion tail pierced straight through both their bodies without the slightest hesitation. Damn it! The Taoist never expected this outcome. Cursing loudly, he immediately pulled free and vanished into hiding. Seeing himself about to be dragged towards Chi-Su, Su Hongwen panicked and desperately bit the scorpion's tail while throwing heavy punches. After barely managing to break free, he was suddenly whipped by the scorpion tail and sent flying through the air, forced away from the ancient castle's perimeter. Chapter 70, Lurking, Part 11. Yang brought a pile of crystal stones for protection and escorted his mayor father to the basement. At this moment, the castle staff had already crowded inside, roughly estimated at 40 or 50 people, all having taken refuge while the Nightmare Disciple and the Chosen One were locked in battle. If the villa were to collapse under the impact of supernatural powers, hiding in the basement would at least offer a sliver of survival. The atmosphere was deathly silent, every face ashen, quietly awaiting the final outcome. Yang noticed Yu Miao Miao covering her mouth with muffled sobs. Squatting beside her, he asked in a low voice, "My dad said you were pretty fierce before, how come you're wilting now?" Yu Miao Miao, her eyes brimming with tears, hugged the crow tightly. Before Chi-Su went to his death, he sent Guling a message, "There are actually 2 Nightwalkers." The invisible Taoist broke through 10,000 points, but it endured humiliation before the Taoist boy, which suggests the boy's ghost power is even higher. Guling didn't want to drag us into this, so she went to the 5th floor alone. "The experts sent by the security department will arrive tomorrow, they told us to hold on." Yang, what should we do? I don't want them to die, I really don't. Hearing this, Yang frowned. What if Chi-Su also breaks 10,000? Don't jinx it. Yu Miao Miao shook her head vigorously, her bean-sized tears scattering onto the crow's head. She deliberately softened her voice. "I have a distant relative who's a security guard in the protection department. He told me the spiritual power values of the 3 ancient spirits are." Upon hearing that pitifully small 4-digit number, Yang eyes widened in shock. Chi-Su actually ranked the lowest? Yu Miao Miao hastily covered Yang's mouth, her eyes scanning their surroundings warily. "Keep your voice down. Don't breathe a word of this. Loose lips lead to either death or memory erasure. We'll never have anything to do with them again in this lifetime." Yang immediately pressed his lips together tightly. Yu Miao Miao wiped away her tears, forcing herself not to cry. Guling also said she exchanged a secret signal with Chi-Su. "If they win, he'll come to the basement to get us out." Yang didn't understand. "Why do we have to wait for someone to rescue us? Can't we just leave on our own? Let's head straight to the underground garage, floor the accelerator. I refuse to believe a Nightwalker could catch up with us." "We can catch up." Yu Miao Miao's tone was firm and resolute. "My security guard relative told me a lot about Nightwalkers. Breaking 10,000 points is the watershed moment." She used mobile game rankings as an analogy. A ghost power value of 100 points is stubborn bronze, 1,000 points is little silver, and breaking 10,000 points makes you gold. Breaking 50,000 points gets you platinum, and that security department member who surpassed 100,000 points goes without saying top-tier diamond. The 3 ancient spirits are a whole tier below the Nightwalker in the supernatural world. That's like heaven and earth apart. "Do you really think they can win?" Yu Miao Miao felt hope slipping away, her eyes reddening once more. In games, her silver rank often got mercilessly crushed by gold players. But games were just games, you could respawn. Reality wasn't like that. You only got one life. Yang suddenly stood up. "Don't run around," Yu Miao Miao warned. "Be careful not to attract the Nightwalkers." Yang casually brushed his sweat-drenched hair, putting on a cool act. "Even though silver rank is low, it's full of hidden talents. Whether you'll become a god or a disaster is beyond imagination. I believe Chi-Su will dominate. As his teammate, lying back and pretending to be aloof isn't my style. I'm going to cheer Big Bro, 666. With that, he clenched the crystal and resolutely left the basement. "Hey!" Yu Miao Miao, seeing she couldn't stop him, lowered her head. The basement was filled with tension and unease, the atmosphere oppressive. The terrifying sounds of fighting coming through the door crack were dreadful, with continuous booming noises. After just a moment, Yu Miao Miao raised her head, her gaze filled with unwavering determination. She tucked her shirt into her waistband, stuffed several crystals into her collar, and carried the crow under her arm as she headed to the 5th floor to find Guline. Chapter 71, The Infiltration, End. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ancient castle gained several more gaping holes. Yang Ming had just stepped through the gate when his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints, as if he had entered a battlefield of carnage. Vast stretches of lawn were stained crimson, strewn with countless fragmented unknown organs. The Taoist boy was sent flying by Chi Su's savage kick. Before he could hit the ground, Chi Su had already teleported behind him, his fist carrying overwhelming force as it brutally punched through the boy's waist and abdomen. Put! The Taoist boy spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Furious beyond measure, it roared and exploded out of its Taoist robes, transforming into a black panther standing upright. The fur stood on end, each strand sharp and distinct, instantly turning Chi Su into a porcupine. At the sight of this, Yang Ming's blood ran cold. Dead! The arm embedded in the young Taoist's abdomen was abruptly withdrawn, unleashing a spray of blood. Chi Su seized the opportunity to reclaim the necklace, his legs propelling him in 3 consecutive leaps. The small holes covering his body from head to toe healed in the blink of an eye, the entire process swift as lightning. Yang Ming let out a long sigh of relief, but then, suspicion flooded his mind. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Shouldn't a nightmare disciple have over 10,000 points? Chi Su only has a little over 4,000, so why does it feel like they're evenly matched? In a flash, the gruesome blood holes on the young Taoist's body also finished healing. Its eyes blazed with crimson light, like ignited hellfire, unleashing its full power. Ghost power value, 16,173. Supernatural ability, enhancement type, intermediate skill, agility LV.16, weakness scan, weakness strike, guaranteed hit, talent, void shard fragment. The Taoist boy erupted with unimaginable force, violently kicking off Chi Su's arm, using the moment when the limb snapped to propel himself backward. Locking onto the vulnerable chest as his target, his sharpened hairs transformed into hidden projectiles, firing forth amidst a dazzling barrage of iron-fisted strikes. Its speed surged to the extreme, its form dissolving completely into a blur of afterimages so fast the retina could scarcely track it. Only those crimson, blood-like pupils remained visible, trailing 2 terrifying scarlet streaks through the air during its high-speed movement. Yang Ming stared dumbfounded, realizing Chi Su couldn't hold his ground, reduced to a one-sided punching bag. He frantically hurled the crystals, but every throw missed its mark. The Nightwalker was too fast, impossibly fast. Chi Su! Yang Ming's face flushed crimson as he screamed hysterically, "Don't lose!" Hearing this, Chi Su suddenly turned his gaze toward the castle's main entrance. The man trembled violently, clearly terrified, but this time, he didn't flee. In the periphery of vision, a fleeting shadow flashed by. The young Taoist suddenly charged towards Yang Ming, his gaze icy. "What the hell are you screaming for? Scared the shit out of me." Clang! The bell tolled at 1 o'clock in the morning, its lingering echoes vibrating through the air. Yang Ming, unaware of any pain, trembled as he lifted his chin. Gazing at the figure shielding him, his fear dissipated like mist. "Truly the chosen one," he murmured, eyes brimming with hope, his voice carrying a thread of desperate entreaty. "Chi Su, I know it's hard to fight against the odds. I'm too weak to help, and I don't want to be your burden. Just do your best to win, okay?" Chi Su silently turned the giant cross again, planting it upright before Yang Ming. The heavy black scales used for defense peeled away layer by layer, replaced by pristine white feathers. "If defense won't hold, then compete in speed. Against the wind?" Chi Su slightly tilted his face, the eerie green in his eyes completely fading, transforming into a soft silver white. He laughed wildly. "This is the beginning of our comeback." In an instant, the high-speed movement generated an airflow that blew away Yang Ming's bangs. His heart pounded uncontrollably as he stared into the distance. The 2 afterimages clashed violently, separated, and clashed again, each collision producing deafening sonic booms, each intersection unleashing devastating shockwaves. He couldn't even see the afterimage of its figure, only managing to catch the flickering light in the superhuman's eyes. Red and white streaks dragged chaotic trails across his vision, wildly intertwining and relentlessly entangled. Before long, the crimson glow was forced into continuous retreat by the white light, as if attempting to flee. But Chi Su gave the acolyte no chance, riding atop the Black Panther, grabbing fur when fur was available, seizing flesh when flesh presented itself, racing against time. The berserk time is almost here. He emptied his ghost power, temporarily losing both abilities in exchange for enhanced physicality. 10 minutes, only 10 minutes remain. This is self-destruction, unique to heart. His ghost power value exceeded 4,000, and self-destruction would multiply it by level 4, granting 16,000 in physical enhancement, a desperate last stand. Chi Su hadn't known at first, but when Su Hongwen pressured him, drool splattered all over his face, and the ability panel automatically popped up, prompting him to choose whether to self-destruct. Of course, he ended up selecting no. Now it seemed that the heart was akin to a cultivator's heavenly tribulation. If a cultivator wished to ascend to a higher realm and take that great leap forward, they had to endure this trial. If he pulls through, he'll be like fish on a chopping block, utterly defenseless. If he doesn't make it, he'll be devoured instead. self-destruction is an extremely dangerous move. If the Nightwalker had any sense, it would hide somewhere and wait out his rampage, then he'd be doomed for sure. There's also the possibility that even self-destruction wouldn't be enough to win, sealing his fate either way. Fortunately, the Taoist acolyte wasn't ridiculously powerful, nor was it particularly bright. Being a poor student, it didn't understand the mechanism of the heart. Fortunately, Su Hongwen chickened out. If that trash had also self-destructed in desperation, he'd have been done for. Chi Su devoured the Taoist acolyte whole, quietly savoring the surging power coursing through his body. Without plundering, relying solely on devouring, this ghostly power was halved and halved again. After exhausting himself all day, he'd barely scraped together 5000 plus. But it's not bad. Chi Su was quite content, it's a little higher than before. He looked around for the invisible Taoist priest, the feathers on his body slowly falling, signaling the end of his frenzied state. Chi Su's face showed disappointment. Never mind, let's leave this place for now. He dragged his exhausted legs toward Ouyang Ming. Retreat. Ouyang Ming's wildly pounding heart nearly shattered his chest. Suddenly, he grabbed Chi Su tightly, shouting excitedly, "Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Holy shit! You're fucking amazing!" Chi Su couldn't help but laugh. Ouyang Ming immediately let go and mustered all his strength to pull at the cross. "What are you doing?" Chi Su asked, confused. "Isn't this your weapon? I'm helping you carry it. This is a decorative piece from your house, don't you recognize it?" Ouyang Ming looked embarrassed and withdrew his hand awkwardly. "The way you were just now, I thought." "Chi Su, it's cool like this, just tell me if it's cool or not." Ouyang Ming was momentarily speechless, the sacred halo in his eyes cracking slightly. Let's go, back to school," Chi Su urged as he hurried toward the basement. Ouyang Ming immediately burst into laughter, wrapping his arms around Chi Su's neck and bouncing up and down, completely carefree. Far away on the other side of the ancient castle, the golf course. Su Hongwen lay sprawled on the lawn, weeping uncontrollably as he pounded his fists against the blood-stained robe of the Taoist priest. "Damn it, my ghost power. Give me back my ghost power." He was on the verge of collapse, his vision blurred by tears. The priest showed no mercy, swooping down after him. Who would have thought that using self-destruct to wipe out over 7,000 points would only yield a return of 5,500? 5,500. Damn beast, give me back my ghost power. Wah! Su Hongwen wept bitterly, overwhelmed with grief. Soon, he abruptly stopped and forcefully wiped away his tears. Chi Su must not find out about this, absolutely must not let him know. I need to pull myself together. Come on, Su Hongwen, pull yourself together. Chapter 72, Scoring. Late night. Bai Bing looked exhausted as she turned off the stove, placing the steaming rice porridge on the table before slowly sitting down while leaning against it for support. The continuous crafting of crystals day and night had drained her energy completely, making even the simple act of standing unbearably difficult. Buzz. Bai Bing's hand, just about to scoop the porridge, paused. She sighed and answered the phone despite her hunger. Pingyang. Captain Bai. Mu Pingyang relayed the message from Guling word for word, his face brimming with excitement. Captain Bai, do you think Chi Su and Su Hongwen might be? With a loud clang, the ceramic bowl filled with rice porridge shattered on the floor. Mu Pingyang froze for a moment before urgently asking, what happened over there? Captain Bai. It's nothing. Bai Bing looked at the scalded back of her hand, where the red marks vanished in an instant. Picking up a napkin to clean the mess spilled on her lap, she said calmly, let's get our story straight. The leader of the Chosen arrived just in time for backup and instantly killed 2 Nightwalkers. Mu Pingyang replied, understood. Were there any witnesses? What do the mayor, classmates, or servants know? Mu Pingyang replied, the mayor's father, wife, and subordinates were all killed by the nightmare disciple. He's busy preparing funeral arrangements and knows nothing when questioned. At this hour, he should be arriving at your place soon. The classmates and servants all hid in the basement when the incident occurred and likewise know nothing. Mu Pingyang paused for a moment before saying, all this was told to me by Gulin. If she wasn't lying, then we don't need to concern ourselves with it. Don't gamble on whether others are lying or not. Contact the time management master. Bai Bing's tone brooked no argument. But, his time reversal comes at the cost of his lifespan. During the last video incident, he already expended 20 years just to make the entire nation forget. We shouldn't. Pingyang. Bai Bing's voice carried a trace of anger. Which is more important, the time master or the heart? If this information leaks, do you realize how catastrophic the consequences would be? Mu Pingyang fell silent. After a long pause, he muttered under his breath, the time master is more important. That's why headquarters has been deliberately concealing his existence, assigning 24-hour protection, isn't it? If war were to break out someday, plunging the world into another dark age, the time master would become the security department's ultimate trump card. Losing doesn't matter, storing memories of defeat and rewinding time to avoid repeating mistakes. Such an overpowered ability is irreplaceable for anyone, even for heart. Pingyang, the most crucial thing right now is ensuring Heart's safety. You must weigh the pros and cons based on the present. If we stabilize the current situation and rely on Heart to eliminate all the into, there won't even be a need for time rewind. Bai Bing spoke earnestly, then asked, did Chi Su and the others boast about killing a Yentu with over 10,000 points? No, they're not the type to show off and know how to keep a low profile, Mu Pingyang replied with certainty. Yeah. Bai Bing hung up the phone and sat dazed in her chair. Hiding themselves well, indeed. Who would have thought all three of them were actually Hearts? Especially Chi Su. He had even fooled her at first. That S-ranked Hua Linglong was no match for him at all. Regret welled up in Bai Bing's heart. If only I hadn't been so harsh back then. I should have agreed to Chi Su's request and taken Chi Su under my wing, nurturing him carefully. Nor should I have abandoned and disregarded Chi Su's safety for the sake of Hua Linglong. Now that there's a rift between them, all she can do is try her best to make amends. Bai Bing immediately opened her laptop to transfer money to Chi Su. First, she transferred 60 million, 20 million spending money per person for 3 hearts. After much deliberation, she sent Gu Ling an extra 10 million. On Gu Ling's first day at headquarters, though she only revealed her space ability, yet her attitude varied drastically depending on who she faced. It was as if she possessed an innate intuition, capable of discerning a person's character at a glance. No matter how well someone concealed their true nature, they could never escape her perception. The headquarters gathered the very internal personnel she despised and loathed for an in-depth investigation. That's when I realized whether they were kind-hearted souls or gentle souls, they were all secretly followers of the Nightwalker, spies of the Thornbird, traitors to humanity, collaborators with the enemy. From that moment on, headquarters began to take Gu Ling seriously, wanting to test her strength and probe the stance of her heart. The Mountain View Villa incident was just a simple test. According to the investigation team's report, her power was formidable. Lin Zhao's supernatural abilities couldn't even scratch her. Thus increasing the mission's difficulty, they sent her to handle the crisis at the mayor's residence. Bai Bing had initially objected. That was a nightmare fiend with over 10,000 power points. But the higher-ups at headquarters believed Gu Ling was highly suspicious. She concealed her second supernatural ability from the security department, grew up unharmed in a village teeming with tens of thousands of Yentu, and didn't personally eliminate any targets during the mountain's scenic area mission. The last point was perfectly normal, but when combined with all these factors, headquarters couldn't help but suspect whether Gu Ling was truly aligned with the Chosen Ones. Several meetings were held at headquarters regarding whether to assign Gu Ling, ultimately resulting in the minority yielding to the majority. Send her. Bai Bing had no choice but to follow orders. Who would have thought there'd be 2 of them? This completely changed the nature of the whole affair. Bai Bing slammed the table in fury, seething with indignation. This was clearly a trap set up, waiting for Gu Ling to jump right in. And she, unwittingly, added fuel to the fire. Her teeth ground together with an audible crack, chilling the air until it dropped below freezing, icy and menacing. The truth was now clear, there was a mole in headquarters, and they'd infiltrated the upper echelons. She wanted to investigate, to find out exactly who was playing dirty tricks behind her back. Baichan Academy, boys' dormitory. Whoosh! Chi Su poured the plastic basin of water over himself, instantly feeling refreshed. Beside him, Su Hongwen maintained a subtle distance and said smoothly without showing any trace, Chi Su, we've survived life and death together a few times. I want you to give me a score, out of 100. What would you give me? What he expected was a single-digit number, and a negative score wasn't out of the question either. The lower the score, the more Chi Su hated him, and the stronger his desire to act. So strong that it could happen right now, stealing his ghost power value at this very moment. Su Hongwen stared fixedly at his own panel. If it dared to drop even a little, he'd fight Chi Su to the death. Su Hongwen waited endlessly for a response, pretending not to panic was impossible. Even dogs couldn't endure cold violence. Besides, that man loathed him to the core. Who knew what lethal move he might be plotting? What, won't even talk to me now? Su Hongwen feigned composure, wetting his hair and applying shampoo with deliberate casualness, pretending he wasn't the least bit afraid of Chi Su launching a sneak attack. Chi Su pondered for a moment before answering earnestly, you're in your 90s, I'd say. Su Hongwen's whole body jolted. That old? Chi Su smiled, remaining silent. He wrung out the towel, draped it over his shoulder, and left the public restroom after pouring out the water from the wash basin. Su Hongwen was filled with suspicion, silently repeating to himself, 90-something, 90-something. Could it be? Am I really falling for him? Su Hongwen shuddered from head to toe. He wiped the foam off his face and faced the mirror. But then again, with looks like mine, it's only natural. Ha! Su Hongwen slowly whitened his eyes. No! Damn it! Su Hongwen overturned the water basin in fury, his hair standing on end with rage. You're in your 90s, right? You're such a dick. Chapter 73, Order Acceptance Website. The weather was scorching hot, and by the time Chi Su returned to the dormitory, his hair was almost completely dry. He climbed onto the bed in his underwear, pulled back the curtain, and found someone sitting inside. "Chi-Su, can I sleep with you?" Oh Yang-ming asked, hugging his laptop. "No. Oh, I have something to tell you, and then I'll leave." "What's the matter?" Chi-Su crouched beside Oh Yang-ming, looking at the computer screen. Oh Yang-ming turned the display around, showing a photo of the security headquarters building. He said in a low voice, "There's a mole, it's the leader of the Thornbirds." Neither the Taoist priest nor his acolyte had expected him to survive, so they spoke without restraint, completely uninhibited. Oh Yang-ming recounted everything he had heard. "This mission is specifically targeting Guggling. Guggling is the heart, rewarded to the Taoist priest by the leader." He immediately asked, "What is the heart?" Chi-Su wasn't surprised. The ancient castle's surveillance system had audio. Without changing his expression, he said, "Stop asking. The less you know, the safer you'll be." Oh Yang-ming stopped asking. He wasn't particularly curious to know anyway. If he'd been interested in this sort of thing, he would have gone straight to Sacred Light University instead of coming to North Star Academy. He just wanted to be friends with the Chosen One. When friends fought, he'd cheer from the sidelines. "Got any ideas on how to find the mole?" Oh Yang-ming asked eagerly. Chi-Su shook his head. "That's not my concern. Even if we find them, that's all we can do. We can't deal with them, and investigating might cost us our lives." All he could do was quickly boost his ghost power to ensure his own survival. Study, and study some more to improve both IQ and EQ. Chi-Su took out his elder brother's notebook and said tactfully, "I'm going to sleep now." Oh Yang-ming pretended not to understand the hint to leave and opened his pay-to-win online game. "You do your thing, I won't disturb you. I'll leave when I get tired." Screw running away. Tonight he's gonna feast on the Chosen One's scent. This is the Chosen One we're talking about, a living, breathing Chosen One. Unable to drive Chi-Su away, he had no choice but to give up and lower his head to flip through the notebook. A question had been gnawing at him. Why did his ghost power value plummet drastically after devouring a nightmare disciple? Though he was content, the thought of the Taoist child's high stats still left him somewhat unsettled. The notebook didn't mention it, and Saintly University hadn't taught it either. Chi-Su glanced at Oh Yang-ming and tentatively voiced his question. In his view, while Oh Yang-ming might be domineering, he was still an intellectual who undoubtedly had access to better educational resources than ordinary families. Oh Yang-ming turned his head and found himself staring wide-eyed at Chi-Su. After a long while, inspiration struck him, and he opened a website to search. The search yielded results: a post on the Nonsense Forum discussing topics like void skeletons, nightmare disciples, and chosen ones, with netizens enthusiastically sharing their insights. It says here this is called ecological efficiency, also known as Lindemann's Law. All energy originally comes from the sun. Green plants and algae absorb this energy through photosynthesis, which marks the starting point of the ecosystem. Herbivores consume green plants but can only acquire and assimilate a portion of the energy contained within them. Some energy is neither needed nor digestible for herbivores. Carnivores consume herbivores, following the same principle. The energy transfer efficiency between each trophic level in the food chain is typically only about 10–20%. The process of consumption also releases substantial energy that dissipates into the environment. Next, you wouldn't eat things like fur or excrement either, right? That's also a form of energy loss. As Oh Yang-ming spoke, he noticed Chi-Su's utterly bewildered expression, his eyes blank and innocent, so he switched to simpler terms. You're a carnivore. If you eat grass from the bottom of the food chain, the energy you gain is low, so when converted into ghost power, the value is also low, around 10%, maybe even less than 10. If you're a carnivore and eat herbivores, the ghost power you gain is slightly higher, about 20%. You're a carnivore. When you eat another carnivore, the ghost power value you gain will be extremely high. The other party contains abundant nutrients you need, 30%, 40%. Chi-Su understood. The reason ability plundering achieves 100% efficiency is because not a single bit of energy is wasted or lost, it all surges into the body and is successfully assimilated and digested. Some chosen ones, having devoured too many nightwalkers, accumulated excessive impurities within their bodies. What they needed and didn't need all mixed together inside them, becoming impossible to assimilate or digest. Over time, they lost their sanity, corrupted by the evil power. Chi-Su thought to himself that he was able to fully digest it only by relying on the power of purification. Plunder and purification, two sides of the same coin. He gained a deeper understanding of his dual abilities and found them quite overpowering. But in this day and age, there are no shortage of people with heaven-defying abilities. Creak! Su Hongwen pushed the door open and entered. Chi-Su shushed Oh Yang-ming and lifted the bed curtain. I didn't plan to fight back, sleep peacefully. Su Hongwen deliberately avoided Chi-Su's gaze as he picked up his tablet to search for the Chosen One's freelance job website. Making money wasn't the goal, he needed to boost his ghost power level as soon as possible. Now that he was part of the security department, large-scale slaughter was out of the question. Behind the scenes, who knew how many eyes from security were watching him? Only freelance jobs remained. Su Hongwen registered an account. Orders completed, 0, success rate, 0, positive reviews, 0. He searched 4 Taoist priests, hoping to learn from their experience. The search results, wow, over 100,000 orders completed, a 100% success rate, and more than 10,000 glowing reviews. Damn bots. Su Hongwen looked shocked as he scrutinized the comments section, finally spotting the trick. All bots, every last one of them, the comments reek of automation. Yet some people still fell for it. If he were mayor, he'd probably pick this kind too. Su Hongwen clicked open the Taoists' historical records and slowly scrolled down. These were all victim names. Originally, there might not have been any nightmare followers in their homes, now they'd literally invited the wolf into the house, and even paid to do it. Su Hongwen patiently examined each record one by one. The Taoist priests always target families, with post titles mostly like, "How strange my brother has become, how weird my parents are acting." He understood exactly what the priests were thinking, bite one and you get the whole nest. The more people living together, the better. At that moment, Su Hongwen spotted a familiar surname and clicked on it with keen interest. Help post. My name is Hua Xiaohua. My brother has been acting cold lately, he wasn't like this before. The whole family thinks he's been possessed by a yen too. Budget, 10,000 yuan. Experts who can help, please reach out. Su Hongwen curled the corner of his mouth. It wasn't cold indifference, just teenage angst kicking in. This year, the aloof bad boy act was all the rage. Gotta admit, it was pretty damn appealing, especially the scent. Su Hongwen patted his belly with lingering satisfaction. Hua Linglong's entire family being targeted by Taoist priests meant certain death, so this could be considered accidentally avenging him. If Hua Linglong had tried to do it himself, he probably wouldn't have succeeded in this lifetime. By the time he breaks through 10,000 points, that invisible Nightwalker might have already surpassed 30,000, no way to catch up even riding on windfire wheels. No need to thank me, Su Hongwen chuckled softly, talking to himself. He gave the Taoist priest the only negative review, then returned to the website homepage and clicked on the latest help-seeking posts to select a target. Chapter 74, The Leader of the Thornbirds. After waiting for Chisu to fall asleep, Ouyang Ming dimmed his phone screen and checked the messages sent by Yu Miao Miao. Create a private document and record everything quickly. Yu Miao Miao realized the security department would surely send someone to handle it. She didn't want to lose this precious memory. The more people remembered it, the more likely someone would remind her when she forgot everything. Already recorded. Ouyang Ming had stored the secret in his computer early on. The location was ingeniously hidden, certainly beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Along with the secret were dozens of gigabytes of videos. Extremely well hidden, and he watched them often, the perfect choice. Ouyang Ming was quite pleased with his own cleverness. He turned sideways toward Chisu, leaned in, and buried his face in the latter's neck, taking a deep breath. Awesome! Since learning there were 3 chosen ones around him, Ouyang Ming had been making mental comparisons. Su Hongwen was aloof and arrogant, his eyes perpetually filled with disdain and bone-chilling indifference, as if he were some almighty figure while everyone else were mere ants beneath his feet. To be fair, Su Hongwen indeed had the capital to be proud, but Ouyang Ming didn't like it and refused to fawn over him. He had his own pride and self-respect too. As for Gu Ling, well, let's not even mention her. That woman guarded against him as if he were a thief. Only Chisu was easy to get along with and didn't put on airs. It smelled really good, like soap. Ouyang Ming inhaled until he felt lightheaded, already addicted. Ah, click. The door was pushed open. Ouyang Ming quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, his heart pounding with tension. Here it comes, another chosen one coming to erase memories. What does it look like? What supernatural abilities does it have? How does it erase memories? Could there be any side effects? His mind swirled with questions, but he didn't dare open his mouth to ask. Instead, he tightened his grip around Chisu's arms even more. Chisu frowned and groaned a couple of times, feeling uncomfortably restrained. He immediately lifted his leg and kicked out, then grabbed the blanket to pull it over his head. The kick wasn't too hard, but it was enough to send Ouyang Ming tumbling off the bed. He flipped right over the railing, reaching out to grab hold of it to steady himself, but it was too late. He was about to land flat on his back. Stop. Time stood still inside the dorm room. Ouyang Ming's eyes widened in horror, his body froze in mid-fall. His mouth hung stiffly open, a scream trapped in his throat. The newcomer was an elderly man with graying hair and a deeply wrinkled face. Though his back was hunched, he still towered over ordinary people, standing at least 1.9 meters tall. Behind him, a massive golden clock face rotated irregularly, its intricate scales and hands twisting into flowing golden light, exuding an intimidating sense of oppression. Staggering forward, he pressed Ouyang Ming slowly to the floor with his hand, murmuring in a low voice, let's rewind time to 5 days ago. No sooner had the words been spoken than a viscous golden light poured down, dispersing into particles that swiftly entered the bodies of Ouyang Ming, Wei Wei, and Lu Yu. In an instant, all recent memories became a blank slate as their consciousness was forcibly dragged back to the first day of military training. The minor scratches and bruises on their skin vanished as if erased by a rubber, their bodies reverting to their state from 5 days prior. Done. The old man reached over Chi-Su's shoulder to take the laptop, deleting the message saved by Yang Ming. Then, he leaned over the bedside, staring quietly at Chi-Su's face. Gradually, his lips twisted into an eerie grin as dazzling patterns emerged in his pupils. A colorful bird was tightly entangled by sharp thorns, pierced through, forever unable to break free. Thorn bird leader, dual abilities, time/prescience. He had no intention of devouring Chi-Su, as stacking too many abilities could do more harm than good. Grasp all, lose all. Jack of all trades, master of none. Blindly piling up techniques will only lead to overload and chaos. In a life-or-death struggle, that momentary hesitation of 0.1 seconds while thinking of a move can be fatal. It's better to focus on refining one's innate power, pushing a single path to its extreme. That is the fundamental way to remain invincible. The old man chuckled and lightly patted Chi-Su's cheek. This heart shall be rewarded to a subordinate. He turned to look at the other one, observing Su Hongwen lying on the lower bunk. Through the illusion, he clearly saw the handsome features hidden beneath that ordinary face. The old man rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Su Hongwen could have simply used transformation magic for disguise. There was no need to expend energy creating such a large-scale illusion. There's only one explanation. Su Hongwen is simply narcissistic. He's obsessed with his own facial proportions and refuses to take on someone else's appearance. It's no different from plastic surgery. Others seeing a generic face is one thing, but him choosing to reshape himself into that generic face is entirely another matter. The former is an illusion, the latter is true ugliness. The old man nodded in understanding. Being of the same generation, he understood him perfectly. He had no intention of treating this heart as some prize, because Su Hongwen would become the foremost warrior of the Thornbird Legion, his right-hand man and sworn brother. The old man picked up the summer quilt, unfolded it, and carefully draped it over Su Hongwen. Improve your strength on your own. My interference would alter your life's course, and whether we could still be friends remains uncertain. Do your best. With that, he turned and left. At the same time, the clock silently turned its hands. Chi-Su and Su Hongwen suddenly opened their eyes. They sensed something was amiss just now, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. Chi-Su belatedly covered his swollen cheek and looked at Su Hongwen. It wasn't me, Su Hongwen said unhappily. Don't be so sensitive, alright? I'm not so despicable as to slap you for no reason. Slapping or whatever. Pfft, are we playing house now? Some lover's quarrel? He would only eat him alive. Chi-Su observed that Su Hongwen didn't seem to be lying, so he swallowed his anger and climbed down from the bed. He scooped Yang Ming up by the waist and carried him back to his own bed. At that moment, Yang Ming slowly opened his eyes. As if facing a mortal enemy, he abruptly raised his hand and shoved Chi-Su away with force. What are you trying to do? Immediately after, he flipped open his pillow to search for his wallet. In Yang Ming's memory, he treated his classmates to a meal and tricked Chi-Su into footing the bill of over 30,000 yuan. After rummaging through his own pockets to find his wallet, Yang Ming's anger still hadn't subsided. You're upset about covering the meal, so you sneak in to steal my money in the middle of the night? Aren't you the deputy mayor's son? Can't even afford 30 grand? Seeing this, Chi-Su understood the memories had been erased. He couldn't help but feel a little down. After finally becoming friends, it was like they were back to square one. I already paid for the meal. Chi-Su returned the laptop to Yang Ming and admitted honestly, I'm not the vice mayor's son. I was just talking nonsense in the heat of the moment. You can just spout that kind of bullshit? It's all because of your own vanity. Yang Ming snatched back his computer in a rage, turning it over and over to inspect it. If there was even the slightest damage, he'd make Chi-Su pay the full price, and then have someone beat him up. How did my computer end up with you? Yang Ming demanded. Chi-Su replied, you left it here without thinking. Su Hongwen helped cover for him. I saw it, you put it there yourself without thinking. Yang Ming had no recollection of it, but with one after another saying the same thing, perhaps he really had done it absent-mindedly. Yang Ming glared coldly at Chi-Su and delivered a harsh warning. If I ever catch you stealing and selling things, I'll chop your hands off. Don't think I won't, just try me. He immediately raised his voice. Wei, Lu Yu, wake up, check if you've lost anything. There's a thief in our dorm. The two of them were bleary-eyed, too lazy to check, figuring it was just lost, not a big deal anyway. They only wanted to sleep, dead tired. Chi-Su silently climbed back into bed, lost in thought. A chosen one had been here, without a doubt. But why slap him? The swelling had subsided by now, yet the bewilderment lingered in my heart. Rustle. Su Hongwen lifted the bed curtain and squeezed in, asking curiously, why did that person hit you? Do you two have some feud? I don't know, Chi-Su replied, genuinely baffled. He didn't know many chosen ones, and his interactions with them were limited to purification treatments. If he had to name someone who might hold a grudge, it would only be Huang Hai, whose ghost power he had drained. Perhaps Huang Hai had discovered the truth. Considering they lived under the same roof, he didn't want to openly break ties, yet couldn't swallow his anger either. So he followed the memory-erasing chosen one here to secretly vent his frustration. Chi-Su believed this to be the case. "Oh, I get it now," Su Hongwen suddenly exclaimed in realization. "It must be because you look so punchable, just seeing you makes people annoyed enough to want to hit you. Get out." Alright, let's have a serious talk with you." Su Hongwen's gaze became evasive as he hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Someone covered me with a blanket, was it you?" He wasn't in the habit of using blankets, he preferred sleeping naked, intimately exposed to the air. If possible, he wouldn't even want to wear clothes. Chi-Su frowned. "Cover yourself with the blanket, what kind of daydream are you having in the middle of the night?" Su Hongwen turned his face away, rubbing his nose awkwardly. "Didn't you confess to me before? I was messing with you." Su Hongwen didn't believe it and said solemnly, "I'll only forgive you this once. If you try anything again, I'll absolutely wreck you." Chi-Su couldn't be bothered to waste words. "Get lost." Su Hongwen snorted coldly as he jumped off the bed, grabbed the summer quilt and threw it far away before finally going to sleep. But before long, he reluctantly retrieved it and draped it over his belly, quietly pondering. Perhaps this was Chi-Su's attempt at reconciliation, the first step towards a truce. This change was good for him, and he no longer wanted to cause trouble. The security department couldn't be trusted, and the members of Thornbird were idiots. He couldn't rely on any organization, only on himself. But self-reliance was a double-edged sword. One wrong move could plunge him into eternal damnation. Instead of two rookies pecking at each other in the nest, it's better to find a way to quickly boost ghost power and gain self-defense capabilities. Chi-Su probably thought the same, hence his friendly gesture. Su Hongwen tightened his blanket around himself. "Then let's call a truce, a temporary one, until we're strong enough to settle personal grudges." Chapter 75 The Overachiever. The next day, the scorching sun blazed overhead. Su Hongwen had been running laps around the track all morning. Gasping for breath, he gradually slowed his pace. His gaze drifted towards Chi-Su's direction. Ostracized by Ouyang Ming and the others, the solitary figure stood apart, nursing his wounded pride with a face full of melancholy. "TCH. Su Hongwen scoffed in disdain. "Who are you putting on this act for? A true king needs no friends. Especially those useless ones who'd only hold you back. If he doesn't want to play with us, then fine. Is it really worth making such a fuss?" Su Hongwen wiped away the sweat beading on his forehead, lost in thought. Chi-Su had already offered an olive branch, it was only right for him to reciprocate somehow. Forget about sharing a blanket, that's out of the question. What else could he do then? He lowered his gaze to the bamboo green snake coiled around his wrist, then pulled out his phone and stared at the message notification about the $20 million transfer, settling the matter in his heart. 10 minutes later. Chi-Su half-closed his eyelids, looking at the cat and dog in Su Hongwen's hands without a trace of expression on his face. The cat was a stray, fed by teachers and students, and he had seen it a few times during its strolls. The dog was a golden retriever, its fur mostly shed, dirty and listless, as if some student had abandoned it after realizing they couldn't afford the medical treatment. "Su Hongwen, I bought it, for you." "Chi-Su, you bought it, or picked it up?" "Bought it." Su Hongwen lied without batting an eye. His ghost power was his lifeline, and so was his money. Spend money on Chi-Su? Not a chance. He planned to buy himself a Maybach first, then hit the mall for some summer clothes, ready to become the most stylish guy in class when the semester started. With a car, commuting would be easier, and hunting down those nightwalkers at clients' homes would be more convenient too. "Hurry up and take it, if you don't, I'll eat it myself. This tabby's ridiculously fat, bet the meat's delicious." Hearing this, Chi-Su had no choice but to rescue it, handing the creature over to the bearded instructor to contact their senior and take it to the pet store for examination, planning to keep it at home later. He couldn't understand why Su Hongwen suddenly gifted him an animal, nor could he be bothered to figure it out. That guy's just an idiot. If he started understanding an idiot's actions, he'd become one himself. "Come on, let's grab a meal together?" Su Hongwen awkwardly invited. "Your treat?" "My treat." Chi-Su readily agreed, free food wasn't to be refused. Though he'd saved up quite a bit, there were always too many places needing his money. He plans to take odd jobs on the website to boost his ghost power value, needs to get a driver's license, buy a car, for easier travel. Also wants to purchase a light helicopter, hire a pilot, and fly to big clients' homes, looks more impressive. And compared to ground vehicles, the sky's safer, most nightwalkers can't fly up, no matter how fast they run. Also thinking of buying a small Western-style house to build his own secret base. The eldest brother's home was frequently attacked, and the assaults didn't stop even after his death. In fact, they became worse than before. Huang Hai and the investigation team dealt with it daily, exhausted and overwhelmed. The villa's location had already been exposed, and Chi-Su didn't dare stay any longer. He valued his life too much and had to flee. Then there were all sorts of miscellaneous expenses, utilities, clothes, shoes, in-game skins, pay-to-win online games. A single 648 won't cut it. You need at least 10 to become the top player in the server. Money, money, money everywhere. If someone's treating, why refuse a free meal? The school cafeteria buzzed with noise and chatter. Chi-Soo. What's wrong? Soo Hongwon asked with a smile. You don't think I'm inviting you to a restaurant, do you? Dream on. Restaurants cost at least 200, while the canteen feeds 2 people for 30. Chi-Soo pursed his lips and silently searched for a seat, thinking since they were already here, they might as well stay. After the seniors finished eating, he tidied up the table a bit and waited quietly. Before long, Soo Hongwon sat down with 2 pitifully small portions of lunch, grumbling under his breath. The guy serving the food was an old man. I even called him bro against my conscience, and still got this measly portion. His hands were shaking like he'd been electrocuted. Hey. Chi-Soo immediately cut him off, displeased. Must you be like this? Like what? You've done the same before, don't play innocent now. Chi-Soo. There wasn't anyone around when he was playing. Soo Hongwon set down his tray, pulled out a pair of disposable chopsticks, and gestured toward the short-haired woman with his chin. I heard it, that woman only got 5 yuan's worth. Look at her portion, then look at ours, I got 10 yuan's worth. I suspect that old man might be a lecher who's never seen a woman before. Chi-Soo looked around and indeed, there were twice as many. At that moment, the senior beside him chuckled and responded, Classmate, you've misunderstood. Daejeon is a member of the Pure Blood Army, and so is the old man. We insiders have our perks. Daejeon? Both Chi-Soo and Soo Hongwon found the name familiar. Gu Ling had mentioned her before, she was her roommate. The senior continued persuading, have you heard of the Pure Blood Army? Chi-Soo, I've heard of it. The benefits aren't just limited to these. As your senior, I can even help you write your papers. The refined-looking man spoke while moving his tray closer to Chi-Soo, counting off points on his fingers. For academic help, feel free to ask anything you don't understand. We have members from every department in the Pure Blood Army who can provide free tutoring. If you can't find a job after graduation, we can help arrange something for you. For those with financial difficulties at home, we provide monthly subsidies based on individual circumstances. After speaking, the senior divided his chicken drumstick between Chi-Soo and Soo Hongwon, saying softly, the condition is that you must join us and promote our cause wholeheartedly. Wherever a criminal case occurs, we must handle it before the security department to prevent supernatural abilities from spiraling out of control and causing massive casualties. We don't want slackers, the greedy, or those who fear death and disobey orders. Once discovered, they'll be immediately expelled, must repay all past favors, and face punishment. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 chicken legs instantly returned to the senior's plate. Chi-Soo forced a smile, thanks, but I'm not joining. What they said made sense, but they'd approached the wrong person. So what does this classmate think? Soo Hongwon, I believe in the chosen one. The senior's smirk vanished. He dropped a final remark, snatched up his tray, and stormed off in anger. You cannot discuss the Tao with ordinary men. Ha! Soo Hongwon pointed at the senior's retreating figure and asked bluntly, what does that mean? Same logic as don't speak of ice to summer insects? Chi-Soo immediately searched on his phone and read aloud, don't talk about profound topics with common folk you wouldn't understand, your perspective is narrow, you're on different levels, you're illiterate. Soo Hongwon narrowed his eyes, radiating warning signals. Chi-Soo turned a blind eye, when dealing with people like you, the best approach is not to argue, not to explain, not to engage, just focus on being your best self. Ha! Soo Hongwon forcibly suppressed his anger, replacing it with a laugh. Lesson learned. You've learned it too, illiterate. Chi-Soo shoveled large mouthfuls of rice into his mouth while browsing the Chosen One's task assignment website. Under each help request post, the Chosen Ones could submit their bids, and the requester would then select the most suitable one based on the offers. The quoted price generally starts at 20,000, and if the problem isn't resolved, only half the money is refunded. This has led many scammers to boldly visit the homes of those seeking help, put on a show, then claim they can't fix the issue, profiting from the difference. As a result, when choosing a chosen one, those seeking help pay close attention to personal profiles and past evaluations. Chi-Soo currently has 0 profile data and can only actively seek jobs to seize opportunities. Soo Hongwon glanced sideways and frowned when he saw the price Chi-Soo quoted under the post. Stop being so damn competitive. Right back at you. Childish brat. Bounce back. Soo Hongwon couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Chi-Soo by the collar and yanked him close. 1,000? Ha, you running a charity now? Chi-Soo replied matter-of-factly, that's how it is when you're starting out. Once I get more positive reviews, I can go for bigger jobs. Otherwise, why would anyone trust someone with 0 reputation? Cheap? Only those seeking help would consider that. Besides, I'm not in it for the money, unlike someone who emptied their entire savings for public service. Money's no issue for me. Chi-Soo curled his lips smugly. A small vein bulged on Soo Hongwon's forehead. His face twitched as he released his grip. Fine, play it that way. So, has anyone contacted you yet? There are quite a few, I'm still choosing. What about you? Shisu maintained his smile. I saw you browsing last night, so you must have registered an account too. Did anyone contact you? With an overachiever like you around, who'd bother with someone like me charging 20,000? Su Hongwon said sarcastically. He immediately changed his quoted price, deliberately showing it to Chi-Su. 999. Chi-Su didn't care, remaining indifferent. He cleared his plate and shoved it into the recycling bin. Turning around, he saw Daejeon absent-mindedly bump into him, splashing soup all over his clothes. Sorry. Daejeon frantically wiped at the mess. Next, her phone rang. Daejeon answered the phone while apologizing. The storage room, right? Got it. I'm busy right now, I'll be there later. Chi-Su chimed in at the right moment. Go ahead, I can clean up by myself. Sorry. Daejeon shoved the tray into the recycling bin and hurried out. Chi-Su flicked his clothes discreetly, and the stains vanished without a trace. Then, he gazed at Daejeon's retreating figure, lost in thought. That ringing sound just now wasn't an incoming call, but an alarm clock. Chapter 76, Mental Illness. What are you spacing out for? Hearing the inquiry, Chi-Su voiced Daejeon's peculiar behavior. I suspect she's possessed by evil spirits. Su Hongwon wore an expression of mixed emotions. I suspect you're the one possessed by evil spirits. This kind of thing happens all the time. She just didn't want to engage with you, couldn't be bothered to argue, and found an excuse to leave. Su Hongwon gave an example. It's like when a woman isn't interested during a blind date, she'll pretend to receive a phone call, use a friend's emergency as an excuse, and quickly say goodbye to you. It's like when you're chatting online and things seem to be going well, but then the girl says she's going to take a shower or eat. Once she leaves, chances are she'll disappear without a trace. These are all ways to avoid getting too entangled while still saving face, using subtlety to sidestep awkward situations. Don't you get it? Chi-Su ignored it completely, striding ahead to follow Daejeon. That person was clearly distracted and not in a good state. The senior said that the Pure Blood Army also handles some cases. She must have encountered something that frightened her badly. Or perhaps, like him, she got entangled with some unclean entity. Chi-Su was about to catch up with Daejeon when he suddenly halted and turned to look at Su Hongwon, who had come to watch the spectacle. Can you go bother someone else? Have some boundaries, will you? Personal space. He was fed up, having to be on guard every single moment of the day. The slightest lapse in vigilance could cost him his life. But staying constantly tense was exhausting. He hadn't slept a wink last night. Su Hongwon grinned cheekily. Look at you, getting all worked up again. I just wanted to remind you that this counts as stalking. It's creepy and will scare people. Chi-Su rubbed his face irritably, his voice muffled. Stay away from me and don't interfere. I'll approach her normally when the time comes. Oh, approach her normally, so that would be overt harassment then. Su Hongwon's smile was blindingly bright. He made a reasonable argument, taking the liberty to ask personal questions. Are you two that close? This is extremely inappropriate. She could call the police. Then he cleared his throat and said seriously, look at her, jumpy and skittish, can't even walk steadily. If you tap her on the shoulder, you'll definitely scare her to death. Who's going to take responsibility for that? Me? Chi-Su turned to look. Daejeon was looking around timidly, her whole body trembling like a startled quail, jumping at the slightest rustle of grass around her. And the direction she was heading was unmistakably towards the school storage room. Chi-Su had once accompanied Wei back to the dormitory, and the two had taken a leisurely stroll around the campus to aid digestion, so he was quite familiar with the school's layout. Wei had even proudly pointed out the small classroom where the student council was located, her tone tinged with admiration as she mentioned that her brother was a member of the student council. Chi-Su didn't understand what the student council did, but he knew exactly what was stored in the supply room. Old desks and chairs, sports equipment, basketballs, soccer balls, ping-pong paddles. Daejeon answered a non-existent phone call, claiming he needed to meet someone in the supply room. Su Hongwon thought it was just an excuse to escape an awkward situation, but clearly that wasn't the case. She's serious, really going. Chi-Su considered Daejeon's current state and pondered quietly. Su Hongwon was right, it would indeed be improper to pry into private matters so abruptly. There's one more thing. During military training, he had noticed Daejeon, though he didn't know her name at the time, only that she was the sole girl in class with short hair. If judging by appearances, he thought, she was a stone butch who didn't like men. So even if he asked, Daejeon would probably ignore him. He'd have to follow her, sneakily. Chi-Su and Su Hongwon exchanged a glance, then stealthily followed Daejeon to the storage room door. Knock, knock, knock. Daejeon knocked on the tightly shut door. Are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Are you there? Fong Xin. Chi-Su and Su Hongwon looked at each other again. Fanshin, also a classmate, had voluminous wavy hair and nails painted blood red. Now that I think about it, I didn't see her this morning. Daejeon knocked for a long while before suddenly remembering something, her arm freezing mid-air. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as if someone had seized her throat, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Ha, ha, ha. The sudden howl startled Su Hongwon. His face darkened as anger gradually filled his chest. He raised his hand to control Daejeon, forcing him to twist his own neck. Seeing Daejeon's increasingly bizarre behavior, Chi-Su immediately performed purification. Freed from restraint, Daejeon turned and fled, vanishing without a trace. The atmosphere grew quiet. Chi-Su stared at Su Hongwon. You again? He wasn't sure if Su Hongwon had done it. Purification shouldn't have been possible given the gap in ghost power levels. Wasn't me. Su Hongwon scratched his temple with a sidelong glance, then shook his arm with feigned nonchalance. Damn, it's hot today. You hot? My treat for ice cream. No need for the popsicle, I'm not hot. Chi-Su then asked, how much ghost power did you gain from self-destructing and devouring that Taoist priest? Su Hongwon slowly clenched his palm. Damn it, there's no diverting this topic. Not answering would seem suspicious, but if I do answer, he forced himself to say, rounding up, it's nearly 7,000. But don't worry, I'm not interested in fighting among small fries now. Let's take 10,000 points as the benchmark. We'll settle our grudges after breaking 10,000, how about that? Chi-Su remained silent, then after a long pause, gave a slight nod. Su Hongwon immediately beamed with joy, pushing Chi-Su toward the dormitory with noticeably lighter steps. He got back to the point. As for Daejeon's case, I don't think it has anything to do with the Nightmare Disciple. Think about it, she's a member of the Pure Clown Army, so she should know something about Nightmare Disciples. She neither contacted security nor teamed up with the Clown Army to capture anyone, so it definitely wasn't the Nightmare Disciples doing, she's just plain crazy. Su Hongwon finished his analysis and asked, have you heard of schizophrenia? Forget it, let me explain, he continued on his own. This condition makes it hard to distinguish between reality and delusions. Patients may hear or see things that aren't there. They become slow to react, unwilling to interact with others, and may suddenly exhibit violent behavior. This illness mostly affects people aged 15 to 35. It's generally linked to genetic factors, and prolonged exposure to high-stress environments can also be a cause. Psychiatric patients may seem no different from ordinary people, but once provoked, it's a whole different story. Hair standing on end with rage, hacking people to pieces, and even cannibalism, all in one go. The best part is they don't even go to jail. The mental hospital provides free room and board with dedicated caretakers. If it were a nightwalker, death would be certain, Su Hongwon said with undisguised envy. Seeing this, Chi-Su curled his lips in disdain. What lunatics! Chapter 77 Onset of Illness. Chi-Su. Guling clung to Yu Miao Miao's arm while greeting her loudly. The vanished memories hadn't affected their relationship in the slightest. Guling took the initiative with overflowing enthusiasm, and Yu Miao Miao, who initially found it hard to adjust, had now accepted this outgoing country girl. Since we're friends now, I can't just stand by and watch you get scammed by that gold digger. Yu Miao Miao glared at Chi-Su with her nose in the air. This is my best friend, and I'm warning you, don't even think about hitting on her. I've got 5 older cousins, all boxers, any one of them could knock you out with a single punch. Chi-Su couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. 5 cousins, huh? I'm terrified. Guling knew full well that Chi-Su no longer held any prejudice against his friend, he was merely teasing. Everyone has flaws, no one is perfect. As long as one's character is upright in major matters, minor flaws can be overlooked. Guling tugged at Yu Miao Miao's sleeve and whispered, the real estate tycoon, President Bai, is Chi-Su's aunt. Chi-Su has tens of millions in savings. He's not pretending to be rich when he's poor, he's pretending to be poor when he's rich. In an instant, Yu Miao Miao's expression shifted through 1,000 changes, as if she had swallowed a fly. She suddenly forced out a polite but painfully fake smile, uglier than tears. I was just, I'm such a drama queen, always performing everywhere, don't mind me. Have you eaten? I have, Chi-Su replied with a smile. Ha. Yu Miao Miao's laughter trailed off as she abruptly turned and sprinted toward the dormitory building, her pretty features scrunched up in a tearless grimace. Su Hongwon marveled, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. If she ever debuts, she'll definitely become a sensation. He turned to size up Chi-Su, launching an indiscriminate attack. If you lost your status and position, how would you make friends? By reciting pi to them? None of your concern. Chi-Su waved at Guling and asked, do you know where Fangxin went? The one with long, curly hair, impeccable makeup, and red nail polish. Guling knew. Daejeon said she wasn't used to dorm life, so she moved to a small hotel on the commercial street last night. Can you reach her then? Guling immediately opened the group chat and clicked Fangxin's avatar to initiate a video call. The ringing tone sounded for a long while, but no one answered. What's wrong with her? Guling asked blankly. Chi-Su was equally clueless. Let's wait until tomorrow. If we still can't reach her, we'll go look. Military training was exhausting, everyone just wanted to rest and enjoy some peace. It's only been one morning apart, maybe she just overslept. If they were to make a big fuss searching for someone, they might disturb Fangxin's rest and end up being blamed. Keep an eye on Daejeon recently, she's been acting a bit off, Chi-Su reminded. Guling readily agreed. Got it. As night fell, the lights in the dormitory building went out one by one. Soft snores rose and fell in the women's dormitory. Creak! Daijun abruptly sat up without warning. Moving stiffly, she picked up her pillow, placed it at the opposite end, then lay back down with eyes wide open, tiny blood vessels spiderwebbing across her crimson-stained eyeballs. With two bunk beds placed side by side, her head now faced Yu Miao's, their hair strands intertwining like tangled threads. Whoosh! Yu Miao's eyes were tightly shut. She heard no sound, unaware of what was happening, sleeping soundly. Before long, the bed frame creaked again with a grating noise. Daijun sat cross-legged facing Yu Miao, his hollow gaze fixed on her defenseless face. Creak, creak, creak. Daijun's body swayed like a pendulum, moving mechanically back and forth in small, rigid motions, her mouth mumbling incoherent words. Blame yourself. Who told you to wear your hair loose? Who told you to paint your nails red? Her gaze was welded onto Yu Miao's face, teeth clenched, eyes brimming with unspeakable venom. Bitch, decent women don't act this slutty. You just want to suck men's vitality. You're all yin too. Creak, 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 creak. Her movements suddenly accelerated, no longer the mechanical slow swaying, but transformed into an almost abstract, frenzied flailing back and forth. Her waist and back kept bending into eerie yet supple arcs, each bend storing momentum for the next. Yet every time it seemed about to collide with Yu Miao, it always missed her by a hair's breadth. Across from the bed, Guling had long been awakened by the sharp creaking sounds. Daijun's wide-open eyes made it impossible for her to casually use her supernatural abilities. A moment later, she raised her voice and shouted, Daijun. Daijun, growing increasingly frenzied, suddenly jolted awake. He blinked twice, feeling only a stinging dryness in his eyes. TSK. She groaned softly, rubbing her eyelids, murmuring as if to herself, I sleepwalked again. Go back to sleep. I'll be fine in a moment. With that, she climbed down from the bunk and headed to the communal restroom. Twisting the faucet open, Daijun scooped up handfuls of cold water and scrubbed his face vigorously. He glanced silently over his shoulder, relieved to find Guling hadn't followed him, and exhaled deeply. That incident weighed heavily on her heart, impossible to forget no matter how hard she tried. She didn't know what sleep-talking she had uttered, but she dared not return to the dormitory for now, afraid her roommate might overhear her secrets. After a moment's thought, Daijun hurried toward the storage room. The night was thick and heavy, with not a single soul visible on the road, silent as death. She couldn't help but quicken her pace, breaking into a run. Finally reaching the storage room, my pajamas were already soaked with sweat, clinging damply to my skin. Daijun gasped for breath as he fumbled for the key to the storage room. This was given to her by the senior from the Pure Blood Army, ordering her to keep watch over it. Daijun took a deep breath and turned the doorknob. Click. The room was dim, with moonlight spilling through the window onto the wooden floor. Fangxin? A faint voice sounded, here. Daijun's heart couldn't help but tighten as he hurried toward Fangxin lying in the corner. The other had been beaten black and blue, her body covered in dark bruises. That once proud cascade of curls now clung messily to her pale cheeks, her lips cracked and dry, no trace remained of her former youthful vitality. Kneeling down, Daijun pleaded earnestly, just confess. We don't enjoy torture. Even if you're a nightwalker, we'll make it quick for you. I'm not a nightmare disciple. What do you want me to confess? Fangxin weakly protested. Still stubborn, Daijun sprang to his feet, brows furrowed in anger. Your appearance clearly marks you as a charm-type nightmare disciple. You fox spirit. We gave you the chance to prove you're not a nightmare disciple, but you couldn't provide any evidence. We're going to cut you to test your healing ability. Why won't you let us? In that case, don't blame the Pure Blood Army for being ruthless. Speak. How many innocent people have you eaten? Daijun stopped caring about saving face and became increasingly aggressive. Fangxin, tears streaming down her face, weakly shook her head in denial. I didn't. I haven't. Still not talking. You're forcing my hand, aren't you? Daijun grew frantic, scanning the room before grabbing a stool. Just tell us honestly about your supernatural ability. What specific enhancements does it have? Let us document this precious information. Confess and you won't suffer. Why be so stubborn? I truly don't understand you. Fangxin kept shaking her head. I'm not. Daijun's face darkened as he raised the chair, ready to smash it down. Daijun, open your eyes and look at me carefully. Hearing this, Daijun froze momentarily, staring at that bloodless face. I'm already dead, don't you remember? It wasn't a bruise after all. It was cadaveric lividity. Chapter 78, The First Case. Male Dormitory. Ouyang Ming stared at the imposing character on his computer screen, purchasing every available in-game package 648, 1314, and the like, before dumping another 800,000 yuan to pull the game's ultimate gear set. Having played for just 3 hours since the server launch, he dominated the leaderboards, standing peerless in the virtual world. While other players were still spamming the beginner zone for team-ups and carries, he had already one-shot the highest-level boss currently available. Golden victory announcements cycled across the entire server for his first clear, sparking a wave of frenzy and admiration. Boring. Yang Ming ignored the flood of private messages begging to team up, casually tossing his headphones aside. Wei, Lu Yu, don't you feel like you're missing a chunk of memory? This was the game he'd been longing to play, determined to claim the top spot in the first server. Yet when he logged in, he found 5 new servers had already launched. He was joining the 6th. Checking the server opening times, that's when he noticed something was wrong. Yang Ming wasn't some office worker weighed down by loans, counting the days until payday, watching the clock for quitting time, his eyes practically welded to the watch face. He never paid attention to dates or time, only to games, but once the novelty wore off, everything felt unbearably dull, mind-numbingly boring. Any openings? Are there, or aren't there? Wei responded absent-mindedly. Cradling his phone, he enabled auto-payments before returning to his mobile game, relentlessly tapping the 100 yuan per draw gacha button, determined to get his coveted skin, his entire being consumed by the game. Yeah, Yang Ming pulled out his pillow and threw it. Idiot. Lu Yu, you say it. There are shortages, it's normal. Lu Yu flipped through a fashion magazine. He had sensed something was off early on, but didn't pay it much mind. Nowadays, bizarre supernatural abilities are everywhere, with a few already blending into everyday life. For example, superhumans with abilities like wind, fire, electricity, water, and earth are highly paid by the state for their services. They have made outstanding contributions to agriculture and power development, becoming a favorite topic among the people. If the state doesn't want the public to remember something, the security department can easily erase it. Memories gone are just gone, life remains, bodies unharmed. What's there to dig up? Just keep living, what else can you do? Yang Ming collapsed backward onto his bed, muttering under his breath, so bored, so bored. Then his brows furrowed as he glared at Chi Su and Su Hongwen's empty beds. Where the hell is Chi Su? It's past 3 a.m. already. If he comes back after I fall asleep and makes a racket, I swear I'll gather the boys and cut him down. Lu Yu first called Su Hongwen and got a reply. I'm busy, won't be coming back tonight. That's it. Lu Yu called Chi Su again and received the same response. He relayed the exact words, turned off the lights, locked the door from inside, and went to bed. Yang Ming tossed and turned restlessly. Chi Su isn't coming back? He's not coming back. Lu Yu impatiently covered his ears. Where else could he go if he doesn't return? Sleep on the streets? Don't tell me he's sweeping streets to earn living expenses. This was the only amusement Yang Ming had, and he really didn't want to let it go. Check your wallet, see if any money's missing. Lu Yu simply pretended to be asleep, turning a deaf ear. Yang Ming had no choice but to ask Wei, what about you? Did you lose anything? How come I've spent tens of thousands and still can't draw it? Is there some hidden mechanism treating me like a fool? Wei, refusing to believe in bad luck, kept pouring money into it. Yang Ming straightened his face, lifted the blanket, and began searching Chi Su's bed. Inside the old, dilapidated building, cobwebs were everywhere. A rusty iron gate creaked open with a grating sound. Chi Su stepped out from the house. You should rest early. The woman held her 2 young sons in each arm, her face filled with exhaustion and worry. That child has always been outstanding in both character and academics, topping her class since childhood. I've sacrificed everything to send her to school, never failing her. Our whole family is counting on this phoenix to soar. You must find her. Her eldest daughter Fangxin usually sent her messages every day, but today there was none, leaving her heart unsettled and aching with worry. Fortunately, the newcomer was also a freshman at Beichen Academy, and even in the same class, making the search relatively straightforward. Chi Su didn't give a definitive answer, merely saying, I'll do my best. With that, he hurried downstairs, flashlight in hand. Unexpectedly, the first case was actually related to Fangxin. Even more surprising was that Fangxin was a scholarship student from an extremely poor family. Judging solely by outward appearances, he had assumed Fangxin's family background was similar to Yu Miaomiao's. Now all those impressions were completely overturned in this moment. He rubbed his forehead, temporarily pushing the stark contrast out of his mind. He already had a lead on Fangxin's whereabouts and immediately strode briskly toward the school. Inside a mid to high-end residential complex, Su Hongwen turned off his phone and looked at the haggard middle-aged man, speaking in a measured tone. The establishment of the Pure Blood Army is inextricably linked to the Thornbirds. They're merely pawns used by the Thornbirds to disrupt the situation. They oppose those with supernatural abilities, attempting to use technological power to painstakingly build a pure blood nation, with the security department being the first to bear the brunt. There are human traitors within the headquarters, followers of the Nightmare Disciples. Outside, there's the Pure Blood Army, a bunch of ignorant fools. The security department is under tremendous pressure. Su Hongwen paced around the room selecting valuable artifacts to cash in, stuffing his pockets full. But let's get back to the point. You're the team leader of the security department's logistics division. You created the order-taking website for the chosen ones, yet you weren't diligent enough, letting slip that Taoist with over 10,000 stealth points, a real big fish. Your daughter Daizhan is a member of the Pure Blood Army, aiding the evildoers and running wild. If I report this to Bai Bing, telling her you deliberately let the Taoist slip, suspected of being a Nightwalker's follower, while helping your pureblood army daughter disrupt the bigger picture, guess which of you two will die first? Tianfan Dai clenched his hands tightly together, veins bulging on his neck. He periodically checked the order-taking website. Those 3 nines were way too conspicuous. He planned to bait them into coming to his home. If they turned out to be scammers, he'd drag them straight to the police station. If he wasn't a fraud but a nightmare disciple, then he would be executed on the spot. If he couldn't be killed, I'd report the information to the best of my ability. He had calculated everything meticulously, but never anticipated that the visitor would actually be a chosen one from headquarters. And then came several earth-shattering revelations. Though the Taoist priest had been instantly obliterated by the big shot, so many lives were lost. Dai Tianfan's knuckles turned white, his eyes bloodshot, consumed by self-reproach. Yet at this moment, he had no time to mourn the lost lives, nor to pledge loyalty to Su Hongwen, forcing out words with difficulty. My daughter would never join the pure blood army. She must have been possessed by a yin too. Anyone working in the security department becomes a prime target. They go after our families to coerce us into becoming their spies. Dai Tianfan was convinced this was the truth and declared firmly, 1 million, half for eliminating the Nightwalker, half as hush money. Having his daughter join the pure blood army was a stain on their reputation, something that must never come to light. Deal. Su Hongwen knew when to stop pushing and immediately added, Daizhan isn't possessed, she's just mentally ill. Take her to the hospital for a checkup. What? How is that possible? Dai Tianfan's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling. Neither her father nor her mother had any history of mental illness. How could she? Su Hongwen, she's under too much pressure. Pressure? Dai Tianfan slammed his hand on the leather sofa and gestured at the expensive furniture around them. Where's the pressure? Her starting line is already miles ahead of ordinary kids. Her pocket money is given in tens of thousands. She lacks for nothing, so where's the pressure? Dai Tianfan couldn't fathom where the pressure was coming from, much less believe his daughter had mental health issues. It's possession, plain and simple, he declared emphatically. That girl idolized the chosen one since childhood. For her to suddenly join the pure blood army and abandon her lifelong faith, she must be possessed by a Nightwalker. As for your nonsense about mental illness, utter rubbish. Do you have any idea how strong her mental fortitude is? Her resilience? Bai Bing fought to have her, but I wouldn't part with her. That's why I sent her to Beichan Academy. Claiming to have developed mental illness from excessive stress, utterly ridiculous.